representation maps, and then they have errors. Whatever. The point is that is that curvature is a necessary condition of a sphere, and if there is no curvature, it can't be a sphere. That way, you can know for certain, regardless of what the map is. Because the map is an abstraction. This is not. Anyway, I actually have to split and go to the store, so I'm out.
Take care, India.
Later, Indio.
All right, peace, man.
Man, I need to spruce up on my geometry, but this is making my head hurt trying to remember all these damn formulas.
Well, the easiest way to learn shit. This is the last thing I'll say. We'll get to history. Okay. So the history of this came from Gauss. He wrote something called the theorem of Grigium, and he showed that you can map any surface to any other surface. Then it gets crazier into like differential geometry and manifolds and topologies and a bunch of where it is now, right? So you don't have to go that far. You don't have to go that far. You can stop literally at Gauss because Gauss is the one that came up with all this, right? Gauss's flux law, which is like a property of the sphere. The inverse square law is a property of a sphere. That's why like the universal law of gravitation has an r squared in it, because r squared is what? A radius. So if you have a radius, then you have the surface of a sphere or the surface of a circle, right? So all this shit is kind of like interconnected in that way, right? So Gauss didn't limit himself to just that. So he goes into this mapping function that I'm talking about, where you can map one surface to another surface.
What was it again?
Gauss, Carl Gauss, theorem of Grigium.
I got it.
I'm not saying go read it in the fucking original Latin and shit. Gauss also did surveying too, but Gauss also went out and surveyed. And when he surveyed, he also noticed that it didn't was too flat. So what he did is he said, "Hey, dude, there's refraction bending the light around." So this is another one of these things where, hey, it don't match a globe, and we have to add a band-aid. I think it was called the Hanover survey or something. Anyway, I really got to read this.
All right. Thank you all. Have a great rest of your day/night, wherever you guys are in the world.
But for me,
You can see across the city today, blue and white, blue, black, and rouge, all on a journey to right here. The game is next. Chris and Craig in a moment.
Veuillez maintenant vous lever, retirer chapeaux et casquettes pour l'interprétation de l'hymne national par Kennedy Sellermeyer, accompagné alors par
Oh, Blade Pilot, you're hot micing.
Bro, I muted him. Who unmuted him?
I did, trying to see if he's trying to say something. Let me see. Oh, Blade Pilot,
This is
are you
TV
there?
talking, man. Come on. You don't hear the TV?
Yeah. Just checking if he opened his mic for something else. Oh, Blade Pilot. I was trying to talk to him, but I was muted as well. While I unmuted him, I was muted. Is he a Globie? 80s, a Blade, Spheroid Pilot. That's a meme name. Right. Any new people got any questions? You can address your questions to them or Quenstacult. Right ahead. Or Bill G.
Bill G is Justin, isn't he?
No, Bill G is Bong Sao. Remember Bong Sao? Yeah.
Yeah. What happened to Justin? Is he still around or somewhere?
Justin was here last night or
Not Justin.
this morning, I think. Justin? You mean what's the name he goes by?
I forgot. Mod Justin, I think that was last one. I forgot. I remember from Home Server. I don't know. Maybe change the name.
I'm thinking Justin is the that engineer that he's a mod here and he shows his vacuum chamber. Sometimes he has a vacuum chamber at his house.
Rad.
No, that's Radwin.
That's Radwin. Yeah. Okay.
He's talking about Mod Justin.
Yeah, it's been a while since I saw him around. Good while.
Wait, Mod Justin, isn't that one that kind of start yelling at everybody sometimes?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Justin. What about you? Hoodal? Hood or Hood AI? What is that name? Hood. No, Hudak. It's in the text, aren't you?
Hello?
See you on the text. What's going on?
Yeah, I was just asking about fuck, let me go back to the original question. Oh, it's like the typical thing where buoyancy, right? Buoyancy there in the FE model there has to be some type of downward acceleration, right? Or no? Some little g to cuz that's what's in the
The
equation for
phenomena,
buoyancy.
things go down, right? Things do go down. Some things.
Yeah. Mhm.
Other things go up.
Mhm. Yeah.
Or other things go like sideways and all kinds of directions.
Yeah,
Like
I'm just
gases,
thinking of
gases go all over the place.
yeah, I just want to know in the FE model, is there a downward acceleration, a little g or no?
Specific gravity.
Go ahead.
Is it
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to mention there's one called specific gravity. That's the one you can look at.
is that the one then in the equation for buoyancy? Because I'm trying to figure out how buoyancy works if there's no. Because I don't know if people are saying there's gravity's just a theory, so there's no little g. But then if there's no little g, then buoyancy's equation for buoyancy is just completely thrown out the window. It seems like to me. Rho gh. Like you for buoyancy to happen, you need some type of downward acceleration, right?
That might be a
What?
good question. Anybody want to touch on it?
No. No, you don't need acceleration for stuff that free ups. If it free falls down and there's no acceleration imparted, why the hell do you think there has to have one imparted going up? Isn't up down the same in space? Or am I mistaken here? In the reference of space, up and down are the same thing, right? So the idea that everything's gonna fall, that's one direction in space. You got two directions on Earth.
I don't know. I think it's a lot easier to think about it. I don't know. I did an experiment in class, high school, fucking years ago. We have a boat and water, right? And you could see how far the boat is above the water by using the equation for buoyancy, right? Rho gh, right? And it seems like that we have like a measured downward acceleration for everything, like that's what the
No, we
fundamental
don't.
physics is
No, we
on.
don't.
Like that's how you
No,
draw
we
a free
don't.
body diagram.
We don't have a downward acceleration for everything. Stop saying that goofy stuff.
I'm trying to be as good faith as possible, right? I'm sorry.
Well, you're not making
Yeah.
any sense. Helium doesn't go down. Buoyant stuff's not going down. You want to know why stuff's going up if all your gravity can do is down. Your gravity isn't up. I don't know how the hell you're laughing in the same sentence as saying gravity's up,
I'm not
but
No, because
down.
laughing
he's
at that.
not.
I'm
He's
just
not.
laughing
He's.
because
I
you're
don't think
getting
he's claiming
unreasonably
like
mad with me.
Are you claiming gravity? No, I think he's trying to describe or get the phenomena or you're trying to find
No,
the cause of the effect of
he
down.
said to have buoyancy, you got to have gravity pulling down, is what he said. That was his words.
Okay.
So he says
And downward
gravity
acceleration.
is down and up. Buoyancy's upward acceleration, you idiot.
Upward
And
no,
it's
it's an
supposed
upward
to not be
force.
upward accelerating. It's supposed to be free upping, free
There's a
falling
difference
up,
between a force and an
like parabolic
acceleration.
flight, right? No force. Dropping is not a force. I don't know what difference you're talking about. If
There's
I
a
pull the
difference.
table out from underneath
Okay.
your ass, I didn't add a force.
Can we calm
You
down
fell
for
to
a
the
second,
ground.
please? I don't mean to make you so mad. Okay. I'm trying to
No, he's not
Chill out.
mad. That's his tone
Okay.
of voice. He's not mad. That he speaks like that to everyone almost all the
Call me
time.
goofy and shit, and like thinking I'm like accuse me of being bad faith when I feel like I've been as good faith as possible. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. You know, it's the internet. People have different personalities. Don't take it personal. It's not against you. It's against whatever, you know, the idea or the argument. It's not you personally.
Okay, but back to the point though. It just seems like that. Yeah, there has to be. Like that's the fundamentals of F equals ma. Like that's that little g. So what is said about that little g? Is that downward acceleration not real? I guess is what I'm asking. Like what is it
Is
instead?
Elbow in here? Elbow, are you in here? Because he had an example the other day. I think he explained if you have like a long tube and you fill it with liquid, you know, you have, let's say you have a long tube,
Mhm.
that is vertical, and then you fill it with liquid.
Mhm.
The pressure of the liquid will be higher at the bottom or the top. It'll be higher at the bottom, right?
Mhm.
So
Well, wait, is it one liquid uniform, all same liquid, completely the two?
that's a good question. I'm just
I don't know.
trying to work. I'm trying to work it out with you here. I'm also trying to
Yeah.
figure it out.
Mhm.
Because let's say this whole construct. Let's, for example, right? We are in a contained environment, a very some type of container,
Yeah.
and if you look up, this container has a really high ceiling, right? But we
Yeah,
also
sure.
see movement of the luminaries and like an input into this system that we're in. So the sun or whatever the luminaries are doing something that is causing effects down here. So whatever you're saying, some things go down. There might be some variables that we're missing about the input from the top of the system into the place that we're standing on and the environment that we're in. You know what I'm trying to say?
Kind of, yeah.
Because
You're just.
because
I
if you're
think it's.
saying something, because let's say you're saying the ground is pulling stuff down, or you could say, okay, the sky might be pushing things down. You could maybe make both arguments. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Or maybe a combination of those.
I guess I want to go back to like just simple, like regular physics, right? You have like, do we all agree that forces are a thing, and for the definition of a force is F equals ma, right? Is that true or no? Or am I wrong there? Or is it another explanation?
Anybody want to touch on that? Oh
Like,
wait,
I want to get on a common foundation that we could kind of work off of, so that
I'm on mute Demo. I don't know who muted him, but Demo, just I didn't mute you, but I'm on mute you. Just don't, be careful with the calling names, because the guy is just trying to ask questions, and maybe he has a claim, maybe he has a bias about his belief, but just try to tell him what you're trying to say without the extra stuff. If you want to, you don't have to. Demo.
I'm just saying, if I take a table and he's sitting on it, and then I pull the table out from underneath him, I didn't add a force to him. He's just gonna fall to the ground, right?
yeah. So why am I
So,
pulled down?
so if I take a helium balloon and I release it out of my hand, it just goes up. I didn't have to add nothing to it. So I can say that everything goes up and we don't have gravity because I see everything fall up.
Well, buoyancy, right? That's the
So
whole
so
thing.
if you change this example that you spoke about, if you're in water, depends on the density of the water, because if you're like in fresh water and you remove he's standing on a table, or let's say in the middle of the water, if he's gonna fall down, I don't know, maybe he's gonna float or whatever. But if you release gases like air out of your mouth, the gases are gonna go up. There's no like a downwards bias in that medium of water,
Yeah.
right?
I just want to ask this again. Do we all agree that the
It,
definition of a force is F equals ma, mass times acceleration? There has to be a mass and an acceleration for a force to happen. Can we agree on that at least, or no?
Mass of what?
Mass of the object.
What's the mass of gravity?
Like if I have a ball, okay, I don't know how that
Hold
happens.
on. The mass of gravity is what we're going to need because that's the physical or the attribute, the thing you're trying to find out, because that's the thing that's doing all this work. So what's the mass of gravity?
Hold on. I don't know how you
I was gonna say, India brought up, something yesterday about the sky moving, and if you're saying there is a movement or acceleration, that's the sky moving, bro. So if you're saying there is a phenomena that is being caused by some type of movement or some type of acceleration, you can exclude the ground doing that movement. You look up and that's the sky doing that.
What do you mean? I'm confused. Say it again.
So you're saying there is a force, some acceleration, some movement that is causing this force.
There's a 9.82 meter per second downward acceleration that I think has been measured. Yeah.
Isn't the 9.2 whatever? Isn't that like a convention? Because not everything goes down by that metric, right?
Maybe not exactly, but it varies very little. Like
so that's like an average that is being agreed upon. It's like an average.
An average of like probably a few hundreds of thousands, of a meter per second or something.
But then if you're in a saline body of water, you don't go. But I mean, if I pick up a ball and I take it underwater, it's not gonna go under that thing going down. 9.
Yeah, that's because of buoyancy. And I'm gonna ask, what is the equation for buoyancy? Why does buoyancy happen?
That's a good. Maybe what's the law for buoyancy? Specific gravity. Have you looked? The other guy mentioned specific gravity. Have you looked into that specific gravity?
Yeah, I was curious about that. I didn't really know what the definition of specific gravity is. What is the definition of that?
Do a quick search. I've looked at it before, but I won't be able to give you a definition at the moment. Let me see if I find one in the other.
It's just hard to find some terms, especially on Google.
Specific gravity. Just AI it. ChatGPT it. Let me see what I find in the other server.
This measurement of how dense a substance is. Oh, it's just a density thing. Okay. It just seems like it all comes back to density and buoyancy, right? But like for buoyancy,
dense is helium.
For buoyancy to happen, there's a G in the equation. There has to be that downward acceleration. Unless the equation's wrong. Now, if you want to see the equation wrong and the buoyancy equation should be something completely different, then I get that. Then I would love to discuss that, right?
So if we discuss it, are we going to be able to prove curvature after you discuss it with us? Is curvature gonna appear? Or are you gonna? And that's how it's curved, right?
I just want to know about.
And that's how it's a ball. I'm saying.
I'm not saying.
I think we should get back on the topic of curvature because gravity is in the weeds. It's like if it's not a ball, right? Then we're kind of wasting our time, right? We're kind of just wasting our life here, right?
Yeah, sure. If you guys want, I could. Yeah, you guys could talk about that.
But if we can prove the curvature first, then gravity is awesome, right?
I would
we can understand.
I don't think curvature from what I'm talking about. Obviously, it does nothing to do with curvature. Curvature is just talking about
So humans can't prove the curve of the Earth. So humans can't prove the curve of the Earth.
I never said. I'm saying what I'm talking about with gravity, right?
Well, who can?
Right? Why are you coming at me like this and drawing conclusions on like these crazy?
Brother, I don't know why you don't like questions. Just a question. Are you afraid of my questions over anybody else's?
You're saying I'm saying something when I never said that at all or claimed that at all.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question.
Okay, ask me a question.
Who can measure the Earth right now, and how can they do it?
I don't really know. I don't really care, to be honest. Right now, I was talking about gravity.
Well, I know you don't because all you have is like writing numbers down, and you think that means something without the physical shape.
I think,
or without the attribute.
Physics is pretty established. Yeah.
Because he was asking about the liturgy, right? But that's the phenomena, what we observe, or the things that we can actually deal with, like density, buoyancy. That's the liturgy. but you're
Yeah,
you're
the
trying to
attribute of
find.
If you guys want to talk
resistance.
about curvature, that's fine. But
No, no, no. I'm saying
gonna
that
leave
you're
this
trying to find the cause of that effect, and that's what you're asking. You because you mentioned little g. That's the phenomena that we observe,
Yeah.
but you're trying to find what is the cause of that.
I just want to
He
know
wants
the
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 mass.
FE explanation of how,
Yeah.
kind of how the physics work with
He's
that.
looking for the
That's all.
force.
I want
He
to see
wants to
the FE.
Well, no,
quantify the force or the mass of that. That's what he's looking
right,
for, guys.
right.
But he can't, and he'll never be able to. So he just says number, 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 number. Do you believe me? Because numbers. Oh, I'll say a word down.
Because I'm saying physics.
Where when
Like
I was
it's
when I was
basic
looking into
physics.
it,
Like a free
when
body,
when
you
I
know
was
what a
look,
free body
Demonstratable.
diagram is? Like it's pretty
well, hold up.
established how that works,
When I,
and it's pretty measurable.
you should
and
have a
it's gonna
look.
happen every time.
Wait, man. Hold on. Have a look at electrostatics. You know, when I had a look there, it looked like it had the exact same formula for gravity. It looked exactly the same, just different, values here and there, but it's the same
What do
setup.
you
You
mean?
know what I mean? I mean, if that's what you're interested in, look into electrostatics. What's his name? What's his name?
But
I
Okay,
just had
but
a smoke, man. I
What's it?
forgot.
so you're saying there's a
No,
downward
no, no, no,
acceleration
no. The
caused by
the electricity guy. I'm sorry, man. I have to look it up.
you're chilling, okay? But
Electrostatics. The guy
okay, you're
that,
saying yeah. I get what you're saying. I get you're saying it's probably
what's
due
his
to
name?
electrostatics, but
Say his.
you're saying can I say something? You're saying you agree that
That's
there's a
fine.
downward acceleration, right?
No, it's not
Oh,
downward acceleration. It's like an attraction. It's like a force of attraction, right? That's closer to electromagnetism. Okay, so if you're interested in that, I think you should look there. There, everybody
you should
knows
look
him.
at
Is it the electricity guy?
superconduction is superconduction.
Yeah.
Superconduction isn't what he's looking for because it debunks gravity and it debunks the spin of the earth. Superconduction keeps its rigidity and does not go down. And it'll move left and right freely, not down, but only once you touch it that way or cause it to go in that direction somehow. Right? It'll hold
Tesla,
its
the
rigidity.
electricity guy, Bongso, Tesla.
No. The guy that developed the says from it's one of the
You're talking
My
about Ken
bad, Demo.
who? But
Wheeler that you're talking about?
no, I'll just go look it up. I'll be back. Hold up. Yeah.
Yeah,
How
there's a
dare
lot
you,
of dudes,
Bongs?
brother. Bill G, there's just a lot of dudes. Yeah, there's so many of them fuckers. It just depends on which person like uses which name the most, Because some people like Goofy Ken Wheeler, and I mean, and he's not like the main guy of anything.
He's not the main character.
No, not at all. Then they got the
Nobody is.
Feynmans, and then they got the Robert, whatever, the Sun Genesis. They got the Peters. They got all these goofy dudes. They got the Jim Pandas. They got the Bobs, Dr. Bob. Come on now.
So
PhD Tony.
what was it? I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
A guy of electricity. Someone he said he's looking his name up.
I think it
Was
means
this Townsend
good
or
teams.
Brown?
Good teams for all. I think that's the one.
No, it's not.
No?
I think
Not
it's
him?
Coulomb's law. I think it's Coulomb's law or something like that.
Coulomb's
What's
law.
the YouTube guy's name?
Yeah, it's not these new guys. It's one of the old guys that developed all this shit. I think it's Coulomb's law, or no, it's someone else maybe. Check out Coulomb's law though. That'll. It's electromagnetism, anyways. If you're wanting to look into the little G.
Don't you? It's a column.
Yeah, some dude.
Yeah,
But look
no,
at
I
it.
know, but it's a column.
Magnetism.
I just
Because
like the
Coulomb's
word.
law. Sorry. Coulomb's law. Yeah. Coulomb's law. Yeah, Coulomb's law. I always say Coulomb.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just pointing out that it's a column, in stacks, like
Yeah.
gradients, like on a flat earth column.
column.
What were we talking about that we got on this?
Oh, go
This
ahead.
guy's
I'm
asking
just
about little
curious.
G.
Coulomb's law.
Hoodcat, go ahead and ask your question. Someone wants to reply to your question. Go ahead.
Are you talking to me? Ask my question.
Yeah, that's your question again. So maybe some of the other guys are here
Yeah.
too.
So according to Archimedes' principle, right? F equals rho VG. What is, that's how I believe in flat Earth, right? That we can agree that there's buoyancy. Buoyancy exists, right? And if the equation for buoyancy is F equals rho VG, if we can agree on that, then what is G must be just a downward acceleration, right? It's just there, There doesn't have to be an explanation for it, or
It's the
is
action
there
or
a downward
attribute.
acceleration? Is there a downward acceleration? I guess is all I'm asking.
It's just a recorded attribute or action that's happening, and depending on the medium and what happens. So some things are going to go up, some things are going to go down. You just record that attribute or action, and then they call it this. It's really just the ability for that thing to find its spot or equilibrium where it's going to end up, depending on the medium and depending on the weight, the actual weight of the object or not, I guess you could say.
Perfect. That's all I was asking. That's how hard it was to get there.
Brother, it wasn't hard for you to understand that's how reality works, right?
No, we agree. You just kept dancing around and acting like you disagree with me. It was crazy.
No. I'm just telling you there doesn't have to be a downward gravity to have an upward uppity. You don't need the downity. They can react
For
how
buoyancy
they
to
react.
operate, you need a downward acceleration. You do.
No, you don't.
Look at the equation. I don't know. You just disagree with Archimedes' principle.
Stationary things can have stuff go up in them if they're not moving down. You don't need a downward acceleration for things to move around.
Why are you going
Brother,
to completely different
listen
things?
to what I said. You don't need
I'll listen.
downward acceleration for anything to do what it does on Earth. Do you understand that? It's as simple as I can put it.
100%. Even your model is not true. Let's walk through this again. Well, buoyancy happens. You need a downward acceleration for buoyancy to happen. That's it.
What is buoyancy again?
Archimedes' principle. That's it.
What is buoyancy?
You don't know what buoyancy is?
You gotta
No,
know,
what
don't
is
you?
it?
I'm assuming that flat earthers agree on the same.
No, it came from gravity.
Well, hold on a second. When you say flat earthers, are you stereotyping all of us right away?
Typical flat earth beliefs. I guess so. I'm grouping. Yeah.
Typical? Yeah. So why would you stereotype people? It's kind of rude.
Okay, I'm sorry, but going back to the point, right?
Yeah.
That I've been repeating. Let me hear your definition. Do you believe buoyancy exists? Can we agree on that? Is that a thing?
What is it? What is it?
Okay, let's look up the definition of buoyancy real quick. The ability or tendency to float in water, air, some other fluid is the Google definition. But let me look up more physics definition, I guess. Yeah, refers to the ability of an object to float in a fluid, which is caused by an upward force exerted on the object by the fluid, known as the buoyant force. Is that?
Can we agree on that? So there's an upward force by the fluid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Isn't that the whole?
Do we? Is that a description, or do we actually see that force at work?
What is the definition of actually see that force? What does that mean?
Well, do you see things pushing upward on things? Like, is the water lifting up like a piece of wood? Like, do you see the water from underneath the piece of wood forcing it up? Okay. So if something were to go down, is that the air pushing the object down?
It's just less dense, or it's more dense if it falls down.
So if it goes up, it's a force. If it goes down, it's just density? That sounds ridiculous.
No, if it goes up or down, it's a force. Yeah, it's buoyant force either way. I think.
Okay, so what's forcing things down? It's only an upward force.
The weight of the object. That's the free body diagram. The weight.
Weight?
Yep.
How much does a block of wood weigh in the air? Let's just say.
So.
No, I'm asking you how something weighs. So let's say a block of wood weighs 1 pound in the air. How much does it weigh in the water?
It should still weigh 1 pound.
Okay, get a scale, put it in the water, and see if that block of wood weighs 1 pound in the water.
Well, what's the definition of weight? What does that mean? Because I'm talking about the
I don't know.
Is F equals ma.
Okay, so weight is F equals ma. So it's just an arbitrary description?
Nope, that is the definition
Okay.
of weight. That's why on the moon there's a different acceleration, and you could do F equals m.
On the moon? You've been to the moon, have you?
Or in the water.
Who's been on the moon?
Let's discard the moon because we've never been in the moon and everything. But let's just like you said in the water, right? I mean, there's no different
Okay.
acceleration, but you're not even taking into account the force of buoyancy. So that's why the scale.
Oh, so now the force of buoyancy changes weight.
Weight is well, if you put a scale, then it would be the normal force, I think.
The
My
normal
point is,
force.
on that
what's
object, there's two forces acting on the object. There's buoyant force
What
and there's
forces?
weight.
I haven't seen any forces yet. I have never seen water push up on something.
Well, then you just don't believe in buoyancy.
No, so it's a faith. You haven't seen it either, but you believe it happens.
No, it's 100% a measurable phenomenon. That's the whole.
Okay, so show me the water pushing up on the block of wood, and then I'll show you, I guess, the air pushing down on the block of wood when it's in the air.
There has to be something pushing up on the block of wood, because it would not.
Why does there have to be? Why does it have to be?
Because it would just sink all the way.
Okay, so because something is less dense, which is just a differential in density, right?
If something goes up, right? If something's not all the way down, then something has to be holding it up.
Why?
Period.
Why?
I just don't think you would. We just disagree on Archimedes' principle.
See, I can beg the question just like you can. You're going to say things go up because the water's pushing it up. I'll beg the question with you. Things go down because the air is pushing it down. Does that make sense to you?
No, that's not true.
Gravity.
Okay, so we can't just go ahead and assume that there's a force involved just because we see a vector change.
Exactly.
What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. We can't assume there's a force involved just because there's a vector change.
What's the vector change? What do you mean?
Up and down.
Just because yeah, you can, because that's the force of gravity acting down, and you have force buoyancy acting up.
What force of? There's no force of gravity. You're begging the question with Newton now. Newton's been
So
superseded.
you don't believe in F equals ma?
It's not a matter of belief. Do I have to believe in a mathematical equation that already begs the question of a force?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure F equals ma. We should agree on that at least. Otherwise, we can't have this conversation.
No, you shouldn't.
Yeah, 100%.
So
That's
if F equals ma, then you can define mass for me, please.
Okay, let's look up the definition of mass. We just keep arguing definitions. You keep.
Well, right. I want you to know what you're talking about. You can't. I'm not dodging any questions. You're saying F equals ma. You don't even know what mass is. Now you have to look it up. You don't know any of this
I don't
stuff.
have to look it up, but you'll pick. I'm gonna get the exact definition for you, so you don't.
Well, there's two definitions. So which one are you going to go with?
Oh, what's the two definitions? You tell me what the two definitions are.
Well, one of them is the amount of matter within a given area or volume, and the other one is resistance to acceleration. Which one are you going to go with today?
Resistance to acceleration. No, it is not.
Yeah.
It is just mass refers
It's
to
the amount.
of matter.
The amount of everything and everything. Well, it's the amount of everything as a whole. Being everything, there's no difference from anything, and it's all that stuff, matter, and then a mass of that stuff. So an amount of that stuff is a mass of stuff, and then the stuff is matter, but it's all matter. Whether you got a dog floating in the air or the air itself or some feathers next to it, it's all matter. Correct?
Yeah.
Hello?
It's matter.
It's all matter, right? So how can you separate matter from matter?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Force?
You got mass.
Force.
What's mass?
Mass is the amount of matter contained within an object.
What's matter?
Oh, I'll give you the definition for that too.
Everything. Every single thing you can think of. Right?
Physical
It can't be
substance
separated.
in general.
So what's the amount of gravity, the mass of gravity? so we can quantify it. The
Hold on,
force
let
for
me
it.
get you a better
The force for the
definition
mass.
for
If the
matter
force
real quick.
equals the mass, that's exactly what he's asking for. So we can figure out the mass of this gravity force. We can figure out the force, how to weigh
So
it, how to
matter
work with
refers
it.
to anything that occupies space. It has mass. It's circular. Interesting.
That's everything in the world. You can't exclude anything out of that category then.
Well, in your world, right? Because there's no
What can you screw?
space.
What the fuck are you talking about?
There's no antimatter. There's
In
no
your
space.
world, where is there not material? Show me nothing.
In space, right?
No, not right. Show me. The hell you mean right?
That's antimatter.
Nobody
There's
has to
literally, it's
agree with
called
you.
antimatter, right? You
No,
know that, right?
no, not right. Show me.
Space. It's a vacuum. You know it too. It's
Brother,
nothing.
there's space between your ears. And now I don't
No,
think
there's
that's
air
what you're
between my
talking about,
ears.
right?
There's a brain
There's a
between my
little
ears.
extra space in your closet. Is that what you mean? Can you show me
The
what
gases
magic
in my
space you
closet.
got holding
There's
secret?
gases in my closet.
Secret space boy. Which space?
There's no gases or anything in space. In the globe model.
Secret space has nothing there.
It's
So
in the
there's
globe
no
model.
matter in space. So there's no F over MA in space because there's no matter. Gotcha.
Yeah, if you're in the globe model, if you draw the free body diagram, unless
So
some
in the
other external
globe
force is
model, the
acting on
globe
it,
doesn't exist.
there's no other.
Oh, okay. So could you post the globe model in the side chat for me?
No.
No.
The globe, you know the
is
globe
there
model.
is there a globe model?
Yeah, there's a globe model.
Is it a scientific model?
I would look up Google Earth.
So
But I'm not gonna
Google
get
Earth.
sidetracked here and argue with you over the semantics of what the globe model is or whatever.
You don't
But
have one.
let's go
What
get
do you
back
mean
to the question I
semantics
had with
of
gravity.
nothing?
And
Google
so
Earth is
you don't
not.
want to talk about a globe model because you don't have one, right?
We were
Yeah,
just
he
gonna
said Google
go.
Earth. Go
You
ahead.
guys just
Go
love
ahead. He
going
said
off at
Google Earth.
tangents completely, and you love that arguing over like the basic definitions to the point where reality isn't even real. Like we can go all the way down.
Well, reality is real, but all the things that you conjure about reality, all these fake forces or descriptions of things that you call forces, those don't exist. That's why you asked me if I believed in them, because they're all just facets of your religion.
Basic physics and Newton and F equals ma is just not a measurable true phenomenon.
Yeah, so you
nothing even happens. It's just all
did you
fake.
get me the definition of mass yet?
Yeah, I did. That's all that is. Let's do it again for you.
Okay.
And you tell me if you agree or disagree first before we keep.
It's not a matter of agree or disagree. You're going to give me a definition. I'm going to give you another definition, and we can decide which one is the best one. And then you can pick which one you believe in.
A common ground. We need to agree.
No,
Otherwise,
well,
it's just not
okay, so which common ground do you want to go with? Do you want to go with resistance to acceleration, or do you want to go with the amount of matter within it? Dude, why don't you just get it? Just hurry up. Don't talk to me. Get the definition.
Oh no, I have, but I need, like I said, in order to even have a conversation, I need you to tell me if you agree or disagree.
Post the definition in the side chat, please.
All right, I'm just gonna leave because you cannot have a conversation. It's literally
okay, bye.
Because
See you at the
and you do not.
Don't worry about it. You couldn't define your terms. It's not worth talking to you at this point, right? Because you don't know what you're talking about, and it's painfully obvious, and we don't need to talk to you anymore, right? I mean, I can talk, you can talk, and then I'll just go ahead and do this, and then you'll leave. It's very simple. You guys just define your terms, and we'll talk about it. Not a problem.
And just like that, he was gone.
How about you, Rob? Which definition of mass do you like the most?
I may not be a bright man, but I know what globe Earth is.
There's no doubt that you're an idiot, but which one do you like the most as far as the definition of mass is concerned?
I like Einstein's.
Yeah.
We have to agree first.
Well, you'd have to provide for me which one you like the most, and I'll tell you whether or not I agree.
I like the massive ones. The mass is useless unless it's in a laboratory.
Did that answer the question?
Hey, fun fact, mass has never been measured. Ever. The silence says everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
feather matter. Feather matter
really been
isn't the
talking.
same as brick matter. Glass
Exactly.
matter isn't the same as gold matter. Goldfinger.
Exactly.
So how can it be F over MA?
It can't. We gotta have it in a laboratory on strings with a plumb bob on the horizon.
No, you just got to know what a diagonal line is so you can stab it underneath that 10-foot boat, Rob, to the other side.
You can't have a 10-foot line on a strategic point.
Yeah, good story, buddy. Go tell your friends that when they got frog gigging poles longer than that.
Take a frog gig and pull 100,000 miles long. Is it going to stick off the globe model?
You just
In
need a
a
10-foot one.
laboratory.
You just need a 10-foot one, non-water measure.
Why
No
don't you
curve
just
finder.
gather up Why don't we just gather up, me and you? We'll do like the worldwide walk. We'll get a ball
You
of
got to
yarn.
walk nowhere if you can't
And we'll
stab
add.
brother.
No,
If you
I know.
can't,
We'll do it in a laboratory.
we don't have to do nothing. If you can't stab a pole through curved water, you have mental problems.
That's
all
what I'm
there is to
saying.
it.
Let's do it if we all put our
I
poles
don't need the
together. If
let's.
we all
Go
buy
get it
3-foot
done.
poles, how many
Brother,
people do we need?
I know it's not possible. You believe it is. So you have to go do that Narnia stuff.
Oh, shit. That's how it works.
I know you're not going to be able to go stick
Oh.
any diagonal poles
How
out
do
of
you
the
know that?
surface of water because you
How
can't
do you
do
know
it.
that?
Because you would have done it by now, Rupert.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty cool, man. It's a good
You
logical
definitely would have got a 10-foot pole and stuck it
Yeah.
diagonally through the water, buddy.
How
All
many
of the
people do we
Glovers
need
would have.
to poles to get it through the whole
Just
earth?
one 10-foot pole is all you need. Slice it through that curve, pop it out the other side. We'll be good.
And then what? And then I spin it on a 23-degree angle? I got to have 3 of them, right?
No, you just got to have one stick. Stab it in the water. Just go to where the water, go to the hump of water and stab it horizontally. Stab the hump of water horizontally. That's all you got
You're
to
not
do.
pushing the 3 balls in the laboratory no more?
Stab the hump of water that's
So now
stationary.
we're in a stab in oranges. So if I grab an orange, I grab a big needle, I push the needle through, and then what?
No, that was the last one. That was the last diagonal one. This one right here is you pull up in your boat while the guy thinks you disappeared over that 60-foot hump of water. Now you pull up in your little canoe up to the 60-foot hump and just poke holes all in it and just start stabbing it with your canoe, your paddle.
Yeah. Damn.
Horizontally in front of you.
That's crazy. That's good stuff. I'm going to use that.
Just poke the water hill.
Yeah, I'll bring a big poker. I'm going to get the biggest poker I can find. I got like a 20-footer.
No, you don't need a 20. Your brain's gone fried, brother. All you need is for it to be big enough to go past your boat. So if your boat's only 4 feet, you need a 5-foot poker. That'll be 1 foot
Yeah,
past
most
your
boats
boat.
are. Yeah, most
Poking
boats
into the
are 4
water
feet.
horizontally.
Yeah, I see
Straight
a lot
off
of
your
4-foot
boat.
boats.
Just connect it to your boat, screw it on.
A 4-foot boat. Yeah, I've
And
been
then
in a lot of
somewhere
4-foot
you're
boats.
gonna run into water. You're gonna run into the
Yeah.
water wall somehow.
Yeah, I used to run my charter service off a 5-foot boat. We had 10 guys in it.
And you never ran into the water Niagara Hill wall.
Yeah, man, we all fit in there like a clown car. We get out to some music playing.
You never wrecked into a water wall.
All the time, man. Wall of water, man, and we had to go over the curb. One time we had to pay a toll to get over the curb. It was crazy.
No, you can just go straight through Water Mountain.
No, you can't, dude. You gotta pay a toll once you get to the horizon.
What about refraction? What about refraction? What happened to refraction?
It's just crazy, dude. Refraction's nuts, dude. What is it and how does it work, man? What do we do? It's nuts. Fuck.
What about balloons going horizontally or air bubbles going that way to space? Never happened.
Exactly. Never happened ever.
Do submarines take advantage of being able to go in straight lines and not so they don't have to bother following the curvature of the Earth, right? They can just go boop, straight.
Exactly.
Pop out that curved water. Just a tip.
Lied to us, man.
They lied to us, brother. I told you. Now you're getting it, Rob. Come on.
They lied, man.
My first proof was periscopes. When I was a kid.
You were on a submarine when you were a kid looking through periscopes?
No, I said a periscope only has to be 1 inch above water and can see Rob's house. A couple miles away.
I love it. Here we go. 1 inch above water, see Rob's house. I love this shit. Now we're getting crazy again.
So, no, I'm just saying, if your house is only a couple miles away, a couple inches above water, see Rob's house. Periscopes work. If they didn't work, they wouldn't be on the submarine.
Makes sense to me.
Well, I think you need to go talk to him and say, why the fuck do you got a periscope on your submarine?
Yeah. What the fuck
What's
you
it
doing
good
looking
for?
over shit? What's it
Can't
good
see
for?
2 miles away because the curved water is dropping down.
You know what? Because there was a patent in like 1936 that they put that on there.
It wasn't a ball then?
Can I get it out, man? Directly after.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
The
1936 patent.
Yeah, about those. They put them on directly for the reason just to fucking fool fucking people, like to make them bleed their eyes. Crazy.
So you take an underwater vessel, but you want to peak above the water.
I know. They tried it the other way, but it just didn't work.
So you can't see underwater.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying?
So no people can see underwater. No way.
Well, certain people can.
Don't they have radar and shit?
They got the big eyes, the people with the big eyes, the big goldfish.
Rob, can I ask you a question?
I'm married, bro.
Not that kind of question. It's just a math question. So if the number 8's my big number, and I just like that number 8, right? We're going to stick to 8. I got water that's 8 high, right? And then there's a curve of Earth. The water that's 8 high doesn't matter 8 what, right? You fill in the blank. How could it still be 8 high if it's dropping down, but 8 high where it started?
Because it's not dropping. Your line of sight's dropping.
So how thick? How tall of the water is there?
I don't know, man. I think
it's 8 miles. It's 8 wide.
I think together, if we work together,
it's 8 wide. So how tall is the water on the side of the wall?
This is a power Menti I've dreamt up.
I'm just saying, how can you have a wall of water that's 8 miles or 10 miles high, or 1,000 miles high, when the ocean's only 8 miles deep?
The moment you realize that it's not a wall of water, you'll be on your way, man. You just gotta realize it's not a wall of water.
So you don't have a wall of water, no water hump to disappear down below?
Not what you're thinking. No, not what you're thinking, man.
Not what I'm thinking. So not water blocking your view. A big amount.
You're thinking on a small scale, like a model in your mind of a.
No, I'm thinking a sphere of water.
You just don't realize the size of the planet.
I'm thinking, I don't think you realize the size.
I know. I probably don't. Of course, It got to be that way, right?
We're
If I
looking for
did,
that
then
big ass water wall, the 9 mile high one. You're saying it's so big. Now you're saying we can't find only a 9 mile high water wall on a 12,000,
yeah.
24,000 mile
No, I'm saying
bending
because where are you gonna
curve.
find it? I'm gonna say where are you gonna find it? By the time you get there, there's
Where
another
am I
9
going to
miles
find a
in front
little
of you.
bitty 9 mile high hump of water on a big ass 24,901
Yeah,
mile globe?
yeah,
Everywhere.
yeah. Look on the globe Earth.
Everywhere, supposedly.
Yeah.
So what? Your globe's little now, right? Fucking little as hell, right? Because you can't find a wall of water, right?
No, very big.
Brother, which one is it? I'm confused, Rob. Come on.
I know you're confused. That's why
We got a 10 mile
That's
hump
why
of
we do
water
these
between you
sessions
and I.
to help you not get
10 miles
confused.
of water up between you and me. A 10 mile hump between you and
10
me.
mile hump of water. Where is
But
there a
the
10 mile
ocean's
hump of
only
water?
8 miles deep.
Yeah,
How
where
does
is there a
this
10
work?
mile hump? Where exactly? It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
You're not making any sense, dude. You're not making any sense.
Well, do
10
the
mile hump
math,
of water.
Rob. How far do we got to be from each other for a 10 mile hump of water?
I don't know, man. I'm not a mathematician.
You don't know? Well, Google will
I'm
do it for you. I'm glad we got Google.
practical fucking
I'm glad we got Google dogs to do that
Cool,
for
man.
us. Chat
Cool. I got all
GPT.
kinds of stuff. Yeah, chat GTP. Oh, your God, your new God.
So
Call
you
it
don't know how to
GPT.
answer this question yourself or ask it?
I
Hey,
don't really have
Google.
to because it's irrelevant to the thing.
Hey,
It's
Google,
irrelevant to
how
the fucking
much
question.
curvature or how much distance is between point A to point B on a ball
I've witnessed
with the
curvature. I've
8 mile
experienced it.
hump or
I've
10
never
mile,
done that.
10 mile hump of water?
I've been out in the water. You ever been out in the water beside a little lake? I've been out in a big lake, dude.
I'm not looking for lakes that don't move. I'm looking for 10 mile humps of water, brother. Curves.
Yeah, I got lakes that are 100 miles across. You got big lakes.
It's a good
I've been
thing
out
they're
in the lake.
horizontal.
No, they're not. They're curved. Curved water, man. Curved water.
It's a shame you guys don't understand the math is just way, like, it's against you.
Yeah. Well, it's a shame that we don't
Every
understand. Well, I
attribute that the
shouldn't say.
government tells you they
I don't know.
figured
I
out
really don't
about Earth.
understand math myself. I'm not a big math guy, like I said.
Well,
But
every
if you
attribute
think it's a shame that no one
well, they
understands
said
math,
Earth's
I'm
8 miles deep. Now you're proving my point
I
that
know.
you can't find
Cool,
any
man. I
humps of
know.
water
Yeah. So
8
you're a math
miles high.
genius. So you're a math expert, huh?
So you can't even go. You don't even have 8 mile anything.
I know.
Your globe's not even 8 miles now, really.
Cool, man. Because that makes sense, though.
No, your government told you that.
No formulas, no calculations.
No, your government said our globe stops
No.
at 8 miles. We can't dig any
Wrong.
deeper.
What government? No government tells you that. Never told the government's
Well,
never
let
told
me
you.
know when you can dig
Cool.
deeper than 8 miles. 8 mile glober. Where's your
Cool.
radius at?
Well, the fact that you can't dig deeper than 8 miles proves that gravity exists.
Holy cow! What? What?
Yeah.
So,
Well,
so the ability to not dig down proves down.
Yeah. No, the ability to go deeper
No, if
towards
gravity
the
existed, you'd have a
deeper
drill
towards
bit
the
that worked on its
center
own,
of mass, the
Rob.
more pressure, the more heat, higher, the further once you get out. Because
We'd have a drill bit,
the
brother.
less pressure you get, and the colder it gets.
We'd use the
You guys don't
same
know shit.
material in the Cavendish, and we would make a drill bit out of it, and it would have to go to the center of Earth.
You don't know nothing about no Cavendish.
You don't know
Closest you
nothing
got to a
about
dish was a fucking
balls
satellite dish.
pulling to the center of other balls, Rob.
Okay, cool. I know. 3
The
balls in
gravity
laboratory.
drill bit machine that never ends. It's a perpetual motion gravity drill bit, pulling things down. And that's
Yeah, we
all
know,
they
dude.
do.
Yeah, but did you know that the lowest point on Earth that we dug to the highest point is only like 11 miles? I mean, that's minuscule on how big the Earth
That's
is.
a small ass globe, isn't it? How thin of a globe is that on paper, dude?
Oh,
It's like a
big
fucking
globe,
ink
dude. That's
pen line.
that shows you
Your
how
whole
big.
globe
No,
is
that's
an
how it
ink
shows you how
pen
big the
line?
globe is.
That's a small ass ink
Never
pen
mind.
line globe. What's
I
the
know.
radius
It
of
burns. I know
11
it
miles?
burns. No, because 11-mile difference is
Where's
minuscule.
the center of a horizontal
Up to
11 mile line?
thousand miles.
You guys are
Thousands
just
of
talking
miles.
over the top of each other. It's ridiculous.
Sorry.
Because Rob doesn't understand. He's already been debunked. Rob, more than 8 miles of water, buddy. But the government told you only 8. So who do you believe? Why would they lie?
The government doesn't tell you anything. You go out prove yourself.
Why would the government lie?
Take a measurement. The government has nothing to do with it. Government's not involved. Go do
So
yourself.
they're lying about 8 miles deep, 8 mile
Who's they?
ocean, 8 mile
Who's
dirt.
they? Who's they?
You know who they are, the liars that you said. Why would they lie?
New World Order. New World Order. Bohemian Grovers.
The ones that are lying to you about how deep your globe is, 8 miles.
I know, CFO.
You think they're lying about only having an 8 mile globe?
Well, first of all, this is what's good about this shit. No one can lie about it because you can go do it yourself. You can go do it yourself, measure it. And you're not part of the government, are you? So boom,
I'll wait for you to dig 8 miles. Let me know when you're done.
You need nothing. Yeah,
Let me know when you hit 10.
See, you can do shit.
All right, Rob. The last guy that was in here, let's change the subject. The last guy that was in here was telling me that water pushes up a wood block. Would you agree with that? Is there a force with the water pushing up a wood block? Did she leave?
I can answer.
Okay, you go ahead.
Yeah, there is. That's the reason there's pressure.
Pressure. So there's a force pushing up a wood.
Exerted on an area.
Okay, so the water is pushing the block up. Is that right?
It is. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay, so is that because there's an acceleration?
There is. Well, wait. Oh, there's a force on the wood or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a force on the wood pushing it up.
Yeah.
Okay, so if a wood goes down in air, does that mean there's a force by the air pushing the water or pushing the block down?
Well, there would be a force on the wood from the air as well, but again, the force of gravity is much stronger, so that's what causes.
What force of gravity? Hold on a second. What gravity?
Well, okay, there is some downwards force, right?
No, I don't notice any downward force.
Wait, so when you drop a ball, doesn't it fall down?
If you drop it in water, it comes back up.
Yeah, again, that's due to buoyancy.
Okay, so buoyancy makes things go up and gravity makes things go down.
Yeah.
So gravity doesn't exist in water.
Of course it does.
But it's going up.
Yeah, but the force of buoyancy is stronger than the force of gravity, therefore it moves up.
So where's this gravitational force then?
What do you mean by?
I mean, I can kind of see if you're going to call, let's say some sort of fluid or liquid like water, physically, let's say, we'll describe it as pushing the block of wood up. I could kind of see that. But I have nothing to point to as far as gravity is concerned when things go down, typically in air.
Yeah, okay. Well, for example, think of electric forces, right? I mean, they're also invisible in some sense. I mean, they're action at a distance in the same sense.
Yeah, but we can detect those. That's the thing. It's a false equivalence that you're creating right now. I know what electricity is. I can test it. I can use it. I can see it. I can feel it. Gravity, I've never seen it, never touched it. That doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned. I've never experienced any gravity. There's no gravity generator that I can apply to a block of wood and inject more gravity to make it go down in water.
I mean, you're right. But again, we generally observe that there is some downwards force on objects.
No, we don't. No, we don't. See, gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. There's no downward bias when it comes to gas.
Well, I would dispute that, but...
Okay, can you show me the gas moving or having a bias downward?
Yeah, that's pressure gradients.
No, that's a gradient. What you're describing is a differential in pressure, but it's still moving freely and randomly in all directions.
Well, if it was completely free without a force, there wouldn't be any gradient.
Well, that's not true.
It would spread out completely uniformly. Because again, why would it move more? Why would it be more down at the bottom?
Oh, incorrect. Do you know that water does water spread out uniformly?
Yeah, to some extent, yeah.
Yeah, you can't really compress water. To some extent, you can't really compress water.
Yeah.
But there's pressure gradient with water. Why is that?
Because the water on top is pressing down.
No, it's because of depth.
Yeah, but what do you mean depth?
It's
Why does
all
depth matter?
it's all due to depth. This is all called specific gravity. With due to a medium to uh, 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 so in other words, if I have a cup of water that was say 35 centimeters high, right, and I have a tub of water that was 30 centimeters high, what will have more pressure at the bottom?
Yeah, the cup.
Right, because it hasn't. It's not by quantity. It has to do with the depth. So, regardless of it's the same amount all the way to the top of water. It's just the
Yeah.
depth of it creates a pressure gradient. Nothing to do with. It's because you can't. There's no more. There's not more pressure upon another. It's just there's more with depth. So it's the same thing with gas. Gas goes all the way up, and guess what? There's a pressure gradient.
I don't see how that's a better explanation than just presuming
It's
there's
just
some
quantity.
downward force.
It's just a quantity. It has nothing to do with down. It just has to do. It doesn't have to do with a downward force. It has to do with the quantity.
Yeah, but why? Like, there's no explanation. You're just saying it's depth, but that seems so arbitrary. That
Yeah, not gravity.
Why would the world care about the depth? Right, like why would the universe care about what depth you're at? Right, like it seems a bit arbitrary.
Because that has nothing to do with gravity.
Yeah, okay, but look, the thing is, like, from my perspective, I see that pressure gradients and you see that at the higher or lower depths, you'll see a higher force. That's all explained by a downwards force.
There is no downward force. You haven't identified it yet. What you're doing is you're just observing some sort of phenomena, let's say a pressure gradient, and you're attributing that gradient to some sort of downward acceleration, even though the gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions.
But okay, but again, as I say, like, all object or massive objects seem to just fall at some constant rate.
Really, like if I put an anvil in a vat of mercury and it floats, is it going downwards?
No, it's not.
Okay, so massive objects do not have an exclusive downward bias.
Well, I would claim that they do, as long as they are not acted upon with other forces.
Okay, so the anvil's going to go downward until it meets a more dense medium that apparently is going to push it upwards?
No, it's not really about the density. It just has to do with it experiencing some force. I mean, of course, like it would be the electromagnetic force at some point, right? If you
electromagnetic
object, what
electromagnetic force?
Well, I don't know if maybe that's not accurate. I'm not sure, but the reason why you can't take a solid object and insert it into another solid object, right? That's ultimately electromagnetic, I think.
No.
Then what is it?
So what you're saying to me is that you're going to invoke an electromagnetic force as to the reason why solids don't get forced into other solids, and then when I say nuh-uh, you're going to reverse the burden on me? Did I make a claim about it?
Well, okay. Do you believe in atoms, for example?
Well, to be honest with you, I've never really seen an atom, but we live in a world where there's a convention of atoms or particle physics. So since it seems to be fairly accurate, I suppose I could say, yes, I believe in one, though I've never seen one.
Yeah, and so if all material objects are in some way composed of atoms, of course there would be electromagnetic forces between atoms.
No, you're describing electrostatics, which is not electromagnetic necessarily. It just has to do with the way things are. There's a bond within those particular particles, intra and intermolecular bonds, we describe that as electrostatics, but it's not necessarily electromagnetism.
Yeah, in terms of like the 4 fundamental forces, it would be electromagnetic.
Okay, so everything's electric.
Well, no, not everything. There are also nuclear forces.
Okay, nuclear forces. Explain.
Well, I couldn't because it's quantum physics. I mean, it's pretty complicated. But yeah.
So you don't understand it, but you're repeating it to me like it's just this absolute.
Well, I'm not invoking nuclear physics or anything like that. I'm just saying that we have atoms which are, which what do you call it? Exert forces on each other through an electromagnetic force, right? That's the way that.
So a block of wood is electromagnetic?
Yeah.
Okay. How much charge does a block of wood have?
It's electrically neutral, of course. Well, on the macro scale, I guess, yeah.
Okay, but it's electromagnetic.
Yeah, but it's about whether you bring the system into disequilibrium, right? And ultimately, the forces that are going to try to bring it back to equilibrium are electromagnetic in nature. Yeah. There's a stable, as you say, electrostatic. There's a stable electrostatic system, and if you press two objects together, you're bringing that system into disequilibrium. And it's going to try to restore that with an electromagnetic force.
I mean, just to...
You have some kind of source on this?
Yeah, I was going to say, just to clear this up, this is your... we are in Speculation Sunday. This is just your speculation, right? You're not talking about, like, objective reality. Like, this is, like, kind of a... like a possibility. Something that it could be this way, but you don't know for sure. Like, there's no evidence or experimentation or anything that backs this up.
Well, okay. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm not 100% sure on this, but that's my understanding of it, of what, how it works.
Okay, so you're going to give me a description of something that you're speculating on. It would be better if you gave me a source. Listen, I have no problem with learning. That's one of my favorite things to do is to learn. So if somebody could validate this claim for me, that would be fantastic. Otherwise, it's a speculation on either on your part or someone else that you're repeating.
Sure. Okay. I'll try to look something up. I'll try.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good topic to raise, especially for today, because today we do speculations. So when you talk about, hey, you've got an alternative theory for X, Y, or Z, this is the day to do it. And a lot of people are more open to speculations simply because, like, the globalists, they're always listening and they're waiting for something like this.
That's right, brother.
Yeah, say that someone would bring this topic up, say, a Wednesday, and then be like, I heard a flat earther talk about static equilibrium disenfranchisement. And you'd be like, yeah, dude, was it a speculation? And then you can slam them because you say, dude, you're dumb as shit. That was on Sunday. What do we call Sunday? Speculation Sunday. Okay, now you got it. Okay, so like, cool your tits. Let's come back to the surface of the earth.
So I guess gravity would fit in that speculation Sunday sort of thing, right?
Oh yeah, that's the thing though. The flat earthers, we do the really is level. Globalists are always speculating. Their whole worldview is based on a meth-fueled symposium, like sky magic.
Yes.
Maybe this and what if that over everything that really actually happens. It's really what they love.
But they're speaking like gravity as if it's this absolute. But I've yet to see it. It's not defined.
Do you know where it comes? Like, which direction does gravity come from first? Does it come from the center of the wood? Does it touch the edge, the right edge, the top, the bottom? Which part does gravity touch of the material first? From which way? So, from which way does it come in contact, and which way does it like leave the object?
Yeah, that's why it's best when you just listen to the experts. Einstein had said, "Spooky action at a distance." That's like, hey, Darth Vader, force choking someone. What did he do? He used dark energy.
Dark
Wow.
Ooh, that's deep. That's deep, Crit.
Is the Force dark energy?
Maybe in a galaxy far, far away.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yeah, speculate. Long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, dark and light energy was harnessed through the power of a religion that focused on sky magic. Luke Skywalker.
From nowhere to nowhere.
I don't think you've ever watched Star Wars.
No, I saw a couple of them, like clips here and there, but it wasn't really my cup of tea, even when it was originally aired.
You didn't see the Return of the Jedi?
Yeah, I saw the. Oh no, it depends. Which one is that again?
Oh my god!
Is that the last? Was that the last of the first ones, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I saw that one. That's like where he goes and he Darth.
Have you ever watched the prequels at all?
I saw the third prequel. Was it Revenge of the Sith? Or is that the one where where a Yoda fights some dude in a black
Count Dooku?
Darth Sidious or whatever, the guy with the double red lightsaber.
No, that's Darth Maul with the double red lightsaber. He's talking about Palpatine.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I was drawing a blank on his name, the Emperor. And then you've got like that episode had like lots of sword fights and the Order 66 and all that.
Yeah.
Yes, I've been meaning to like kind of watch them, but I'm more of like a fantasy, like Lord of the Rings and stuff like that, than the sci-fi stuff.
I don't think it's any dark energy or whatever. I don't think it's any dark or light energy.
Force, bro.
It's the Force. Yeah, it's the Force. It's unknown. What is an energy field? That's what the Force is.
I got some pretty. I've read content and stuff, just never really bothered to watch the movies. Because it's kind of interesting to bring up the stories about why things happen and whatnot. And it's interesting as far as like a modern day story, because storytelling, but to actually use it as sort of like, oh, this is sci-fi. This is like what to expect for the future. No, that's some dumb. That's pretty dumb, dude. I mean, my take anyway. I mean, Star Trek. I've watched quite a bit of Star Trek, but mostly because I think they frame social issues in this sort of sci-fi future, and there isn't all kinds of weird space magic. Other than like the Vulcan mind melt type thing. So who else? Anyone else got good speculation? I mean, we're like an hour and a half into Speculation Sunday. Any other good ones?
I don't know. I was kind of thinking about what those guys were saying earlier. And, you could conceive the event of solids and liquids moving up or down within a medium, relative to the density of the medium they're within, as being similar to a repulsion or attraction.
Can't be density.
Yeah, like magnets, could conceive that. Like I was thinking about, like pushing the basketball or the beach ball underwater, right? As similar to trying to get to the same poles to meet on your magnets to meet. There's like a repulsion there, and it's like trying to push the beach ball underwater. There's a repulsion.
Ride the gravity elevator, basically, is what they're telling you. It's like
You
a
know what
gravity
the
elevator,
significant?
up and down. Just press whatever button you want. Gravity elevator going up.
No, gravity.
Yeah, it's-
Gravity always goes towards the center of the mass.
Show me
That
that
guy
with a
didn't
ball of
get
jello.
that guy we were talking about earlier did not get the whole density thing. I mean, with the depth having to be the number one factor for density gradient. Because you can have, let's say, 2 tubs full of water. Let's say they're both tubs that's 30 meters high. Let's say that's 60 centimeters, 60 meters high, right? But then you can have a straw that is about 90 meters high, a straw of water. There'll be more pressure on a straw of water than a two tubs that are
What are you yapping about?
about that guy that was earlier about with the density and then density gradient. The gradient, the density. I don't know if y'all what we were talking about, right? The density and
density doesn't explain it.
Like
Let's explain what
are you talking about like a 30-foot straw with liquid in it?
Yes, a 30-foot
Yeah.
straw with liquid.
Oh, okay.
Compared to 2 tubs or 3 tubs full of water height of let's say 20-foot tub full of water. Quantity of whatever's on top of it, because it isn't quantity that's actually giving you the pressure. It's the depth. I mean, the pressure gradient. It's the depth of the thing.
Oh.
So it could be
water forms a column because of the nature of water.
right. It has to do because it's not a liquid. What is it called? It's a fluid thing. That has to do because it's a fluid. It's fluid dynamics.
Yeah, it's
hydrostatic.
It's not. Water is special. When we look for
same
on other planets, we look for water because
there's no other planets. You have never gone to other planets. You have never even enclosed to see another planet.
That's a distraction. What my point is water is special. That's what you're not understanding.
You mean anti-gravity?
No, water as is the same thing as gas.
No, it's not, dude.
When it comes with pressure, yes.
Water is a liquid. Okay, that's number one.
It is a liquid, but it's also a fluid. So is gas.
Temperature negates the conduction of those things to whether you're going to be a solid water or a gas vapor water. A vacuum, right? In a vacuum and gravity would never, ever do that.
Would ever do what?
Anything. Nothing. It does nothing. Doesn't even exist, matter of fact.
Wait, so what is nothing to you?
Your vacuum that doesn't exist in nature. Where's a vacuum at?
Is it because you can't imagine what nothing
No, I don't brother. We're not going to imagine something that don't exist to prove that it exists in nature. We need to go see it exist. Why the fuck would we imagine if it's real, goofy?
Your mind can't fathom nothing, can it?
You ignorant. Dude, are you stupid? No, there's no such thing. The whole point is there's no such thing as what you're saying. Doesn't exist, goofy.
Well, wouldn't that be nothing then?
No, it wouldn't. So what, non-physical stuff that's in your mind? Cool, so you're saying all these people since day one been basing stuff on stuff out of your mind. I'm with you.
Yeah. Exactly right.
Nothing real, right? Nothing touchable, nothing.
Is it just me right now, or is nothing just so funny right now? Am I laughing at nothing right now? What did you say? Fathom nothing? Oh, what am I laughing at? Nothing?
You sound like you had a schizo attack right there.
Right.
Sounds like he
I
has
don't know.
hands.
The only person that can fathom nothing is probably you. Because you know why? Because there's probably nothing in there.
What's it look like?
In your brain.
Yeah, we know. Nobody. We
What's
got
nothing weigh? How does it react?
what?
How does nothing react with other stuff?
It doesn't need to.
Weighs zero.
So why would it need to exist if it doesn't need to react with anything?
It doesn't. There's nothing there.
So nothing doesn't need to exist because there's nothing
exists,
there.
but there's no. Yeah, you don't understand what nothing is.
So there is air everywhere, right?
No, there's not.
There's not air.
Hold on, but you hold on, D-Muck. So you understand what nothing is? Can you explain to me what nothing is?
Can you prove to me you're breathing oxygen right now?
Can you explain what nothing is?
Don't.
So hold on. Now you're going to the, now you're trying to go to the to you can't prove anything.
No, I'm not. Stop trying to tell me where I'm trying to go.
Well, I mean that's what you just said. Can you prove to me that air you're
I'm trying to illustrate to you the idea that you can't see the difference between air and space is not visible.
It's nothing.
Air and nothing.
Did you hear what Demok said?
It's air.
What's nothing though?
Nothing is nothing.
And everything is everything, right?
Right. Let's make fun of it because you missed the point. Let's try to dumb it down and make fun of it.
Yeah, what's nothing? Can you tell me what nothing? Can you show me nothing?
Can you see the oxygen you're breathing? Does that mean it's nothing?
Well, that's something, isn't it?
No, so that
it
means
isn't nothing, is it?
You cannot.
Unseparate.
You
Connor, come on, dude.
Nothing.
We're not saying hold up. We're not saying that because you can't see it, then it's not there. That's not what we're saying. You're
Yes, that is what you're saying.
You're straw manning
That's
us.
what Demok was saying.
Are you saying just because you can't interact with it, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist?
What?
I think so. I think that's what he's saying.
You're defending the existence of nothing. I mean, seriously?
Do you think air is the same as nothing?
No.
No, air is air.
Good. Okay, good. So we're all on the same page then.
Okay.
Yeah, what they're asking for is to show them nothing. Can we show them nothing?
Go out to space. Yeah, that's
I got nothing to show you, mate. I got nothing to show you. Here, have a look. Look, I got nothing to show you.
You like to say the vacuum of space as if, but that's a misnomer, dude. It's space.
I want to show you 0 apples.
Okay.
I want to show you 0 apples. Okay?
No,
I'm going to show it to you right now. See?
I know what 0's apples is. I know what that is.
I guess you'd have to describe to us what space is. What is space?
Space is, that's what I'm doing. Space is nothing.
So space is no thing.
It's not real? It's not there?
I never said it's not real. I said it's nothing.
Are you saying vacuums are nothing? Is that what you're saying?
No, and then see, well, yeah, you bit the bait there, dude. Space is not a vacuum.
Oh.
Okay? This is what you don't understand.
Do you think when we say vacuum, we're talking about a perfect vacuum?
Vacuum, right, yeah. What's a perfect vacuum?
What's a vacuum in nature?
To speculate on space, okay? And the fact that it's...
Well, what is it?
Do you have one in nature without you making it?
Yeah, we do.
Where at?
Could you show me space?
Go up, go really high up in the sky, and you'll eventually get to it.
Where there's no air?
Yeah.
Have you been?
Oh my gosh.
What?
Have you been? Have you been to space?
I've been high in the sky, but not that high.
How high does space begin?
Hundreds of thousands of miles.
So hundreds of thousands of miles above a flat plane, space exists?
Yeah.
So you're agreeing that the Earth is indeed flat?
No, you threw that little thing in the middle of the sentence to try to do a gotcha.
Yeah, but you explained it and described it to me as above and high up. All of those are in reference to a horizontal plane.
No, it's not.
It's not?
No.
So when you describe up, what is up in relation to?
It's
up from what?
Perpendicular to the wherever you are, the surface.
Okay, so the surface is flat then?
No.
Well, you're not describing it very well because you're using words like height, up. These are all in reference to horizontal.
This is your rhetoric, not mine.
No, you're describing it that way. See, if you were talking about a ball Earth, you'd be saying in and out from, apparently the center that you don't have any evidence for either.
You're trying to rope me back to the surface, but dude, we're thinking about space this Sunday.
What's space?
Nothing.
Space is nothing. So I guess it doesn't exist?
No, it exists as nothing.
So nothing exists?
It does, yeah. It's called space.
Okay. Okay, so space is nothing and it exists. Why don't they just call it nothing?
Are you talking about metaphysics or like, are you philosophy or something here? Like,
No,
what do you mean nothing?
I know English language, but it's literal stuff.
You're saying nothing. You're saying that it does not exist.
Right.
And then you're saying that
Let's see how many ways we can use the word nothing
This
now.
is a subject which I wanted to touch yesterday. Vacuum is staying by itself. Does
Hi,
not
kids.
exist.
I want you to use nothing in a sentence
And
now.
you scientists used to say that nature abhors vacuum.
Yeah,
stuff.
Nature abhors a vacuum. That's a very common saying.
What does it mean?
Well, it means that if there's going to be a low pressure somewhere, nature is going to try to fill it with something, typically air or water, but nature abhors a vacuum.
You're right.
So when we asked you where can you find, and you said up there, so that's called unfalsifiable. Do you know why that's important or what that means? Can't be falsified.
Like, let's bring this back to flat Earth logic.
Do you know why it's important that something it can be falsified? Yes or no? Do you know why it's important?
Yeah.
Why? Why is it important? To be able to falsify something, to be able to say it's true or it's false because I can go and do something with it.
Yeah, that's kind of how science works.
Right. So if it can't be falsified, then is it science? No. The answer is no. Okay, so that's the problem.
What are we talking about? We are talking about science here.
Really? What's the natural phenomenon?
I'm in line with science, and that makes me happy.
Great. So, what's the naturally observed phenomena as far as nothing goes? How do we observe nothing?
There's nothing there. There's no molecules there. There's nothing there.
Oh, so you can't observe nothing since we've never experienced at any point there being no molecules within a given area.
Or listen, they're so dispersed that it's almost like nothing. It's kind of like how an atom is mostly nothing.
Right. Can you just go ahead and get me this observation, please?
Dude, like empty space. We're talking about empty space. Do you understand what that means?
Just show me the empty space that you're talking about. Where is it at?
That's what
you're contradicting yourself. Empty space, even space is something.
Yeah.
It cannot be nothing.
It's
space
empty,
cannot be nothing.
Empty
the space between me and you. The space between me and you requires space. It is space. It is nothing. So such thing as nothing cannot exist, man. I want
It
to.
is. It is. Well,
I
it
wanted to touch this
does
yesterday.
exist. It's called. We call it
Vacuum
space.
cannot exist, and nature abhors vacuum.
Right.
Is another way. It's another way of describing the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, you
Nothing
can't.
does.
You
You
can't.
are saying it by yourself.
It
You are
doesn't.
saying it by yourself. You are saying nothing. Nothing is nothing. That means nothing is not even a vacuum. Because even the word vacuum, you are saying a word.
All right.
Nothing cannot
Since
exist.
you
There is
hung up
no
on the word
such
nothing,
thing as
let's switch it
nothing.
to empty space. How about that?
Okay, so where's this
It's
empty
the
space?
most stupid thing that the scientists have. Really, this is very stupid. The
Empty
idea of
space
vacuum.
work for you?
You understand that
Come on.
the
Yeah,
vacuum
let
requires a
me tell you
container.
how who is there? Denmark.
Okay,
The
dude,
other
you already
guys.
said a few things, man. Can you quiet down? Even a vacuum requires a container.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Vacuum requires a container?
Yes.
What's a vacuum?
Where you take out the air from.
Right. Because you would need a container to take out the air from that container, right?
Excellent.
So can you explain that to me in outer quote unquote space?
Yeah.
What's holding the container? The gases out.
Great idea. Great idea. Even a vacuum requires
Gravity.
a container. Get a great idea.
So hold on, gravity also holds the vacuum?
What do you mean holds the vacuum?
Well, I was asking what holds the vacuum out there.
There is that. My whole point is there is no vacuum. You don't need to vacuum the air out of the container because there is no air in the container, dude. You happen to live on Earth where there is air. That was my
Yeah,
whole
I mean,
point
because
to
there's
begin with. What
yeah,
don't you guys understand?
there's air here, and air requires gas pressure requires a container. Therefore, there is a container.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it's an antecedent. Can you show me gas pressure without a container?
Yes, it's the atmosphere outside.
No, that's what we're trying to prove. Can you show it to me without one? Don't point to the thing we're trying to prove
Yeah,
that it
no,
is a non-containment
there is
system.
no container, dude. You can go to outer space. There's no container.
Have you been there? Right, so you can't prove it, can you? All you have is a story from somebody that told you that they've been there and
It's
that they
not a
are there.
story, dude.
Yeah,
It's
We
how
not a
do
can't
you
even
know it's
story.
not a
prove the
story, dude?
PSI goes down to 14 to 12 to 11 to 10 to 9 to 8
Right.
to
Why does
7.
it do that?
No, you can't prove it does that. Clean out your ears,
Yeah, that's what it
Goofy.
does.
Show us.
Go up a mountain, dude. The air
No,
is
I'm not
thinner
going
up there.
anywhere. No, I'm not going anywhere. That's your
Right. Well,
story.
because you don't want to do
Your
the work.
story is it gets to nothing. Show us.
Okay, when you go higher in elevation, does the air
I'm
level?
not going anywhere. I'm waiting to see your readings of
When you go
zero
higher in
from
elevation, is there less air up there?
brother. Stop talking over yourself. All we need is for you to go do this thing. Show us the reading from 14 all the way to 0, and then we'll shut up. We don't want you to keep telling us what you think or you believe, or because I know that's not how you prove things,
Dude, I
buddy.
know that when you go higher in elevation, there's less air up there.
I know you're gonna sit in your
There
chair
isn't
and keep
less
chanting that
air.
like broke chat
I
GPT.
keep explaining to you there isn't less air.
Yes,
There's
there
the same
is.
no this stop, listen. It isn't less air. There is definitely the same amount of quantity. Just like there is water. Are you telling me there's less water on top of the ocean than there is in the bottom?
No, that's a liquid, dumbass.
That's a liquid. It's a freaking fluid. Yes.
Do it.
One is a liquid, one is a gas. These things behave
No,
differently.
they're
No,
fluids. Guys.
they behave exactly the same.
No, they don't. One
No,
is a
they
liquid
don't.
and one is a
They don't
gas.
behave the same. Hold up. They
Well,
don't
they
behave the
don't behave the
same.
same in the fact that
Yeah.
they disperse in open systems. Yes, and
No, they
actually,
don't.
liquid the water doesn't mean
No,
it
I'm
don't.
not talking to you, dude. You're brain dead.
You're
Goodbye.
brain dead, dude. You're not understanding that gases disperse in every direction at all times if it's not contained. How is
Yes,
that
man,
brain dead?
and liquids don't do that, moron.
Well, yeah, but if it's not contained, where does the water go?
Okay, I'm actually done, bro. You're on first grade level.
Does it goes in different directions? Do you need to contain liquid?
Answer the question, man.
Do you have to
Yeah, he's
contain
done.
liquid?
He said it. He's done.
Okay, it could be done. Yeah, regardless of if you put liquid in a tube, there's a pressure gradient due to the depth. Same thing with gas. If you put gas in a tube,
Exactly.
there's a pressure gradient due to the depth. Exactly the same thing.
And the pressure has nothing to do with how many molecules are there, dude. You're so stupid. It
Yeah,
hurts. It hurts.
you
Dude.
believe that. You believe that. Same thing with the liquid. Liquid doesn't matter how many molecules there's on top or at the bottom, it still does the same
Well,
shit. Gives you
the
a pressure
difference.
You're
gradient.
so stupid. It
The
hurts.
difference. Let me interject, guys. The difference is gas, air, right? There's all mixtures, different kinds of gases. Okay, so they're layered, right, by densities. So our analogy when we use liquid, right, has to be all different kinds of densities of liquids, right? And when you mix them all up, okay, like air, okay, they're gonna layer themselves, separate themselves by density, right? So the densest one at the bottom. So at the top, there's a bunch of helium and a bunch of noble gases. Okay, the lightest ones. Of course, they're all up there. Okay, but it doesn't mean there's less air. Yeah, there's less air up there than down here. They're all layered, and they're all taking their place where they
You're
rest.
fucking retarded,
Equilibrium.
dude. We live. The Earth is. It's. Oh my god. You don't realize.
Stop! Wait! Stop! Okay, stop. Slow down. Breathe, man. Just
somebody got
don't
him.
do that. All right, just don't do that. Okay, think, but don't do that.
Yeah, no, somebody got him.
Why does he? Okay, a vacuum chamber. I put 10 pounds of air in it and I start pulling it. I know we don't have this on Earth. I know it's not a natural thing. But I'm just going to give him the idea of a vacuum attribute. So we pull this. So how much air is in this vacuum now? Is he going to say none? I know he's muted or whatever. I'm just saying it's a thought experiment for him. There's never a time when you pull a vacuum and there's nothing in it. There's always something in there.
Yeah, he's done. He took that's either he left or somebody got him for saying the R word.
It's confusing. I mean, he's confusing between vacuum and low air pressure area. They are using this word. This is really contradiction. You cannot have something and call it a vacuum. I mean, how could you have a lake of vacuum or things floating in a sea of vacuum? I mean, because by saying the word vacuum, you are indicating that you cannot have anything in the vacuum. So first, they are proposing that the entire universe is a vacuum, and then they are saying all the planets and these flying non-existing planets and galaxies are in the vacuum, which by itself means containing nothing. Do you see what I mean? It's like a mockery.
Yep.
Because
Violation.
when you say vacuum,
Yeah.
am I right or not? I mean, when you
It is.
say a vacuum, you mean a place which contains nothing. And then they say in this vacuum, they are rocks and balls of helium. And
us.
Us, yeah.
And Earth, us.
It is a contradiction.
It's a contradiction, yeah.
There's nothing in a vacuum but Earth and all the planets and all the stars and all the stuff and all the galaxies.
Sorry
There's
for interrupting you
nothing.
because Mark, because before I forget, and they double down, and then they call the vacuum space-time continuum.
Yeah.
So is it a vacuum containing nothing? Nevertheless, containing everything, and then it is nothing, but it is
And it's speeding up.
space continuum.
It's speeding
Yeah, it's
up
speeding up,
faster than
and it's
itself.
and it's warping. Yeah, and it's warping, and it's a
Vacuum would be
mockery.
light. What he was saying is there's available space. Like they advertise available space.
Yeah,
An area.
It doesn't matter what they are saying.
You can rent the privilege to be there, right? And occupy that space. Right?
T-Dub, right? T-Dub, right? I mean,
available.
I started
that there is no thing. There's no something there. But like was pointed out.
But do you see what I mean? Yesterday I started to see it. It's like a magic word, a mockery word, telling someone that he's stupid by telling him and forcing him to accept stupid theories or words. I don't know if you get what I mean. It's a contradiction.
He was saying that there's space available to occupy, right? Okay, just go up really high, and you can occupy an area that's currently available. There's nothing else.
We know because we ourselves were globers and believed all that shit, right?
Yeah. The thing is, he's invoking a volume and area for which matter can fill and occupy. And then when we look at the behavior of gases. This was.
But in the same breath, he is calling it vacuum and defining vacuum.
Well, he ended up reneging on that. Nigged. He said, "Yeah, it's not a vacuum or something like that." I can't remember exactly, but I think he backpedaled on that word. He didn't want to use it anymore.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Exactly. That's what I mean. Then they should not call it a vacuum.
He was trying to argue that nothing is a thing.
No, I know, and that helped me more to see what I started to see yesterday. They are mocking us by telling us that nothing exists. I mean, he really made it short and clear that it is a mockery. I know that he believed in it. I could see it. I could feel it in his voice. Just like we believed.
A thing is something. Okay, got it.
Yeah, that's it. And that, how do you say? That was for me a game changer or game over. I mean, then it became clear what they are doing. I mean, his priests are doing, mocking us. They are like hypnotizing us. There is a thing which is nothing, which is nothing, but it is a thing, but it exists, but it doesn't exist because it's nothing. But yeah, I mean, I put it in a very easy way. How could you have a sea of vacuum, which you define by a container? He said it too. A container.
Always the container.
But you define it as nothing. I mean, vacuum is the sea where everything are, where all the planets and stars and galaxies. But vacuum is nothing. It's a mockery of us. It's a mockery
Mass
of
is the amount of matter that takes up any given space. Matter is the amount of mass in that space. Or anything.
Exactly.
It's everything in that space. It's the amount of mass. So matter is mass and mass equals so the definition of them are each other.
In the beginning, there was nothing.
In the beginning, there was nothing. I mean,
I think that in the beginning there was always something.
No, he's saying in the beginning there was the beginning, and then he's saying there was nothing.
Maybe you're getting ahead of yourself by assuming there was a beginning to begin with.
Beginning of what?
A good question.
Something.
How can one assume?
At the beginning of
Yeah,
something, not
exactly.
nothing. You can't begin nothing.
Exactly. You cannot begin nothing. And nothing cannot exist because it's nothing. So
I'm gonna go
everything.
start this. What do you got to do? Nothing. Oh, why you going? What? Huh? I'm gonna go do this. What are you gonna do? Nothing. What the? What? Stay here. You're good to go.
It does seem like we do live in an environment where like we are occupying an area, right? Like matter is filling volume, right? It's filling an area, space, right? Like what he's talking about, available space, right? But it seems though, once one thing is no longer occupying that area, there's something immediately there to replace it, right? It just seems like that to me. I don't know.
Yeah, second law of thermodynamics.
Or the attribute of the energy or the source of the pool. It's equal to the amount of mass because the energy exerted equals mass squared. So when you pull a vacuum, you're just exerting so much fucking energy trying to pull the thing apart that it's the same amount of stuff squared.
So
That's all
there's
you've done is you
always
squared it.
so there's always stuff, right?
Yes.
There's
Yes.
never nothing,
Squared.
right?
Correct.
Yeah, right. So like it's like everything's connected. Everything is like connected by some medium or
It
stuff by
has to be,
stuff.
yes.
Right,
That's
right.
how everything reacts and interacts and does anything. You have to have the medium differential of the thing, which makes the medium you're in. It's, yeah.
It gives the impression that there was always something. And one guy, I don't know who he was, he asked, who said that there should be a beginning. Yeah, it gives the impression that there was always something, and maybe there was never a beginning. I mean, the word aeon means by itself a circle
Right.
of time.
Church. Circle.
Well,
Church. Yep.
if all life kept reproducing, right? Like say all the animals, or let's just say all people kept reproducing and reproducing like super fast rate, are more matter being like introduced into the system, like or is that matter made from food mom eats? You know what I mean?
The matter expands. It's an amount of matter that's here somehow, right? Through the attributes of other things. And then when that stuff gets mixed, it can grow from a smaller point to what it is. So you can be a little thing and get big as a human or an elephant or
So hypothetically speaking,
we pile
right?
shit up, yes.
Right. Hypothetically speaking, if we could speed it up, where let's say all like animals or people kept reproducing, they'd have to keep consuming. Like, does that mean there will be less stuff in the world if more stuff is going towards making more life people, or is new stuff being created? You know what I mean? When life comes in, I guess that's my question, eh?
I have a good answer to your question. My answer to your question is ask your compost bin.
Right. So yeah. I guess you can't. I mean, there's a balance, right? You can't. I guess that's yeah, it doesn't happen, right? Because run out of resource. I don't know.
It grows, but then it can break down almost at a different or same rate in a way, right?
We don't have to worry about the ones.
It looks like that is where their idea of the expanding universe.
Hey, all we have to do is harvest. We just got to go out there and collect resources from there. We can bring it back. We can even make Earth bigger. It would be so cool.
I'm just coming from it from the Bible. You know how like God created everything from nothing. Eh? I mean, that's just.
Can the Earth be any bigger than what it is? Can you add weight to the Earth? Is the question, right? So if there's only one people and that people didn't come anymore, didn't do anything, but then you got 80 trillion people and then they're all having waste and babies and I mean, I don't know what's going on there. Like, we're adding stuff. We do add things to stuff. Like,
There should be a weight tax.
you cut that out. Don't give the government any new damn ideas. They'll be like, in this latitude, you got to pay this much. In this longitude.
Oh, yeah. There you're talking. And then I'll just take it to court and I'll get Neil deGrasse Tyson in, who says that you weigh the same no matter where you are on the earth.
Well, I mean, in the backyard, man, I'm telling you, you ever watch the movie where the dude comes and cleans the old people's lawns or the lawns that nobody messes with, and there's a sidewalk pops up out of nowhere, and he does the thing and he sprays it all down and he like digs through the dirt a little bit and power washes the dirt away, then you see a sidewalk pop up, but before it was just all grass and dirt. The dirt does grow over the sidewalks, and after like so many, 100 years, the city, that city will be overrun back to a jungle again. So like stuff grows on top of stuff, grows on top of stuff, grows on top of stuff, then it settles. Some of it breaks down. Yeah. And I think that's how you get the flow of a lot of things. Like if a lot of vegetation grows and then it dies out there and stuff packs on top of the dirt, that becomes like oil or whatever else. Gold, whatever the hell it needs to be. However, that works out. And depending on what material gets trapped in what material, that's what material can give way or move or cause that fluid motion underneath the dirt to cause the lava or the hot water. I mean, if water is what we use for nuclear stuff and power anyway, to trap water, that's why they say water's so amazing and it's miraculous, because it can basically turn into electricity. Yeah, Speculation Sunday, boys. It's time. What are your thoughts on water being compressed until it turns into electricity?
I never heard about that.
And sound. Yes, sir.
Sound?
And sound.
Yeah.
Yep.
What is your favorite creature again?
The pistol shrimp, baby.
Pistol shrimp.
That's one of. Yes, sir. There's a couple more. The bombardier beetle, I like it because that's where they got the rocket equation. Oops, I didn't mean to tell everybody.
Doesn't it stun its prey by creating an underwater explosion?
Yeah, it's with the heat, more powerful than the sun. Or equivalent to your sun. A little bitty shrimp punches.
Man, check it out. It's a trip. It's a trip, man.
So now check this out. Now, how come that shrimp outdoes every laboratory and everybody that can't make a little sun, but the shrimp's making a little sun? By the own admission of science.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is the player.
What if you can harness the power?
Dude, you motherfuckers better stop taking my ideas, man. That's 10 years old you're thinking right now, right? Listen, I want a big pistol shrimp shooter in my hood, and I just want to push the pedal, and go, baby. Power for days. You just need liquid, pistol shrimp, and a plunger. Yep, a handle. It's my idea, brother.
And if they really want the smoke, we're getting the bombardier, and we'll send the bombardiers.
If they want the smoke, oh yeah, we mix the two, baby.
So what? You open your fuel cap and you throw in some shrimp or something for it?
No. The claw, the pistol shrimp claw, how it reacts in water. You have pressurized water in your hood. You have the pistol shrimp machine in the water submerged, and you pull it and you push it, pull it back. Pull it back. It uses its own sort. Yeah.
pistol shrimp inside your engine, you know.
A machine, a pistol shrimp arm. All you don't need the shrimp, you just need the arm, the thing that pulls in the thing and shoots it out. That's it. And you got the power of the sun. You have a little thing there, and surrounded by some copper, some mat, whatever, and then it collects the shit and sends it back, and you use it for power.
Isn't this what they call sonoluminescence or something?
That's what sound. When you focus sound into itself and it compresses itself when it crosses streams, it'll become light. Compressed sound is light. Compressed light is sound. Compressed water can be both. An arc of electricity can be all three or four.
Yeah. See, you're talking sonoluminescent engines. There was a movie about that.
Yep. I was talking before the movies, but think about it. Now the pistol shrimp, right? And then what else do we have? My third favorite animal, the eel, the electric eel, baby.
Yeah.
So with Mother Nature, you can have a pistol shrimp claw hand, an eel, and a bombardier beetle at your disposal.
And you could have bioluminescent interior, right? So you can see.
Yeah, the little blue worms. Yep, all the way, May.
Fungi growing on. This sounds pretty cool.
Well, you just have a clear thing and it'd be growing inside of it like its own little cave, but then you just have it surrounded in like a hermetically sealed or sealed plexiglass, just like a little chamber. You just pop it in that little dome piece, screw it in, just sprinkle the powder and screw it together, and then they start living and glowing, and they breed throughout your ceiling.
What was that TV sci-fi that was on for a while there a few years ago, and they flew around in a spaceship, but it's alive. It's like a creature. Okay.
Oh, Flight of the Navigator.
No,
that's one of them, and then you had the one with the Hercules dude, and it was like a lady or whatever. It was like Andromeda.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm thinking still of a different one again.
Another different one? Son of a bitch! There was one on Star Trek about it. A ship that was smart, and you talk to your ship. And there was a Flight of the Navigator with the little boy, and he got like the silver thing, and he's like, "I am the navigator,"
Yeah, I love that movie.
Dude, I think that motherfucking movie's real. I mean, not to say that thing's an alien, but to say the government can do that with a remote thing, probably to an extent. I think they can. It's not to say we can go to other spaces or we're fucking alien or anything. I'm just saying I think we have the ability to do some shit like that to an extent. Go under the water to a little bit, go up real fast a little bit, just more than a plane can do. That's all. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, they might be doing that. Or something might be doing that.
Well, back in the day, they said we're fighting an enemy that can travel from pole to pole in seconds. And didn't they take pictures of the ships with swastikas on the ships? So if those were aliens, they were just German aliens, or they just like swastikas because they drew them on their ships.
Isn't the swastika? Isn't that like a more common ancient symbol for the seasons or something like that?
It's good luck, prosperity, the seasons, perpetual motion,
good luck, prosperity.
North, south, east, west. Yeah, it's all the above, brother. The yin and the yang. Yeah. The toroidal field of
swastika is an
magnetics.
observation of the movement of the toroidal field of the sky. It's an observation. And
Yeah,
it's
it's the
depicted as that symbol.
It's supposed to be a portion of the map too that's got the four waters going into wherever. Supposed to be a depiction of that too. It's like all the above in one symbol, brother. It was picked for.
It's the above and the below because under the swastika in the sky, there is what you're talking about, the waters and the rivers, the four rivers. But the swastika in the sky, like when the sky moves in a full cycle of the year, and you depict the stars in the four positions of the four seasons, that is it looks like the swastika.
Correct.
And that's
So
basically an expression of the sky depicted as that.
right, and it's been taken on as a symbol for a lot of groups for a lot of different things also. But the weird thing is it was just pushed on these people as a bad thing to shun that symbol and a group of people, which was kind of weird. And then to shun a group of people and then give them the power of some shit.
It looks like the bottom of the pyramid up in the sky, like the four sides of the pyramid, the four corners of the pyramid at the bottom, the base of the pyramid.
Yeah. But I mean, I think it's just a bastardization of all the thing in general. So people don't look into the whole idea of it, And where do you think TV came from? The same people, the same group. Propaganda, same group.
Yeah, I think it's something to do with astronomy. The stars, because it's in many cultures and astrology or astronomy.
The four trade winds.
Yeah,
It's
the
a tornado. Oh, it's magnet. It's a magnetic. The Taurus, the field. It might just be showing you an area of orientation too, to where this works like this within this area, and you can utilize that.
The symbols were seen on the UFOs.
Oh yeah, in red and white, painted on there. Yeah, and the UFOs also had big ass nuts and bolts on them at a certain time when they were first being imaged, and then in the future they got smooth. Looked like lights, garbage can lids, the fake ones and stuff, the saucers. But the original UFOs with real pictures, the ones they said could fly pole to pole, were a metal ship of some sort with fucking nuts and bolts that you and I can turn with like a nut and bolt, and it had swastikas on it. They zoomed in on them.
Come on, Demok. This is not real. They just use the story to prevent people to go to Antarctica, to scare people, because in the 50s or 40s. They couldn't scare people with ideologies like climate change, global warming. So you could see the photos. You could see the photos were something like.
No. I think they have the ability to do that. I think what they did was use it as a scare tactic. It's like saying, Russia's communist and America's this and China's this and everybody's this, what you are, and you're going to fight them. And when really you look at it, and there's no difference from how we're doing shit to how they're doing shit. Our government's controlling shit. Their government's controlling shit. There is no difference.
No. I meant that there were no UFOs. There were no.
They weren't any fake space alien type base goofy shit like that. Correct. I'm with you 100%. 100%.
Yeah. You could see the photos. Looked like primitive, very cheap science fiction movies.
Yeah, that was a lot of the goofy stuff. The actual ones that were filmed by the government that were saying, this is a real thing that can fly from this place to this place, was a metal fucking swastika printed one at that time. That one was the thing. And then after that, there was garbage can lids, all these people saying they got taken up by aliens and abducted and all these false ass stories. And it was proven fact by the CIA that they could trick you into thinking you were abducted by a fucking alien. If they had you on the couch long enough, you would believe that an alien probably abducted you by the time they were done with the session. And you'd walk out of there telling people that. But it never happened to you because they personally implanted the idea to you that you could have or have been. And I guess however they word it and however they talk to people, they might give them a little drug, and then the people think it. Like, it's proven fact. They can get you to believe some goofy ass shit. And then it's hard for you to unbelieve that they got you to believe it.
Exactly the way how they convinced us for 50, 40 years that there is something called vacuum, which is nothing but contains everything. Exactly in the same way.
Wait, what did you just say?
What? Me or Demok? Do you mean me or Demok?
You were laughing and stumbling and accenting to your words. I didn't hear them.
Yeah, I think my could be my bad accent by accent because English is not my mother language and I haven't spoken English since 25 years for 25 years. So I'm. What did you understand? Because maybe.
Nah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to do nothing or something.
But think about that. The idea that they want to say, oh, we lost this technology, we lost this data, we lost all this scientists just discovered. Bull fucking shit. A pistol shrimp been doing that shit since day one. Pardon my French. So scientists are like,
Wait, they
nuclear
just.
reactor, nuclear
Oh,
reactor. We need all this money and all this stuff. And we need 57 guys in lab coats doing 8 million knobs on 57 different walls on 4 different
what the
floors.
fuck?
Looking at
Okay.
27. What do you mean? Going to look at 27 million gadgets. You never seen a nuclear reactor before,
Wait,
brother?
what are you saying? What are you saying? There's so many
I'm
things you
saying
mentioned.
they need all this equipment to make a nuclear reactor when a pistol shrimp does it every day for free
It's
before
called
they ever
scale.
existed.
You're talking about sonoluminescence, correct? Yeah, if you want to scale that up,
No,
you need
that's
something
not
bigger,
what I'm
right?
talking about. So
You,
sonoluminescence is
yeah, that's
sound focused on a liquid jar.
yeah,
Four
that's what the
speakers.
shrimp do. Would you like a video link? I'm
The
referring to it
shrimp doesn't
correctly. I
focus
don't need
four
you correcting
speakers.
me.
Shut the fuck up, dude. You're stupid. A
Oh,
shrimp does not focus four speakers anywhere.
4
Repeat after me.
speakers. What is this speaker crap? They have.
Sonoluminescence is sound focused at itself,
Here, man. Let me
crossing
just put it in
itself.
side chat and prove you wrong. It's yapping ass.
Nah, I think you're fucking retarded. You prove yourself wrong. A pistol shrimp is not four speakers. Sonoluminescence is not what a nuclear reactor does, is it? So it just makes a sound? Are you slow? For real?
No, no,
Yeah,
Like
it's in
really
side
real?
none of
chat,
them
bro.
are.
I said it correctly. Don't try to correct me next time. You know what you're talking
You didn't
about.
say shit correct, dumb fuck.
It's in side chat, so you just look like an
Tell me
idiot.
how a pistol shrimp
That's
makes
it. I don't have
fucking...
anything else to say. You're just wrong.
No, you're wrong. So you're telling me you can play four speakers at water and
Less
shock the
ego,
fish?
more correctness,
No,
dude. Take it a long
I
way.
want you to hurt the fish just like the pistol shrimp does, bitch, with your sound. You fucking idiot. I want you to focus four speakers like you said,
Does he keep
sonoluminescence.
saying 4 speakers? So are you good in the
Because
head?
that's how they produce
You think
sonoluminescence.
shrimp have 4 speakers at the bottom of the ocean? Like, are you
No, that's
right?
what I'm telling you they don't have.
You need to be Baker Act or
That's what
something,
I'm
man.
saying they don't have, retard.
He doesn't know what you're talking about, Belmont. He just has no
Yeah,
clue.
what the fuck are you on about?
No, you don't. So, pistol shrimp produce sonoluminescence when they smack shit. But
Yeah, I put it in side
sonoluminescence is
chat. I do know
produced
what
in.
I'm talking
You're
about, and
gonna
I
interrupt
posted
me,
a
dude.
source. I don't
You're
need
gonna
you
let me finish,
explaining it
dude.
or
You're
explaining
gonna
it
let me
any
finish.
different
You're
than
gonna
how
let me
I said it
finish.
and posted it.
You're gonna let me
Thanks.
finish. You're gonna let me finish.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can.
it's produced in the lab with four speakers in sound. Sono as in sonar, luminescence as in light.
Yes, I said it correctly. Yeah, thank you for repeating what I put in side
No,
chat and
but
said
I'm
with my mouth. Yeah.
yeah, fantastic. I'm telling you what produces it, what produces the
You
light
don't need to tell
is
me. I
sound.
know. That's why I referred to it
Oh, you
correctly.
know,
Like, what
huh?
are you on
What
about?
temperature? What's the temperature in Kelvin that reaches in the center?
Oh shit! Like he actually is correct when he said it the first time. Let me ask him a random question. Are you good?
No, it's not a random question because that's why it's
No,
a
no. Are you good?
phenomenon.
I'm not
I can
answering your
tell you a lot
question.
about
I
the
was correct,
phenomenon,
right? That's
including
it.
someone
We're
that
done.
investigated Nobel Prize winner named Julian Swinger, who got the Nobel Prize for quantum electrodynamics. You want me to go further?
You don't need to because I know a lot of
Yeah, I
these
know I
things
don't
too. We're
need
not
to.
children. We're
A
grown
fucking
men, and
cast
I'm
of
not
pearls
playing
before
trivia
swine,
with your ass
swine.
online.
It's not trivia. You're just swine.
Yeah.
You're like Googling the shit on the fly.
Yeah, sure,
Demo's been
buddy.
talking
And
about
you
this
like
shit for
saying
like
shit
2 years.
incorrectly like a jackass, and I correct you in less than a second flat, indicating that I already
What was
knew
the
it and
correction
Googled
again?
it and proved you wrong. And then you're gonna sit here
What
and
was the
just be
correction
a
again?
dirtbag right now
What
to
was the
save face?
what,
Like, shut the fuck
what
up,
was the
dude.
correction again?
Shut the fuck up, dude. It was you
Yeah, that's
actually
what I
trying to
thought.
act like I was
What was
incorrect,
the
and then me
correction
proving
again?
it. That's what the fuck just
What was
happened.
the
Now, shut
what
up,
was the
dude.
correction again? What was the correction again? Last chance. You got 3 seconds.
What do you
3,
mean chance, bro? Your
2,
chances are out, you
1.
idiot liar.
Fucking too many trash
All
humans
right.
come in this Discord chat.
Damn, that was a lot of ego from that guy. Shit.
It makes me think that they need to make a new Darwin Awards book, like a Darwin Awards, but not for people that get themselves killed on accident doing something stupid. Just a Darwin Awards for people that just are stupid.
How about the reverse Darwin Award? Like somehow they reproduce even though they're like just like clinically retarded, but somehow their genes carry on despite their
Yeah, maybe Darwin Awards for faker.
I mean, how do you even get to an understanding if, like, I don't know, like you got to start one place. You got to discuss this one thing and the attribute of it. Now there can be other actions that act like this and go along the same lines, but it doesn't mean it's same exact effect with this thing that's happening with this thing. That's all I was trying to tell him. So you can get the product of light through sound. Correct, gotcha. I didn't disagree with him on that. But I'm saying the product of the pistol shrimp also has something extra involved, that it shocks the prey and knocks them the hell out with power. Heat, like, yeah. So that those attributes aren't happening exactly the same way as what I was trying to tell him. Not that he was saying something wrong about sound can make light. I already know that. That's what I was trying to tell him. I already know that. I know 4 speakers can produce light. I don't disagree with him on that part. What I do disagree with is the pistol shrimp isn't 4 speakers. And then he tried to turn it back on me and tried to say that I was saying the pistol shrimp is 4 speakers. That's all. I was just like, huh?
Well, the thing is, no one knows exactly what causes sonoluminescence. Like I said, Julian Schwinger, he researched it for, I don't know, like a lot of people considered it a waste, that he wasted 3 decades on it. He thought it was related to the quantum foam, like 0-point energy. He thought that's what caused it. But it never got to like where they experimentally validated any ticker theory on why it happens. Now the effect itself is caused cavitation, right? So what happens is you get little tiny, minute bubbles, and they implode for some reason, but no one knows why they implode. And the pistol shrimp does it by accelerating his hand or claw, and in a sonoluminescence doing it in the lab, what they do is they make a standing wave and then compress the bubble using the wave by increasing the frequency. So the gap between the pressure waves of the sound gets smaller and smaller and smaller until it crushes the bubble together.
Correct.
And then you get a burst of light.
Compressed sound is light. It's like, how on like certain things, or like even on Ghostbusters, not to be funny, but they say never cross streams. Really, what you should do is cross streams, because when you cross the streams and you cross another streams, you get like it acts more and more of a certain way. You're actually compressing those into each other, and then you get the thing outward, which be just like just a reaction of. It's like a flux capacitor goes from one thing and then it doubles or quadruples itself, or forces itself to be that other thing. The potential has to show up there. It's focused.
What if you reverse the flow? Isn't that dangerous?
Depending on which one, no.
But the fact is that sonoluminescence is still unknown. So that's definitely a factor.
But it doesn't have to be unknown.
Yeah, just like gravity. Gravity doesn't have to be unknown, but they're still studying it, just like sonoluminescence.
Gosh. Speculation Sunday, Robert.
Yes, speculation. Sonoluminescence is speculation as well. All is, brother. Welcome to
So
science.
what do you think about compressed sound? The idea of compressed sound. Do you think that's possible? Do you think that's a thing? I've
Absolutely.
always said it.
Yes, it is. Compress, because it's waves. So they have different pitch, wavelength. All these things can be compressed. Absolutely.
And compressed light. What do you think about that?
Yes, wavelength. That's what interferometers measure.
Correct. So compressed sound can become light, and compressed light can become sound. The same way, light, not in the same attribute of these two things. It's a different thing. Light can become a shadow to itself,
No,
depending on how bright one light is. But go ahead.
but sound is vibrating molecules. Molecules are being vibrated in a certain way. That's not what light is. Light is literally photon particles.
What's a sound molecule?
Exactly. There's none. So what I'm saying to you is the
No. Hold on,
vibration,
hold on.
right?
Huh? There's none.
It's the vibration of molecules that causes the sound.
So there's no. But what is that? What's carrying through that water?
The vibrations.
They do have listen, they do have quantized sound. It's called phonons. That's the name
No,
of it
no, they
in
don't.
physics.
Right,
Oh,
but
okay. So I just made up that word. I just made
Yes,
up
sir.
that word just now.
no.
Okay, type in Google PHONON. Okay, phonon.
Those are not sound. Those are not sound.
Yes.
What the hell's up, Robert? Come on, man.
Dude,
No.
I
I'm just
can't deal with
no.
this
Those are just.
retard.
I'm just talking the facts. That's all. That's all.
No, you don't know any facts.
I do know facts. I do know that sound is vibration of molecules. That's all they are in a certain way.
That doesn't
Right?
Phonon
vibration
is a
have
collective
Photon.
yeah. A phonon is a collective excitation elastic arrangements of atoms and molecules in condensed matter.
Yeah, but it's not sound.
Phonons can be thought of as quantized sound waves, similar to photons as quantized light waves. Now, did I just edit Wikipedia on the fly while I'm talking to you?
Yeah, but it's not
You don't know what
sound
you're
as
talking
you.
about, Robert. You're talking out your ass, dude, as usual.
No,
You
I
make
am
shit
not.
up.
You, my friend, relax. It's not the sound that we know.
Jesus Christ, dude.
What?
Jesus Christ, it is not the sound that you know.
So, brother, what is it? I asked you in the first instance, what is creating the wave? What is doing that thing?
When something is like strings are
Wait, is he gonna concede to what just was read to him
No,
that it
of
was
course he isn't. He's going to
sound,
pretend that
but
never
he's
happened.
saying it's not sound?
it is not sound that we hear.
What?
No, it is not
Sound.
sound. Phonons are not sound that you hear.
You said it was not sound, then he
It
read
is
that it was sound, and you're saying no, it's not
Look,
sound that we
it
can
is
hear, but
not
is it sound or is it
sound.
not sound?
It is
sound is
not
what we
sound.
cause. Okay, what's ultrasound? Can you hear that?
Ultrasound is the vibration of molecules like what you hear, but they're at a higher
You can
pitch.
hear ultrasound. This dude can hear ultrasound.
It's a
Can you hear
higher
dog
pitch.
whistles too?
It's a higher pitch. Your ears cannot hear it.
Oh, so sound is something you also cannot hear.
Absolutely, but not phonons. Phonons are not those.
They are sound. They're
No,
quantized sound.
those are
Don't
quantized
know it. They're
vibrations
quantized
in the quantum
longitudinal.
level.
No, they're not vibrations like temperature. They're longitudinal pressure waves, and that's what sound is. They're longitudinal waves that are a pressure displacement in the longitudinal direction. Okay, that's what sound is.
Yes, I know, but molecules
Okay,
are
and that's what a phonon is.
no, sir.
Dude, I just read it to you, bro.
Okay, read it again.
Okay, pull it up again. Okay,
No, have
phonon
Robert
is an
read it.
is a quasi-particle in physics. The phonon's excited state in the quantum mechanical quantization of the modes of vibration for galactic structures of interacting particles. Phonons can be thought of as quantized sound waves similar to photons as quantized light waves. The study of phonons is an important part of condensed matter physics. They play a major role in many of the physical properties of condensed matter physics.
Exactly. Those are not the sounds you hear.
The name emphasizes the analogy between photon and that photons represent wave particle duality for sound waves in the same way that photons express wave particle duality for light waves. Solids with more than one atom in the smallest unit cell exhibit both acoustic and optical phonons.
Yes, but it's not the sound that
Yes,
you hear.
yes. No, yes, no, yes. You don't know what you like, dude. Pick a struggle, bro. You can't straddle the fence, dude. Your balls are gonna
At
rip
no
off.
point did I say yes. I said it's not the sound you hear.
Yeah, it is sound because sound
It
is
is
depression
not
wave.
the sound
Yeah,
you
cool
hear.
story, bro.
Yeah, cool story, man. You read a cool story. It is not the sound you hear.
So
Is
check
there
this
like
out.
a citation that says that it's not a sound, that is something else?
He just likes to hear the
So,
It's
sound
not
of his own
sound
voice.
so,
you
he,
hear.
so
It is not
Right, Robert?
a
here's a
sound. It is
visual.
not. As a matter of
Phonons
fact,
propagating through a square lattice. Atom displacement greatly exaggerated. So they're pressure waves. The same
yeah,
way. What is sound? A pressure wave?
it is the vibration of the molecules, brother.
Sound is the vibration of molecules. As a pressure wave?
Well, there are pressures involved, but not like phonons. Phonons have nothing to do with sound waves.
Okay, even though I just read to you three different things that said it does. But let's trust
No,
Robert. Let's deal
at
with
no
Robert's
point,
nonsense.
you read something that says it does.
So when it said acoustic, sound waves, quantized sound waves, that didn't mean what it says. It meant something else.
Quantize sound waves, not the sound you hear, not music, not
What's
drums,
quantized?
not ultrasound. None of those are phonons.
Hey, phonons are like a photon. They have wave and particle-like properties. Okay, depending on how you measure them. Do you know what the Young's double slit is?
If you're going to accept phonons, you have to accept photons,
Which makes the Earth flat.
which makes the Earth whatever shape gravity wants to make it.
Okay, what's wrong with accepting photons?
The Earth is not flat.
Look, photon just is just like an amalgamation, right? So we know if we do one type of experiment, we'll get wave-like behavior from light, and if we do another type of experiment, we'll get particle-like behavior of light. Photon is just a catch-all, right? That encompasses both behaviors: the ballistic theory of light, right, where the light is corpuscles, and the wave theory of light.
Yeah, we're trying to
But,
agree on something, and all you're
but my
giving us is a
brother,
big nothing burger.
sound that you don't hear is not sound, my brother.
It is not sound as we understand it. That is at the quantum level that he's talking about.
Nice one, big nothing
It's
burger.
it's sound that you don't understand.
He read it for you. It is not.
Yeah, that's right. And everybody heard it, but you.
No. You guys are picking and choosing. It is. Do
Dude,
you
I've
guys
known
accept
about this for 2 decades. I've known about this for 2 decades, man.
Uh,
So, such as vacuum tunneling the phonons through a vacuum barrier,
the
right? So that
point.
was a paper written 2 decades ago that I read 2 decades ago.
Yeah.
I gave you a specific example because people
Yeah.
say sound can't go through a vacuum, and this was refuted by an experiment with vacuum tunneling of phonons. So the sound tunneled through the
No.
vacuum.
No, it does not. Absolutely not.
I'm
Absolutely not.
gonna post the paper, dude. I love
Go
being
ahead. Go
honest,
ahead.
dude. It's
Absolutely not.
hilarious.
Absolutely not, brother. Absolutely not.
It's in Physics Review B, dude.
Yeah. Just like gravity. Gravity
Is
is
that a
also in
peer-reviewed
physics
paper?
review. Yeah.
See
Just
how
put a paper
he's
on
trying to
gravity.
run away to like gravity? Yeah, that's
No, no. I'm
hilarious.
just not. If you're accepting science, accept science.
No, that's an all or nothing fallacy, dude. That's an all or
No,
nothing fallacy.
that's
That's an all or nothing fallacy, dude.
you're picking
No,
and choosing. That's not science.
no, science is not a monolith, right? So
No,
each individual paper has an experiment, and they may or may not be wrong in their methodology.
you
So
don't
that's
pick
an all or nothing
things that fits your
fallacy.
cosmology. I don't pick anything that
No,
fits
it's
my
an all
cosmology.
or nothing fallacy, dude.
I
You
don't
look at
pick things.
okay.
I don't
So
pick things.
basically, everything in peer review is correct, or everything in peer review is wrong. Is that your position?
I never said that. That's your words.
Okay. So we can just evaluate each individual peer reviewed paper on its own.
You can, but don't pick.
But
Don't be subjective.
what do you mean subjective? There's nothing subjective.
Yes, you are subjective. You do not
Okay.
accept gravity.
What was my subjective? What I said that was subjective.
You do not accept gravity. There are peer review papers on gravity.
What do you mean I don't accept it? I accept that it's an effect. What do you mean I don't accept it?
You accept gravity?
Yeah, as an effect, right? Things fall. Little g. You know what little g is?
That's nice. So you accept gravity. This is awesome.
Okay, so no, hold on, no.
This is good, guys. Celebrate.
No, you're a dumbass. So little g is not big G, right? They're not the same thing. Are they the same thing? Little g and big G, dude. You're fucking stud, dude.
No, they're not the same thing. But there's
Okay, they're not the same thing. So how do you get from the observation that things fall, little g, to big G?
Because big G is occurring. That's why you have little G.
Okay, then give me an experiment.
Cavendish.
Okay, what falls in Cavendish?
What falls in Cavendish?
What falls in, we want to get to the thing falls. We're trying to make the connection between mass attracting mass and something falling. We got to make a logical connection between the two.
Fall is not a nebulous word. Why do things fall?
Because that's what we observe.
Observation causes you to fall.
No, we observe falling objects. And then we have to determine what the cause of that is. You're saying the cause of that is big G. Okay, give me the experiment. You said Cavendish. Said, hey, nothing falls in Cavendish, right? Nothing falls. So it has nothing to do with the observed natural phenomena. Nothing at all.
Yes, it does.
Okay, then give me the logical connection.
There's no fall. Falling is not
give me the logical connection. I watch two balls go sideways. How do I get to that?
No, you watch me go to the ground, not fall.
Robert, can you tell us what's observed in Cavendish?
What's observed in Cavendish is the matter attracting mass attracting mass.
No, I want exactly what's observed after I set the balls up, and then what happens? Describe exactly what happens.
Earth is mass. You're mass.
Yeah, cool. That's a cool story.
No, it's not. Mass. Rocks are mass. You're mass.
Yeah, what's observed in Cavendish, dude?
Mass.
What do we do observe?
Mass.
No.
Mass.
What's mass?
Mass is what an object is made up of.
Oh, so is it the quantity of matter in an object?
Yeah. You can.
No, that's not the definition of mass.
I know. You can say you're the one that said that. I didn't say that.
Well, I asked you to define it. Give me the definition.
I already did.
I want to know what's attracting what.
Mass attracting mass.
Yeah, what's that?
Mass attracts.
Yeah, what's that?
Mass is measured in kilograms.
No, I don't want the units it's measured in. I want to know what it is.
Why not?
I want to know what it is. What is it?
Mass is what an object is made up of causes mass.
Kilograms, is it?
What an object is made of causes mass. So the existence of
not cause mass is mass.
He means curved things attract directed things.
Fall is not an nebulous word. So why do you fall as a scientist?
So Max Born was a Nobel laureate. This is what he said. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts of themselves being defined no further. The concepts of substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning.
Wah, wah,
Has
wah,
no,
wah, wah,
other
wah.
than that given by formula. It is the
Measured
measure
in
of
kilograms.
resistance to changes in velocity.
E equals mc squared. Einstein said that as well, brother.
Yeah, let's just chant
Mass is
fucking
energy.
random
Stop
fucking
repeating dumb
information,
shit
dude.
you
This
don't
is bad.
understand.
You guys don't understand what you're reading. You
Stop
have no idea.
repeating.
I guarantee
Yeah.
it.
For pure projection, bro.
No, you have no idea.
We don't
You guys are
understand what we're reading, Robert, or you don't want to get it.
no, you guys don't want to get it.
It's written on the text chat, mate. It's right on the screen there for you.
No,
We're agreeing with the words. You're disagreeing. So where are yours at?
I didn't disagree.
So you agree with the same words we're putting down?
Yeah, absolutely, I do.
Yeah, when the word mass has no meaning. So when something of
Yes.
no meaning attracts something of no meaning.
Nothing has a meaning. Nothing.
Oh God, fucking dude, just shut up.
Here we go again.
Robert has a problem with the English language.
No, I
He
got
has
him. I
an
hear
issue
what
with
he's
He's
the
saying
blowing
now.
up reality, dude. It's like I'm blowing. Like no words have no meaning. We're just nah.
No, he's saying nothing
Next thing
attracts
you know, he's going to
nothing.
say, I don't know if I'm talking on Discord right now.
He's saying zero attracts zero. Nothing attracts nothing. I got him. I heard him. I think you guys just misheard it. That's all. I agree with
Nothing. Correct. Hey, we had this conversation earlier.
Yes, nothing attracts nothing. That's what he said earlier. Gravity, go figure.
Yeah, there's like a limit of
Today is the day
nonsense
of
I can
nothing.
read, dude. Dude, it's hard to even give them the benefit of the doubt that they're being honest for like 5 seconds. You're such a troll, Robert. You know you're trolling.
That's all he can
Robert,
do
why
is
are you
act like
trolling, bro?
He's so.
I mean, the word mass isn't even a big word. M-A-S-S. That's not even like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious or nothing. That's like not even a big word. It's not even hard to understand.
Robert, why are you disagreeing with the actual context of what he read and just trolling about it? Why are you doing that?
No one's afraid. We're tired, dude. I'm tired, dude, of your nonsense and you're not honest. Okay? You ran away from your stupid phonon claim. That phonon is not sound. When all the scientific literature, they invented it because they wanted to quantize sound. You're just talking nonsense. And then you ran away to gravity. Then you can't answer a direct question about what the fuck mass is.
Okay.
So they wanted to apply as like similar principles and math to sound as they do to light, and like give it like a particle that's massless or something. Like, is that what they were doing? Indio?
That what?
Is that what they were trying to do? Like with the whole was it phonon thing? They were trying to like give it like apply similar principles and math to sound as they were with light, like giving it a particle and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, they want to quantize it because there's some effects, like you can actually couple it to optical effects. Like, even though they've done it in solid state matter, which is like solid matter. They haven't done it in like liquids. So things like, so I'll give you an example. They can use phonons in experiments to change the spin of like photons. So they'll take a semi-transparent crystal, shine a laser through it, and they can change like the polarization of the laser light using sound, right? So it's actually coupling at the quantum level to the photons. So the phonons couple to the photons. It's got optical phonon coupling and shit. So I mean, this is just like experimental shit. It's not really there's nothing practical in the world that's actually using any of this crap.
Right. So it's just a conceptual model that they're just applying to something they
Well, I
don't
mean,
know if it's
yeah,
true or not.
but it's based. Yeah, it's a model of like how they're trying to like they're trying to model like how it works, right? So they do the experiment, and you're like, you know how physics is, right? They're just trying to make a model of like how it works, so they can make predictions and possibly engineer new materials so they can make use of them. But it's like, are there little quantized sound waves? I don't know.
But they haven't put application for that yet, because that sounds pretty cool. Like that sounds like something you could apply to like computer screen or something.
Yeah, but like they're probably small effects that like in the real world there's like so much noise. Like when you're doing it in the lab, it's highly controlled. Like it might not work, and plus sometimes they're doing it under in a vacuum or like or low temperature, so they eliminate noise like background noise. So
Pale walls.
they can get like yeah. So they got to like basically remove all the noise from the system.
Right. So it would be impractical to use like whatever they find out. Like yeah, I got you. Yeah.
I haven't looked at it in a long time. Maybe they got something practical in use. I'm not sure.
Maybe for the ISS or something.
Maybe.
Same way they show you a little circle H and a 2 and an O and two, as a child, and they show you the cartoon to explain how the gases mix together to make what they are and stuff like that. Yeah. They always got to have a cartoon just for the action or attribute to somehow explain what they have going on to say, okay, we know this thing. Through the cartoon, they get you to believe they know that thing. Because if the cartoon becomes reality in your imagination.
Yeah, that thing in nothing. In vacuum. Something in nothing.
Well, I mean, nobody can see a photon, an electron, a proton, a neutron, a nucleus, and that. Like, nobody can see any of that stuff, any of it. But then they all draw it out as the same thing, not to get each other in trouble. So now I can just say every one of those little balls is the same as every one of those little balls, right? And then you have the God
Yeah,
particle.
right. And
One
what a
ball.
coincidence! What a coincidence! All these protons and atoms, and they're all balls.
All spheres, yep.
Yeah. Orbiting other balls.
Well, they all make the God particle together somehow.
Somehow.
And that's a ball too, I guess.
They love balls. I can imagine them rubbing balls all day long.
Come on, man. Don't make it weird.
Sorry.
That daily. Come on, man. Love it.
Robert left.
I wasn't trying to insult him or I think it's cool. Without the daily. Come on, man.
A couple of days ago, he called
Well, it's
himself,
just
I
for
think.
laughs, a particle. Particles.
Particle. Yeah, someone took heliocentric, the word heliocentric, a couple of days ago apart, and he said it sounds like hell, you thing trick. Interesting.
Dude, the ego of these motherfuckers is just like off the chart today. Like, what's going on, dude? They sick of taking L's and they're just like freaking lashing out. Is that it?
Is that what this is about? You just have to be right about something?
No. People are getting mad at us. I'm like, hey, dude, like you're wrong. This is what the thing is, and it's just like a bunch of dude. It's like, look, if you don't know something, that's fine. I'll never say to anybody that doesn't know something, but like, if you don't know about something, right, and then because you're biased, you think, well, everything a flat earther says is wrong, and you just not on because a flat earther said it. That's fucked up, dude.
Yeah. I was reading about this the other day, India. The Gelman amnesia effect is coined by Michael Crichton. Yeah, exactly that.
The what? The Gelman amnesia effect?
Yeah. So like, like an expert in a field will read material or see a publication of some form about their particular field of interest or expertise, and negatively critique it, find all this stuff, all this fault in it, and rave on.
Yeah.
Turn the newspaper page to a subject that they're not experienced in or have no, and just take it as true or face value. Sort of go, oh wow, like be fascinated and stuff. Yeah,
dude, that explains so much, man. Dude, like they're like hyper skeptical, dude, until like, who was it? Who was in here? Oh, it was freaking eggshells. Eggshells. The hyper skeptic of the FD score, right? Questioning everything. Their motives, what they ate for dinner, their haircut, fucking where the laser was, how much power it had, the color, the order they did it in, why they didn't publish fucking some photos versus questioning everything. While 30 seconds later, or 30 seconds before that, he was like, well, I just trust the experts when it comes to freaking the globe, right?
Right. Yeah.
Zero skepticism. And I even asked him, I specifically asked him, I said, listen, like, if you're not an expert, how do you evaluate someone that says they're an expert, whether they're actually an expert? He's like, I think you can still do it. It's like, but you're not an expert. How can you evaluate whether they're an expert? You don't have the capability to like know if like this dude know what he's talking about. You don't know what like this the subject matter.
You have to test them.
Well, that's right. And what do you test?
Their
you
knowledge.
can test people. Well, I mean, no, not their knowledge. Not their knowledge. You test whether they know how to think logically, right? Because you don't actually need to know the information itself. You can test whether people have a logical foundation for reaching conclusions without actually knowing the subject matter. Because there's logical fallacies. So someone says, I'm sure you heard this, right? 3 out of 4 dentists prefer Trident gum. And that's like an advertisement. Well, it doesn't matter if 3 out of 4 dentists prefer Trident gum. It doesn't make it good gum. But people use logical fallacies because they work. And if you go to an expert and they use this type of quote unquote logic, even though it's not logic, you can tell right away that it doesn't matter what information he has, he doesn't know how to process it. He could have perfect information, But if he can't evaluate it, then it doesn't matter what information he has. But you got to be able to think about what the information you have. You have to be able to synthesize it. An analogy would be like everybody knows how to hammer a nail, but not everybody knows how to build a house. Because it takes a certain type of thinking. Like when you build something, right, you have to build one part first, then another part, then another part, then another part. You have to assemble it in a certain order. Just knowing how to swing a hammer ain't enough. Welcome back, Castle King.
Yeah, what's up, man? How y'all doing?
Is that from a video game? Castle Kings.
No,
No,
it's
the
from the
Castle
game of
Crashers.
chess.
You ever play that game? You play video games?
Yeah, of course I play
you're on a
video games, but no,
You're on
the
PlayStation,
name
dude.
is
What the fuck?
yeah. No, the name Castle Kingside is a chess move.
You play chess?
Yeah.
You any good?
I wouldn't say so. Just average.
Chess is like one of those things where like you can people are average, and if you try real hard and play a lot, you can get a little above average. But the people like the elite people, they're so much better than everybody else that like you can practice as much as you want. They have like a special gift for that type of thing. Like they can hold multiple positions in their brain at the same time without effort. It's like a natural thing to them.
Yeah, I don't think I
Well, it's
ever
like
get on that
sports,
level.
right? There's certain people that just are naturally talented at certain sports, and it doesn't like, yeah, I'm good at throwing a football, but I can't freaking catch. So there's people that can throw but they can't catch, and people that can catch but they can't throw. People that can kick but they can't catch or throw. Right? They're just like a natural talent, just like the way they're wired. And like people at chess, like at the high levels of chess, they're just like they could learn chess like a day before they play you and they would beat you because they just are naturals.
Castle, what if I told you that you go to the beach in California and point to your island there and have your friend point back at California, you guys would be pointing at each other?
I'll say, nah, that's not what's going to happen.
What if I told you if T-Dub pointed at the ground and I pointed at the ground at the same time, we're pointing at each other?
Yeah, no.
So call one
Maybe
of your friends.
You're not upside down, man. Maybe you're not upside down.
Island. Call one of your friends on the island. Tell them to go to the beach and point to California. Roughly point there. You go outside to the beach and point to the island. You guys will be pointing almost directly at each other at the same height. Like if you drew a straight line, if you could hold a string between you two, you would just see the string going above the water the whole way. What do you think of that?
Nah, I don't agree with that.
Well, if you think Earth's a ball, right, you have to point down to point at the dude in California. You have to like point at a 45-degree angle.
Nah, I don't believe that. I believe the people in Australia are not facing the same way we are over here in California. Their up is not our up.
Well, that's why I said T-Dub, man. T-Dub he's in Australia. I said like if I point down I can point down at him and he can point down at me. So we're on opposite sides of the ball, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Is that what you do? Where people say, hey, like they're lost and they're like, oh, do you know the directions to the next town? And you like point to the ground.
You know, a second, I was about to teabag all of Australia right now.
Yeah. Let's see if I can pick that up with my size of my wave meter. Wait, what do they call them? Neutrinos.
Oh yeah, they go right through the earth. Remember?
Yeah, straight out the other side. But like they know. How do you hear it? Oh, that's the one we sent.
Yeah, if you could shine a flashlight at your friend, or he can shine one at you that was strong enough, you guys would be able to see it twinkling off in the distance.
Think so?
Oh, I know so.
It's just too much atmosphere to see those lights, right?
That's right.
Okay. You know, have you ever talked to a trans woman before?
What? What?
Have you ever talked to a trans person?
They come in
Trans
here all
man,
the time.
trans woman?
They come in here all the time.
Yeah, you know, when you talk to them, it reminds me of talking to people like you guys.
Yeah, we just deny reality, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're convinced that they're the opposite sex, and you guys are convinced that this place is flat.
And you're
No, I
convinced
told
that Theo and I
told
are
you it's
anti.
a fact. If you point at each other, theoretically, if you had light strong enough, you would be able to see the lights twinkling at each other. So that's not a belief system. It's what happens on a flat surface if you had a bright enough light.
Why don't we have those kind of lights yet? 2025, man.
What? You going to carry it around?
I'm saying, you know, can't they just plant one over there, wherever they're at, shine it, and then we can use a telescope that's strong enough to detect that light? That would put the whole thing to rest, right there.
What do you want to do with that?
I've got a 2 million candle power torch. I think it's got a range of like 2 miles or something like that. I wouldn't put my face in front of it.
No, use a telescope.
That's the kind of flashlight you need when you get pulled over and the cops shine a flashlight in your face, then you shine yours in their face, and they won't. They'll just go back in their car.
Probably make an appointment with an optometrist. Or an eye surgeon.
Oh, Tree Man is back. He bolted when Nathan was on yesterday. Now he's back. As soon as he got to like 1 minute into it, he had to quit.
Dude, like, I mean, like, you've admitted, yeah, it looks flat, right? I mean, like, what? How is that analogous to somebody thinks that they're anatomically not?
Well, I was driving out to LA today and I noticed that the road goes up and down, not quite flat. I was going up, I was going down.
I was talking about you at the beach pointing to your friend at the beach over the water, not up and down roads.
Yeah. For the same reason why I was going up and down as I was traveling the 91 freeway today, it's the same reason why I wouldn't be able to see my buddy pointing at me from Samoa.
Can you picture it though, Castle? Can you so you're on one end of the beach or a lake or something, and your friend's on the other end of the beach, right? And you're trying to point to him, but Earth curves, blocking because it's dropping away from you, and then he's trying to point at you, but Earth curves dropping for him. So, what is there, like a little crest in the middle between the two of you, where you're both pointing down, or what do you picture? Double hill, like a hill for him and a hill for you. You both have your own little hills.
Yeah, well, I mean, eventually we would just be pointing straight off into space.
Okay, so so I got you. You're pointing into space. When you point at each other, you're pointing into space.
Yeah, because from where I'm standing in California, if I was to point towards Samoa, eventually I'll go right over that curve and point right into outer space.
Let's try this.
What if there was a guy on a boat who was pointing at you and your friend in the middle between you and your friend?
Well, I was going to give it this one.
Do it.
Castle, this one. What if you were in a boat at the island and your friend was there at the beach and you guys were pointing at each other, touching fingertips, and the boat started driving away? At what point does your friend point into outer space and you point into outer space?
When he gets far enough away.
Oh, you're always pointing at each other until when?
Or, because of the Earth's curve, we're going to eventually be pointing out into space.
At what point, though? At 1 mile?
When we're far enough away.
What is that distance?
I don't know the exact distance. I just know when we're far enough away, we won't be pointing at each other anymore. We're going to be pointing into space.
As long as you can still see each other with, say, you got a 2 million watt torch or whatever you want to call it, and you can shine that one for quite a few miles over the ocean. You should see that thing twinkling, or even use a laser, and that's a straight line. And then all of a sudden, you start pointing upwards, right? If you were on the boat shining the laser at your friend, you're driving away. All of a sudden, you'd see the laser rising up in the air, higher and higher. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
So that doesn't happen.
It'll start to go above my head, and then it'll just go into space.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Dude, people point like
you guys have. It doesn't do that.
Yeah. Where there should be 225 feet of drop. You should. There's people showing lasers at each other over 20 miles of water, right? So you're saying by that standard, right? The other person should be seeing that laser above their head. They don't. They see it directly into their eyes.
If you could just use your imagination for a moment and picture a basketball and your hand wrapped around that basketball, your two index fingers touching one another, and then slowly spread them apart from one another, you'll see that as it goes with the curve of the ball, the two index fingers start to point up into space.
Yeah, and I just told you that across a 20-mile body of water, right, a laser shown across it, right, at a target, well, that laser should be about 220 feet above the target. It's not, just hits the camera or the person's eyes. They see it straight across.
They've already done the test to prove that this place is spherical. You just don't accept that information.
They haven't.
The only people doing tests, Castle, are the flat earthers, and that's it.
Where are these flat earth scientists at? How come they don't debate people like Bill Nye the Science Guy or Michio Kaku or Neil deGrasse Tyson or somebody? Why don't they do this?
There was a time period where, people were saying the same thing, like Joe Rogan saying, "Listen, I got a flat earther set up to debate you, Neil deGrasse Tyson." He's like, "No way, nope, I back out." They all backed out. They're like, "Nope."
You know that
the flat earthers or the
multiple people?
No, the flat earthers were more than happy, right? It's the astrophysicists, the guys with doctorates, the guys that you just called on. They all backed out. They said no.
Multiple people that have been in this VC, including, for example, AI Overlord. He has a science degree.
Well, true.
He believes that this place is flat too?
Ask him.
Or where is he?
He's been here. You've spoken to him before. Maybe when he joins back, maybe you ask him. There's many people. You're asking about degrees. The people can flash their degrees.
Well, it's not so much about degrees. I want experts that have been out in the field and done the test and know what's what.
They haven't done that's not, yeah. So Castle, real quick, the guys that you like, this is what I'm saying. Like I felt the same way years and years ago, right? Like somebody had to have proven that the Earth's a globe. These people don't exist. They never have proven the Earth's a globe. That's why you have to go back to this. You have to go back to this. You have to go back to this. You have to go back to the story of Eratosthenes. That's what everybody goes at. Like, ask Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's going to go back to Eratosthenes, right? The only people performing tests are the flat earthers. Everybody else is just like, arguing it on the internet.
What about Carl Sagan? I saw something about him proving that the place is round too.
Yeah, he was doing the Eratosthenes,
experiment.
He was just reasserting it. He was saying, "Listen, Eratosthenes did it."
A video of him the doing space rocket guy was telling you about a cardboard.
I saw a video of him appealing to it. I didn't ever saw a video of him doing it.
Hey, I'm glad he brought up Carl Sagan, dude, because I'm going to read from Carl Sagan what Carl Sagan said about what you're doing right now. One of the great commandments of science is mistrust arguments from authority. Too many such arguments have proved to be too painfully wrong. Authorities must prove their contentions just like everybody else. Okay? Trying to appeal to the authorities of so-called scientists. That is not what makes them right. The evidence is what makes you right. And the reason they won't debate us is because they don't know what the evidence is. Because they've never actually looked into this topic or researched anything. They're just as ignorant about it. And I'm not saying that to be insulting. When I say ignorant, I mean you just don't know something. And it's okay not to know things. So they're ignorant like you about this topic. They accepted it when they were in kindergarten, and they never questioned it. They never gathered any information about it. They don't know anything. We have a video of a PhD in physics that debated a flat earther, and after he debated him, he said, "Listen, if you have a PhD in physics or you have a high level of education, don't just go debate a flat earther. You're going to lose." And the reason they're going to lose is because they don't know anything about this. Science is so specialized, all they know is what they know, right? Whatever their specialization is. We used to have a physicist named, what the hell is his name? Rampage or something like that. He had a PhD in physics, but his specialty was ballistics. So he's been studying ballistics for 6 years. And we're start asking him, "Oh, what's the circumference of the Earth?" He has no fucking idea what any of that shit is, dude. He can tell you how fucking far a bullet will travel with, a kilogram of gunpowder behind it, but he can't tell you, whether the rays of the sun are divergent or not, or how far the sun is away, or any of that crap. He doesn't know any of it.
Even the guys who try to prepare for it, like Professor Parks, Danny Faulkner, what was the other guy's name? Bryant Myers. Those are all PhDs who lost to flat Earth. Also, there's no evidence for the globe except for modeling and presuppositions. There's no actual experiment or evidence. Yeah.
What about the weather balloons that they send up into space?
Yeah, I don't know.
Space
Ask Neil
balloons?
deGrasse Tyson.
What's the cause of a weather balloon? I wonder what kind of science we can determine.
I'm saying they attach cameras to this thing and they send it up.
What's
And when it gets
a
high
camera?
enough,
What kind of camera?
it's not the fisheye lens thing that you guys are talking about, man.
Of course it is.
Brother, I
Listen,
didn't say
there's a
anything to
benefit
you.
to it.
I didn't mention a kind. I asked you a simple question. What kind of camera?
The kind that we use to photograph things and videotape things.
So that's a big you have no clue what you're talking about. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem with it. Listen, the fisheye lens, Castle, is what you should use because it's a wide angle lens. You can get the most view, right? You can get the biggest view from it. It's a super wide angle. There's no problem with it. It's just that if you think it proves something, that's something else. But if you're just trying to see, that's what you want
Most
to
of the
use.
flat earthers say that that's the reason why it appears to be curved when they go into space, because they got that lens on there that makes everything look round.
Yeah, I have like 4 Ring. You know the Ring camera. You have the Ring camera app, maybe. I have like 4 of those hooked to the outside of my house. My backyard looks like a globe. That's what it does. That's just what it does.
If they say they're using one of those lenses, then it's going to distort horizontal lines. It will appear curved.
Yeah, you never seen like, I don't know, maybe like a TV show, like, or some like a movie where like Bill and Ted, they ring somebody's doorbell and you look through the peephole and it's like they're like living on their own little globe just through the peephole. But it helps you get a wider view. That's just what it does, and that's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you think I wouldn't just write it off as some excuse that a flat Earth. It's just it should be common sense. Like everybody who has a Ring camera on their house, it should just be common sense that that's what it does. It's not a flat Earth thing.
But do you think that's the same kind of camera that they're using when they send things into space? I mean, because when we have the drones take the aerial footage of islands and things like that, it doesn't necessarily look round out like a fisheye lens. It looks just like how you would perceive it if you were looking at it with your own eyes.
And my drone doesn't have a fisheye lens. My old drone did. It depends on what kind of camera you get on your drone.
Well, I'm just saying, why can't they just use the normal lens that we would use so it wouldn't distort everything?
They send up GoPros because they're durable in case it falls and crashes.
And they want it like, no, explain this to you, dude. They use these types of lenses so they can get a wider field of view.
I'm saying once you get high enough, you won't necessarily need that super wide view anyway. It'll just show you exactly what you're looking at.
You will.
Just like,
you have looked into this. You don't know how much of the Earth you should be able to see.
No, just like how we look at the sun and the moon, we're far enough away from those two bodies that we can see that they're round.
It's just a vague fucking generalization of what you think must be true because of the imagery. No, they use those lenses. The purpose is to view of.
Tito, well, you just said it yourself. Castle King just said it himself. We're far away from those bodies to see that they're balls, right? How far do we have to be far away from this body, right, the Earth, to see that it's a ball? It's a really small ball, so it shouldn't be that far.
The Earth is pretty big. It's bigger than the moon.
No.
But if we were standing on the moon and looking at the Earth, we could see that it's round.
No, it's not big. It has a radius of 3,959 miles. That is small. It is so small that we've been trying to tell you, if we stood at a beach, okay, and looked at the horizon, okay, if it was a ball that small, you shouldn't be able to see past 3 miles. Do you understand what that means? That means at 3 miles, right? That should be where the edge of the globe ball, right, is. So when we go up, we should start seeing that drop down into the ball, the shape, just like the sun, right? We're far away enough, right? That's what a ball should do. So how
If
far?
the Earth is so
I can give you
small,
another like.
go ahead.
Yeah, let me give you like another like analogy, right? Just to give you like a perspective on the size. They say it's a small world after all. This is how small they say it is. Like the 3 miles is a good one. That's definitely a good one. You ever been to like a high school racetrack? You ever seen one?
Yeah.
Like at your old high school? That's a quarter mile, right? That's just 1/4. So they tell you 4 times around that racetrack, just 4 times around it. That'd be 1 mile, right?
Mile.
Would be 8 inches lower on one side than the other side. Just run around that racetrack 4 times. You should be 8 inches lower on one side than the other. It's a super small Earth, they say.
I'm saying if it's super small, then why does it take 10 hours for me to be on a plane to get to Samoa?
Because it's not. Because the real world is not a ball.
The big
It's not a ball, that's
flat line, horizontal, all the time. Remember that line you said that you pointed out, and you said that line would increase into space. That means the horizontal line has to increase in elevation. So when you said that horizontal, when he asked you, when you're pointing at your buddy and he's pointing at you, and you said you'd both be pointing out into space, even while you're pointing horizontally to whatever you call the horizon, that means your fingertip from your shoulder out should be increasing in elevation that way. How high is so you're what? Say you're 6 foot tall and you're pointing that way. So say your arm's about 5 foot high and your fingertip is pointing out 5 foot. That doesn't change from 5 foot. At what time does that become 1,000 or 35,000 feet in the air before it even hits space? Like helicopter height or airplane height. 29,000 feet, like your finger pointing to the horizon. When does your finger point become 35,000 feet? The one that's still 5 foot tall. When does that happen? Globe guy.
When it's far enough out into the horizon.
So you're telling me from your armpit to your finger, you shouldn't have increased in elevation, not any?
No, I don't need to. I
You
can
don't
just
need
point
to.
straight.
How are you
I
going to
can
get to
point
space if
straight.
you're not increasing in elevation?
You know
that's what
that
I'm
you
saying.
have to
Pointing straight at the
accelerate.
horizontal line.
You know, if you're in a spaceship or something, it has to accelerate to the
No, a
point where.
horizontal line doesn't have to accelerate. It's going to be stationary.
Oh yeah.
Holding
If you're
its
talking
rigidity out
about
into your
an
arm is that
imaginary
big.
line.
No, your arm's
Yeah.
not imaginary. Your
No, I'm
arm's going to
saying
represent a part of that horizontal. Now calm down. We're in the real fucking world, buddy. Now in the real world, horizontally, at the end of your finger somewhere is supposed to be space, increasing elevation. But from your armpit, every imaginable little like particle, electron, whatever, every one of those to your fingertip is supposed to be increasing in elevation. Some type of reading. The same way your head is from your feet up. Right?
Oh, so you're saying I should be raising my arm to get to space?
No, I'm saying if you hold your arm and point it horizontally, it's automatically raising to get to space. Just only the length of your arm. So your arm is 3 foot or 2 foot tall horizontally that way, the elevation of it. And then vertically, it's another height, 5 foot. Remember? So if you put a big L on a ball somewhere, an actual letter L on any 360, what's going to happen to both parts of that L?
What part of the ball are you going to put that L?
The corner is going to touch the sphere, just barely. You're barely going to touch the corner of the L to the sphere. So it's going to look like a sphere and then an L hanging off to the right, floating in space. So now, the two parts of that L, they're going off and they're both increasing in elevation, right? The one going vertical and horizontal, right?
He gone, man.
Correct?
Council King's gone, dude.
He's gone. He's gone.
Yeah. I just saw him blip out. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh, as soon as I said there's a corner of the L touching the sphere.
As soon as the L touched as soon as it touched the sphere, he vanished.
Yes. The old L.
L.
He took the L.
He took the L. Yeah. Oh, he back.
Hey. Oh. Hey. You back? Okay, so I guess he didn't take the L. Hey, look. The L is on the ball, right? What he's saying is
Corner. No. The L's not on the ball. No, stop.
No.
The corner of the L is barely touching the ball. It's barely as it can. The corner. So that means the L's going up vertically and off to the right, not on the ball, away from the ball.
Yeah.
Now, draw that for me and then prove me wrong that both parts of that L are increasing in elevation at the same fucking rate at the same time, no matter where you put them on with that corner touching the sphere. Prove me wrong. I'm just waiting for your drawing to prove me wrong. Ain't no talking going to help you.
Explaining about the L. And...
Nah, ain't no explaining going to help. Just draw it out and then you'll prove me wrong with your drawing.
Look, man, listen, I don't have to prove anybody
hard
wrong.
for you to draw? You want me to float you some crayon money?
I'm saying, man.
I'll float you a coffee cup so you can trace around it. Come on,
Look,
brother.
man, when it comes to this, I don't need to be right. I just
right about what?
About the Earth being a sphere?
No, about taking the L because an L has to increase vertically and horizontally the same rate at the same time, horizontally and vertically. They have to increase. Those lines have to increase in elevation. And if they don't, you can't be on the ball.
Or Castle, another way to think of it, if I may, Debok, is to me, to be fair, the L analogy kind of messed my mind up. But if I got what you're saying correct, Demok, Castle, think of it. If you just take a ruler and you put it on a ball, okay, picture that as being like your arm, right? Your arm extends out horizontally. From your point of view, I mean, it's minimal. But if we're on a ball, it will increase in elevation ever so slightly. Like that ruler, if you observe it, you zoom in, at a really small level, over a short distance, there becomes, a quarter millimeter and then a millimeter and then 2 millimeters deviation from the surface of the ball. You see?
Yeah, I think
that's what I think he was getting at, right? So technically speaking, by you just having your arm out perfectly, quote unquote, horizontally, it's actually increasing in elevation. Did I get that right, Demo?
Yes. Yeah. At the same rate, the same way. So if you put a floating L on the water, or the base that floated, like a little square base that floated on water, and then when you put the L on it, the corner, when you just barely put it on there, the base goes directly underwater. The weight of it just puts it even with the water. The horizontal bar and the vertical bar should both be increasing in elevation. And on the end of one, it should be a certain voltage reading. On the end of the other, it should be the same thing. Or it should say 10 foot above sea level or 10 inches on this one. And that other one should say 10 inches or 10 foot above sea level also. And that would prove a globe.
That would prove a globe?
Yeah. If you had a floating base and you took the weight of something and engineered it to where the weight of it actually just puts the thing directly to where the metal bar, the L, actually just the corner of it just touches the water, where the wooden pallet that it's floating on, the wooden dock, is underwater to where the surface barely touches the bar. And it's an L bar, like 10 foot up and 10 foot out horizontally, 10 foot up vertically, 10 foot out horizontally. And it's touching the surface of curved water, supposedly, in your mind. Now, in reality, both those bars should be 10 foot high in elevation from sea level. The fuck? I told you to prove me wrong with a drawing. I implore you. If you can, I'll leave the channel. If you guys can prove me wrong about certain shit, I'll give you me off the channel.
Now, why would I want to do that?
Hey, some people would fucking give you money to do that.
I'm not those people.
Well, you don't want paid then.
I'm saying people are more important than money.
I'm with you there.
King. You said earlier, like, if the earth is flat, then why aren't we teaching this? Like, why aren't we sharing this? If you found out the earth was flat, right? Like, what would you do? Like, what would that send you into a panic? You know what I mean? Or what would that mean for you?
I would just be surprised.
Yeah, but how would that change? Your worldview, your outlook. Like everything you thought you knew, right? Is probably all wrong. Your whole reality is changed, right? It's like the Matrix. You just woke up, right? Like what? What would you do with that information?
No, because I have the ultimate compass to guide me through life. God first, family second.
Yeah, and He guided you here. And He guided you here.
Yeah, I'm here to learn some lessons before I die.
Yep. Yeah.
And once I'm done, I'll leave.
Yeah.
Castle, I think he guided you into this room.
Yeah, exactly. I hang out with all kinds of different people: Muslim, atheist, Christian, and now the flat earthers.
Yeah.
See? I'm just making my rounds. Yeah.
So he named 3 religions and then facts. 3 religions and then something that's based on facts.
Oh, hey, listen, man. You guys haven't even been to the edge of your flat earth, man. That's the funny part.
You forgot, from the groups, you forgot to mention the one you mentioned earlier that you hang with, the trans, remember?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's trans in all these rooms, so, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Going to the edge, think about it. Going to the edge, let's say we could go to the edge, right? How does that prove that the water is curving? Like, how does that change the fact that water is flat and level? Like 180 degrees, we use it as flat.
We can find out what's beyond the supposed flat.
You're missing the point. The point that I'm making is that there is no curvature, right? We can go and find out that there's something there, but what do we do about the ocean and the world not being curved, like being flat and level? Like nothing. It doesn't exactly. So going to the edge, right? Going to the edge is not not a reason for you, okay, to look into the curvature, because you know that going to the edge isn't going to do anything, right? So how else can you know that the Earth is a ball?
Well, listen, if I got to the edge and saw that this place is indeed flat, then I'd have to change my mind about the Earth being round.
See that at the edge when we are showing you that here. We're showing you that water is flat. You know water is flat and level. You know about the salt flats, the Bolivian salt flats. You know about it. You know that it can't curve into a ball at the surface, right? So how are you going to see that in Antarctica or wherever the edge is? And yet you've been looking at it. What's the difference going to be? It's going to look flat, right?
Listen,
it's just like the thing, those guys in Flat Earthers showed me, man. Like, I guess it's flat. Like, what?
I mean, it's not going to change my quality of life to figure out that this place is flat after all. It's not going to change the way I feel about people. My relationship with God.
But what if what you're saying right now is totally the opposite? What if it totally changes everything, how you see God and what you know about God, yourself, and people, relationships, life, this world? You know what I mean? Music, singing.
Totally changes? So I become an atheist?
Nah, changes like in a way that, because see, think about a ball, okay? Well, what does the Bible mean if the earth is a ball, right? It's confusing. What does it mean if it's not a ball? It's exactly what the Bible says it is. See, so you don't have to reinterpret what the Bible is saying. You just look around you and see it, instead of, oh, but it doesn't match what the scientists are saying. Then you got to reinterpret it so it matches a ball. Now the Bible's confusing. Now the Bible seems like it's not reliable, like it's not credible. So you listen to scientists. That's how it is. But what if the opposite was true? What if you looked around and saw that it's exactly what your Bible describes to you? Then you might read it more. Then you might believe it more. Then your faith might become, even more confirmed. Not that you know what I mean? That's a big difference.
Remember I was saying earlier that there's certain stories in the Bible that I still have a question mark about. Like the two of each kind on Noah's Ark, and what were those animals eating, man, for 40 days and 40 nights? Things like
No,
that. I got these kind of questions.
It was a whole year. It was actually a whole year.
Oh wow, that's See, I didn't know it was for. I didn't know it was for a whole year. So what were those lions eating when looking at those little animals on the boat?
It rained for
And
40
they're getting
days and
hungry.
40 nights. After the rain, then it still had to settle, subside, get whatever, and then they had to so it was more than 40 days and 40 nights, yeah.
That they were at sea.
Well, 40 days and 40 nights of rain, okay? And then it was waiting for the waters to recede. That took a couple of months, and then they came out. So it's almost a year, about 9 months to a year. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm just saying, my point is, what were those animals eating? That's my point.
Just fun fact on Noah's birthday, by the way.
Yeah, well, what they were eating and all the details, that's for you to find out. God can do anything, and we don't know the condition. Now you got to think about the conditions of the earth before the flood, okay, and what the animals were like and what they ate. I don't know. I can't explain any of that. But what I am telling you is that it makes more sense. The Bible does on a flat earth, on the real thing. When you look at it, your worldview changes from this to that. Night and day, man.
It doesn't. You just either believe the stuff or not.
And what do you believe?
Like I told you, I believe.
Do you believe what your eyes see? Do you believe what your eyes see? What your senses tell you? Or do you believe the stories of some people that you can't verify, what they tell you about?
Well, we can be tricked. Our senses can deceive us.
And you think God tricks us? You think God is tricking our eyes, making it look like... You think God lied to Moses, telling him it's a flat earth when it's really a ball? Who's tricking who? Did God really say you can't eat any of the fruits of the trees?
No, he said you can't eat from this specific tree.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
They disobeyed. And then they found out. That's what happened.
Yeah, did God really say the earth is flat? Did he?
No,
he didn't really say that. Why he didn't? Because I'm pretty sure that's what Genesis reads. I'm pretty sure the Bible reads like that, right? But then the devil would say, but did God really say in the Bible that it's flat? Look again.
But that's your interpretation of what you're reading.
Now you start interpreting the Bible to fit the globe, right? Now you're not going to accept God's word straight up. Now you got to reinterpret it from this snake from NASA, right? That's a tongue. That's a forked tongue of a snake, right? NASA's logo. Do you know that? It's a forked tongue of a snake. Look at the logo, man. That's what it is. 666 is all over the globe, bro. The speed that it rotates, that the globe rotates, the axis, the tilt. The tilt, the axis, it's all sixes. Calculate the number of man, right? I mean, the number of it's the number of man, 666, and there it is. So I mean, I don't know, coincidence probably. It's probably just a coincidence.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've gathered of all the time I've spent in here, it's like this, the government's lying about this. What else are they going to lie about next? That's the kind of gist I get from this room.
Everything. We have been lied to about everything.
That's the whole point of a government, dude, or else it would be the people. Do you even know what the go burn mind means? Like go burn mint, go burn.
Yeah. If you believe in the Bible, then you have to give. I mean, you have to give the devil a little credit here, right? Like, right? Or do you think you're smarter than him? You think you can outsmart the devil? Yeah.
I don't think that.
Yeah.
I'm just a guy
Well,
out
give
here
him-
that God created.
Well, okay. Well, then read your Bible.
I'm not the most beautiful angel that he ever
Let me,
created.
can I ask you a question, Castle King?
What's up?
So, like when you were talking about the ship, and you were like, what they eat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any way in your mind that you could hold some animals without having to feed them for a while?
Yeah,
Any
if you
way at
put
all?
him into a deep sleep, like hibernation or something.
How about cryogenically frozen?
I don't know about that, but
You don't have to
yeah, I
feed them,
mean,
do you?
I'm saying cryogenics on
I'm
Noah's
trying to
Ark.
help you out, brother. Why, listen, if I give you an answer to stuff, why you shun me every time? You're like, I don't think so, man.
Cryogenics over hibernation? I would take hibernation over
Listen, a big block of
cryogenics.
ice with every portion of life in a big block of ice. That would be a ship. It would float and it would settle and it would thaw and then motherfuckers would crawl.
But
Nah.
what about the
That's not how.
sun?
That's not how it's done. Man.
Sun's
Look,
what helped it thaw out, brother. I like the sun.
all God has to do is let the animals know, look, we're gonna be starving for a little bit, so just hang in there. We're all gonna get out of here, and we're gonna be all right. Oh, I'm pretty sure it was tight. It was close, but everything worked out. God can do
Well,
anything if you believe in that kind of thing. Okay, that's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
I'm saying, the bears, they go to sleep when they hibernate for months. They sleep
Try
away
sleeping.
in
Try
their little
sleeping on a
cave.
boat that's getting rocked by the flood. Come on, man.
I'm saying God.
Yeah,
You said
maybe
God
after.
could do it.
Yeah, maybe
You're
after.
saying
Yeah,
God could
cool.
do
Yeah,
it.
yeah, exactly. And in Genesis 1, it's very clear, right, that the surface, that's a flat Earth cosmology, right? Cosmology is like a beginnings story. How did it all begin? Science cosmology is what? Everything exploded out of nothing, and rocks turned into, I guess.
No, they don't say nothing. They say the singularity.
Yep.
There's a small point in which
Right.
everything exploded from.
Right. Yeah, then that we came from monkeys, and monkeys came from fish, I guess. And fish came from a sludge of primordial ooze. That's what they call it. It's like a.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I've seen the stories.
Yeah, it's
I
like
used
a
to be an
mixture of-
atheist. I used to be an atheist when I was in my late 20s and early 30s.
Yeah, and the Big Bang was developed by a Catholic priest. Why? That's my question. Like, why is a Catholic priest developing a cosmology that's anti-Christ? Like, why?
They're paying homage to Lucifer because even God had to ask Lucifer what was up with Adam and Eve because he didn't know why they was acting weird. And then Lucifer said, "Yeah, man, these motherfuckers." He's like Castle King. He's like, "Yeah, man, I don't know what's up with these two cats." Then he went down and he's like, "Hey, you two, you can do this and this and this." And they was like, "Oh man, cool." And then he went up to God and was like, "Hey, God, these two are gonna do this, and I bet you that they're gonna do this against your will, cuz."
Yeah. If you look it up, man, this is probably a good time to tell you the story about it, man. Like how the globe Earth came to us. And it came to us through a church, the Catholic Church. Some dudes used to think that the sun went around the globe Earth, and then this is Ptolemy, some guy named Ptolemy, and then some guy named Tycho Brahes. He was trying to develop that model even more, and then he handed it down to a guy named Copernicus. He said, "Copernicus, do me right." And the Copernicus is like, "Fuck you. I'm putting the sun in the middle, and I'm making everything go around it. Because this is why. Because the lesser should serve the greater." That's what he said. That's what he wrote. So,
Yeah, and to be even, if I may, to be even more specific, it was the Jesuits, right? Guy, what was the guy's name? Father, who? What was the guy's name in the Catholic Church who was also a Jesuit at the time? Came up with the model. I forget his name, but yeah, This is arguably a Jesuit kind of infiltration of the church. Because before that, it wasn't, before 1600s or something like that, this was not very much of a thing, as far as I'm concerned. Right? The Douay Rheims Catholic Bible reads in one of the things, what is it, Isaiah 40:22? Something, the globe. Literally, word for word. But you go in various other translations, it's a circle, or an arc, or a dome, or whatever, the different terminology. And this one came out in 1600s or so, whatever, right around the time of Copernicus and all these other guys. Yeah, it's a Jesuit, mind trick.
Yeah.
Without the two, you're not going to choose one or the other, are you? Because listen, if they didn't push globe or flat, then where would we be? Narnia. We'd be like, we don't know where we're at. Like we really don't right now, But it's not good for them because they have to know. Like, we are the Almighty. We told you the sun's coming out tomorrow, like Orphan Annie. We make it rise. Like, they're the powerful, all-knowing God next right hand to God, right?
No, they don't. They don't say that. They just say we observe it rising every day.
Who does?
Scientists.
Observe what rising?
Everybody. The
What
sun.
rising?
From the east, you see the sun rise from the east and set
Oh,
on
I
the
don't.
west.
No, I don't see
Well,
the
I don't know.
sunrise
I'm in
ever.
Cali, man, so that's what I see. Maybe you're
I
in a
don't
different
ever
part of the
see the
world.
sunrise, brother. I'm sorry.
I'm
Maybe you should word it
saying from
different.
our perspective,
I see it come
as
into my
human
view.
beings.
I see it come into my view
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I get it.
above me.
That's more accurate.
It's already above me coming into my view. It didn't go up or down. Now, if you think it's coming into your view above you or below you and then above you, right? You think it's rising. Who does it drop on when it's high noon? Which person does it fall on their head when it's right
It's
above you?
high noon. Well, yeah, I don't know, man.
It doesn't vertically drop. So if there's a million people in a line, high noon for you, the sun's not going to hit any of you in the head. That's kind of weird when you're saying it's dropping.
I just know that it's really hot when it's right above me.
93 million miles away is right above you. That's weird
I'm
too.
saying what I perceive for it to be.
You perceive what you perceive. So what you
Yeah,
have
as
no
a
damn
human
clue of.
being.
What you
I'm
imagine.
saying I can see that the sun is hotter when it's right above me as opposed to when it's setting or when it's rising. I can feel the
Yeah, but is
heat.
that 93 million miles difference, or is that a couple miles and like an hour difference or two?
No, it's kind of like how you turn your body away from
Is
something
it
that's hot.
93 million miles
That's what it's
difference?
like.
Brother, hold on a minute. Just stop. When it's left and it's cold, and then it gets right after a couple hours, is that 93 million miles worth of space within that couple hours, left to right in your horizontal view?
It's still
Like
the
when you
same
look out.
distance away. It's just that the Earth is turned away from the heat.
No, brother. You said you said it's coming from the east, rising or whatever you said, and then going to the west. So when it's cold, the sun's not directly over you yet. It's still chilly. After a couple hours, that'd be like 6 in the morning. So then around like, I don't know, 9, 10, 11, it gets hot, right?
Yeah.
So was that a 93 million mile difference within that? Like if you held a 3-foot meter stick, like that's what it would have covered is 3 feet, 3 feet. So 3 feet or a meter stick equals what, 93 million miles, and that's the difference from cold to hot, right? Daytime to nighttime. Cold or hot, right? At nighttime, sun cold, no sun out there, it's cold. Daytime hot. So you're saying the same
Yeah.
attribute happens within a couple feet of the sun's path. When the sun goes across your sky the whole way until it goes out of your view, and that's way more than, I don't even know how many feet that would be. I couldn't even fathom. But I just don't understand. Like, where do you guys get the idea that the sun is so far away, but then within like a couple minutes or a couple hours, it's cold and then hot? But it's supposed to be the same distance away.
No, it's because the Earth is rotating.
So
It's rotating. So the
rotating
sun.
chicken. So the Kenny Rogers Roasters Earth, third rock from the sun, and the big sun is 1,800,000 times bigger than the Earth. You can fit 100 Earths on the surface, 3% of the sun, right? So so can you demonstrate how a Kenny Rogers Roasters chicken gets cold and then super hot, like 110, and then like negative 20 or 35 degrees, 33 degrees?
When the chicken isn't in the way of the
Can you demonstrate
flames,
it?
the other side of
Can you
that chicken is cold.
Do you know
It
what a
has to do the
thermometer is?
rotisserie roll so that it can get into the
I
flames
don't
all
have
the
any
way
clue what you're
around.
talking about or trying to demonstrate. Could you
I thought you were
please
talking about
demonstrate?
chicken, cooking chicken. I thought that's what you're talking about.
No, what you're gonna no, you're not cooking chicken. You're talking right now. You need to get a couple thermometers and put like 4 thermometers around the chicken and start rotating it in a big ass heat lamp that's like
Am I
50
still
times
muted
bigger
here?
than it, and roll it around and show us what you're talking about. Show us how the sun does it, what it does.
The Earth is rotating around the sun.
What Earth? What are you talking about? What sun?
Our
How?
globe,
Show me how.
the sun.
No, I have no clue what you're making up right now. It sounds cool.
You sound like you're in the dark, my friend.
Oh man.
They should have learned you better in school, huh? They should have said, "Hey, little Bobby, this is rocket surgery. Rolling a ball around a ball. You don't want to be caught doing this."
Wait, which
Everybody's
one are
going to want to
you?
employ you.
Are you the one who went to school or didn't?
I graduated from high school. I have some junior college under my belt.
No, you sound like you do. The other guy.
Oh, I went to Ball Academy. Balls out physics 101.
There you go. The results show.
Where they showed you and put their money where their mouth is, like you're ready to. And they had a ball and a little rotisserie third rock from the sun and how they rotated it, and they showed us how it got further away and closer, but it's the same distance, and one side's 33 degrees or nighttime, and the other side's 120 degrees like in the desert.
That sounds really complicated. I mean, I went to high school and I took AP Physics and got a 5, I think. It sounds
You
easy.
mean a heat lamp sun and a little ball rotating? It sounds complicated to you?
No, all of the stuff you added on, because you spent a lot of time on the detail. Yeah.
It's happening on 2 balls. Sun ball, earth ball.
So
Sounds
you
real
trusted a
complicated
guy
now,
with
doesn't it?
balls, and I
So how could
trusted
you demonstrate that
academics.
complicated thing like one ball rotating around a heat source? How would
Well,
you
this
be
is-
able to do that like an educated goof troop?
Well, my education extended out past high school and AP Physics
Beyond a ball?
into college, yeah,
So
and
much
into
that-
grad school, and then you
so
still
much-
don't know a thing.
So much that you don't know how to rotate a ball around to prove
Well,
or
I know
demonstrate.
more than you, but I wouldn't
But you
assume
don't
as
know
much
how to
as you as
rotate a ball.
such, because I'm not that ignorant.
So you don't have a ball handy and some thermometers?
I do, yeah.
Oh, you do?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of heat source you got?
Oh, you're gonna do the little like
No, you're gonna do your little globe model and show me how dumb I am.
little variation of the optical.
No, you're going to show us how you have it at a 23-degree tilt, and you're going to have a North Pole on one side, South Pole on the other. You're going to tilt it 22 degrees, and you're going to Kenny Rogers Roasters rotisserie that bitch around your heat source.
Jesus Christ.
No,
So-
not Jesus Christ. A ball called
So men
your
like
Earth
you think you know
rotating
more
around
than-
the heat source. So
Wait,
you
can I get this right?
demonstrate.
So men like you with your views, you think you're more correct in all the academics and all the years they spent.
No, a ball is. The ball you won't touch
With
it.
the ball physics, bro.
It's ball technology. It's too good for you. It's too much. We've lost its telemetry a
we
long
don't know
time
who
ago.
I am. I'm not talking.
That's
About
racist.
my views.
What do you mean, men like you?
I've lost the ball data.
He shared
a long
his
time ago.
views. So men with those types of views, yeah. I have
Ones
every right
without
to say that,
balls?
right?
That is racist.
No. It's the ball people, the ball physics. What time is it?
What ball physics? I don't see you.
Yes,
demonstrating.
yes, men like us. Yes, we are. Yes. What about it? Is there something wrong with it? I mean, it's not like we're
You're
just doing it for fun, right?
Okay, on the surface of this earth, there's men with views, and they're not all created equal. Some are very opinionated about their views, but their views don't manifest much.
Racist. Racist.
No
What does
racist
that have to do with anything? What does that have
It
to
has
do
to
with
do with the
anything? We're
abstraction of views
challenging.
that
We're
belong to
challenging
mind.
these so-called smart people that you believe in, right? Because something they said is
Smart
untrue.
people I believe in or am.
Yeah, you guys. Yeah, whoever you're comparing us to, right? Yeah.
I don't do that. Like, you either have sound views or you don't. And I
Do
haven't
you know
heard
what we're talking about here? We're talking about the curvature of the globe, right? Not existing.
To what
in the
end do
real
you
world.
talk about this feature of Earth? You have any goals in mind, or do you just
Yes,
talk about things?
well, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to inform people. You know, we're like trying to ring the alarm. Hey, something's wrong with this picture. Can somebody help us find the curvature and fix the globe?
We're
Because
flat
it's not
revere.
working.
Find men like
We're
you,
flat
and I
revere.
say,
We're running down the street yelling, "The globe is a lie. The globers are coming. They're going to get your children. They're going to tell your adults that
Hide your
they're on a
kid.
ball, you know, and they won't be able to do any
Hide your wife.
technology."
okay.
We're
Why
flat
don't you guys
revere,
take all
brother.
of the
Don't you love
knowledge
us?
you have and do something with it that
Do
helps
what?
people on
What
Earth?
can you do with the ball? You won't show us all the technology
No,
in the
well, you
ball.
claim you have a correct view of the Earth and beyond. So, like, why don't you take that and do something useful and help people like men do on this
We're
planet?
trying to destroy the pseudoscience garbage you've
No,
built
this is a war of
off
words. Men
cartoons.
should build things. What have you built with your
Yeah, listen,
knowledge,
they
your
shouldn't
vast
build math.
knowledge?
They shouldn't build
Curvature.
math and cartoons, is what they
Yeah.
shouldn't build. They should go to a
So
lab and build some balls and show us
A
what the hell
man
they're
builds a
talking about.
thing and it does something. He makes a claim first, but he
we're
builds a
talking
thing and
about
it does
curvature. We're
something that's
talking about
useful. Can I finish
the
my?
Yeah, but
curvature.
you gotta remember that the globe is a
You're
scam,
Finish my
and
statement.
the globe has been scamming real men away from the resources and their
Your
money and
attempts to
wasting
like
time.
worm in people's brains is so elementary. I don't think it even has effect that you think.
Man cannot do
You're
much
just
if there's a scammer taking everything from them.
yeah. So you're not interested in the problem that we have with the globe that we were trying to fix here? What
Oh,
you're here
hold on.
to criticize us,
I approach
who
you
are here
with a
trying to
framework.
help
Would you
NASA.
like to hear the
We're here.
framework?
Listen, we're trying to help the globe. Like, don't you? Can't you see? We're looking for the curvature.
Words? Wait, with words instead
We're
of your
looking for
hands?
curvature. We're looking for curvature. Look, I'm making hand signs with my hands. We're looking for curvature. Going
So
like
if I have
this.
100 women
all
in
we
a
need is
room saying
NASA's
things and
budget.
100 men saying things, and then I find this abstract
Not
group doing
moonwalking.
things with their hands, like building
All we
things.
need is
Right? Well,
NASA's
should I?
budget.
The words are the builders doing things that do things. Who
Right,
should I listen to?
like measuring curvature, like figuring, like check it out. We got a ball, okay, that's not measuring, that has no curve on it, right? We got a ball that is measuring flat. We got a problem, and we're trying to solve. We are men who are trying to solve this problem. The problem of why isn't there curvature on this globe, a ball that we're supposed to be living on? So why don't you help us?
No, hold on. You're good. No, because you have to.
You don't seem to be wanting help. You seem to be wanting to field the most words.
Hold on, no, because you have to. Because you're not verified. Like you have to earn. So what?
So you can't even message.
No. You have to. No, you have to earn yourself.
Yeah, until you're verified.
So what you? No, you're like you're an initiative.
Let's try it.
Yeah. I'll verify you. You're good. Here, talk to him. Here, just say something.
Shit.
Wait, is everybody
Just a
quiet?
bit. No, I'm teaching my old school friend how to use Discord. It's kind of hard for us old folks.
Yeah.
It's a troll fest. That'll help.
No, he's cool. He's funny.
Discord got him.
Where's that guy that we were talking to?
Discord got him. Oh, somebody muted him.
Oh.
Lord's injured.
That's him, Bongso, the one that just replied after your question.
Oh, what do I call you? What do we call you?
Me?
How do you pronounce your name?
AP?
KP? Okay.
Yeah. Reverse looking
Hey,
at
what's up?
space-time
What's up,
for
man?
novel
Yeah, you sound.
truths and lies.
Oh, you sound like you're upset.
Fucking TikTok got fucking banned, dude. Fuck.
Whoa, what the?
God
Somebody
damn
get their
it!
teenager off the internet. Let me put you at 20%. No, I'm doing research on historic use of electromagnetism. Yeah.
Oh yeah. And you're here to
Veg, since you guys like to play around.
so you're a Glober, right?
I'm a truth seeker, right? Very efficient at filtering out BS. So that's above the thing you want me to detail. That's more about me.
Yeah. What?
I put
So
the
what do
truth
you
above
think?
everything, including my own life.
Okay. Yeah. What do you think about what we've been talking about? We got a radius, right, for the place that we're supposed to be living on, reality that we're supposed to be living on, right? But when we
I feel
go
like
out
they've
there,
explained everything you guys do in here by intent and not content of truth.
no, I'm asking about because you said you're pretty good at detecting bullshit, right?
I
Right?
could be
That's what you
holding my
said,
tongue
right?
for reasons, yeah.
Right. Well. What do you think about this bullshit? You know what I mean?
I think you guys
You were
should
telling us.
upgrade into explaining your model instead of antagonizing existing ones, because that thing you do, the second half,
What does a
it
model
doesn't have any effect.
right?
You'll never have
What
any
is a
effect.
okay?
It's,
Do
everyone
I
has
need
a
to
model in their
explain?
brain.
Do you need a model, right, to
I
understand that
don't need
water?
anything explained in this conversation. Assume that about me.
Right there.
Yeah. Okay, so
Okay.
every human brain has a model because that's what brains do.
No, we're not
So
talking
you're
about.
asking
We're
a-
not talking about the
you-
brain. We're talking about the Earth. We're talking about the surface of the
Yes,
globe.
the Earth is the Earth. Give me a second. The Earth is the Earth, no matter what you say or I say. Right? But our brains can reflect what the Earth actually is if our brains study it enough and maintain what it truthfully is. Right?
Squig, can you mute? Are you talking or? Sorry, KP. Go ahead, man. I
Yeah, it's
couldn't hear
simple.
you.
Like if I have something on the table, right? Your brain can contain that very thing if you look at it properly, right? So the proper thing is the thing we always argue about with words, but nowadays that's not the best way to get to the truth. Is arguing with humans about what they claim they have possessed in their brain. You argue with AIs, logic, data analysis, correlation, functional models that are proven to work mathematically through simulation, that kind of stuff. So you're playing an old game. You're playing an old game, and if you're not careful, you'll be retired with your falsehoods. Yeah.
Yeah. You sound like you're just spewing a lot
That's why you
of
don't play games.
bullshit.
No.
Yeah, you sound like
I explained myself perfectly.
So you're good at detecting bullshit, but you also spew a lot of bullshit, right? Is that what
You could
is that
say
your
that,
game?
and I would call you a liar immediately.
Is that your game to spew bullshit and see if people can detect your bullshit? Well,
I could
anyways,
get a litmus off of you. Yeah. What?
anyways,
Content instead of bullshit.
look, wait, man. 128,000 feet, right? Some dude jumps out of a balloon. Okay, and there's
Red
the
Bull.
horizon.
Yeah, the Red Bull guy.
Yeah, the Red Bull jump. The Red Bull jump. And then Neil deGrasse Tyson gets on the internet and says, that stuff is flat. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. If you
Neil
were on
deGrasse
the
Tyson is a
ISS,
pop
right?
scientist. I would never rely on
Right,
him
but it's not
to
just him.
orchestrate my worldview.
I know, but it's not just him. Other people, there are all these other people saying now, other scientists and other astro people, right, saying from the ISS it looks flat. That's what we're being told. It's being force fed to us now. Hey, it's flat from the ISS. You don't see the curvature. See, what do you think about
How
that
many
bullshit?
years? Okay, so there's only two
Right?
things you guys say: yeah, globe versus
Listen,
flat.
I'm asking you a question. Do you agree? Do you agree that this is bullshit? What they're telling us is bullshit. That it looks
think
flat,
arguing
even though we're supposed to be on a
binary is-
ball.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think
so are
arguing
you
a binary, both sides are wrong. Yeah.
Okay, so Neil deGrasse Tyson is lying? Is that what you're saying?
Neil deGrasse Tyson is a pop scientist liaison. He's not someone to trust worth anything for any
Okay.
deep commentary. Now, for surface commentary and inspiration, he's great. Anything deeper, again, you when you go to an auto mechanic, you don't let the guy who just got a job work on your transmission. It's like more of a senior person, you see? So we trust people who actually care about a thing and then study it and improve it and study it and improve it over long time periods versus commentators, bro.
So what about planetarium director Paul Larson, who did the math in front of a classroom and showed them how, since at the claimed height of the ISS, it would only see 3% of the Earth, therefore the Earth would be flat from the ISS.
Okay, when you call name and credential, one of the professors in grad school for me, distributed systems, was a two-time NASA astronaut. He also had like 5 or 6 PhDs and many publications, patents. He was a genius. So like, yeah, I had a professor. Like, so you said some guy came and put some math on the board? Who? What? Who cares? Okay. Yeah, that's not anything. Math is math. If you do something with it, it becomes something else. It becomes something more profound and significant. Takes on more weight. If
right,
you
bro.
just have math on a board, that's all it is. Yeah.
Okay. Now let's get back to the Red Bull jump, right? So you don't agree with what Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? So what do you say? What did we see?
Not that I don't agree with him. I don't seek him for guidance at all. I feel like I know more on subjects than he does. Yeah.
Okay. Do you agree? Do you agree with what he said though? That stuff looks flat, and that we don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
Just like Chris had.
Okay, so I think I was leaving California cross country road trip just to relate to what you're saying, and I don't know if it was Yellowstone or Yosemite, the one that's you go out of the Bay Area. Okay, we were looking up at like the the ridge, the hillsides and the trees. I stared at it. I know it's a touristy thing to do, whatever, but my eyes for 30 or 40 minutes could not believe what I was seeing because I could see miles out and things were so fine in detail, but the trees looked like they were like the size of a piece of sand. So optical illusions, your eyeballs, hey, here's the funny thing, your eyes are a sphere, bro. All these years you spent on this topic, you never thought about your goofy eyeballs and how they change the way light.
It sounds like it sounds like it just occurred to you that your eyes are.
No, I just made a joke about your whole belief system. It was
okay, but I think you're missing.
Yeah,
I think you're missing. Right. But the point is that the horizon, is at eye level.
In your eye? Where's the horizon in your eyeball, by the way?
There's a camera inside the pod, right, at 128,000 feet, and it's showing a horizon. And it looks like the camera is level
too.
Yes.
What happened to the flat earther who tried to get up that high? Didn't he fall off the rocket and hit the ground?
I'm wondering why you're. I'm wondering why you're doing that. Like, why are you doing that? Right? Are you? Do you not like what I'm trying to explain to you? Do you feel like what I'm explaining? Like, are you feeling the heat?
You should point out to him that he's been duped by
way too highly of himself.
You should point out to him he's
not
been
really.
duped by
I'm waiting for you to try to say something highly because you're taking a posture. I haven't done anything besides respond to your commentary.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So, did you get the tongue-in-cheek joke? I want to make sure that lands. Let me make sure I translate that.
I didn't get what you're trying to say.
Who's this other guy? Who's this other guy? Who's this other guy? Why do you just?
Not you.
You're not my boss. Like, what are you? Who
I am. And listen, you sound like you're just making up stuff when you're talking in here.
You sound like a person who just wants to cause issue. Okay, can I finish what I was saying? So you have eyeballs; they're spherical. How do you explain the way you see things?
That's not what we're talking about.
It's a simple question. If you don't want to answer the question, you could say no. Don't play games. Do you want to answer the question or not?
No, I said no. We're not talking about it. There you go.
You speak for him? Like, is this your owner over here?
For the room, yeah.
Yes, he's my owner. So you're gonna okay. Now, can we get back to the horizon? Do you understand
where in your eyeball? Where is it?
What? You really don't want to?
Where's the horizon in your eyeball? Yeah, I'm going to answer.
Are you admitting? Are you admitting? Right, that we shouldn't see this horizon if we were on a ball? Is that what this
With your
is?
eyes, if you were to get up that high, what do you think you would
All right.
see? Huh?
Let me put it another way then. All right, let me put it another way. There's a ball in front of us, a basketball. Okay. And as we stand up, the ball drops down. You know, it's starting to the horizon of that. The edge starts to fall down.
I have one in my hand.
And now,
Go ahead.
yeah, right. And now, there is no ball in front of us. Okay. Okay. Now, let's say we're on. Now let's say we're on a flat ground anywhere. Okay, or at the beach.
Could you draw a picture
Okay.
for me? I'm lost.
Okay. If we're on the beach, listen, man. The only reason why the horizon is at eye level, the reason why it's visible. Okay, I'm not gonna say eye level. Okay, because you're gonna talk about your eyeballs being spheres. Only reason why it's even visible
Only have one, by the way.
the reason why the horizon is visible at that elevation, 128,000 feet, is because it's a plane. Anyone who has any common sense and has learned a little geometry, right, or just common sense, knows that. That's
Okay.
easy.
So
I'm not calling you
Can I ask
stupid.
you a question?
I used to think
you
like,
should
oh
never
no,
call
it's a ball.
someone stupid unless you can prove
Yeah.
it. Otherwise, you're the dummy.
But the idea that we are on a ball is stupid.
Okay.
It's stupid.
So I'm gonna ask you a question that I know an 8-year-old. I can get one to come in here and answer it. Right? Would answer me straight up. Your eyes. What's the shape of your eyes, sir?
So the horizon, I want you to agree.
He dodged it. He dodged
I
it.
want you to acknowledge that the reason why we see the horizon at 128,000 feet is because it's a plane.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Those eyes. Yeah, those eyes. You
Answer.
dodged it.
Okay,
Just tell
let's
me.
say you
Yes.
say.
I said yes. I say yes. The affair is over. You don't get to play games with me. But those eyes of yours, what's the shape? Haha. You're not gonna answer. Oh, telling.
Hey man, I'm not trying to mess with you. I'm trying to.
You can't do the thing you think.
I'm trying to get something out of you, man, without you spiraling, man. So I'm trying to stabilize you while we speak.
You want me to get that 8-year-old to answer that question I just asked you?
Like, so you agree, okay? So what do you say then? Are you saying what Neil deGrasse Tyson is saying, or are you saying it's not a ball? Did I disconnect? Hello?
He's saying it's not a ball.
I was muted. You guys got to stop doing this when you get broken down.
Yeah, sorry. So no, it's cool, man. I didn't know our moderator muted you, but thanks for muting him. But go ahead, man. Yeah, what do you say? Is it flat, or are you agreeing with Neil deGrasse Tyson, the guy you don't trust?
I muted again when I said got to stop doing it.
It's because you're not answering the question.
I'm going to head out, guys. You have a good night.
Yeah, he gave up.
Hey, have a good night, bro. Come back whenever you feel like.
Right. Eject.
So he measures eyeballs and he's like, yeah, I don't know the rest.
I mean, that's such a weak argument, right? All you have to say is just don't mention eye level. Just say it's visible really high because, and now you can't say eyeballs anymore.
No, he can't say eyeballs anyway. Has he ever seen Ripley's Believe It or Not, where there's people that can stick their eyeballs out 4 inches out farther than their face and look right and left with different ones at a different time? Has he not met those people?
Yeah, dude. I haven't.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, look it up. People with eyeballs that pop out of their face. Pop out eyeballs that stick out the farthest. They get prizes. Guinness Book of World Records for the eyeballs that stick out the farthest. And the lady, it was down to a lady and a dude, and the lady won, and she can stick her eyeballs out and it look like left with one and then right, or like, you know what I mean? They stick them way out of her head, like an inch or two. Crazy. I might be exaggerating a little, but I'm telling you, they stick their eyeballs out of their head.
Why did he leave? Well,
I was going to bring up the eyeballs popping out of the head, and he didn't want none. because those would have been like watermelon shaped something.
Kept talking about people, you know what I mean? It's like, what?
Staying, I laughed real hard when I seen eyeballs like that. I was like, those people don't need magnifying glasses at all. They can see protons.
Yeah.
He left because he didn't like getting moderated. He didn't like not being able to attempt to control the chat.
Hey. Hey. What's the word? Too keen. Yeah, he's too keen. You know, too easily triggered, and he doesn't have enough. Like he doesn't have anything. Yeah, he's just talking shit.
He's like, I can get a question. Someone can answer it. What? I can get a question 8-year-olds can answer. What color can an apple be?
Yeah, I actually thought about it. Like, could I like could an 8-year-old just sit there, right, and debate, I don't know, astrophysicists and just use curvature to win everything? Like, I think yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They could
If
also
the
draw a
8-year-old,
circle.
yep. I was gonna say if the 8-year-old knows not to let the topic get off, you know what I mean, to bring it back to curvature, then yeah.
Well, to be fair, you guys were muting him when he was trying to respond.
No, listen to this. In the classroom, you put at the top of the paper, the directions are make sure these people give you the curvature, the rate, the distance, where it's at, how you can find it, how you can reproduce it, where you can prove that it's there, right? And they will hold you to task.
Castle King, I've just muted you because that's what we consider to be concern trolling. Why someone was muted and what opinion you have on why they were muted, or whether it was fair or not, is insignificant and important to a moderator in this channel. If you want to have a discussion about it with people that aren't moderators in this channel, go to another chat. Otherwise, don't want to hear it. Thank you.
Can we ask Castle King the questions that the other guy we just asked the other guy? Hey, Castle King, what do you think? Well, because I was asking him about the Ribble jump.
I haven't seen it.
Basically, it's basically the horizon is visible, really, really high, 128,000 feet. Right, and I asked him, the only way this is possible because if it's a plane, right? And he says, no. So Neil deGrasse Tyson says that stuff looks flat, right? Even from the ISS. But we're supposed to believe it's a ball. And you know how small this ball is. So I asked him, okay, is Neil deGrasse Tyson telling the truth? Do you agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson? Or are you saying it's flat? Because he says, yeah, only a plane can do that. Only a plane can call, only if we're on a plane can we see the horizon that high up, right? And that's when, he left.
But remember, he was saying he doesn't think Neil deGrasse Tyson is the guy to ask when it comes to science. He's a pop celebrity.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is considered a science communicator. No matter what anyone says, he is the guy. He is the guy. He communicates science to the public. He's an astrophysicist. Stellarium, that one place, you look at the stars. Yeah, he's some kind of director there. He's the guy.
It's like a horse whisperer, a science communicator.
Yes. It's like a globe whisperer. The globe whisperer. Yep, exactly. So, what do you think? Do you think Neil deGrasse Tyson is right? That stuff looks flat from the ISS. Okay, makes no sense. Or do you think it's flat? It's because it's flat.
I think it's like the Transformers theme song. More than meets the eye.
What does that mean, man? Does that mean A, Neil deGrasse Tyson is right, it looks flat, but it's a ball, small one? Or B, it's flat?
How about C, I don't know.
You're on the fence. That's called being on the fence, right? Are you saying you're not sure the Earth is a globe anymore?
Remember, I never said I was 100% sure. I never claimed to know. I just said I believe.
Well, then you're not a glober? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm more on the side of the globe than the flat.
He's globe light. Glober light.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Miller Lite, but it tastes more like water.
Diet Globe. Right? You're a Diet Globe? Just 1% Globe? Not Globe enough? Is that it?
More globe than flat. I know that.
Oh, so you're 1% flat. Or 1% unsure. You're 1% unsure, 99%
to me is. I'm saying it only appears that way when I step outside and look out there. That's the only part that appears to be flat. But I'm wise enough to know that I'm just a little guy out here in the middle of the big, giant world.
No, you're foolish enough to believe, okay, that a sphere can appear, measure, and be used as flat if it was big enough. You're gullible enough to believe, right, that a ball can appear, measure, and be used as flat. That's not wisdom. Well, think about it. That's what you're doing. The problem is that we're being told we live on a ball that looks flat, measures flat, and is used as flat.
I'm just wondering, why is it then the sun and the moon are balls too?
See, you're wondering why the sun and the moon are balls. Who told you they are balls? They look like spheres and they look like, but they're lights in the sky, right? When you say balls, okay, are you saying it's a physical thing like the moon is a rock?
Yeah, and only one of them is actually a light. The other one is just a rock.
All right. I uploaded this rock you're talking about. All right. Now you're an artist. You're an artist. You understand how light hits your subject, right? And that's all about capturing the light. And if you don't capture the lights and the shadows, then you're not really doing it right. You're not seeing it, right? So what do you think? Do you think that moon? Look at this thing. Do you think it looks more like the top picture? I posted a picture, an image.
I'm getting ready for work right now. I can't look at the phone, man.
Okay. So the moon looks like a lamp, right? But the rock, when the light hits it, okay, you see this glare on it, right? It's called a specular highlight. You don't see that on the moon. Do you think the moon looks like a rock that's reflecting light, or do you think it looks like a lamp?
The former.
Take a look.
Man.
The former. It's reflecting light.
Well, man, you gotta take a look. You gotta take a look in text, man, because I posted the image.
I'm using my imagination right now.
Well, your imagination is wrong. Your imagination sounds like it's a light. Yeah.
No, I said it's reflecting the light from the sun.
No, it's not. You gotta look in the text, man. Yeah.
Oh, so the moon is its own light source?
That's what the moon looks like. That's why I posted the image. One image is of a rock. reflecting light, and the other image is the actual moon.
And the actual moon emanates light?
Well, that's why I want you to look and tell me what you see. When you look at it, do you see a light that's illuminating the night, or do you see a rock that's reflecting a warm red light? Well, you know, the sun is a warm light. It's not a blue light. The moon is a blue light. And then look, I'm telling you, it looks like a lamp. No, I would need you to look at the text so you can see the image of what a rock would look like if it was reflecting light.
I gotta get ready for work, man.
This is more important than work, bro.
Oh, is it more important than being late to work?
Oos. You will rejoice when you get to work late. That's how important it is. Come on, man. Here, I'll post it up again so you can find it.
I only rejoice because I know they won't fire me because they love having me.
Well, there you go, man. There you go, man. Come on, man. Have a look. Look at it. And you as an artist, I am an artist. You tell me what you're looking at. Are you looking at a lamp or are you looking at a rock reflecting a light?
All right, let me look at it.
Where's the spotlight? Castle King, where's the spotlight?
Spotlight?
Yeah. What Bill G was trying to say is that the moonlight is colder than the moon shadow. Did you know that?
No.
That's what he meant when he said the moon light is blue. When you stand or when you measure the temperature of an object, the moonlight, then it's colder when measuring the same object in the moon shadow. You didn't know that, right? I didn't know that too. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
And strange, huh?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, that's what planets look like, man. Check it out. That's what planets look like. They don't look like rocks. Do you think these look like rocks? Mars, Venus, Neptune, and Saturn, do those look like rocks reflecting sunlight? Millions of miles away?
Some are rocks and some are balls of gas.
Well, look at it and tell us if they look like rocks to you. Because us, they look like lights. You know, like how you see the water react or interact with the light? That's what it looks like, man. It looks like light through some kind of water. That's what they actually look like, when you look at them in the telescope. They don't look like rocks. They don't look like spheres. Well, some of them do, but they look like lights.
Oh, do you think the Earth is more like these disc-looking things like Saturn?
No. Dude, no. No, they're lights. God said, dude, lights in the sky, right? So we can tell the times and the seasons. That's what they're there for. The greater light to govern the day, the sun, right? And the lesser light, the moon, to govern the night. That's 5 seasons.
You can simplify it more than that. I think you can simplify it more than that. Like, we observe them as lights in the sky. Some people may make claims as to what the composition is, the medium that they reside in, the distance to them. If they can demonstrate these claims without any shadow of a doubt, that's great. If they can't demonstrate those claims, then, you can choose to blindly believe them and believe in fairy tales while you're at it, or you can just choose to not believe them and acknowledge the fact that there are some things you don't know yet. But they're lights in the sky, like the sun.
I just want to point out, I think this guy's been in here for like 9 hours today. And he said he had to go to work.
Yeah, gamers,
guy's been in here all week.
It doesn't even seem like the ball's half lit, like it's supposed to be, 50%. Like a globe either.
I just figured since it's very typical, these guys will be talking about the lights in the sky. I thought I'd bring it up. On the 21st, there are 6 wandering stars alignment. If you have a telescope, you should probably check it out. Everyone but Mercury and Pluto. That's not a planet anymore. Oh,
Yeah, but Castle King, yeah, have a good day at work, brother. Just something to think about, for next time. I'm gonna head off. Just gonna be on mute.
Have a nice day.
Who said planets are going to be lined up?
What'd you say, D-Mock?
Who said planets are going to line up?
I don't know who said planets, but I said wandering stars. Somebody did say planets, so.
Oh, wandering stars. Oh, okay. I'll say I don't really think planets can line up. I never really believed that because lineups like if we're supposed to be a part of the planet alignment, how are you looking at the planets if they're lined up with you? I don't know.
Yeah, I always thought about that too. Like, what is the reference? Is the Earth the reference? Being one of the lights in the sky, also being a planet, also. So it never made sense to me. So yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because if you and I stand in line and then we all turn to the right and then face the teacher, we can only see the teacher. We can't see the left and right wall now because we're focusing on the teacher. So if we are in line, the teacher could see us in line, but we couldn't see ourselves in line, focused ahead. You see what I'm saying?
Indeed, indeed.
Hey guys, I suppose you know that light is not visible unless it hits and reflects on a solid object.
They're looking at in vacuums then.
Say that again?
What are they looking at in a vacuum? So if you look at the moon and you see a rainbow around the moon, what are they looking at there in all directions?
Yeah, according to science. According to science.
Right.
You cannot see this. You cannot see the light unless it's. Just imagine. I mean.
But we can see all the light. You can see the light, like make a plus sign, make like go in all points from every little thing that you look at. So like, I don't even know how that. I don't know.
The point I'm trying to make is this is something which Eric Dollard said too, and a friend of Eric Dollard. And the interesting thing is that another friend of Eric Dollard said that NASA has not a single image or photo from the sun in the visible spectrum. So imagine what that means.
Hold on a second. Did Eric tell you that you need to have stuff to make the light in the first place?
What I'm trying to get to is they themselves say then that is the reason why when you go high enough in the atmosphere with balloons, that the stars disappear. The stars become only visible because of the atmosphere. Even the sun is not visible then. You can only see the moon.
You know how you're seeing the light
too. But what I'm saying, what would that tell you? It tells you that the sun is not a fireball, because if it was a fireball, then it would be visible, because the fireball, helium and gas, that's a matter. That is
well, if
matter.
the sun was a fireball, we could just take fire and grow plants with it. But look at Mark G's name. Look at Mark G's name. You see Mark G's name? Look for Mark G's name on the list and look at Mark G's name. Do you see what the clear light does? And then do you see how the light reacts after it goes through that prism?
Oh, Mark. Yeah.
Now, imagine you're the guy on the other side of that prism, staring at the prism. Are you going to see a line of colors hit you? Are you going to see a circle of rainbow? Like, what do you think you're going to see when that hits you? How do you think you're going to see
I have
that?
no idea.
I don't. I'm just saying. I'm just asking everybody actually.
Yeah.
And look at Mark's picture, and if you're the person standing staring at that rainbow, do you see a circle rainbow? Do you see it separated? How it looks? How we look at the side view? Do you like? How would that look?
Yeah, that's.
I have no
You
idea.
just don't understand how rainbows work or prisms.
Well, what's it look like, Brenda?
Oh,
Staring at it forward, what's the rainbow look like?
Brenda.
It's coming out of that prism.
You would, depending on which portion of the spectrum hits you, you would see red or green or purple.
So not red shift or green shift or blue shift, just a rainbow of all the colors.
Well, you might see just a whole all of them. I guess if it's small enough, right? I don't know actually.
So what's that say for red shift and green shift and blue shift if you see all of them at any time?
I'm sorry, what?
So what's that say about red shift or green shift if you can see all the spectrums of light at any time and they can all be the rainbow? You're just seeing which part you can see visually.
Yeah, I don't even know how to answer that. That's so dumb.
Brenda, you don't know how to answer anything, it seems. Isn't that weird?
Well, the
You're
things that
calling
you
people
asked.
dumb, but you have no answer. Like the smart person should have the answers, right?
Yeah, but your questions aren't even on the same planet.
Well, that's because you have a low IQ. It's not my fault.
All right. Well, one of us doesn't. I think one of us.
Well, I mean, I'm on planet Earth. What planet is your IQ from?
The globe Earth.
A ball. So your
Yeah.
IQ is like 360, right?
Compared to yours, yes.
Yeah, you have a 360-degree IQ.
Yeah, you bet. Sure.
It touches itself. It's a weird IQ.
Do you know what those colors mean? Do you know what those colors mean?
What colors mean?
No, what it means though on the
color spectrum
on the Pink Floyd image there. That's from Pink Floyd, right?
Rainbows aren't from Pink Floyd.
Dark Side of the Moon, the front cover. That's what it looks like, right?
That's what he's showing you. I just said, imagine you standing there.
What do you think? Why do you think that those things are different colors?
I started this with a question to you, asking you what you would see, and then now we're here with the big nothing burger, Brenda, like always.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what you would see. You know, I've never looked at a pit prism in that way. Probably just a band of different colors. Right, Roy G.
Like left to right, right to left, a band of colors like that.
I don't know. You could find a prism. This is something you could do. You could find a prism and look at it.
Oh, I could do it. I could do that.
Maybe you could.
Damn, that's crazy. What if people have already did it?
You think so? Could you do it?
I can stare at stuff just as good as the next Glober.
Yeah, you could find a prism. I'm sure there's a kit.
Because you were getting ready to tell me what the prism means and what the light means.
I'm sure the kind lady at Romper Room would lend you a crystal and you could stare at it and turn it around in your hand and then have milk and cookies.
Is it going to form into a ball? Is it going to arc into a U pattern or a candy cane?
That would probably depend on what substances you took before.
I'm not taking any substance. I'm talking about the light. Is it going to refract? How's it going to act? I mean, is it going to bend or is it going to like shine out like it shows?
It's a mystery.
I get it now.
You could do the experiment. Find out.
Do what experiment? The light that widens from the source and goes out like a rainbow?
Yeah, not even on the same planet.
Well, I'm just wondering when that light bends like a U, like a frown. The one coming out of the prism right there. Can you point to me where gravity's spinning it down and how it would do that?
I have no idea what you're even talking about.
Light refracting, being bent down by the rate of curvature and gravity and the effects of.
In the Pink Floyd image with the triangle, I don't see any U's. I see straight lines.
So no curves. Thank you. That's all.
Do you see curves?
No, hell no.
Well, there. Why would you ask me if I saw them?
Because I thought you guys saw curves in boats and refracting lights around water and shit.
Yeah, not even the
Thought
same.
you guys saw curving lights.
Yeah, not even the same planet.
Hey, I'm with you. I'm on the planet that the rainbow isn't bending around corners. It goes in a straight line.
Well, thank God for that, D-Mock.
Yes.
I mean, Damak, you make Flat Earth look really bad. Because people talk to you and they think, yeah, that's how Flat Earthers are. They're as bad as Damak.
Well, damn, wait, look in the mirror.
That's what they do.
What do you think you make the globe look like?
I don't think I make it look like anything. Nobody, I don't matter.
Shit, the same is applicable to D-Mock.
I don't matter to anybody.
What do you mean? You make the globe look bad, Brenda.
MC Toon, or Fight the Flat Earth matter. I don't matter.
Well, you know,
Flat Earth matters to you. The subject you hear every day almost. That's a
How does a banana know to be food?
So what do you think it looks like? What do you think it looks like when to normies when flat earthers show these out of focus pictures of stars and say that they're angels? How do you think that looks to other people?
Who's claiming this? You said somebody's claiming this. Who's claiming?
I've never seen anyone claim it.
Yeah, and everybody who's a flat earther was not
lots and lots
once upon a time.
Hold on a
lots
second.
of flat earthers do. Lots of them do. I see it all over the
Brenda,
place.
they might just be spelling it wrong because angel and angle, I mean, they sound really, really close. They might be like, it's an angle of light, and you're like, there's angels. And they're like, no, Brenda, spell it right, you crazy bastard.
Do you think that those blurry, jittery discs that people will claim are stars, taken with the P900, do you think that that's what stars are? Democ?
No, I have my own. Oh, okay, Democ.
Well, I think a P900 did what?
What are stars, Democ?
Well, twinkly lights, sound, reflections off the ground, focused sound, because you can have sonoluminescence, focus. So if there's enough focused sound, right, and it crosses the path of itself and touches at a point like a V, that's when you'll get light.
Yeah, see, that's when
actually in a
normies. Yeah, when normies hear that, they just laugh.
When they hear what? Four speakers.
What you just said. What you just said
causes sonoluminescence.
Yeah, what you just said.
Four speakers focused at water, at the liquid.
Yes.
Cause light.
When normies hear this bullshit, they just laugh at you guys. They just laugh at you guys. That's all they do.
No, when normies analyze their belief in a gas giant and a sky vacuum, they feel like dummies, and then they run away, rage quit, and start calling us dummies.
No, those are just people. That's just because you guys can bully people in this room. That's all.
No. We explain how gas giants can't be in a vacuum, and then they feel stupid. So
we're explaining to you that you try to bully people into believing fucking twinkly lights or something. You know what they are when you can't even take a twinkly light on Earth a couple miles away and prove what the fuck it is, and put your whole life savings or your life or your money on it, or McToon put his 10 or 50,000 on it, because I'll be the motherfucker to bet him, and I'll go out in the distance and I'll put something in the distance. You won't know what it is, but then at the end of the day, you get a little questionnaire. What's the weight? What's the distance? What's the size? What's the width? What's the material made of? And what spectrum or gas or whatever is it putting off to tell what material it is in that aspect, right? And I guarantee you every fucking one of those you're going to get wrong. And that's on Earth. Not millions of miles away at Grandma's house somewhere over there, Narnia's Hill, at Santa Claus's ranch. This is on Earth, in reality, a couple miles away. You won't be able to do it looking out a window with any tool you got.
See, the problem is that none of this works the moment you
leave. None of what?
Spectroscopy? None of this works the moment you leave your little echo chamber here on Discord.
None of what works, Brenda? What you guys can't demonstrate? Everything you can't demonstrate is what doesn't work. You understand that, right?
All of this. It does. Your tactics.
Yeah, globes don't work. I know your tactics of saying looking through toilet paper rolls is going to tell you what space is. Just dumb shit, right? Get a magnifying glass out. Now you know everything. What a weirdo.
Yeah, none of this works beyond this little hyper specific room of yours.
How does that
Outside
make
of this,
feel?
nothing happens.
None of what works,
Nothing
Brenda.
works. It doesn't work.
Everything I'm
All
telling
your
you is
little word
reality.
games.
But water doesn't stick to spinning balls. That works. No water sticking to the spinning ball works. My reality trumps your fucking what ifs every day, Brenda. There's no question about it. It's not a joke. So all the normies know that you guys are full of pseudo goofiness, and all you say is just dumb shit. And when we demonstrate reality, all you guys can do is cry, make up fucking excuses, say the word too big and just the dumbest shit you can come up with, and never demonstrate shit. And we trump it all. We trump it all with demonstration.
Yeah,
You don't got to talk about it. We don't care about your fucking opinion. Spin the ball. Doesn't hold water. Fuck your opinion.
So, DMOC, yes, you trump it all. You win every time, but only here. The moment any one of you steps outside.
Go get who you think is going to beat me and bring them in here, or bring me to their place, and don't let them mute me. And then you get the board on the thing, and we'll go over everything that I need to go over with them, and they have to draw out the shit that I tell them the way I do it and explain it. Right.
Right. So again, word games only.
No. They're going to have a ball. No, I told you my stipulations. They're going to have a ball present on camera at all times during my fucking debate with them, and they're going to have a whiteboard and a marker handy right next to it. And we're going to go over the shit. And they're going to have a little toy helicopter, a little toy airplane, a little toy hot air balloon, and you're going to show me how they traverse around the ball without fucking dipping. We're going to go over all of it.
I can do all that.
Oh, you can?
Absolutely.
Well, shit, show us all how an airplane gets around a ball flying horizontal.
Yo, DMOC, what's on the other side of the flat earth? Tell me.
Your sister.
Oh, wow, couldn't even tell me. I won this debate. Congrats.
I just told you. You didn't like the answer?
No, he
That's
won.
not an
He won.
answer. I won. All you did was insult me.
I won.
Yeah, the moment. Yeah, you win.
Brother, whatever
you're being disingenuous. That's not how you debate.
The answer is grab a shovel. Where do you want to start digging?
Just by you saying that proves my point that there is round.
Where do you want to start
give me
digging?
an answer.
Where do you
we know more about a round Earth than we do a flat Earth.
No, you're 8 mile deep Earth? You're 8 mile deep round Earth?
All right,
Sounds
later.
pretty small. Yeah, see you later, digger boy.
Yeah, so DMOC, none of this works outside of here.
Of what? You're 8 mile dirt Earth?
No,
Yeah,
what you
I
just
think
did.
I think he's asking you to prove the molten iron core, Brenda.
No,
I think that's what he's asking for.
Yeah, I'm making a different point.
No, we need your model. Let's see your molten model in the lab. How does that work? Let's see the magnetism of your molten iron. You don't have a point. You're just talking out your ass like always. Can you demonstrate with the ball? Remember I told you stipulations? No more talky. Put up, prove it or lose it, buddy. Prove it or fucking lose it. Right?
So I'm making a different point, DMOC.
So you're not making a point of proving anything or losing any model. And that's the only reason we're here. Prove your globe or lose it. Prove your flat earth or lose it. I'm ready.
Throwing a hissy fit. You can throw a hissy fit, DMOC, but it's not going to work.
Brenda, I'm ready to outmodel you or whoever you got. I'll fucking put. I'll
Go ahead,
sacrifice
throw your hissy
myself
fit.
as
Throw
a
your little
flat
fist.
earther, and I'll model for model you motherfuckers on tides. What do you want to show?
Shake your tiny fists.
What do you want to show? How tides work on flat Earth versus the globe? I'll whip your ass
Shake your
every
tiny
time.
fists, Demok.
Because water doesn't stick to spinning balls. What do you want me to demonstrate on my flat sandbox that you can't do? I can make an earthquake in a part of it, not the other part. I can make a tide on it in one part and not the other part. At the same time, I can have calm water in my sandbox over here on this side. And then on this side of my sandbox, I can have a tide with a lot of water blowing back and forth. What is, go get the best Glober you got and I'll fucking out flat earth model them with a sandbox. A flat sandbox with topography, baby.
Yeah, you'll win here.
D-Mark,
You
it's
will
not
win
even
here.
that. They need the flat earth more than you do.
I know they do, or else they wouldn't get
so
paid.
it's not even that. It's not a debate. There is no debate.
Oh no, there never
I know
has
it's just
been.
sad that I can out model them. They have no model, and just some guy out of nowhere that Brenda says is nothing can produce a physical attribute of something that will put his talking to shame. And what
Just
they need
words,
to do
Demok.
is put my physical attribute. What's words? My sandbox? No, it's a real sandbox. You get wood. You make it in a square, triangle type of thing, or a square, whichever one you prefer. Fill it with sand. It's going to have topography in there. Get in there and play around a little bit, right? And then I'll show you how to do a flat earth model in that. And then you go get your spinning sand ball, and then we'll compare them next to each other. What do you want to show on which one?
Words don't make things true. So you
No,
saying
our
words means
demonstration
nothing.
put up or shut up does.
Yeah,
Man,
you saying words does nothing.
No, he's not. He's not saying words. He's asking you to do a very specific thing, right? To get a ball, okay, and then get a sandbox. Like what words? Don't you agree? It's easier to model sandbox than a ball.
Do you know what a model is?
Yeah, we're gonna go over it. You're gonna show
You
yours. I'm gonna show
know
mine.
what a model is. Do you have a model, Brenda, that you can present?
What do you mean present?
Present a fucking model. You claim to have one. Show it.
Yeah.
Show it.
Yeah, it's called Google Earth.
That's not a fucking model. That's called Google Earth, Brenda. Do you know what
Atari
a
is his
model is?
model.
That's the model. Too bad.
You know what a
Atari.
model is, Brenda.
See, this only works here.
You don't
Brenda,
have
that's
a model.
a pseudo model.
Brenda.
Your square phone screen, your flat phone, your flat GPS with your flat maps and your flat apps, your flat line with your flat math and your flat angles with your flat ass, right? Your flat forehead and your flat past.
Yeah, those words only work in here.
No, that
No, dude, it's on a flat screen with flat paper.
Yeah, none of that.
Flat colors
None
and
of that
flat
works
blues and flat
outside of
blacks.
here. Outside
Flat
of
tones
here,
in my
you
voice.
have nothing.
Flat
You have
facts.
nothing.
What does too bad work outside of here?
Do you know what a
That's your
model
answer,
is,
right?
Bill?
Too bad,
do you know
right?
what a
That's your
model-
answer. But
Bill?
you said Google Earth, and we told you that's
Yeah.
not a model, and you said too bad, right?
Yeah, too
Right,
bad.
and
It
I'm asking
is.
you, does
It
your
is.
model, when you say Google Earth is a model out there, does it work?
Yeah. Yes.
They accept it?
Yes.
They accept Google
Yes.
Earth as
How
a
does it
model?
demonstrate
Huh?
earthquakes?
Yes.
How does Google demonstrate
Yes.
earthquakes?
Right. So this only works in here.
How
Your
does
little
Google?
games,
It's not a
your
model.
little word games don't work anywhere else.
Brenda, nobody knows
Only
what
in
the
here.
fuck you're talking about. You're kind of weird. You just keep talking to yourself.
Here's
Brenda,
weird. I don't even want to
on
call you.
GPS, hold on, brother, 1 second. On GPS, Brenda, how do you explain earthquakes with GPS? The model of your GPS.
Why would you
earthquake, how
even
does that
ask
work?
that question?
Brother, we're going to go in depth about your model, your GPS model. How does GPS show how earthquakes work on a ball?
How does the global positioning system
Your
work
model.
on earthquakes? Is that your
How
question?
does your model show your model stuff, Brenda, is the question.
How does the global positioning system work on earthquakes? Is that your question?
Yeah, you said that's your model, and I said take your model now and prove it or lose it. Earthquakes.
Did I say that the global positioning system
You said
is
you had a
my
model and you said it was GPS. Now you shouldn't
I
talk
never
out your
said it. I
fucking
said
dumb
it was
ass.
Google Earth, dude.
Then
said it was
that's not
Google
your
Earth.
model, clearly, if you can't show us earthquakes on it and tides. I want the model that can show us water moving back and forth, you fucking idiot. Real water. Let's go.
So you don't know what a model
So
is.
you don't know what real water is, pseudo boy.
Yeah, you
Pseudo
don't.
plastic
So
computer man.
all of this stuff
Metaverse.
doesn't work anywhere else but here.
I know what meta is. That's what you are, right? Non-reality, metaverse, and I know what real water is. And you don't know how to make a tide work on your model. How fucking sad.
Yeah.
Why don't you go
This
ask your
only works
gurus?
here.
Listen, you know the rooms that I'm not allowed to go in because I would get muted. Why don't you ask them?
Because of your
Ask them if
abusive
they're ready
behavior.
to debate how tides work on a ball versus my flat model. I'm ready to fucking go. Are you ready? How much money do they want to bet on this?
Also, the anti-Semitism is why.
Brother, I'll go to their room, and how much money do they want to bet?
No, Brenda, you're a racist. You called us you guys. What is you guys?
Brother, I'm the best. I'm the best motherfucking semi you ever met.
So these little word games do not work except here. They don't. These are just
Brother, I'm trying to get you to put your money where your mouth is, you dumb bitch.
Can we just accept? Let's just go with his Google Earth. Ask him about Google Earth. How it works. Use that as what's your model?
Yeah, you can use it to predict sunrises and sunsets. Something you can't do.
What?
We don't even know where.
Show us sunrises and sunsets on Google Earth, Brenda.
Based on the flat Earth, what time will the sun rise tomorrow?
People didn't know about sunrises and sunsets before Google Earth? Wow.
No, they had to program Google Earth with that information. Google Earth just didn't say, "But sun's happening tomorrow at 2 p.m. Guaranteed. Tomorrow at 8."
Google Earth showed people about sunrises and sunsets. Thank you, Brenda. I didn't know that.
I know I'm learning something new every day. I thought humans put every bit of information, calculation, and coordinates on a square grid, straight line for orientation, declination, angles, and attributes on that motherfucker. And so, Brenda, come on now.
Yeah, and none of that works on a flat Earth. Only on the Google.
On the flat Google that works on my flat phone that works perfectly with straight flat lines. What
Then
the fuck? Brenda, are you on something?
Tell me when the sun rises tomorrow morning.
Brenda, tell me when the straight line hurts you.
Brenda, you didn't know that Google Earth was a flat Earth depiction of the world? There's no drop over distance if you look at any shoreline to any shoreline.
Of course not. Why would there be?
Why would there be? Of course not. Because it's you're a model. Because you're a model.
What is sea level?
What is sea level? Is flat. You require a flat Earth more than I do, Brenda.
The water.
You need a reference plane more than I do, Brenda.
The water level in New York Harbor and the water level in London Harbor are the same.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Right? That's the globe.
Of course. No, you're saying, Brenda, right? That level is a curved line, right?
I'm saying that the water in New York Harbor and London Harbor, right, and Singapore Harbor are all at sea level, all at zero, zero.
Yes, exactly. The same
level.
The same way in a swimming pool, right? The level at one end and the level at the other end and the level at the sides are the same, right? Right? We agree.
No, they're all. Agree. I said the water in the New York, China, London, Australia, it's all at sea level. It's all at zero, right? The same level.
Flat, which means a flat straight line, like 180-degree line.
It doesn't mean flat.
Oh, well, there you go. That's what I was trying to identify. So your definition of level is not flat. Your definition of level
is level?
Conforming to conforming.
Wait, let me finish. So your definition of level is a curved line. Correct?
A curved surface.
Yeah, a curved line. Correct?
A curved surface.
No. What is level?
Okay, so let's...
Wait. He's saying or Brenda's saying level is in reference to a curved surface. But what is level?
Conforming to the curvature of the earth.
No.
Yes, that's what it means.
Level is based off of the horizon.
No, it's not.
There are no curved surfaces of Earth. There are no curved areas of Earth. You can't conform.
That sounds like a claim that you can't support.
No, that's what the definition is telling you. You just can't read.
I just told you differently. It means conforming to the curved liquid portions of the earth.
Okay, so but there are no but there are no curved liquid.
But there are.
Where are they? Where are they? Show me. Where are the
Earth's oceans? There's oceans. All the oceans.
You can't show me these curved liquid surfaces.
Yeah, I can. Just open up Google Earth.
Because they don't.
Open
if
up
we
Google
can't
Earth.
agree,
that blue stuff. Blue stuff. That's what we're talking about. That blue stuff.
We're talking about liquid surfaces.
If we can't agree on the definition of level, then we can't have a conversation.
Yes,
we have to agree.
Yeah. I get to define. Here, I'm going to drop something. I'm going to drop something for you.
Wait. Let's start with things. Let's start with what we can agree on first. Okay, water first. Okay, let's talk about water and the things we can agree on. Okay, like let's talk about a swimming pool first. Okay, and then we'll expand into China and New York and whatever the hell, right? Or China, LA. Okay, so in the swimming pool, can we agree that in the swimming pool, right, the water is level, aka also 180 degrees? Can we agree on that?
Oh, those aren't the same thing.
I know, but I'm starting small. Okay, we're in a swimming pool.
The water is level. The water is level because it conforms to the curvature of the earth.
Okay, now I'm talking about in the swimming pool. Can we agree that water, when it's perfectly still, okay, is 180 degrees?
No.
Okay, now can you show us how that water in that swimming pool or in a small body of water, okay, is not 180 degrees?
Well, we would measure it. Right?
How would you measure? How would you measure the curvature, right? Because you're saying the water in the pool is curving. You're saying it's not 180 degrees, right?
You're saying it's straight, right?
Yes.
How do you know?
Because I can see it and I'm measuring it and look, it's 180 degrees.
No, you haven't.
Oh, yeah.
You haven't measured it.
Yeah,
No, you haven't.
Yeah, I can measure. Yeah, like in a small pool. Like a small table. Okay,
no, you do the usual flat Earth thing. It looks straight, therefore it is straight.
How small?
That's a bad inference.
Okay, but you know what a measuring cup is?
Let's do it.
You know what a measuring cup is?
How about a bathtub? Is that small enough that you can agree inside a bathtub's water still? It's 180 degrees at the surface.
A glass of water.
Or a glass of water. Shit, if you want to go that
perfectly straight.
Okay, now you're going to talk about tension. That's why I use the pool, because it's big enough. Okay, so we don't have to get confused about the tension, water tension, and all that. Okay, that's why the pool was
disregarding the meniscus, disregarding that.
Okay.
Disregarding that, it's still conforming to the curvature of the Earth.
So on measuring cups, you know your levels. You're measuring cup levels, right? The gauge, right? That's a straight line, right?
What?
You know, the increments on a measuring cup. The increments on a measuring cup, they can put straight lines, or like curved in one axis around the cup, but straight, right? And it's in the horizontal.
We're not talking about volume.
And then you use that, right, to get to fill it up with the liquid to that level, and it equals with that straight line.
Right. We're not talking about.
They don't go. We got to make sure this line matches the curvature of the Earth. They just put a straight line on there.
Right. So we're not talking about volume. Bill G was asking me about what level was.
That's how you know how much you've got in your cup. Because the surface of the liquid equals that straight horizontal line.
Yeah, you seem to not understand that we're not talking about volume. A cup
Not
is
talking about volume either necessarily. It could be 50 mils, could be 250 mils. You're going to fill it up to meet that straight horizontal line.
Milliliters, deciliters, quarts, and gallons are volume, not what we're talking
Yes,
about.
and the surface, right? The surface is going to be at the same level as the increment on the side of the cup. It's going to be equal with it in a straight line, not a curvature of the Earth line.
Are you sure?
Yes.
How do you know?
Yes.
You don't know that.
Look,
you don't know that.
You can pre-mark where the water level is going to be in a swimming pool before you fill it up with water. You can pre-mark it.
Yeah, you fill it to the
with
mark,
straight lines. With straight
How do you know they're straight? How do you know they're straight?
Because they're doing their best. They're using levels and stuff to make it straight.
What if the levels are curved?
They want it to be accurate, don't they?
Yeah, but what if it's curved?
Why would it be curved? Why should it be curved?
Because gravity affects water.
Okay. Where can we see that?
When you pour water into a cup, that's gravity.
Oh my gosh, this is painful.
Is bending because
it's because you have preconceptions that you're not willing to abandon. You're not willing to give up your beliefs.
That's called projection.
It's West all time. Hey, Robert.
Because mine are true and yours are wrong.
That's called projection.
What did you say? It is true so far. Nothing.
I said that level.
Now you're going to say something true.
Level means conforming to the curvature of the Earth, and that the reason that water is level in a cup is because of gravity, and the gravity at one end of the gravity at one end of the cup is different than the gravity at the other, even if you don't have an instrument that can measure it.
Hey, is that sitting on a flat surface or a curved surface?
Who knows?
We're gonna need a citation. Like, where do you got a source for this definition of level?
She already said. I mean, even if you cannot measure it, it is curved. So
my citation is high school.
Post the link.
You should have paid attention. You should have paid attention.
Can you post the link
to high school? You want a link to high school?
No, to the definition of level, right? That was taught in your high school. Okay, what's the name of the high? Because no high school teaches that. So can you at least
all
post?
High schools teach that.
Is there? Okay, I got a question. Are we able to find this definition of level anywhere on the internet? Yes or no?
Yeah, Webster's Dictionary.
Can you look it up for us and post the link?
No,
please.
No. You do your own goddamn work. I'm not your Aaron.
So if I go to Webster's Dictionary and I look it up, I'm going to find that definition.
You're going to find like about 7 or 8 definitions.
Okay. The definition that people, you know how you say we build things on Earth? Yeah. What definition do, say, civil engineers use?
You'll find the definition that I am using because I get to say what I mean by the words that I'm using.
Civil engineers count for curvature, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Surveyors have been using.
Yeah.
Surveyors have used the definition I've been referring to since the 19th century. There are dictionaries going back to the 19th century that use my definition.
Okay, we get it. Have you heard about what we've been talking about all day? We've been showing these people horizon from 128,000 feet.
Yeah. What about it? You don't know anything about it, do you?
About what?
You don't know the first thing about the horizon, do you?
Oh, I know it has to do with the plane beneath our feet.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
See? The horizon is just where the air appears to be.
Do you have a citation for that, or do you have a citation for that, or was that taught at your high?
Horizon just means where the land appears to meet the sky. That's it.
Okay, cool. What word? And it comes from the word what? Horizon. What does that mean?
Have you looked it up? They're etymological dictionaries, right? Have you looked it up?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with horizontal, does it?
Yeah. So let's say we're on a ball, right? With a radius of 3,959 miles. And we're standing at the beach. We're looking at the horizon, right? How far should the horizon be if we were on that ball?
For
We're
a
6 feet
6-foot
tall.
person, approximately 5 kilometers or 3.5 miles.
Right. And according to the features of ball, you know how it curves away in all directions. As soon as we elevate our position, that horizon should start dropping down.
Yeah, it does.
Beneath us, right? Like, yeah,
it does. It does.
And as we increase, in elevation, our head should be tilting down, looking at our feet, where the horizon is, right? As we go up.
You will need a spacesuit to get that high.
To get to that high, right. But that's what it should do, right? It should start dropping down as we go up in respect to its radius, right?
Yeah, that's the globe prediction.
Right,
that's the globe prediction.
Right. And I say it should drop down immediately as soon as you increase elevation. But you're probably going to say,
what do you mean immediately?
No, you're like immediate. As soon as you go up, you should start seeing the horizon drop slightly down.
How much?
In respect to its radius.
How much?
It depends on how big the ball is.
3559 is pretty damn big.
Is it? Because we were just talking about standing on a beach, right? At the beach, and we should only be able to see 3 miles, but we're seeing way more than 3 miles. The ball's already not there.
Right.
It's already not there.
So if you can see more than 3 miles, that's because you're at a higher altitude, right?
Remember, we're 6 feet tall, and we are at the beach, okay? And we're supposed to only see the edge. The horizon should be at 3 miles, but it's way, way behind it. It's way, way back there. So, so we already don't have a ball to begin with.
Why would you conclude that?
Because the horizon is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. If it's not presenting itself, right? As if it were a ball.
There'd be something affecting that.
There'd be 3 miles, right? We shouldn't be able to be seeing anything because that's the edge of the ball, the physical horizon.
Could something affect that, though?
I don't know. I've never been on a ball.
I think
like
you know.
That big and that small. I don't know because look, I'm telling you. I know that it looks like we're living on a plane.
I'm going to say next.
And I'm telling you, I wouldn't know what it's like to live in a ball. I'm trying to imagine it. Okay, I can put it on a computer, but you won't.
Predict what I'm going to say next. Predict what I'm going to say.
I'm not trying. I'm not trying to predict what you're trying to say.
Yeah, it's going to be just one word. Do you know the word?
What?
Refraction.
One word. Yeah. See, you know. So why do you lie?
Yeah, I knew.
Why do you lie and pretend that there's no refraction? Why do you do that?
I got this. You're already dead. Look, I started at 128,000 feet, and I said there's a horizon up here, and we shouldn't see this. No amount of refraction, no amount of made-up refraction is going to explain this. Okay, only
you think
a plane.
Refraction isn't real? It's made up?
Let me finish. 250 miles is where the ISS is, and now they're changing their story. It's flat up there. So no amount of refraction, okay, no matter how much you bullshit trying to make it up, okay, like the medium. I don't know what you can do to twist it. So
you can literally see the curve of the Earth from the ISS.
The fact that you can see a horizon, okay, is the problem.
You see the curve.
Because remember, it's the 3,959 mile radius tells us, okay, what we should be seeing.
And first of all, we're on the beach. We're not even seeing what we should be seeing.
Yeah, but you're
3
pretending
miles, right?
you're lying and
Okay,
pretending that
and then,
refraction doesn't exist.
refraction. Okay, then let's go up to the fucking ISS and look at that horizon, and it's exactly the same. Now
No,
you're
it's not.
pretending.
No, it's
Now you're
not.
pretend. Listen. Now you're
No, it's
pretending
not.
that refraction is causing this. So when does a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles start appearing to look like a ball? It's a small
At a
radius.
very high altitude. At a very high altitude.
Okay, where that? We're already at 250 miles. Where? What
Yeah,
do you mean?
it looks like a ball from there. It takes them 90 minutes to
No, it
circle the
doesn't.
Earth.
No, it doesn't. No, it
Yeah, it
doesn't.
does. It takes them
No, it
90
looks like
minutes.
you can ask the astronauts.
No,
if
it
they like.
doesn't.
And also,
We have live video
wide
feeds.
angle lenses. They use a wide
No, they
angle lens on
don't.
their
They took
horizon camera. They
rectangular.
admit it. They admit it.
Yeah, you can see. This only works here. I'm going to go back
They
to
admit
that.
they use a wide angle lens for the horizon field of view.
This rhetorical technique of yours, where you're interrupting and bullying people, will not work outside of this.
Do you just want to lose your privilege, your voice privilege? We can figure that out right now if you like.
Yeah, that only works here, though. It won't work anywhere else.
See you later.
Come on, hey. Yeah. Remember, your refraction is not working up there, man. You got to come up with another, explanation.
Thank you, whoever did.
Refraction.
Oh, no.
I don't know what you're talking about. That's not why the Earth appears curved from the ISS. It's not because of refraction. It's because it's far away from the Earth.
No. I meant. We can see the horizon. What I meant is we can see the horizon from the Red Bull jump, right? And we can see it from the ISS, a horizon. So you have to find another explanation because refraction was your explanation on the beach, right? Even though we both know you made that up. So I came up here, and now what do you have to say, right?
Do you think that refraction isn't made up? It's real.
I know what refraction is.
That's
But
how prisms
the one that you are invoking, 7/6R, okay, requires a curved surface, which is where?
I'm not invoking 7/6R.
Exactly. That's not how refraction works. Refraction, it doesn't work like that in the air. It only works like that maybe if you're in the water looking up, but that's reflection. You're not. That's not how refraction works. You're lying.
Bill?
You're lying. Okay.
Hey, Bill.
You're lying.
Hey, Bill.
Come on, Brenda.
Just let
Brenda,
me
you
say-
can't sit here and call me a liar, okay? When you're the one that's doing it. Just
want to say
come on,
something.
man. Stop lying.
I just want to say, right, that the person you heard 1/6R, that was Nathan Oakley, and he lied to you. He lied. He took
The
that
refraction.
He took that
Refraction, okay?
He lied to you. He
No, he
lied
didn't.
to you. He took it from.
That's Andrew Thomas Young, not Nathan Oakley.
Yes,
Get a clue.
yes, Nathan Oakley lied, right, when he quoted it from
no, it's not.
Website. He lied. He did.
What was
He
the
lied.
lie?
He misquoted it because it's from the section where we don't consider refraction.
Okay.
Right?
No, it's not.
It's not.
From the section.
It's from the section of refraction considered simply. I can post it.
Yes. And so Nathan lied because he
didn't. You're lying right now.
He uses
You're the
that
liar.
response. Yeah, that's right.
It's what
This
you
only
just
works.
said. It is.
But that's
yes.
not it. Again,
It is to do with the. Yes.
this
to do with
only
the
works here.
path of light
Your
towards
denial.
love, dude.
Your denial.
No, Brenda. That's not the point. That's not the point. That's not the point. That's not what's important. What's important is that there is a visible horizon from the ISS, from all the high what we can see from up there. There's a horizon. That's what's important, and that has to be explained. It can't happen on a ball, especially a small one.
Turn out the lights. The party's over. All good things must end.
Thank you. Whoever ended that, man. Thank you. I can only take Brenda once every 6 months or so. Yeah.
Me too. Fucking
It's just so bad. Bong, man. Thanks for hanging in there, Bong. It was good effort. We've all been around with Brenda and talked to Brenda, and Brenda just, it's very.
I was about to say, this is a shoe.
Bad. Yeah, she's a bit of a troll, bit of a, anti-flat earther, bit of a, that kind of crap, man. Anyway, shout out to.
I am not enjoying having to type so much. It is getting
Exactly,
on my
right?
every
I don't like
last
typing very
nerve.
much either. Fuck that.
I'm just dragging and dropping these memes, man. From
I appreciate it, man.
I just hope that you guys can just at least consider how much I have typed in the
Yes,
chat.
you've been working. I appreciate it. I'll send me a bill. I'll pay it.
A hole in a donut.
I'll pay you for your time, man.
A hole in a donut. That's FaceTime.
I have done a very good job at laying out our side of the argument with respect to how we observe and experience the earth. Collectively, we can all come together and understand that we do observe and experience the earth as flat, horizontal, planar in nature.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. That's definitely right. Planar. It flies planar. It sails planar. There's a lot of planars going on around here, man. Damn. Mic check 1 2. Is that good? Better? OP? Is that better? Did I get dropped? What happened?
Loud and clear, yes.
Loud and clear? Okay.
Nah, you're fine. We even procreate, Flamer.
Dude, you guys are silent on me, man. I can't have that. That's not like you guys' character.
So it seems an honest glober eventually is a flat earther.
I like it. Yeah, that's it.
Realize, holy shit,
dude. That's what I've been saying to Matthew for years now, man. Matthew Lawrence. I'm like, he's like a flat earther, but he knows the globe really well. Ask him anything about the globe, he'll tell you. But yeah, I think he's a flat earther, but he's just helping us out with NASA's arguments, man. Anytime I have like a NASA question, I go to Matthew. Hey, Matthew, what does NASA say about time dilation in a black hole? And be like, here you go. He's got the answer. Shout out to Matthew Lawrence.
All right.
I don't know if it's a compliment or an insult.
So what?
Compliment.
It's a compliment. Yes, it's a compliment. I live in Southern California. It's about, 55 degrees Fahrenheit. It's pretty nice. What kind of weathers do you guys have, man? Where you at? Anybody got snow?
I had like 65.
Does anybody have summer sweltering heat? Anybody? T-Dub?
In South Florida, I can go outside and make it right now, pretty much.
Nice and warm in Australia.
Is it warm? It's warm. It's not warm.
Yeah, it's summer down here in Australia, or
Right.
over here.
Yeah. Australia's summer, exactly. Over there is what's the Celsius, man? Like 35?
About 30?
About 30. Nice.
30's all right. When you get up to 35, 40, it's like, no.
Yeah, 40's a bit of a bitch, but yeah, if you got a swimming pool, it's better if you got a pool.
Oh yeah. No, I don't have one.
Sydney, man, we went from like the 30s, like mid 30s to like freaking mid 20s or something in like one day. Like I think 2 days ago or so. Crazy. Are you close to the fires? Are you close to the fires though?
I'm 30 miles from the fires.
Damn.
It's pretty close. Closer than most of you.
Yeah, that's not far away enough. That's not far away enough, dude.
Yeah, it's like a 3-day horse ride. I can get there.
Is it coming your way?
No, not at all. Nope, not even close.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, thank God.
It was downwind for me, bro. And it was blowing, man. It was what do you call it? Miles per hour winds, man. We had 100-mile-an-hour winds, man. So what's 100 in kilometers? Like 140 something. It's fast, man. It was really hauling ass. But anyway, yeah, it was crazy. Yep. I worked a lot of those hills, a lot of those houses, neighborhoods for years, man. I've been going up and down those hills, but it's all toast, man. It's toast.
Nothing looks suspicious. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, looks super suspicious. Come on. I mean, I've watched no less than 27 videos on how suspicious it looks. It's horrible. Yeah, it looks bad.
Got a metal. You got a safe for a bank, right? Totally melted down, and there's got some trees outside, some green trees over here. Like, what the fuck?
There's a blue Volkswagen bus that like what? It didn't get damaged at all. What the hell's going on?
Yeah,
it's crazy, man. Anyway, so yeah, there's a lot of stories and speculations and pictures.
Blaming it on because water's heavy.
Water's it
because we can't pump the water. It's so heavy.
It's too heavy.
We gotta save this fish.
Flat Earth, dude. Could you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Could you, of all the flat Earth arguments you've heard over all of time, can you give me the one that you think is like, this is the one. This is the best argument flat Earth has created.
Well, gas pressure without a container is certainly like right there. Without
I mean for the flat Earth, not like for the other stuff.
That is my flat Earth evidence. Anyway, at least a container. It could be whatever. But then my second would be tangential gradients, for sure.
What is a tangential gradient?
Oh, so it's an error. It has to do with a spinning ball. And if you take off at one latitude and fly to a different latitude, you have to make up for speed and spin. Speed and spin. It's a double whammer. You're kind of fucked if you're a pilot, because you don't have to ever think about it, because if you are a pilot, you don't ever think about it. I've talked to no less than half a dozen of pilots, and they just go, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
We don't think about that, bro. We just fly the plane.
That's okay. That's fine. But what is a tangential?
Tangential gradient? Well, that's where if I took off from, let's say, the North Pole,
yeah,
and I was doing 0 miles an hour rotation, right?
Yeah.
I would keep that momentum of 0 all the way down to the equator, where it's 1,000 miles an hour. Right?
Yeah.
It's called conserve momentum, right?
Yeah.
Or it doesn't happen in reality because you can't magically just
He
do
said,
that.
you spent a minute, you said, it's called some conserve momentum, right? He said,
Yeah.
yes. You said, it doesn't do that.
That's right. It doesn't. It doesn't do that.
You were real quiet. You
It doesn't do that.
Calm
No,
toned, and
it
then he
doesn't.
goes, no,
It
not in
doesn't
reality.
conserve the momentum. No, it doesn't.
So the Coriolis force
It
doesn't
does
exist
conserve
now?
momentum because where they took off, it's flat and stationary, and where they landed, it's flat and stationary. Therefore, it did conserve its momentum.
I mean, obviously, it does conserve momentum, as in, like, the Earth's gravity is extremely strong.
Man.
So, yeah.
There's no other way around it, man.
Conserve
It's
what
because it's flat
momentum?
and stationary. It's because
I mean, it's a very easy argument
No.
against
Hold
this if
on.
you're willing to
Conserve
listen to
what
me.
momentum versus what momentum? So, like, what's your reference to start with, and then what momentum do you have versus like nothing, like your ball, like what, how much momentum at what point in time, at like during the wobble with the tilt, like at, how much momentum does the sphere conserve?
All of
While
it?
it wobbles.
What do you mean?
When it wobbles or processes.
Okay, the
While
Earth is not
tilting.
wobbling.
So it doesn't wobble.
Correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
Its Earth is not wobbly. Yes, you're
And
right.
it doesn't tilt.
Yes.
It does tilt.
It doesn't process.
It doesn't tilt. It doesn't process. Got it.
You don't
I'm
think it
tracking.
tilts? Now, how do we get seasons then?
The sun's closer, it's hotter. If it's farther away, it's colder. Seasons.
Yeah, so that we'll need that demonstrated too. That's the opposite of reality too. So it tilts, right? But then is there a precession to this tilt, this thing going around the sun? Is there a precession?
I don't know what precession is.
You don't know what a precession is for the globe?
I forgot the term, yeah. Like, I don't know.
He doesn't know. Explain it. Explain it there, Democ.
Before we move on, I'll just like to tell you that, like, the first example that he gave is just first of all, Coriolis force does exist. So as you go to the equator, as the speed increases, Coriolis, you can see the winds actually start moving faster. You'll see that actually, yes, there is more angular momentum at the equator, and you can see that happening. It's fine.
More angular momentum on one side of the ball.
You get the argument, man. He's not going to
Wait, hold up. Just explain this to me. Would you travel?
Hold on a second. Doesn't a ball explain how a ball works for you?
I'm asking you how this.
You're asking me instead of a ball.
Yes. Because you asked me a very stupid question.
Democ, how do you spin?
That's fucking hilarious.
Let me just explain.
I mean, no. Listen to what I'm saying, though, brother. Like, if
there
you
is
get
a sphere. Okay, you can let me complete a sentence, or you can just like keep on spouting bullshit.
No, well, that's what you're doing is spouting bullshit. But continue spouting bullshit.
You can listen to me and figure out whether it's bullshit or not. But if you don't listen to me, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna. And then I gotta answer for you. It's gonna be the same as I started. Go ahead.
Sure. If there is a sphere and it's rotating, right? On the equator, or at least the mid part, is going to travel more distance than the distance that is traveled, let's say at the poles, right? If distance traveled,
what's going to travel more distance?
Is different.
What's traveling more distance?
Any piece of land.
Any piece of land that you put a pin on. Can you draw a line on that ball from top to bottom and show me which part of that line is going to traverse faster or ahead of the other?
Yeah, because that line is curved and would have separate coordinates. This happens on the sun as well. For example, on the sun, because it's more fluid, separate parts of the sun travel at separate velocities, and because it's not solid, you can actually physically see it. And on Earth, it is solid.
What? A non-existing ball not
different parts
anywhere?
of different parts of the sun experiencing different
no, brother, hold on a second. We're talking about the Earth, man.
Let's hold on, okay?
The Earth being a ball. and you're saying the Earth, as a ball, spins at different rates than its own self on different parts. I'm asking you,
No.
how the fuck can you demonstrate that? What the fuck are you talking about?
I think you're conflating angular velocity with actual
I
velocity.
didn't conflate anything. I want you to get the ball out and spin that motherfucker with a line on it from top to bottom, like a C.
Can you
and
give
then
me the
show
formula
us-
for angular momentum? What do you think the formula of angular momentum is?
Holy fuck. Brother, I don't need a formula. I can get a sphere, the very
You're
thing
talking
in
about a
question.
phenomena. Can you explain to me how you define
I'm
that
not talking
phenomena?
about any magic.
Did you just ask me for a formula?
For angular momentum, yes, because he's talking about how it is conserved.
Formula.
Well, yeah, but
So you need a formula for something that
my
you don't even
gosh.
have the physical attribute of.
Oh shit!
You do need the angular. You do need the formula.
But you don't need a ball. Brian.
Wait. If you don't
you
have like a
no
rotating
ball
body,
as your
how do you have an
formula
angular
has
momentum?
No ball in it. Is that what you're telling me?
You realize that even if it's a fucking disc, it would still have the formula of angular momentum, right?
Slow-mo. You're trying to prove a fucking sphere. Don't say disc and don't say stupid shit. You're trying to prove the attribute of a sphere in your hand.
Yeah, I'm explaining to you how even if your dumbass made a fucking flat earth argument, it would still apply, and you cannot define angular momentum on a flat disc. You cannot determine
I've
it
been
on a fucking
asking you to get a
sphere.
ball out and draw the line on it. This is not hard, dude. A kindergarten can fucking do this. Draw a line on the ball, dude, and spin it and show the class where the line spins slower or faster than its fucking self.
Are you stupid? Is it impossible for you to
No, the
engage with what
ball
I said?
isn't stupid. The ball outdoes you every time.
You still don't know the formula. You still haven't told us the formula.
The formula
The thing
of
that
what?
you're asking me to calculate,
we're supposed to learn shit.
You don't even understand it.
Fuck's sake, man.
Understand what? Something you're not doing or showing?
Angular momentum. The thing that you're asking me to conserve.
Of your imagination?
Calm
Anything that is rotating. Anything in the universe
Only
that
thing
rotates has
you're
angular momentum.
rotating is your lips. Can you get a sphere?
Even things that don't rotate have
Where?
angular
What
momentum.
thing? What thing? Show us.
You guys
Every single thing.
What's going on?
Holy
Can
mother.
we back it up? Can we back it up to
Yeah, please back
curvature?
up.
Can before we talk about spinning balls and anything ground? Let's just
I love talking about
what we're
balls.
talking about. Yeah, let's talk about balls. You know, about the curvature. You know, of this thing we're supposed to be on. You know.
Yep.
Hey,
Show us the
hey,
curve.
Miggy. What's up, Miggy?
Hey, what's up, Bong? We got professional street ninja, Paul Guy 1. We got a few guys in here who think the Earth's a globe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah,
All right.
you got it.
I know Flat Earth dude's in here. He's kind of getting frustrated. Well, with good cause, because it seems like people that think that the Earth is a globe maybe have an idea that it's a globe. I don't know if they know it's true. That do you
Right.
gentlemen believe that it's?
I can demonstrate it, like with a very simple thought experiment.
Okay, so
it's like a one-line
would
break
you say,
argument.
professional street ninja, would you say that you know the Earth to be 100% true as a globe? 100%.
Absolutely.
All right, if you don't mind, Paul Guy, can I ask professional street ninja what his evidence would be? One at a time. I don't want it to get too confusing for everyone in here.
So
If you don't mind.
there are two things. First of all, in my opinion, I am a science student, and in my opinion, this is like a too big to dig kind of thing. That like too many people would have to lie altogether with no incentive, at least no apparent seeming incentive. Whatever this incentive is, I bet it's super fucking massive. And if they can buy me out, I will get bought out. You know.
Okay.
Either way, like
what
hold up. Let me
What is
complete
the
my
proof?
thesis.
What is the
A bunch of
proof?
people would have to lie.
Let him finish.
So that is just like a common sense thing that, like, even if I wasn't making like scientific arguments, this would work, right? Like, how do you explain every single person lying? But if you want a scientific argument, you can very easily demonstrate that the skies on a North Pole and the South Pole are seen rotating like differently. One you find clockwise, one you find anti-clockwise, and there is no model that like flat earthers can provide that justifies this unless they create a globe. So,
Okay.
that's
So
like
the
my
argument-
defeating argument.
The argument is it cannot be flat, according to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so have you any way to affirm that it's a globe without using cannot be flat? Just strictly affirming the geometric consequent.
This specific thing that I explained to you, right? That North Poles and South Poles see different direction of the sky is rotating in. This is not just like a argument against flat Earth. This is also an argument for like spheres, right?
Okay.
If things rotate, and the only way that the opposite ends of this sphere can observe,
Yeah,
like,
no, let him finish.
Let him finish his thought.
No, let him finish. Let him finish. Stop cutting him off, like you always
Don't
do.
cut him off, rolling.
yet if the two poles they're rotating and they see like opposite, like skies rotating in the opposite directions, there is no other explanation than either like a bulging sphere or a sphere outright.
Okay. Are you done?
Yep.
Okay, so it has to be a sphere, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so how can we derive a geometric consequent from things that we see in the sky that are spinning? Now, what I mean by that, I'm just going to make it very clear. How can we define radius, diameter, and circumference by looking at things rotating in the sky? Which means that the Earth as a globe has certain set size of dimensions. Would you agree with me, Professional Street Ninja?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so how did they define radius, diameter, circumference by looking at the stars? Do tell.
There are three things, right? If you know about the method of triangulation that old people who used to draw up maps did, the main tool in the toolkit was a celestial sphere. So what happens is that the stars in the sky are so far away that, like, up until the modern technology that we have using telescopes to look at them, most people could just...
Hold on, Professional Ninja.
Yeah, most people
I
could
muted
just...
him. Go ahead.
Yeah. So most people can just assume that the sky is just like a map, as in a flat map in the sky. This is called a celestial sphere. And the celestial sphere aligns with the Earth very perfectly, as in, like, it doesn't change. Or, like, it would take millions and millions of years to, like, have a noticeable change.
Yeah, so what you're
that
saying, for all
changes the
intents
way.
and purposes, the celestial sphere is pretty much static from our point of view. Like, it's something
Yep.
that you can count on.
Yeah, so, and it's spherical, right? If you
Well,
know
it
about,
appears
like,
that
the...
way, right? It appears that way.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
When you say appears that way, it means that all geometrical and visual observations lead to only one determinable conclusion, that it's spherical. So
Well,
this is not
the
just like
celestial
an
sphere, yeah?
intuitive thing that some people...
You're speaking of that, the celestial sphere.
Yeah.
Can you tell the people here, because maybe there's some people that are on the globe side, maybe they know, they might not know. Can you outline what a celestial sphere is?
Yeah, celestial sphere is essentially used to, like, it was used to perform astronomy. Like, most astronomers, like, independently came to the conclusion that, like, using the stars is a very good way to navigate the Earth, and also calculate the distance between planets and Earth and the Sun. It gave extremely accurate calculations about, like, the Earth's, like, radius and even Earth's mass. Right? These estimates were very close for the times that they were made in. So,
Okay, so
yeah,
celestial
like,
sphere, how old is it? Do you know that
This
around?
concept?
Yeah. Well, when the conceptual model was conceived, do you know how old it is? I'm basically asking you just some general questions about it. That way, you give the people in here a heads up, so we're not confused.
I actually don't know.
Well, it was the 6th century BC. So right about the Chaldeans and the Babylonians. So
Sure.
the ancient civilizations were utilizing this conceptual model. Now,
okay,
around those times, do you think that in any way they needed? Now I'm going to parse out the two. Celestial sphere is the sky.
Facts. No printer. I agree. 100%.
That's true.
Thank you.
That's true.
All right. So yeah, I know you guys know other languages, but I had to mute that guy because we speak only the King's language in here. All right. So,
okay.
So we're gonna parse it out, right? So what we're doing is we're finding out the celestial sphere based on what you're telling us, right? You're filling the rest of the globers in here who don't know what it is, and also the terrestrial sphere. So there's two. There's the terrestrial sphere, which you think we're standing on, and the celestial sphere, which encompasses everything we see in the sky. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You agree?
yeah.
I'm not overstepping me saying anything different that you don't know, right?
Yeah. But like where I was going with the celestial sphere was that like it allows us to.
We just got a bunch of trolls in here. I don't know why, but continue.
I love it. Yeah, we love it. So these the celestial sphere can be used to make geometric estimations. Yeah, and they align with. No, not really assumptions. Assumptions would be that we take it to be true without any reason, right? An estimation is that you use all the knowledge that you have and you create the most educated guess that you can.
Yeah, an educated guess is an assumption. It's like a dressed up way of saying I'm assuming, based on all the information I have, that this is the case. So an educated guess is
I'm going to disagree. I'm just going to say the word estimate.
Well, okay, so an educated guess is like data that you would collect based on
so mathematically, I just disagree with you in the spaces that like
construct. That's fine. I'll agree with that. It's a mathematical construct. There's nothing wrong with it.
No. But these are separate. As in,
right? But
let me explain to you the difference.
The construct itself doesn't adhere to reality per se. It's a model in which was conceived of based on mathematical principles. So it's not in and of itself something that you derive from reality. However, it's something that you can conceptualize. It's like what you said with an educated guess, basically. So it's there's nothing,
not necessarily. I'll explain to you why this is different. Just for like definitionally,
it's the same. So the thing that we're trying to
let me just explain to you the difference.
Splitting hairs, professional street ninja. You're splitting hairs right here, and you don't really need to. Like, because we're
I know they can just move on, but I won't agree with you, right?
Yeah, I know. But
I will just use the accurate term.
You're splitting hairs on this one particular thing. You don't need to, because it means the same thing based on what I'm saying and what you're saying. So it's not really anything different.
Can I demonstrate how it is different?
Okay, so what am I saying that's different from what you're trying to present?
So an assumption inherently says that it doesn't require any justification for it to exist. An estimate requires a justification for it to exist. This is just a definitional difference, but an application even, right? Assumptions are the baseline truths based on which we can derive proofs and verifications and theorems. Estimations are just calculations that we can also provide errors between, right? Assumptions does not provide the error within which like it can tell you the truth or not. Assumption doesn't justify itself. That's the difference, right? These are epistemic differences. These are not like
I get what you're saying,
intuitive
what are you
differences.
justifying in the? Sorry to cut you off. What are you justifying within the presumption that the Earth is a terrestrial sphere based on the educated guess?
That's not a presumption. That's an estimation.
Okay, so the estimation. How did you derive?
By the way, these are old estimations. Like I'm talking about, like the people.
You continue to split hairs. Like I mean, we're gonna get far down into the weeds with this. I really don't want to go that far in.
Sure.
I just really want you to stay on.
I want to get as deep as we can in the weeds. So
I mean, that's not going to be. That's not going to be conducive.
Because
to,
I'm
like,
telling you,
that's not going to be conducive for the audience to listen to what you mean. So
sure, but like if you are delving into deep concepts about what makes a celestial sphere accurate enough to predict whether the Earth is a geometrical sphere or not, you have to get deep, regardless of whether the audience can follow it or not.
But remember, audience, I wanted to stay a little bit above this. He wanted to go farther in. Now, for the audience's sake, because I know it's going to get a little kind of like too long in the tooth, right? So I really wanted to just move along forward and kind of like get to the meat. But since you want to do this, it's fine. I'm good either way. So let's say that you wanted to do an estimation as to like the geometric consequence of the Earth being a globe. Now, so far as to say that the celestial sphere, based on ancient times, was there any derived knowledge based on mathematics? Any principles that they could say? Sir?
So like Euclidean geometry was like assumed in most basic principles.
How old was this estimation? What was the earliest conception of the estimation, sir?
I didn't know about the Earth's
strike one. Well, that's the first thing. Listen, I really want. I didn't
Can
want
you
to go
let
this
me
far
answer?
in. I didn't want to go this far in, but you decided to.
See, I understand
Now-
that you do not want to listen
now-
to
now
my
here's the thing, right? Here's the
answer,
thing.
but
Professional
you
Street
can listen
Ninja.
to my answer and
Professional
find
Street
out
Ninja.
that this
This
is not
is the reason
strike one.
why
This
I
is
didn't
more
wanna
like
do this.
that there is an answer to this.
You're ill-equipped to have this conversation, Professional Street Ninja. And I know
Except
you
for
don't-
I'm not. Okay.
Sir, you don't
what do you
have all
think
the
the oldest? Okay, what do you think the oldest like
not my claim.
conception of this idea is?
That's not my claim. So the only thing that I'm bringing
Wait,
to the audience-
wait. What claim did I say that you disproved right now?
No, I didn't disprove. I
No,
asked
what
you
claim
for
did I
the
say that
earliest-
you disproved
Sir,
right now?
So you're getting heated. All I'm asking for right
I'm not getting
now
heated.
is-
I want to
Yeah,
get
you're
stuck to this
interrupting
point
me.
because for some reason,
Here's
you
one
want to
thing
play
I don't
gotcha.
like. Don't interrupt me. Okay? That's simple. All we got to do right now is figure out whether or not you have the understanding of the knowledge, whether or not you can tell us the earliest where they derived the estimation. Now, I'm going to ask you again because you asking me where did I go wrong? What did I say wrong? Well, we'll do it again for the audience sake. So what is the earliest estimation of the Earth derived as a terrestrial sphere?
Claim that you disproved.
Go ahead.
You
sir.
interrupted me.
No, I need you to answer. Now it's going to be you answering the question that you're confused that you didn't understand what you said or not. I'm going to ask you once again. When was the earliest estimation of the Earth being a terrestrial sphere?
I don't know.
Okay. And this is what you wanted to drill down in. The reason why you're being server muted is because I don't want you to rumpus me when I'm talking to the audience. Because basically, this is for the audience, not just you. So the conversation you and I are having is built upon everybody having a base knowledge of the information. And sir, you didn't have that. And you wanted to keep going farther in. But the only thing that you know is some of the topical information that you probably looked into because you heard about this argument of flat Earth and globe Earth. But you don't know all the other nuanced conversations that happen within the context. I do. So if you are ill-equipped to have it, I would say, like I recommended, let's just stay on the topic. It's much easier that way. So the audience doesn't have to follow you and hear you fumbling because you don't have the answers. It's pretty simple, right? Let's stay on topic. Let's just get to the meat and see if we can derive any early estimations of how they understood that the Earth is a terrestrial sphere and not a celestial sphere, because that's what we all conceptualize the sky to be. So we understand. All of us understand that we're in agreement. We understand the celestial sphere. We know that. But I'm asking something very different. It's the question that everybody has on their minds. Inquiring minds want to know how the terrestrial sphere begun. Where did it start? How did people start conceptualizing that we live on a ball of a certain size? Now that's important, right? So I'm going to go ahead and release the server mute so that you can answer the question. But we're not going to detract from that now because we know that you don't have the answers. Okay? Let's stay on topic.
No, I won't stay on the.
Yeah, you do, because this is our forum. Our forum is designed such that we ask questions, we want to hear the answers, because everybody in here wants to know how the Earth is a globe. Now, if you don't have those answers, you can sit back and let somebody else take control of the mic. Because we want those who, because we got a lot of people in here right now, right? And a lot of globers in here perhaps want to ask a question or maybe take this part of the question and then maybe they want to answer. We don't know. But so if you don't have the answers, I'll ask you once again. I'll be gracious enough to say, okay, let's give them a mulligan. Try again, right? What is the earliest estimation of the Earth being a terrestrial sphere? Go ahead, sir.
I will answer this question, but can you answer one question before that?
No, sir. Answer the
Why?
question, please.
Why is this relevant?
Because everybody wants to know what's the earliest way people started to understand where the globe was even derived. How was it conceptualized?
Do they want to know the
What was
way?
it? Yes, they want to know where this begun. Because everybody right now, in this current state, just assumes that it's a foregone conclusion. Somebody figured it out a long time ago, but nobody knows when. And it sounds like you think that with the celestial sphere, there's a segue into how the Earth is a terrestrial one. Now I'm showing everybody here that if you think you have the answer, I'm giving you the floor so that you can tell them. But it doesn't seem like you can, which is the problem that we're having right now. So if you're not up to the task, I will then just bypass you and ask another person who thinks the Earth's a globe. It's just that simple. So, once again, now that that's cleared up, do you have the answer to how the Earth was first estimated as a terrestrial sphere? Third time. Sir?
I mean, I don't know the date.
Thank you. Now, it doesn't matter about the date because you don't know the date. When it first was derived, how was it? I'm going to ask a different question. Perhaps it's more your speed. How was it derived as a terrestrial sphere? Estimated even.
If you want to participate in a free doll.
No, this is you answering the question because you thought you had the answers. This isn't you trying to give a color commentary to what you think you want to do right now. You're right now, the spotlight's on you, sir. Just answer the question. That's all you got to do. Simple.
I think you should answer my questions.
No, this isn't your forum. This is our forum. And you're learning really quickly that you can't do what you want. So, you've been given the floor a numerous amount of times. This will be the last time. And after this time I give you the floor, I will remove the floor from you and give it to somebody else that perhaps can answer the question. Because I would like to know, as everybody else would, how the Earth was derived or estimated as a terrestrial sphere in its earliest conception. Last time.
I mean, you can go through the parallax method.
Okay. Go ahead and tell us, sir, how the Earth was a terrestrial sphere derived from the parallax method.
This is extremely obvious, as in when you go to the North Pole, you find out, the sky rotates like a disk. And when you go to, let's say, the equator, the sky doesn't rotate like a disk. It passes by like a 2D map. And this is extremely obvious if you geometrically lay this down. The further distance that you go up, you find the difference more and more and more obvious. And these things can be used to find the distance between planets. This is like a very easy trigonometrical shape that you can draw between a star that you're tracking in the night sky and the Earth and the Sun. Or let's say you want to find the distance between a planet. You can do the same thing but replace the Sun with the planet. This all it requires is for you to just track the positions of the star in the night sky.
Okay. So now, let's get to the Earth being a terrestrial sphere bit. With parallax, if you please.
What? Repeat that question.
The Earth. It's a terrestrial sphere. It's a geometrical, radius, diameter, circumference, oblate spheroid. How did we derive that with parallax? You said a lot, but you didn't tell us that bit. So tell us how that was derived.
Where's the parallax, man? Where's the parallax?
Go ahead, sir.
Where is the parallax?
Go ahead,
sir. So essentially, it's a equation that you can draw. If you have you seen the parallax equation?
Okay. You don't have to tell me if I've seen any parallax equations. What I want you to do is demonstrate to the audience that you have said information that gives everybody a justification for the Earth being a terrestrial sphere with a radius, diameter, circumference using parallax. Go.
Again, if you know the formula, it's extremely easy. D is equal to 1 by P, and where D is the distance, P is the parallax angle, essentially measured in arc seconds. If let's say you want to travel, figure out the radius, all you have to do is put whatever the amount of time is, calculate using the time and the velocity, you can now figure out the distance. And if you know anything about how we determine distance, that distance traveled would be the radius of the Earth.
Okay, you said a lot of nothing once again. Can you tell us how they derived the actual radius value? Do you know the radius value of the Earth, sir?
Not off the hand.
Okay, well, you need to, because you're deriving the geometric consequent of the Earth being a terrestrial sphere using parallax. And at this moment right now, you didn't know that information. How is that possible?
I know the diameter.
Sir, how did you give me that information using parallax if you don't know what the Earth's radius value is? That's a bit sus, isn't it? For you to tell me a lot of words, yet you're not able to derive the Earth's radius using the method which you told me. That's curious. Now I want to know why.
It's incredibly easy to determine.
Right. You said that. It's incredibly easy. That's about the second time you said that. But no information to substantiate the Earth's radius was given using parallax. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's say you use a thread and you track.
Sir, you're fumbling. Now, what I'm asking you right now is to derive the Earth's radius using the method in which you spoke of. Walk everybody through the method of how you're going to derive the Earth's radius using this method. Please continue.
Please stop muting me. It's like a mathematical.
No, sir. This is you understanding your place, which means I want you to feel that you are now being pressed for the answer that you don't have. I want you to know what this feels like.
Can
so
I jump in?
Everybody can put their eyes on you and notice that you don't have the answer. This is what I do to fraud, sir. You're starting to feel it right now and you don't like it. Well, you shouldn't have opened your mouth and said you had the answer.
Oh, can I jump in real quick?
No, sir. Go ahead. Continue now. Tell everybody that you didn't have the answer in the first place, and I will relinquish talking.
Now that we have determined.
We're not determining anything other than you are not or ill-equipped to have this conversation and not able to give the answer for the thing that you said you had, which was the method using parallax to demonstrate how the Earth's a terrestrial sphere. I asked for the radius value. You gave me none. So now what we're going to do is have you concede that you didn't know in the first place. A concession, sir. That's what we need.
Can I give you how we determine the radius?
No, sir. I need a concession from you. Be honest. This is the moment for you to be honest that you didn't know how to derive the Earth's radius value using the method in which you spoke of.
I was determining it.
No, you weren't, because I asked you what the radius value was, and you said you don't know.
I know it. Do you want me to answer
How did you derive? How did you derive it using parallax, sir?
Yeah. So, do you know how?
You're smiling while you're talking, which means what's coming next is you trying to fumble your way through a sophist kind of answer, so that you don't have to answer the question that I've just asked you, but weasel your way out, and it's not going to happen. It's just not. So I'm unmuted you because you don't need to be muted, right? But I want you to realize the next time you speak in this channel, you need to do some research on the topic that you're speaking
I've done my research.
Otherwise, you will be, the same thing will happen again. I will expose you over and over again, and I don't get tired of doing it. I welcome it. I leave you unmuted so that you can fumble your way through and so that everybody can hear you making a fool of yourself. Now, I don't want that. I really don't. I'd rather have honesty and good conversation. But you choose this method, sir. Not me. Okay, so on to the next person. We are now moving on from this gentleman. Does anybody else in here have any answers to how the Earth's a terrestrial sphere?
I do.
Okay, we'll talk to you, sir.
All right. Well,
Go
I
ahead,
have.
Paul Guy.
All right. So I have. You asked earlier, how the Earth was derived as a sphere, and I think that the idea of the spherical Earth dated back to ancient times, and I can't.
Ancient.
I'm sorry.
How ancient? Yeah. How ancient? Exactly.
Nothing specific.
Nothing specific. Okay.
Right.
Ancient times.
So once again, we don't know when FED.
So we don't know for a fact.
We don't know when it started.
Right.
But we have early thinkers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And they've made subtle observances of the Earth's spherical shape through shadow, moon phases, lunar eclipses, and I think.
Excellent. Can we use that example, Paul Guy? Because I'm interested, right? I want somebody to actually, kind of flesh out an argument for this. Now, we'll start with what you're saying, because I'll take that as a claim. At some early event, some of the early thinkers, they thought of the Earth as a sphere because of what they saw in the lunar eclipse. Is that correct? Based on you? What you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And shadows as well.
On the moon, like a lunar eclipse, right?
Right.
Okay, so how did they know it was the Earth's shape that was occulting the moon, the face of the moon? How did they know that?
Sorry, what was the question? My headphones.
Okay. How did they know that it was the Earth covering the moon?
Because it was always circular.
Okay. How do they know it was the Earth covering the moon?
Yeah. How did they know that?
What else could it be?
Well, that's not the question that we need to be asking. The question we need to be asking is how did they know that it was the
Exactly.
Earth covering the moon?
Well, I'm sure it was just an observation.
I know, but were they observing the Earth covering the moon?
Certainly.
Okay. How did they know that?
How?
Because this circle shape.
Yes, but that's a circle shape is what we consider as an assumption. Basically, what you're saying is they saw a circle shape. Now they thought it was the Earth. How did they know it was?
Because the Earth is the only significant.
What?
Only the thing that could be covering, that can be making that shape.
How do you know they know that?
How do you know that, bro?
What do you mean? How do I know that?
Yeah, how do
It's
you
an
know they
observant.
knew that?
It's an observance.
No, they see something happening in the sky. How
Yeah,
do
we've
you
all
know
seen
that they knew it was the Earth doing that?
Yes.
What else could it be?
No, it's not.
You
the
tell
question.
me.
Paul, it's not a. I don't need to tell you. This isn't my claim. You're saying that the early thinkers looked up at the night sky or daytime, depending on whenever they saw the lunar eclipse, but they saw something covering the moon, and they said it was the Earth because that's the only thing it could be, according to you.
Right.
What if it was something else?
What do you mean? What if?
Well,
What else could it be?
Well, that's the problem, Paul guy.
Okay, what if the Earth is a donut? What if the Earth is a triangle?
No, that's not thing. That's not it. That's not it.
You can
That's
say
not
what
it.
if about anything.
Paul, you're not realizing what's happening here. You know that the early thinkers were making assumptions about what they thought was covering the moon, as far as shadows go. What if it was something else, not the Earth?
Okay, elaborate.
How did they derive that it was exactly the Earth as empirically? So empirical means that they know, they made an observation that it was the Earth actually doing this. They saw it. They knew it. But they didn't know it. They're assuming it based on some concept. It was
Right,
based
but
on a
what else could it be?
That's the problem, Paul Guy. When you ask that question, it's open for interpretation. Meaning
What
that
else could it be? You
that's
tell
the
me.
problem. It's not. Listen. This is what this is called right here, Paul. It's called speculation. So they were speculating as to what it could be, and they said based on an idea that it was the Earth.
Well,
The
it can't
idea
be
itself-
Jupiter.
No. It's not. Listen. Okay. Cosmologically, you think that the Earth is a floating sphere in the vacuum of space, right? It's like other floating spheres, like the other planets and such. You've been given a cosmological model to think about, so you can't escape from thinking like that. So you're kind of pigeonholed based on a narrative that you grew up with, that you think that you're in a paradigm such as a solar system with planets and stars and everything. All you're in a galaxy. All this stuff has been fed to you as information. Now you think that the early thinkers were thinking like you right now. But the problem is,
I know.
You what?
I know.
You know what? You know
He knows what?
What do you know?
I know that the early thinkers had that observation.
Observation of what, sir?
Of the lunar eclipses,
Yes,
the moon
but
phases,
do you
all of that.
understand-
What else could it have been?
Paul Guy, do you
You
understand?
tell me what else. What it could have been.
Sir, you're not listening. You're hearing me. but
You
you're
are not listening.
Yes,
Alpha,
I
you are
am,
not
Paul.
listening.
Okay, here's the part
Hey,
where I start
hey,
muting you.
Miggy,
I don't want
Miggy.
to. Here's what I'm
Mig.
going to do. All right. So now that you don't realize what just happened is that the guys were making assumptions a long time ago. Well, now he deafened. Well, I got an answer to that.
If you mute me, I'm just gonna deafen, so I can't hear you. So we can have a civil conversation about this, because that's not the right way to do
This is
it.
not the way this works. You're in the wrong server if you think you're going to do what you want in a room full of people who want to hear the answers to the questions that are being asked.
Isn't this a
You can easily see that door over there. You can walk out of the door. We
What
don't
door?
need you here. There's
Yeah, man, I
about
wanna see
100
it.
people. There's
What
100
door?
people will replace you in an instant for this conversation to continue. We don't need you here.
I have a lot more
You're
to say.
not needed here, sir. You're entitled. You think that we need you. We don't.
I'm entitled.
Yes, you are.
I'm entitled.
Yes, you are.
I have a lot more I
So
gotta
you
say.
have one. You have one
You're
option.
entitled to exit anytime you like, bro.
Yep.
Sorry.
You deafen, you're gone.
Yeah.
Deafen and you're gone. We don't need you here, Paul.
Veritas, may I
So
ask
here's
you
the
a
thing.
question?
So here's the thing.
No.
We're asking very specifically, right, how the ancient people knew that it was the earth covering the moon. That's all we're asking. How did they know that?
Simple.
You're not
Simple
giving
question,
the answer.
man.
You're not giving the answer, and everybody wants to know, how did they know?
How did they know?
Go ahead, Paul.
Well, like I said, they realized it during the lunar eclipses, and there's not much we know from that time, obviously. But we know that the shadow cast on the moon was always circular, right?
Oh,
and observers
You're repeating what you said, Paul. All I'm asking is the early guys who were the philosophers, right? Those thinkers,
the gurus.
How did they know? And it sounds like you're saying we don't have much information about that time period to know if they knew that. All we have are just these assumptions that they made up based on this idea that the cosmology that they've been given was such that there's these, floating spheres out there, and one of them was the one you're standing on, and that one was covering the moon at the time of a lunar eclipse. That's all we know. But this is based on an idea. It isn't based on fact. There isn't something that we know. They knew it was the Earth. It's not what's happening here. And you're starting to quickly realize that's what I'm saying. No one knows that that's what the case is because you can't verify that it's the actual. There's no empirical evidence, meaning there's no observation being made of the Earth occulting the moon. None whatsoever. There's only things, there's sky phenomena and people making assumptions that it could be this cosmological aspect, this idea that a sphere is interrupting another sphere with the light given from the sun. That's the only thing you know right now.
That's what happened.
Yeah, it's an assumption.
We can say the same thing about today.
It's an assumption. That's just what I said. It's an assumption.
And there's just more to prove that it happened today.
Well, I'm saying something that's true. It's an assumption even today. There's no observation of this actually happening. You're not like an orthographic view, like far away, and you can see all of these things like in syzygy, right? Lining up and saying, okay, I see the Earth, it's getting in the way, and now the sun's light is not going to shine on the moon, therefore causing a lunar eclipse. You don't see everything in orthographic view. Your perspective is one that you're on the Earth. So the only thing you know is this vantage point. So you can't tell when some sky phenomena happens, like in the lunar eclipse. When it occurs, you don't know if it's the Earth doing that. It could be something else. Nobody knows what the answer is, but that's
all right,
what.
So I want to hear from you what it could be. What else could it be?
It could be some phenomena that nobody knows about, Paul. So therefore, I can't say what it is because I don't need to make a claim to that. They made a claim.
You would have to have some sort of reasoning. How could it be something else?
Listen, I could reason to say that there's a dark body planet or something, or it's just some weird idea, right? Some obscure idea that I give you. It's not going to justify the fact that that's true. Neither is somebody
what else
saying.
could it be? Use your logic.
Paul,
use your brain that you
It
have.
doesn't matter. Assumptions and speculations aren't going to win the day. They're not going to give you a knowledge base that you can affirm to say that that's actually the case. It's not going to do that for you. So right now you have a
you're speculating that it's something else too.
No, I'm not.
You are.
I'm telling you that they don't know what it is.
That's not a fact. That is not a fact.
Okay, then tell me how they know it is exactly
the shape, the size, everything. They use mathematics.
Yeah. How do they know that?
Mathematics.
Mathematics. So when did they take their mathematics and verify that math against reality? When did they do that?
Math against reality is the shape, it's the size of the shadow that is projecting.
The size of the shadow. So how did they match it to the size of the Earth?
Using mathematics. You want to look it up? You can look it up for yourself.
Math is conceptual. Math is a language and it's conceptual. It doesn't give us a base to actually listen, if you have some math, right? Let's say you have a building of a certain size. There's some mathematics drawn schematics, right? Like a building architect would have. When he has those schematics, he can say, okay, I'm going to have a building this size. And then when they start making that building, it's something put into the physical and natural world. Now it's actually a man-made structure, right?
And they know all the dimensions to it because the schematics would say so. That's math conforming to what we can build in reality. Now, with that same idea, how can they match the mathematics that they have to the Earth in reality? To test to see if the size conforms. No, I'm not. I'm not.
What do you mean how?
Yeah, how?
What do you mean how?
How do they know that the math that they have for the Earth of the size of it is, you know, what it is, how do they know that it's that exact size?
By using math.
That's circular. Math to prove math. That doesn't work. We use
math to prove math?
Yeah, you don't do that.
That
dude.
does work.
You have to, if something's a certain size, like you have a board that you say measures a specific size, right? Like a board that's 2 feet.
Listen,
whatever.
You can use math to prove math.
How do you know the board is 2 feet? What would you do to find that out? The board is 2 feet. How do you know that?
You do the opposite.
What would you do to figure out if the board is 2 feet?
You do the opposite.
No, dude.
That's basic elementary school knowledge.
It's really hard getting you here. What you would do is measure it. You would measure the board. So the math that they told you, the size of the board, wouldn't be like actually what they say it is. It's a calculation until you measure it. Once you measure it, you say, aha, the board is 2 feet. But you didn't know that with the calculations. So what you would have to do with the Earth is actually verify that the size that they say it is exactly what it purports to be according to the math. And that means that you would have to measure it. Yeah, measure it.
That's your opinion.
No, it's not an opinion. It's a fact. You can't tell me
that's
something's
your opinion.
Certain... It's not an
I think we're drifting away. How about we go back?
No, we're not drifting away. Listen to this. If you say that the Earth is a certain size, what you would have to do is measure it. And in order to tell me that you know that the Earth is a globe of a certain size, occulting the moon, the way it does according to the math, like you said, you would have to measure it. And then find out that, yeah, it is the Earth because we measured it. It is the Earth.
But how about you tell me what else could it be?
It doesn't matter what I say because it was never verified.
You don't know what else it could be.
Hey, Paul, it was never verified in the first instance.
Alpha,
so it doesn't
you
matter.
Don't know what else it could be.
It doesn't matter. Was it ever verified as... Listen, it's only... Right now, it exists in your imagination. It exists in mathematics. It exists in my
imagination?
Yes.
Did you see my imagination?
You're not equipped either to have this conversation, are you?
All right.
You're not.
Look.
It only exists as a construct. It doesn't exist as something that is in the physical and natural world, which is fantasy right now to you, because I'm asking for the measurement. Like if I said, okay, I calculated based on a picture that your foot is about, whatever it is, 12 inches, because it looks that way. But then you say, my foot is actually 11 because I measured it. You've given me a measurement. I've given you my calculation, but you can verify how big your foot is because you can measure it. Now, the same goes for the Earth. I can give you a calculation of what the Earth is, but if I haven't measured it, I wouldn't know what size it is. I would only give you an estimation, an idea, perhaps, but I wouldn't know. So I'm asking for the measurement, and that's not been given. So you're saying, "What are you ridiculous? Are you kidding me?" No, I'm not.
So say we did have an estimate of this size, we could still use that estimate. I don't get what you're saying. What you're saying makes zero sense.
You have to measure it.
You could still use an estimate.
Listen, dude, has anyone measured the Earth?
Yes.
Who?
I don't know.
Oh my God, dude.
But someone has done it before.
I can't believe you just said that answer.
Yes, someone has.
But then who is it?
But we don't know.
What?
But it's happened.
Sit on mute. Just put yourself on mute. We're done here.
All right, my bad.
God. All right, next. Does anybody else think that the Earth is a globe?
Next.
You're roboting FED.
Ah, shit. Cheers.
Can we maybe talk about the Earth now instead of boring ass eclipses?
No, Vax.
I have more to say if you want to hear.
Listen to, hold on a second. Do you understand what I'm doing, Vax? I don't like that. I don't like that you were taking that angle with what I'm doing.
I don't understand what you're doing at all. You guys are talking about the moon right now. Let's talk about the Earth being flat.
That's what I was trying to do.
I agree with Vax. Yeah, I kind of want to know what's going on.
Yeah. All right. So let me just tell you, Vax. I don't know if you're a flat earther or not, dude, but if you don't understand what I'm doing, then I would say just remain silent. Because everybody else is hearing this guy not give an answer to the thing that he was saying that he knows to be true.
I mean,
and
you
you're
can't
not
back
listening
yourself
to
up.
that-
You can't
you're not
back yourself up, man.
Shut up, dude. You're not
You
even in this conversation right now. I'm talking
It's
to Vax.
easy to just disprove everything that he's saying.
Yeah, but do you understand what I was doing, Vax? It doesn't sound like you do. Explain what I was trying to do.
It's not. I don't know. You guys. All I know is you guys are talking about the moon.
You guys, yeah. So you're not paying attention, are you? And that's what's needed here. If everybody else is listening to this guy fumble around with his answers, then you're not listening to that. Everybody else is, except for you. So you're using your time, your airtime, to say, well, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Well, you should pay attention more, Vax. Perhaps you would understand what's happening.
Whether or not the Earth is casting a shadow on the.
Yeah. So he doesn't know or understand why he thinks that way. And I'm showing him it's all make believe. Do you get it?
Why would the Earth be casting?
Okay, no, dude, you are just put yourself on mute. I'm not going to server mute you. Just put yourself on mute. I don't need your color commentary, Vax.
Well, I mean,
just put
been
yourself on
kinda
mute, dude.
Sleepyville up until now.
Yeah, for you, but everybody else hears all the Globers that come in here fumbling around for an answer. And you come in here saying, well, Sleepyville. Then go do something else. Go Netflix and chill, Vax. Perhaps that's what you need to do. All right. So Paul guy pretty much didn't have an answer, and then we took the other guy through the ringer. Mr. Science
Actually,
guy.
what you did is just mute people when you disagree with them. So yeah.
I didn't disagree with
Alpha.
you. You didn't have an answer.
No, you just mute people.
Okay, so
Well, didn't
What,
have an
Rolling?
answer
We're
to
not-
what?
Dude, we've been talking to you forever, Rolling. Vax,
I know, but
stop
I have a-
interrupting, dude.
I do have a question. If I could just.
Yeah, I know, Rolling, but you've been here. We're just talking to the new people in here because we had Paul guy in here and the other science guy that said he knew, all the information on how a terrestrial sphere was derived from the celestial sphere, and he didn't have the answer to that. Paul guy used
I've been
eclipses to
listening.
tell
I
us
thought
how
they
the
were
Earth is.
irritating the shit out of you.
Say again?
What I heard. I've been listening. I thought they were irritating the shit out of you.
They're not irritating me. What's happening is that they don't have the answer to the question that I'm asking. And you don't either, by the way.
Of course I don't. I would never.
Okay,
claim
so
to.
I'm asking for the answer to the question, and that's all I'm asking for. Now, all I need is somebody to come in here that thinks the Earth's a globe to support the answer. That's it.
Yeah, I was hoping to slip in the meantime and ask you a question.
No, dude, you're in here every single day. We can get your question any other day. We're only talking to new people at the moment.
I did answer your question, by the way, Alpha.
Yeah, and what was your answer?
You asked me.
What was your answer, Paul?
You asked me that.
Has anyone measured the Earth?
You said, "How was the Earth derived as a sphere?"
No, how did
Yes,
they measure
you
the
asked
Earth?
that question. You asked that question.
Paul?
Replay the live.
Paul, I was asking
Yeah, Alpha, you asked that question.
How did
I'm
they
not gonna lie.
measure the Earth?
You asked that question, and
Okay, how did they measure the Earth? That's what I'm asking you right now.
okay, but you can't say.
Oh my God, dude! Just answer the question if you got it. If not, don't.
What was the question?
How did they measure the Earth?
I'm sorry.
Using relativity and estimation. There's your answer.
Tell me the method. No, it's not an answer. What's the method?
Do you want me to say what they used?
No,
like they
I
didn't
want you
use
to
their
tell
ass
me-
hairs.
Okay, so that's what you're gonna with a troll. Whoever supported this guy and said,
I'm
like,
not
let him
trolling,
speak-
but there's no
Yeah, you are.
definitive
you just did.
answer.
You
How?
just did with their ass hairs. That's what you said.
I
You
said
are
one
trolling.
thing. I'm not trolling. I'm here to try to talk to you.
Oh my God!
But you like to
no,
mute
you're not.
people. Yes, I
Yeah,
am.
because you're saying dumb things, dude.
You're saying dumb shit.
Is he all we got in here? Just this guy? All right, how about this guy we muted up here, Derident? Maybe he's got an answer. Derident, if you're there.
Oh no, I don't have an answer. I was just like
Okay.
signing in.
Cool. Who else is in here? Same old group. What's up, guys? If anybody wants to reason with Paul, I don't know how much more you can get out of him, though. There's not much mileage. He's already ran through the ringer. On mute, Vax, Wax.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, you unmuted me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was unmuted too. Thank you, buddy. I wasn't trying to be
Thanks,
rude.
dude.
I'm just.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah,
But you asked a good question, AV. If I may ask, you were asking somebody how they measure the Earth. How do you measure the Earth?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking everybody.
I think you would use like relativity and.
Yeah, what's the method? You saying those words isn't just like you can't just keep saying that. How did they measure it?
I don't have the exact answer. I know they've
So
done
then
it.
you don't know.
I know.
Paul,
I know
why
they've
don't you
done
just
it.
say you don't know? Why is it so prideful for you? Just say
How's
you
that
don't know,
prideful?
dude. Then tell us the method. Then tell us the.
Do
method.
you want me to look it up?
No, I want you to tell us the method because you have
I'm
it
not
right
Google,
now.
bro. I'm not a search engine.
Okay, so then you don't know.
I mean,
Just
I
say
have
you
the
don't know.
method.
Happened.
Just say you don't know. Just say you don't.
Okay, well, what does Vac have to say?
Just say no. We're not going to go to Vac. We're going to stick on you because you said you had the answer. Now, what is it?
I have the answer to your original
it?
question.
What is it?
To your original question?
No, to what Vax was asking, and I was also. How did they measure the Earth?
How the Earth was derived as a sphere in its earliest conception was your original
The
question.
measurement of the
And
Earth,
I went
how was
on
it
from
done?
there.
You don't want to answer that question because you don't have the answer, which you previously said you did, and you said, "Let me look it up, bro." And I'm like, "No," because you don't have it right now, which means you never did.
Sounds like he's.
I thought he was about to give the answer.
He's stalling. Yeah, he's stalling.
He's stalling. Are you serious?
Yeah, then give it. Give the answer.
I don't have the definite answer
There
in
you
my
go.
brain.
So
There you go. There you go. You don't know
Don't
everything
have it.
either, dude. You know it all.
It's not my claim. It's
Well,
yours.
you're a
It's your
jackass.
claim. It is your claim. You don't have the answer to your claim.
Okay, and you're claiming things as well.
You don't know.
Yo, whoever is this British guy, stop talking.
He's Australian.
He's the most Australian British guy ever.
Yeah, if I'm British, then yeah, nice one, bruv. Paul, it's very simple. If you get asked a question and you don't know, just say, "I'm sorry, I don't know." You're
Yeah.
gonna get hammered less than making shit up.
It'd be easier for everybody because we could say, "Okay, the guy doesn't. He really doesn't know." Makes things.
Nobody
easier.
asked me how to do long division. Please.
If this guy was really witty, he would have said, "Oh, y'all sound alike."
Hey,
All right, so we got.
it's okay
we
not
got.
to know something.
We do have Edgy yapping in the chat. He says flat Earth argument is dumb as shit because it's like saying we live in a simulation, impossible to prove or disprove. It's useless and a waste of time. Your computer
I agree.
wasn't made by people asking if the Earth was flat. We didn't go to space with flat Earth theory. If you believe flat Earth, you go live as a medieval peasant. That's a lot of
We
words.
most
For,
definitely never went to space. I mean,
that's a lot of words for saying that you don't have any evidence for the Earth as a globe. Why don't you just say it that way? It's easier. What's the evidence that the Earth is a globe, Edgy? I mean, if you want to take the challenge, go ahead and unmute your mic. Don't just be a chat skank.
What if he doesn't have a mic?
He does. You think nobody has a mic on their phone?
He doesn't have to respond
How
to
do you
medieval
talk?
peasants.
How do you talk on here if you don't come on, man. We live in 2025. Everybody's got a mic.
Very bold to assume, but
Yeah. You know, if you have a phone, the phone comes with a mic. Really does.
what if he's not on a phone like a PC or something?
All right, so you think that you're just gonna make
he's
excuses
laying
for
in
all the
bed. I mean, some people just can't talk.
That's fine. But listen, if you want to, it's easier just to have a conversation using your microphone.
True. But
It's definitely easier. It's definitely easier with the microphone, but for him, it might be harder in
So
his
far,
circumstance.
we've heard of people thinking that the Earth is a globe because of a religious belief that they have in the globe, but they don't have any evidence
Religious?
empirically. Yeah, religious. It's like a religion. Heliocentric religion.
religion.
It's a sun religion.
So, do you think that the Earth is flat and that's your religion? Like,
No,
are
it's
you-
it's an observation, Paul guy.
Oh,
It's an
okay,
observation.
Alpha.
Avoid it. It's independent
is
of what I listen. It's independent of what I believe. I don't need belief involved. All I got to do is make an observation. There it is. When I go to the beach, the Earth looks flat. And the Earth measures flat too. It doesn't just look flat, it measures flat. And it's practically used as flat. So 3 reasons why, independent of my own self, it is flat.
I mean, it's aviated flat, it's navigated flat, it's measured flat, all maps are flat, the vacuum of space violates the second law of thermodynamics, and if you guys really want to get into Coriolis, I can tell you how that violates the first law of thermodynamics. So,
yeah, so what we've understood, Paul, is that you don't have evidence that the Earth is a globe, which is a religion, and we've given you all the facts that it is flat.
No, you have not given any facts that it's flat.
Yeah, we did.
All you've been saying is just theoreticals and lies.
Let's go to the.
Yeah, I haven't heard any shit from your mouth saying that it's flat.
Okay, here's the thing.
I haven't heard any flat Earth proof yet.
So if you stand on the beach, right, just as an observation, and you look upon the water, do you see a flat Earth, Paul?
Do I see a flat Earth looking at the horizon on the beach?
Yep.
I see the horizon.
Does it look flat?
Yeah, it does look flat.
Okay. So observation check. So what we understand is that when you said there's no evidence that the Earth is flat, well, observationally, it sure looks that way. So let's test the measurement side of things, shall we? Let's go that way. All right, so now I'm going to let you speak. Has it ever been measured as a globe?
What has?
The giant red lobster that's in your room.
Has
the Earth, dude.
Has the globe ever been measured curved, bro?
Has it, Paul? Paul.
Yeah, keep laughing.
Has it?
Yeah, tell your buddies to stop laughing.
He can do what he wants. He's his own person. Is the Earth measured flat?
But how about you don't? How about you don't? How about?
Dude, is the Earth measured as a globe? Just answer.
Yes.
Okay, how?
Circumference.
What? No. I'm asking if it's been measured. Don't say circumference. That's a word.
Yeah, that's a form of measurement.
It's form of measurement. Okay, what's the method to measure circumference on the Earth?
Wait, circumference isn't a form of measurement. It's just measuring a circle.
I
got a question. Are you guys proud of the American educational system right now?
Let him say it, Orion. I want him to step. He stepped in it, so I want him to.
The satellites. Are you serious? Like
what? No.
Yes, gravitational field mapping. All these things. Yeah.
You don't know what you're saying, dude. You're spitting words out. It's like coming out of your mouth. They're flying out of your mouth. You're scattergunning. I need you to focus. Tell us the method in which the Earth was measured. The method, sir.
I gave you 2 things, and
no, you didn't give us 2 things. I need a method in by which the measurement was derived. Walk us through the method.
I did, and you're just saying, oh, you don't.
Okay, then tell us once again.
Yeah, mute me again, and I'm.
What? You're gonna what? Leave?
No, don't leave. Hold on. Before he bounces.
No, he can go.
You know what he's gonna do?
He can
Mute
go.
me again, and I'm gonna.
What?
Well, he's gonna leave.
He's muted now. I don't see anything happening. Is he gonna leave? Mute himself? Or
We don't know. What we.
You want to join him, Rolling?
Come on, unmute him, Roland. He might cry.
You can join him if you want.
Oh, he might cry.
If you mute me
Mute
again,
me
I might
again,
cry.
and I'm gonna
That's
cry.
what I'm going
Matrix.
for.
We don't want to make anybody cry. We want to just demonstrate how Earth is measured flat.
All right, so we don't know. We don't know. We don't know if the Earth is measured as a globe because Paul didn't demonstrate that he had any measurements. So
I gave you 2 answers, dude, and you don't know what I'm gonna do.
Method, sir. What's the method in which the Earth was measured?
A method.
Yeah.
Satellites.
That's another word.
That is not a
method.
So word. Exactly that is a method using the satellites.
Dude,
May I ask Paul a question? May I please ask Paul a question?
I don't think we can squeeze any more blood out of this turnip, man, to be honest. I mean, it's reached its limit.
Wait, so what exactly is the topic of discussion right here? Because I'm kind of like lost on what you mean by method.
All right, I'll catch you up if you don't mind, John. Paul's going to have a seat.
Thank
I'm going to mute Paul. I'm going to mute you just to stay unmuted. Just don't interrupt because John's taking the lead now, if you don't mind.
Okay. I have more to say, but later. Is that okay?
That's fine. I don't care. Just
okay.
Let John.
Appreciate it, dude.
So what we're doing, I only mute for a moment. That's all I do. John, I really want you to think about this. I'll restate what's going on here. So at the moment, we're asking for a measurement of how the Earth is an oblate spheroid, which means that if the Earth is a globe with a certain size and dimensions, well, somebody had to measure this monkey at some point. So can you walk us through the method by which the Earth was measured, John? If you can. I will give you the floor uninterrupted.
Okay. So when we go back about 500 years, we see philosophers like Galileo. He was a great astronomer. He saw like the moon and how it would because when the moon goes up and down, you can't really it's not like straight. It's like circular. And the thing is, we have things like circumference, radius, diameter, things like that. If we wouldn't have that if the Earth was flat, because there wouldn't be that factor of the third dimension in the circularity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, let him finish, guys. Let him finish. Go ahead, John. Just finish what your statement is. I will let somebody finish all the way they're until they're done.
That's it.
Okay. So what I asked for was a method by which we can demonstrate to anyone else that the Earth has been measured. So say, for example, right, I wanted to measure D-Mock's foot because he said, and everybody else, his friends were saying his foot is 12 inches, right? Okay, he wears a size 12 shoe, but I told D-Mock, I'm not really sure, D-Mock. I don't think your size is size 12. According to them, they were giving me their estimations. But let's put your foot on the scale. And so we put D-Mock's foot on the scale, and guess what? It's 11 inches. We measured it. So now we know it's 11 inches. So now we can disprove all his friends saying that it was 12 inches. So now we have a measurement. Right?
That's what she said.
We have a measurement. So I'm asking John, in what way was the Earth verified with a measurement that it's a certain size that they say it is? Not just an estimation or a calculation, but a measurement. Nothing. We can go to the next. So if anybody has the answer, which I've been asking, please provide.
Wait, were you talking to me?
No.
Oh, sorry.
I absolutely have the answer, you guys. I mean, if you guys want me to give a concise breakdown on how the Earth is measured, I'd be happy to do it.
Yeah, but we're not.
Yeah, I'd be happy to hear that too.
We're not asking a flat earther. At the moment, we're probing the globes, the globies. The globies are being probed.
Yeah, but they're saying
the globies are being probed, and they need to hear other globies being probed so they find out whether or not someone has the answer. We don't need flat earthers helping them, enabling them. We don't need that right now. Okay? Simple.
Sorry, I had to leave for a second. My mic wasn't working. Can you please catch me up on the
You're chopping up, dude. You need to fix your internet. You're chopping up.
I'm not trying to help
my
any
mic is a little
Glovers.
salty.
What?
Trying to help the flat earthers in here.
They don't need help, sir. This is an advanced
everyone
class.
needs to.
No, we don't need your help.
No, I would disagree with that.
This is an advanced class. You are basically the guy at the back of the bus. That's what you are. You're not at the front. Until you understand what's happening, you can outline what's been going on. Then yeah, you can be up there with the rest of us. Not yet.
Okay. Oh, I'm unmuted. My bad.
Yeah,
I was ranting while I was muted. No, that's fair. I appreciate that.
We're gonna go.
I will say I don't appreciate being told that I'm on the back of the bus.
You are. You're not listening. That's why.
Yeah, but it seems like all you're trying.
You're not listening.
Yeah, that's kind of racist.
Just put yourself on mute. That's it. That's all I got.
I was just saying. All I'm saying is like you trying to dump.
All right, so here's the thing.
And we're not.
Here's the thing. Matrix, are you in here?
Yeah, mate, still there.
Can you just kick Vaxwax? Don't ban him. Just kick him. I'm gonna unmute him. Just kick him. If he comes back, just keep an eye on him.
Just kick him. Leave him muted. Just leave him. He'll get the idea.
Right.
If I kick him, he gets 2 days vacation.
Okay, but don't do that. All right. So basically, the Globers are in here right now. They're not able to give the answers directly of how the Earth is a globe or it's been measured as one. And it seems like at the moment we have John Swivel that's trying to give an answer, but his internet was kind of shit at the moment. Trying to sort that out. We also have Paul Guy 1 who's talking to us, but doesn't seem like he had an answer. And earlier than that, we had some other guy. I forgot his name.
Gradient.
Right. Well, he didn't have an answer either. For the terrestrial sphere being measured from the celestial sphere, which was kind of an interesting thing. I didn't know how I was going to do that. So, does anybody? I'm giving the floor to any glober that's in here, except for rolling my boulder. That's able to support whether or not the Earth is a globe via some measurements. We're looking for the measurements, guys, and a method by which it was measured. Anybody know? It should be easy. We have all the information right now in academia. You can pull from the Library of Alexandria. Google. It should give you some information.
You said I can't look up things. You said I have to use it.
No, not during not mid conversation, but while I'm asking this question, everybody's welcome to do so.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, when I'm asking you in mid conversation and you say, "Hey, let me look it up," that means at the moment you didn't have the answer. But what I'm doing right now is offering you the opportunity to go search for it. Now you can go look for it and see if there is one. But not when I was asking you at the moment, because that would mean that you didn't have one.
Okay, chill.
Well, you wanted me to explain. I did so.
Relax.
Any takers? Any glober wants to step up? Except for rolling?
Why is he telling you to relax?
Because so far this is the third attempt from the third glober to tell me.
No, I just hope to relax because it was just coming off a little rude. In my opinion.
In other words, I'm having fun.
Okay, Nancy. Jesus Christ.
In other words, I'm having fun. But needless to say, nobody has bellied up to the bar to tell me how the Earth was measured as a globe. And we're at that stage. And I told him right now at this moment, I want you to look it up. Phone a friend, ask anyone you want. How is it measured as a globe? Find the information, come forward, and then let's talk about it. If that's possible.
I'm sure Magic Science guy did it.
Hi, there was a guy in here earlier told me that the terrestrial sphere was measured by the celestial sphere. Oh, it was amazing. What's that, John?
May I take the floor?
So are we going to get a measurement for the Earth as a globe?
Yeah, I'm going to get to that.
Excellent. You have the floor.
All right. So if we look at like more technical things like airplanes, if you look at like the flight paths of planes, like if you say if you're looking at a flight from, Boston to Europe, it's not going to be straight. It's going to be like curved upwards. And that wouldn't make sense in a flat Earth, because why would they need to do that? It just make the distance longer, the flight longer, and wasting more fuel. So what is the point of that? You got to take into fact the circumference of the Earth, because it just doesn't. And if you think about it, gravity points towards the center of the Earth. If the Earth is flat, where is the gravity? Because gravity is the mass, the weight of the mass.
Was that it? You muted your mic. Was that it?
Yeah.
Okay. Indio, do you want to go in?
Oh God. Okay.
I just invited you. I don't know if you were listening. Or...
Yeah. No, I'm ready, dude. It's just like as he's talking, I'm like, oh, this again. Like, okay. When it shows that curved path, it's on a Mercator projection, right? Okay, I'll tell you. Well, it's on a Mercator projection.
Yeah, he's not.
They're actually not taking the curved path. It's just an artifact of the coordinate system. The coordinate system is based upon a celestial sphere. Okay? And if you base your coordinate on a celestial sphere...
Why would they base it on a celestial sphere if the Earth isn't a celestial sphere?
Because we fly around by landmarks, and the only landmarks that you can see that are far apart is the stars. right? I can't see like Boston from halfway across the Atlantic.
Can you
but I can see the same star.
Can you elaborate?
I can't. I am elaborating. So you can't see Boston from across the Atlantic, but you can see a star from across the Atlantic. So you can use that star as a spatial reference, and that's what we do.
But that's
in that
only
coordinate
because
system.
it's millions of miles away. And
I
you
mean-
like if it's millions of miles away, it's going to be able to be visible from pretty much anywhere because that's just like how it works.
Yeah, you're so far down the rabbit hole with that answer that you wouldn't
Yeah.
even. It's so many steps removed from like how you actually think that's true. If India was to tell you, you'd get lost by the third because he would have to dive into like how you knew linear distance to the star, what makes you. It's messy.
Yeah, and then and after all that, you know where we'd be back to? The curvature of the Earth, because all of that, why you think the stars are far away, if you go through the progression of where they got that, it's based upon the radius, and that's the thing you're trying to prove in the first place. Okay, so the radius is the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder. So they got the radius of the Earth, said Venus is the same size as the Earth, gives the transit of Venus, got the distance of the sun, then they got parallax because of the size of the orbit, and on and on and on. And now you're sitting here saying stars are millions of light years away, and that's why you can see it from no. The reason you can see stars from different places is and not other places' perspective. But we use them because they're a spatial reference we can see from the furthest distance apart. We use the preferred coordinate system, right? Latitude and longitude. They're not locations on the Earth. But when we take that coordinate system of the stars and we map it to the Earth, like onto a Mercator map with a square grid coordinate system, your straight lines are going to look like curved lines because of the transformation. Now, I have a map of a flight, and they use a polar coordinate system, and when they project their flight path on that, it's straight.
Okay,
And I'll post that. I'll post that. Hold on. I'll post it in the chat. It all depends on the coordinate system you use. I'm going to post a pilot inside the cockpit looking at his polar coordinate system map, and their flight path is straight.
I mean, not every single path is curved. There's obviously going to be some straight.
Well, their course looks like it's straight because of if his map in the cockpit was a Mercator map,
where they're going and how far the distance is between the
flying across the Pacific. They're flying across the Pacific Ocean.
The Pacific Ocean?
Yeah.
Well, it depends on how far you're traveling.
Well, I'll just post it. Hold on, give me a second.
You seem to be stuttering there.
Speechless.
No, I'm stuttering, bro.
You're stuttering, buddy.
Prove my point.
I've done this thousands of times. You're making me so nervous answering the same question I've answered 10,000 times. Oh my god! I think 10,001. I won't be able to do it.
You better be careful, Indio.
Sorry, who are you?
They're seeing you get nervous.
You talking to me? This week?
No, I'm not talking to you.
Talk to him about gravity while I found this, because I fucking always forget the name of the phone.
And he just proved the point.
Mic drop.
Okay, I found it. Hold on. I'm gonna post it in the chat.
That stand corrected.
It's a clip.
Okay, let me take a look at this.
Okay, and I got a screenshot of the section. So,
is this posted by the official, or is this some?
They're in the plane. They're in the fucking cockpit. They're filming. So
Right,
look
but
at that, right?
Is this like certified as?
Dude, this guy, like that's all you guys have.
Now I posted. Hold on, I posted a screenshot of them videotaping their map, right? So if you look at the map and you look at the lines, see those lines are coordinates.
Where did you post it?
And that dark in the chat. So that thick dark line.
You say dick?
What do you mean which chat? What do you mean which chat? How many chats are for the
Side
ZC?
chat, you retard.
Hey, watch
Join
it.
That was unnecessary.
So it's necessary. So if you look at the screenshot,
Shut the
see
fuck up.
that dark. So if you look at the screenshot, you can see that flight path, that thick dark black line going diagonally left to right. So it goes from the top left corner to the bottom right corner. That's their flight path. That's straight. And it's only straight because it's in this polar coordinate system. So if they took this and instead of using this polar coordinate system, using the Mercator map, that would have looked curved. So it's an artifact of that coordinate system transformation. It's not really taking a curved path.
I can't find the chat.
Okay, now that we've dismissed that.
On the top right.
Where?
There's a little chat. If you go up to the top of the
There's a little button on the top right.
PC,
Hold on.
yeah, there's a little chat bubble looking icon.
Are you on your phone or on your computer?
My phone.
What is it? Swipe. Touch the screen and it'll bring up the.
Stop stalling.
In the bottom, touch the.
Hold
Not
volume
stalling,
up,
we're helping
power,
him.
and the home button at the same time for 10 seconds.
Tenza, that was a bit.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That'll turn off your phone.
Just tap the screen, the menu bar appears.
Tell me what to
touch
do.
the speed
What the hell's wrong with you, dude? Sorry, what?
Press Alt and F4 at the same time.
No, that turns off your computer too. Don't worry. That's an old trick. Oldest trick in the book there.
Okay, so back to the
Control Alt Delete, go in the BIOS.
The sphere at that.
Don't do that either.
Can you shut up, Mr. Paul?
And none of this is curvature.
He said to delete the BIOS. Who's doing that?
No, I told him
Paul guy.
format.
Paul guy. Silence.
Open up a command box, type format
Indian.
Control C
Silence.
and Echo Y.
Indian silence. Thank you. So back to the main point here of the Earth being a sphere. So one thing we got to take into account is the Coriolis effect. Basically, what the Coriolis effect is the deflection of moving objects caused by the Earth's rotation, and it explains why the winds curve and why ocean currents and even long-range artillery shells and all that, bullets, arrows have curved paths. Because without this,
I guess we're not going to get the measurement of curvature.
Hey, I didn't allow you to speak, so you're not going to speak, right? Shut the fuck up.
What'd you say?
He's on a
said,
troll.
shut the fuck
He's
up.
on a troll tip, Indio. He's just trying.
Yeah. Okay, there is no Earth-based Coriolis. You have no idea what it is. It's an apparent deflection caused by the Earth rotating from underneath things. The actual object is going in a straight line. They're not taking curved paths. But from the surface of the Earth, because you're in the rotating reference frame, it appears to be curved from you. But in its external inertial reference frame, it's actually
shoot a
going
bullet
straight.
on
You
the
don't know what
alleged
you're talking about.
edge
You're
of the
above your
flat
pay grade.
Earth.
No, bullets don't.
It would just.
The
It would
longest
just fall
sniper
off
shot
the-
is 4 miles, and they didn't take Coriolis into account. You don't know what you're talking about.
So if I'm on the edge of the Earth and I shoot
What
a gun,
edge?
at the edge of this alleged flat Earth that you're speaking.
No one thinks there's an edge to the flat Earth, dude.
So the flat Earth is infinite.
No, it's not in outer space.
So there's no solar system. There's no
Okay,
planet.
which you got it. That's right. There's no solar system. The Earth is not orbiting the sun, and the moon's not orbiting the Earth.
He thinks red
There's
herrings
no such
are
thing as
a great
orbits.
way out of here, Indio. He doesn't know that you can follow him on every red herring.
So technically, you're saying we are in a snow globe.
No. How did you get snow globe?
How did you get that from what? You're the one that said all of that. Like what? What did you?
I'm trying to see what you're getting at here because I don't understand
You're the one
how
that
you
was
think
getting
there's
at
no
it,
solar
man.
system.
Okay.
You were the one getting it.
So
So
do
let
you
me
think
ask
this
you.
is like the
Let me ask
Truman
you a
Show?
question.
Like, what do you
instead.
when you look up in the sky? What do you see? Like, you just see a bunch of
Stars.
fireflies. Do you see what? Where do you think the sun is? Inside of the Earth? Like, I don't understand this.
The better question is, what do you think the sun is?
I think the sun is a star in outer space.
Do they
No,
look
I don't
like?
think
Does
this.
the sun
I
look
know
like any?
this.
Does the sun look like any star you've seen? And do any of the stars look like the sun? When have you seen
Obviously
that?
not. Or obviously, I mean, Because they're all way
Yeah,
farther away than the
duh.
sun. The sun is the closest one to us, so obviously it is going to look different.
Okay. So then
You're
why do you think they're the same as the other things that you look at?
You're fumbling over your words right now.
No,
Sorry.
if they look
so
different, like you self-admittedly said, then
it's
how are they
yes,
the
it's
same?
going to look different because it's closer to us.
Then
why do you think that? Okay, that's fine. You're giving us an argument for why they're not the
look at
same,
this.
though.
So if
You're giving us an argument for why they're not the same. We want the argument for why they are the same.
What are you talking about?
This like
Why
confused.
do you think the sun is a star? What is similar? Why would you put it? Hey,
Okay,
sun.
look, if you zoom into another
category,
let's take it
star.
to
Let's put the sun in
the
it.
star
Why?
named Betelgeuse, it looks just like the sun. Maybe it's a little bit bigger. It is a little bit bigger than the sun, but it looks just like the sun, except to the naked eye, it looks very different due to the fact that it's much farther from the Earth than the sun.
So it's different. It's not the same. Thank
What
you,
is different
Captain
about it?
Obvious. You
The
can't say
distance is
that
different.
You just
The distance is different because it's in outer space, dumbass, not in Earth.
John, you have to take them. You have to take them very literally. You have to take them at their word.
Well, here's the thing, Skip Gradient. He said the sun is like a star and the star is like a sun, but they don't look the same. So how can
No,
they be
I'm
like each other?
The sun is a star.
How do you know that?
If you got, say, you got the star Betelgeuse, and you put it into our solar system, it would look like the sun.
Really?
How do
so
you
when
know
the
that?
star when the star Betelgeuse looks like the sun, it'll be like the sun. Duh. Because you
It
just
does
made
look
it
like
be
the
like
sun.
the sun, but it doesn't look like it right
But,
now.
okay, you're
So how
fumbling
can
over
you
your words again.
Fumbling?
You're making
I'm
no
not
sense.
fumbling.
You're
You know
making
what
no
I'm
sense
saying.
right now.
What do you
Sorry.
mean?
You're not
I know
actually
exactly
paying
what I'm
attention.
saying.
Can you please build a valid argument and
Yeah,
speak to
you're
me?
equivocating.
No, it's your claim, dude. You're the one that needs to provide evidence to the same.
Evidence to what? I just proved my point.
You just asserted it. No, you asserted it without evidence.
No, I proved my point.
No, you didn't.
No, you asserted it without
How
evidence.
about you look at the
Instead-
definition of assertion?
Yeah, you asserted the sun is a star.
No,
You
the
said,
only
why
thing
do
I'm
you think
asserting right
that?
now
And
is
we
my
got-
dominance. I need you to silence because I just proved my point.
Fake it till you make it. Like no one's ever tried
Fake it
this
till
one
I make
before.
it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Fake it
that's
till I
what,
make
that's your gimmick. That's what you're trying to fake it till you make it, dude.
it. Faking what? What am I faking right now?
Your
you know
dominance.
The Earth is a sphere that I created AI
any
images of the
No,
spherical
John,
Earth.
that you know any information that substantiates any
It's
of the
Jonathan
claims
to
that you
you.
said. You said the stars are like suns and the sun is like a star, but we don't see that. And you're like, well, not with the naked eye. No shit, Sherlock. It doesn't look that way because it's not
Jonathan
that way.
to you, not Sherlock.
It doesn't look that way
Jonathan.
because it's not that way.
It
So
doesn't
you
look
can't
that
say
way.
that-
Maybe because your dumbass doesn't have a telescope.
So
Get
if
your
you
money
had a
up
telescope,
and buy one.
so listen, if you had a telescope, could you see that star Betelgeuse looking like the sun? Like when you look at the
Yes.
sun? Show me a picture. Show me a actual picture
Yeah,
of them
I wanna see
looking the
this too.
same. I want to see what you say is the same. Show
You
it
can
to
go
me.
ahead and search it up on Google. I'm not getting you up and going all the way to
Show
my
it to me.
telescope to show you a
Show it
picture
to
of
me.
Betelgeuse.
I
Show
want
it
to
to
see
me.
Beetlejuice spots.
Frankly, I have better things to do.
Really? So your claim is going to go unsubstantiated because you don't have time to substantiate it. Is that right?
No, I just don't need to waste my time on
Yeah,
going to
big
my
old,
telescope.
that's a
and
big
taking
old
picture of
W for us,
Betelgeuse.
isn't it? Big old W.
Big old W. That's very immature speak.
Yeah.
You
Well,
sound
no,
like
it's not really. It's not because you don't
you
have
sound
the
like you have
don't
the
time.
vocabulary of a 15-year-old.
John, you don't have the time to substantiate
You have the
it.
vocabulary. You have the vocabulary
I
of a
thought you had
15-year-old.
better things to do. I thought you had better things to do. What happened to that?
Yeah, but I'm arguing with you. That's an honor
All
to
right.
you. You know that?
So then if you're gonna stay and argue, then provide evidence that Betelgeuse it looks like the sun by showing us a demonstration of how an image can be verified looking like the sun. Let's see it.
You can search it up.
Come on. Let's see it.
You
Yeah,
can search it up.
we just did. I said you're crazy.
Sorry, what was that?
I searched Google. I typed in your name. It said this freaking clown said the sun looks like Beetlejuice. If I looked through a telescope and it said, "Are you fucking crazy?"
Yeah, put your money where your mouth is. Let's see that image where Beetlejuice looks like
Hey,
the sun.
everybody unmute right now and let me know if you laughed at that.
Laugh what? You saying that Beetlejuice looks like the sun?
It looks like this. Look at the image right there. Does that not look like the sun?
No, it doesn't.
It's an orange sphere. What is the sun?
orange sphere.
The orange sphere.
Yeah. So
Obviously, the picture isn't very clear because of how far Betelgeuse is.
Is that
We
a
can't
is
get
that
very
an orange
clear
sphere?
capture of it.
Is that an
Yeah, that's an orange sphere. I think it's an orange sphere.
Really?
it is an orange sphere. As you can see, with you see that white spot, that shiny white spot. You can see that it has a third dimension. It is
a shiny white
not
spot.
a two-dimensional.
So hold on. So what you're telling us is Betelgeuse's star has a specular reflection on it.
That's what it seems like, Indio.
Fucking retard, bro.
Yeah, it's about 100.
That's unnecessary.
Yeah, thank you, Dan Fessler.
That's
Appreciate
very
you.
unnecessary. You don't
You
need
just
the,
helped. You just helped us bury these glowers. Appreciate you.
It's much more luminous than the sun.
Dan Fessler is such a nice guy.
Does it reflect? Is the star reflecting light?
My ball sack reflects light off your head.
He doesn't know the
Oh
argument.
God, your balls haven't dropped yet.
They haven't, dude. We're still waiting. Specular
Dude said a
reflection,
specular
Dan.
reflection, dude, was fucking on the Betelgeuse, bro.
That was Dan
fucking
Fessler
great.
that provided that image.
Yeah, thanks, Dan.
That's what
No, I think I would say that image is highly treated. Let's put it that way. That's a lot of stacks right there.
It's the same technique that they used to image the black hole for the first time. So
Oh,
it's
so
a
that's a
radio
radio
telescope.
image. Okay,
Yeah, it's a
okay.
radio telescope taken from multiple locations across the entire. It's definitely not something you just go look in your telescope and resolve with your,
wait a
in your
minute.
backyard.
John Swivel
Yeah.
didn't know that. John
So
was
that's an
taking
intensity map. That's an intensity map of radiation. So they turn the brightness of the radio waves 697 gigahertz into an intensity map, and they colorize it, right? This much power is this shade of freaking orange, and this much power is that shade of orange. And they make a color map out of it.
Hey, Indio, I think John has a bunch of egg on his face. We could probably make an omelet with that egg, dude.
It's not a photograph, by the way. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
what he.
It's not a
That's what John was saying. He was like, "Oh, it's like that image right there. That's what we see through our telescopes." Really?
It is weird that there's a bright spot though, because that means that part of that is like emitting a lot of radiation.
Weird.
It's weird looking. Anyway,
Back to John Swivel, who didn't have. Oh, he's muted.
we're not. Yeah, he jetted. He just dropped just a second because as soon as you said back that, he was like, "Boink!" I'm out.
Something off topic for you, Alpha. 3 letters, XRP.
Oh, dude, is it going off the handle
here
right
we-
now? What the fuck?
Better have yourself a look, mate.
Well, no way, no fucking way, dude.
Put it this way: December 5th jumped to $2.50. It's at $3.20 at the moment.
No, I saw that the other day. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I saw it the other day. I won't turn this into a crypto deal. I'm
No.
kind of curious.
I just
I didn't
thought
know
you-
Matrix was watching it.
I like keeping an eye on me shit like that.
You got a bag?
Oh, if a bag of them is 628 of them, then I've got a bag.
Shut the fuck up. Do you got 628? Damn. Cool shit, dude. All right. Look, I see you, Matrix. I see you, man.
Yep. Alrighty, as we were, next flat Earth related question.
All right, can I actually just jump in quickly? I'd like to
Yeah,
get maybe.
I just want to point out one thing. This is more like administrative. We still didn't get the measurement of curvature. I just wanted everyone to know that.
Yeah,
Still waiting on that.
Yeah,
Did you?
I was gonna touch on that. I was conversing with what was his name, professional douchebag, whatever the guy you were talking to before, AV, and I used the term. I used the term rate of change of slope in my question to him, and he was arguing that it's a malformed question basically because rate of change of slope is different than curvature rate. And we had this big back and forth because he was bitching like, "Oh, what the fuck do you mean by rate of change of slope? You're a retard." It's like, dude, like in this context, it's basically the same thing, is it not?
Yes.
Okay, so the guy was just being pedantic.
So, like, listen, if you had a curved line, right, and you made a tangent on a point, and you slid that point along the curve, that tangent line, the slope of the tangent is going to change.
Exactly.
So the rate that slope of the tangent changes is the amount of curvature that's in it.
Exactly. I figured there was basically equivalent in this context. I did a little search, and they do say it's different mathematically, right? But that's just nitpicking. It basically arrives at the same the same number in the end.
What QE always talks about is the slope intercept formula. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, did you bring that up to him?
Well, I didn't use the term exactly, but he asked me what's a slope, and it's it's rise over run, and that's what the slope intercept formula is, right? Y equals ax plus b, right? It's a slope. So you take a ball, you know.
Yeah, I guess QE's point was when you're using the horizon in that way, because you're trying to say if there's a rate of change of slope, then there would be evidence that the Earth is having that curvature that would be necessary if it was. But if it's a rate of change of slope of non-zero, then it's not. You can't. There's no curvature on the horizon.
Exactly.
So how do you have, and the way he puts it, how do you have horizons on a ball tart? But that's kind of the
yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. But
I was just using that term. It came to mind rather than curvature rate. But yeah, I just wanted to see if there was like a distinction between the two.
It's it's hard because you're dealing with people that are so ill-equipped to have that conversation, Mick. So you're speaking far ahead of them. So they're trying to use what they can with their arguments, and they'll get confused right away, and they'll start saying you're wrong. You'll get bogged down with trying to get them up to speed. Let's put it that way. It'll waste more time trying to. So you got to get a bit more rudimentary with them. I'm sorry to say, like it's just that.
Oh, I get it. I was just following up with the professional. What's his name? In the chat after you guys spoke to him, just to pin him down a bit. And I was just asking for the curvature rate, basically, and how it was measured, kind of like what you were asking the other guys afterwards. And he just couldn't answer it and was jumping around on this fine detail. So I just wanted to ask if maybe there is a time and place for one term over another that I misappropriated.
No,
but I guess not.
It's not, because they don't. It's hard because you'll get bogged down in the weeds trying to explain yourself, and then the audience gets kind of bored with it and stuff like that. But that's kind of why I told that guy, I was like, dude, I don't want to go into. He's like, no, if we're gonna talk about this, we need to get down to specifics. I'm like, dude, I don't want to do that. Like, I want to stay on the topical way that you can tell me how the Earth is, measured to be curving. But he wanted to do that, so I was like, okay, I'll do it because you think it's something necessary. So then we started drilling down into his knowledge base. How far back can he tell me where the Earth was first conceptualized or derived as a even in a concept form, how it was derived as a sphere. But we could never get to that point because he didn't know. So his answer was, I don't know.
Exactly.
And so it's like, what are you gonna do with that?
Not much, man. I wanted to see, whatever was derived from the parallax measurement stuff. Yeah. Whatever, I wanted to see what he would have actually calculated. And then I was just pointing out, like, okay, well, then what method was used to confirm it? That's all. Simple.
But I mean, you heard the end of it, right? He didn't know. Like, so the parallax argument, for the parallax argument, in context to like with the Earth, linear distance because there's known distances, right? You know the distance between you and the mountain and you and the trees if you're driving on a car and passing these trees that are whizzing by you while the mountain in the foreground is like going slower. So there's distances that are known to give like a kind of like the change that's going to happen with like how fast something's passing between you to have that distance be measured. But when we're talking about things that are of unknown distance, how are you going to do that? How can parallax define? Unless you have a pre-assumed notion of like how far. First, you establish the radius, right? Like that's kind of a given, and then you can work up some math of like how far things are based on that. Because you start with the foundation of having like an estimated guess of how big the Earth is according to the it being an oblate spheroid. But then you've already started with that, and then using that as a foundation with the cosmic distance ladder, then you can get to like use parallax, but it can be used if it's not with that foundation.
Okay, yeah. It sounded like he was trying to get at, you can get a radius from that.
No.
With you, and then he was fumbling, and I was just trying to follow up.
Yeah, I couldn't I know we were gonna at some point we would have to go to the cosmic distance ladder if he was gonna go there, but we couldn't even get out of that because his method was bunk. He didn't have one. He was like smoke and mirrors. Like he basically was just saying words, and then he couldn't. Like he was like, "Well, circumference." Like, yeah, well, what about it? Like that's not a method. Like to measure the surface of the Earth. So yeah, it was just
and I also found it really interesting that he did even say, "Oh, well, you can get this." He said the circumference or the diameter or whatever, and you kept asking him like, "What's the radius?" And he actually couldn't answer that. And that was really funny because the derivatives of each other.
Are y'all talking about Robert?
No, it was professional.
Robert,
no, this was professional street ninja, I think.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he was the Indian guy. He was an Indian guy, Indio.
Yeah, not like 15 minutes ago, or maybe half hour ago.
Yeah, because I spoke to like 3 numpties so far.
Yeah, this was bad, man. Like I was laughing in the fucking chat. Like fuck, because if you can get the diameter but you can't get the radius, like this guy's retarded. Like what the fuck, man? I was even in the chat. I'm like, dude, divide by 2. Trying to help him out. Like, come on.
Yeah.
But
and the interesting thing is, I think he thought of himself as someone who could lay down some answers. I don't know what he was doing prior to me getting here, but was he arguing for more? Because I don't know. I
not
just heard
much,
him
man.
the little bit that I.
Yeah, you jumped in right on time. I think he started not too long before you jumped in. I could be wrong, but fuck, what am I going to remember that? Like,
yeah, some of the more notable takedowns that you have are, I've heard you do some arguments. I would say like a week ago, I was in here listening to you talk to some guy.
Oh yeah,
but you have to have it's hard for you because you have to have the floor and nobody can interrupt when you're talking to them, because I hear like as soon as you talk, I don't know why, but like 3 other people jump all over your, like, I was like, fuck, dude, because I'm at work listening.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, fucking Mick can't get in some words, man. Like everything. Oh, excuse me, sir. Excuse me. And then like 2 flat earthers are jumping all over you, and like, fuck, dude.
I don't blame them because I can drag shit on. I have a really bad habit of what's called patience, right? And some people they don't like just listening on the nitty gritties. I like getting into the nitty gritties because it's fun to see people squirm on these fine details. But some people just can't handle it, and I don't blame them.
You're talking about like what Indio says, a death by 1,000 cuts. Like you don't want to take them down right away with one fell swoop. You want to enjoy the the spiral.
Because it's a good chance for me to get my reps in and see if I can actually follow.
Yeah, of course.
And also, it digs them in deeper. My favorite one as of late was it was piggybacking off of you guys with the whole mass question, like what is mass and all this stuff. And I love when people get into like, oh, well, it's a number of molecules or whatever, all that stuff. I love
it was Robert. Robert was arguing for mass, wasn't he?
Yeah, that was the last one I remember, and I jumped in. I think it was with him, and I was trying to ask about the whole black hole situation, because don't they say, oh, well, black holes are gigantically massive, but they're they don't have any, like, they're not material in nature. So how do they reconcile that? And they can't. He tries to get into like all the whole E equals MC squared. It's basically a giant energy pool. So there's a mass equivalent to that, but they don't even get to that point.
I've heard of this already with some academics, like Brendan. Brendan came in and told me, he's like, if you want to stump a glober, like where they're truly stumped, even the ones in academia, because he's a meteorologist. I don't know if you know Brendan.
Yeah.
He said, usually if you want to get them to be stumped and really stumped, not just like where they're trying to argue, but where they will say they don't know, is talk about dark matter. And of course, their paradigm when it comes to like dark matter, there's no real answer to that, because that's where things get weird. Like reality starts to be distorted in that level. So he's like, that's where things don't make any, like everything makes sense up until dark matter, and then from there it's just like, people are just trying to.
Yeah, it's a giant unknown plug-in variable to make the equation balance out.
He was telling me that. He was like, yeah, so if you ever have any like trouble where they're trying to say that everything works, that's where it wouldn't. That's the one place
Yeah.
it wouldn't. So they couldn't
Yeah.
say. I don't know if Indio, have you heard
Dark
of that?
matter's like Bondo for a hole in your car, dude. That's all. You just
They
frickin'
just
fill that
throw some
right
dark
in, man.
matter
But,
in
oh shit, we got a hole in our theory. Get the frickin' dark matter Bondo. Just fill that in.
Well, no,
he
that's
was
very
saying that.
silly because we're equating for dark matter is on the level of galaxies. These are equations that people don't understand how to actually equate. They're missing a factor. That doesn't mean that they don't understand things.
That's what he said.
No,
he told me this, man.
but far closer than galaxies to the solar systems and then inner body physics.
Yeah, but are you saying
Dark
that
matter has
academics
nothing to
know
do with
about
like
dark
inner
matter?
body. Dark matter has
think so,
nothing to
dude.
do with like inner body. Like when you're talking about two bodies relating, like planetary gravity, or solar system gravity. Dark matter has nothing to do with that. Dark matter is like the borders of gravitational theory when you're looking at like gravitational lensing
Yeah.
in like the nebula or gravitation.
But that's another problem, Verum. Like if you, even if you
It has to
introduce
do with the radial velocity of galaxies. That's what it has to do with it.
No, it
Spinning too
doesn't have to
fast.
do with
They
the
should
radio.
fly.
No, it
You
does
want to
not.
bet money? I'll bet you a 10,000 fucking of anything, dude. Seashells, fucking Bitcoin money.
seashells. Fucking hell, Verum.
Has to do with the radial velocity of galaxies. They should fly apart. There isn't enough matter to keep them from flying apart. So they invented dark matter to keep them together.
No, you're correct. You're correct. When you say it that way,
I know.
okay, you're right. Okay, when you say it that way, correct. When you're talking about the fact that we don't understand what gravitational properties keep the gravitational alignment of galaxies, yeah. No, you're saying right.
Okay.
Yeah,
The gravitational property of like when people would say that supermassive black holes at the core don't account for the gravitational draw of a galaxy. As what you had said though was not right initially.
I didn't hear anything that he said that was wrong. It makes up so much of their cosmology.
No, it
right?
doesn't.
If you think about all of it,
Yeah, it
between
does,
dark
dude.
energy and hold on, if you think about dark, well, 70% of the matter in the universe is not visible according to them.
No, that's not true.
What?
No one says that that's true. Who says that that's true?
Hold on, find source.
You said 70%
Yeah,
of
he's
the
getting
matter in the
receipts.
universe.
Yeah.
Hold on, Verum. He's getting receipts.
I think you're saying that large portions of the gravity are not accounted for at the galaxy level. Not 70% of the matter in
This
the
is
universe.
NASA. This is NASA.gov. It says the animated pie chart shows rounded values for the two known matter components of the universe. Visible 15%, in dark 85%. Something is missing.
Where did
Here,
you
I'll post
post
the
that?
link. I'm going to post the link in the chat.
Okay. What
You gotta
chat?
know when to yield, Verum, because if they're saying it and Indio's not, then you have to at least give him that.
I have to give him what?
That he's not saying it, that they are.
That
Dude,
who is? Where did you post it?
NASA, bro. NASA.
No. He surmised
What do you mean
something.
no? He's saying no. The citation's right there.
The citation is where?
Side chat.
Oh my god.
It's in what chat?
The side chat, the side text chat. I posted it.
Side text chat. I'm trying to find this. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Are you on a phone or are you on just?
I'm on desktop. I'm on desktop. I'm trying
Hit
to
the
find
chat
it.
bubble. Hit the chat bubble where the voice chat is to this room. There's a little chat bubble.
Yeah, it's like a cartoon bubble from a comic book. It's up top right where the voice channel is.
Yeah,
And critically, it doesn't show it unless you hover over it, so it's pretty hidden.
It's not intuitive.
Okay, when you say copyright, okay, I'm trying to find this now. I guess this is what you posted. Let me go.
Now you have to at least concede that it was an Indio that was NASA that was saying this. NASA doesn't have lips, so it was the
And I was wrong. There's more dark matter than I even said.
Yeah, there was more.
But I was being generous with no. But again, no. I would ask that you cede the initial thing that I said. Right here is the quote from the individual article that you had just posted. It turns out there's a single problem with galaxies. Dark matter of galaxies, 85%. Visible matter, 15%. Again, you had supplanted the universe. Do you understand that that is a unbelievable mathematical?
I didn't even bring up dark energy yet.
No.
The land,
you understand?
The land of CDM
inflated not only shows a incredible right now misunderstanding of the consequence of the two, but that you had just conflated two things that are completely different. We're talking about mathematical equations for the gravity of how galaxies exist. You had just conflated what I had initially challenged you on, was the fact that you had just said that 85% of the universe was claimed by NASA to be dark matter. That is unbelievably not even close to being true. You had just said something that was so unbelievably
I'm gonna give you the numbers, dude. I'm gonna give you the numbers now. It's from the Chanda X-ray.
You had just said something that was so completely
96% consists of dark energy.
Dark energy is not dark matter. That is not the same thing. You have no concept of what you're talking about.
Wait, before we move on to dark energy, can I ask a question to Verum here? Verum, do you have any idea, because I don't, so I'm asking you genuinely, do you have any idea how much mass exists in the universe that is outside of galaxies? I would just guess that the vast majority of mass in the universe is contained within galaxies. So it's kind of, if that's true, it would be kind of inconsequential to say the universe or galaxy at that point.
That's a gigantic supposition. So when we begin to look at the revolution of all of the mass inside of galaxies, we can only begin to examine the galaxy that we live in, the Milky Way galaxy. We're just beginning to examine that, and we think that what early people had thought that the gravity would be divided by the supermassive. Human beings thought that perhaps when we looked at this, that the supermassive black hole at the core of the galaxy maybe accounted for all of the galaxy that would give us the rotation of the Milky Way that was this spiral galaxy. We realize now that that is completely silly, that doesn't account for the amount of gravity necessary, that doesn't account for everything. When we're still creating the model, we realize that we're not saying that there is some magical, some type of ghost matter. We're saying that we don't know exactly how this accounts. We can't create right now an accurate matter. That is dark matter. The dark matter is not something that we're attributing to some spiritual or philosophical. It's saying it's dark in the sense that we don't really understand all these interactions.
That's exactly what he's saying.
No. That is not exactly what he's saying. What he just said is that there is, when we look out at the universe, he said that there is 85% matter that is dark matter in the universe. He completely got scales wrong in right now his insistence in attempting to poke holes because he has some concept philosophically, spiritually.
I don't know why you're raking him over the coals about this. Because it just sounds you're making a big deal of him saying the word universe when the universe is comprised primarily of galaxies.
In the world that I exist in the scientific world, the idea of conflating the universe with a galaxy is a big difference. In your world,
let me ask you a question.
That is not a huge.
Baron, let me ask you a question. If there was dark matter not in galaxies, how could you tell?
The way we would tell is if we look at our galaxy and we say that we can't account for every system that happens. I
said not in the galaxies, dude. Listen closer. I said if they're not in the galaxy, say there's dark matter between the galaxies, how would you tell?
when we're looking at what a dark matter, quote unquote, is in a galaxy, it's because we can't account for how
I said outside of galaxies for the last time, dude. Between the galaxies.
When we are looking at how certain
He's British, bro.
exist
He's
inside
just
of
got
the
his
galaxy
narrative.
that we cannot account for, we have to say that that is a matter that we don't understand.
That's exactly.
When
we're back to this again.
It's not what I'm asking. Okay? It's not what I'm asking. Okay, whatever number you come up with, you can't make any observations of quote unquote dark matter in between galaxies because there's nothing for it to act on, right?
That's what Dan Fessler said.
Okay, so they say that there's huge voids. So there's Boots void, all these voids. When they look out, they say there's these giant fucking voids. They could be completely filled with dark matter, and there'd be no way to tell because there's nothing for it to act on.
But no, that's not true because you don't understand what Boades void is not filled with the dark matter that fills our galaxy.
I didn't say it was, but if it was, you wouldn't be able to tell.
No, you just don't have.
You don't listen.
You
No,
don't
you don't
have
listen.
a formal
You're drunk or
education.
something.
You don't understand anything.
I do have a formal education.
Boades void is probably.
I do have a formal education now. Good try though.
Boades void is probably a gas void that we can't see through because it's filled with certain types of opaque
I didn't say
gases that we can't see
I didn't
through.
say.
Boades void is not filled with dark matter. There's no reason to think that. Boades void is not drawing gravitational
Listen
fields
really closely
beyond
to
what
my
we would
argument.
expect normal gravitational fields to be.
Okay.
You have no
I'm gonna try
concept of
one-
what you're talking about.
I'm gonna
You are
try
not
one more
a
time.
formally educated person. You are a god of the gaps figure. You are a person who believes that
he's
everything that
hammered.
you do not understand can be filled in by your suppositions. What you would
Okay.
like to find in your confirmation.
Are you almost done with your freaking stupid narrative? Listen, dude. I didn't say there was dark matter there. Listen really carefully. Really carefully.
You
I
did
said
say that there
if
was
it-
dark matter there just now.
No, I said if there was, you wouldn't be able to tell because there's nothing for the dark matter to act on that you can see. So you just did that entire rant for fucking nothing.
And dude, that's your worldview. You've added in a universe that is unobservable, unmeasurable, untestable. You added the gap with, just call it dark.
He caught you like you just projected God of the gaps on me, which is crazy, dude.
Yeah, it was crazy, and now he's using it. The argument.
And I didn't even get to dark energy, man. Dark energy is supposed to be 97% of the universe, right? And you could say, well, that's energy. Its mass is different. Well, there's a mass energy equivalence, right?
That's cool. I like that.
Right?
He projected
No.
onto you
Okay.
and he's using it.
There's no mass
Okay,
energy
so here-
equivalence.
so
does
here-
energy create gravity?
No. So here's the concept. The concept would be that in looking out at creating a model for how things are interacting, there is a constant observance. Try to understand that these things exist. It's not just two-body systems, but three-party systems, just chaotic systems in attempting to understand gravitational relations, applying that ad nauseum until you end up with such incredibly complicated systems that you end up with solar systems, nebulae, galaxies even. Those things are dark matter, right? Which you are interpreting as being some type of like high fantasy.
No, it is a fantasy.
No, please, you're interrupting me. Your realm of like interjecting your confirmation bias, what you would like it to believe. In the world of real science, these are things that people have to understand greater, to work in, to understand
check
how
this
these
dude's
things are actually
soapbox.
interact.
Yeah.
Nice soapbox, bro. Look like that's a cool narrative, right? So dark matter was created to prevent the model from being falsified. Okay? You don't know how I think about dark matter. Stop making up shit in your head about what I think. Okay, I'll tell you what I think. Dark matter is a ad hoc hypothesis to stop falsification of the theories, Newtonian theory of gravity, as it applies to galactic rotation curves. Okay? That's it. It is an ad hoc hypothesis.
What
has no evidence,
mathematics
and
right
it's
now are
not
you doing right now?
falsifiable.
What
Can you
examination right now are you
can you
doing right
falsify the
now
existence?
on
Can you
gravitational
falsify?
theory
Can you
and right now
falsify?
chaos theory? What examinations right now are you doing? Honestly, what are you doing right now as far as it comes to astronomy? Right now in examinations of
Dude, astronomy is a pseudoscience. Why the fuck would I do that?
Hey, Vectum, look at. I just posted a clip from Neil deGrasse Tyson's Dark Universe lecture. He breaks down just how bad the model is.
Baron,
what model are we talking about? Is it a scientific model, a mathematical model, a theoretical model?
Wait, dude. Baron, what in academia are you right now? What position do you hold, sir?
I have a medical school attendant, master's degree in biology, but I have a bachelor's in organic chemistry with a minor in physics.
Oh God, we're talking to Professor Dave clone.
Yeah,
Well,
complete
QA when you
bullshit.
want him.
Yeah, no. What studies do you have in the realm of anything to do with astronomy? Do you have anything?
I'm getting my current master's, so I have 1.5 years formal education in astronomy. I'm not saying that I am. No. Listen. I'm not saying that I am I'm only attempting to advocate on behalf of science. So in getting my master's, I have 1.5 years study of astronomy. I have more than that in obviously organic chemistry with minors in physics. But listen, as far as it comes to actual physics and mathematics, I have over 5 years. I have over 5 years of formal education at the higher level, including master's degrees.
Okay.
I'm not saying that I am the distinct. I would always defer if it came down to physics. But I'm talking about someone who doesn't.
You're not specialized in the field. I get it.
Dude, listen, Baron, you're full of shit, dude. I have a science degree too. I took physics in Physics 1 too. This is simple shit. It's not complicated. What you should have paid attention to was the philosophy of science classes that you apparently skipped.
I was wondering, and what in those studies that you've had so far, can you apply to anything that we're with the conversation at hand? Like, why do you think that you have I guess an academic say in the matter? Like, why do you think that? Because it seems like twice or 3 times you've already thumbed up your nose to everybody in here, basically shunning the fact that anybody else can know more than you on the topic. Because that's what I'm getting at.
I do not believe that nobody can know more than me. I absolutely would hear someone that said that they were speaking from any position of authority that I would absolutely completely step aside and give all derision to. The point is, when I hear something I attempted to interject on, that I knew that from the use of the verbiage, they had no concept of what they were talking about. This man applied the use of dark matter and applications from our understanding of how the gravity works right now in our models of not just the solar system, but our universe. He said that we were talking about models of the Milky Way, which is our galaxy. He applied it
never said Milky Way.
universe. No. You said 85%.
I didn't specify Milky Way. I
You're
said
cutting me
galactic
off right now. You said that NASA had applied that 85% of all matter
No,
in
I
the
said 70.
universe. You had said that. That is why I cut you off. I said that you have absolutely no formal education concept.
You can't
of
even
what you were
remember
talking-
the
What you are
conversation, dude.
saying has nothing to do. That is completely.
Okay, concede you don't
off
remember the
base.
conversation,
When we were
Drunkard.
talking when we were talking about models of our galaxy, what you had misattributed to 85% of the universe being dark matter, it is very clear. You have no concept formally.
Okay,
no,
cool.
Cool.
Are you done? Are you done? Are you done?
Why do you
Are you
have
done?
to shout over me?
Are you done?
No one.
Are you done?
any
You're repeating
level
yourself. Are you
of-
done? Are you done? Now can I talk?
This
So I
person
didn't
has
apply
no
it.
concept
So
of
I
what
didn't.
we're talking about
Okay, so can I
academically.
talk now?
They have
Can I talk
to-
now? Can I talk now? Can I talk now?
Of course you can talk now. You're
Okay,
demanding
I
it.
didn't say shut the fuck up. I didn't say 85%. I said 70%. I didn't apply it to the Milky Way. I applied it to all galaxies. NASA said 85% of the galaxies. So you can't even remember the conversation. You can't even remember what was said.
You look like an ass and an idiot.
All right, that's all.
Yeah, now you're going to talk about me.
Either he said that or he didn't, Vernum. You can't charge him with something he didn't say. And
Okay, you don't have an answer, so it could be any amount of it could be any amount of dark matter, because most of the universe, according to modern cosmology, are voids. And those voids could be completely filled with dark matter, and there'd be no way to tell
Man is an
because there's nothing it's acting
fool
upon.
and an idiot. This man is an incredible fool.
Okay, that's not a refutation of what I said. It doesn't even address it.
That's a freak out.
Yeah, sure.
That's a straight. If you.
Oh, he left.
He dropped.
I wanted him to stay because I just read the article that he's debating about, and the NASA link says universe.
Yeah, I know.
This whole argument was just so bullshit.
Well, I mean, he came in here saying that wasn't true, and he had his whole spiel about how India was incorrect, that he didn't have. It was more. I think it was. Well, that's what I was trying to tell him too. I was like, he just provided the link. So, I mean, it says so there, but I don't know why he didn't want to look into it. I think that would have cleared it up.
To be honest about this subject, if you listen to like different astronomers, astrophysicists talk about it, you're going to get all sorts of you're going to get all different numbers. There's really no universal thing you're going to get. NASA, like if I listen to like 10 astrophysicists, I'd probably get 4 different values.
And also the numbers aren't going to be crazy different.
Yeah, they're like,
right? Like,
yeah.
Let's say it was 80% of, or 85. Let's say 90, just for a round number. Let's say it was 90% of galaxies specifically. Well, if 80% of the universe is galaxies, then it's just simply 80% of 90%, which is still pretty close. It's not like it's a world apart.
Yeah, and like, I mean, they say things like dude. I mean, I'm not just like, I don't just only look at flat Earth shit because I want to know what the enemy's thinking. So they'll say things like there's a Fata Morgana in the center of the galaxy. That like when they look at the galaxy or the black hole in the center of the galaxy, that it's a Fata Morgana that you're not even looking at.
Damn, whose claim was that, Indio? I'd like to know.
Wolfgang something or other. He's like a frickin' Austrian or German astrophysicist. So he's kind of heterodox. So he's like, I wouldn't say like what
on Twitter.
He uses like, no, he's not on Twitter. No. I just watched videos. So that's different. I watch these guys, dude. I listen to what they say. I like, because when these guys come in like this guy, right? And like peacocking, they have a degree in organic biology. You don't know shit about dark matter. I'm like, what the fuck?
Vernum's back.
Yeah, I think
Did you rage quit and now you're back? You calmed down.
Something happened.
Oh shit! I'm unmuted. My bad.
No. I wasn't kicked or anything. I actually lost connection to all internet. Forget.
Oh, your bad internet's what.
Yeah, the satellite connection.
No, listen. I'm trying to tell the truth. I don't understand why. No. Listen, don't do this bit. Listen, I'll try to be honest with you. Don't do this bit where you act like I'm going to be disingenuous before you even know who I am. I lost internet connection. I'm back.
Nobody cares about that point. We're trying to figure out whether you had any academic knowledge of the Earth as a globe, because we went from something where you thought you had knowledge on to where I think you don't even know any aspect of how the Earth was derived as an oblate spheroid. That's my contention to you, Vernum, is that even with all your academic knowledge, you don't know how the Earth was derived as an oblate spheroid. I would stand by it.
We have theories about how the Earth was derived as an oblate spheroid, but I would never sit here as an authority. I would posit right now the same thing to you. The concept is, when I look out at a bunch of theorems about how we have arrived at the current conflagration of the planet, What do you look out on? Honestly, are you looking out at things that are peer reviewed and tested? Are you looking out at things that are confirmation bias? Truly, right now, is your worldview something that you were completely open right now?
You have a confirmation.
No, every single time that you have.
No, dude, you have a confirmation bias.
You shout over exactly like this.
No, you have a confirmation. You're projecting
any fucking concept of what was happening.
No, because you're being accusatory, right? So you have a preconceived notion of how we think, asking us if we have confirmation biases. That's your confirmation bias of how a flat earther thinks. You're exposing your bias. You have no evidence we have confirmation biases. Zero evidence at all. We haven't talked about anything of substance whatsoever. Why would you think we have a confirmation bias?
We have, but this is not my first time here.
Okay,
I agree with
peer
that, by the
review,
way.
most peer review papers are wrong, dude. You know that, right?
You're
So
saying
the peer review.
No. Let's go with that generalization. Most peer-reviewed papers. Most peer-reviewed papers.
Most. Go on Google, type in most peer-reviewed papers are wrong. You're going to get papers from PubMed, Nature, all
Absolutely,
sorts
if you go and Google most peer-reviewed papers, you are.
Yeah, I just listen. Did you listen to what I said? That you're going to get links to PubMed, right? The National Institute of Health. You're going to get papers from Science, right? Of how most peer review is wrong. Peer review is shit. It was invented in the 1970s by Ghislaine Maxwell's dad, Jordan Maxwell, to create a fucking monopoly on science. But yeah, you know, Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's fucking girlfriend.
Yeah, that's
that dude. You think that's a conspiracy theory?
Do I think that
right? It was owned by Jordan Maxwell, which is Ghislaine Maxwell's dad. He created the entire peer review system because it didn't exist prior to this.
Do I think that the nature of asking other people to review your research is the product
it doesn't
of
make it
Ghislaine Maxwell?
Hold on. It doesn't, because it's peer reviewed, does not make it correct. Peer review is not some magical fucking.
Is there somehow the Trilateral Commission? Is somehow the Trilateral Commission tied up into this?
No, dude, look it up, dude.
There's a
Look it up. Listen, I didn't invent this shit, dude. How do you think I know about it?
Because
people in mainstream academia complained about it at the time that peer review. Okay, stop talking over me. They complained about it at the time in the 60s and 70s that peer review academic journals were being monopolized.
Not all peer review journals should be taken at face value. They have flaws. There's problems.
Oh, yeah, really?
Right. But you are using some type of mechanism to completely disregard everything that disagrees with anything that you don't want to confirmation bias believe.
No, I'm not using peer review as a standard of truth like you are.
No, I would not either. I would say that
you are. You just said it, dude.
I would say that would be open to continuous peer review. That would be open to anyone that can come and discount it. Absolutely. There's no definite truth in science. What you were positing is confirmation bias. You were saying that
you're on your narrative, dude. I didn't say anything about confirmation bias.
No.
You mentioned peer review.
If peer review matters. That anytime you can search to confirm what it is that you would like to
No one said that, dude. Now you're straw manning, dude.
I'm positing that on you.
To say there's no definite truth in science is wrong. Because you either prove or disprove.
What I'm saying is he mentioned peer review as if peer review determines the truth of a claim.
No, I never said that. You were
then why do we care about it? Then why do we care about it? Then why do we care about it? Then why do we care about it?
Because it is a continuous process for evaluating.
So what?
Truth.
Why do we care? Why do we care if it's a continuous process? Why do we
answer
care?
the question, Vernon.
What you are asking is why we should
answer the question. Why do we care?
He's dodging.
If it doesn't lead us to the truth, why are we using it for anything?
What you were asking is why we
answer the question.
He's just a narrative, dude. Look, you should have never went into freaking organic chemistry. You should have went into communications because you're just a bunch of PR.
You know what? I think we could do the challenge's assumption of confirmation bias is let Dan have tee off on them.
Yeah, I just want to hear from Vernon, real quick, Crit. Why do we care about peer review? Why is it important?
Peer review is a continuous process by which we have all.
God, are you reading from a script?
Yeah, he is. Sounds like it.
Peer review is a continuous. Peer review is a continuous. Peer review is a continuous. Like, dude, are you okay? You bricked? You broken? Do you have original thoughts?
Peer review is a process by which we continuously evaluate anything that is said, and it never ends. That we are always evaluating.
Dude, we know you're reading.
Words, dude. Are you typing in
you're
Chat GPT or something?
Yeah,
Like,
that's what
dude,
it
man,
is.
This is unreal.
That's what
this
it
is the
is.
crazy shit I've heard in a while.
And he's from an academic background, Indio. He has an academic background.
He claims, dude. I don't think so.
These people are the dumbest people I've ever spoken
Yeah,
to.
we're dumb where you can't even form fucking coherent sentences originally. You keep saying peer review is a coherent process.
Unable to absolutely continue a conversation as an adult beyond.
Yeah, that's because you kept telling us that peer review is important. It's something that's very paramount to like learning anything in science. And then Indio asked you the question, what relevance does it have? Why do we even care about it? And you read this and you started, you didn't give us your own word, Vernum. You didn't give us your own.
Right now,
you didn't give us your own, dude. Why are you interrupting me, dude?
Vernum, why you are?
He said it again, dude. That's 6 times, dude. It's a Who cares if it's a continuous process of anything? Why does that matter?
Yep.
It matters because it is open to anyone that wants to come along and challenge that concept, that wants to provide any study, that wants to provide any amount of information that is in any way. It is always falsifiable in the sense that the statement that you make is posited, and anyone that comes along can challenge that. And the original
that's what I'm doing right now.
He's challenging that.
You people have no concept of what real science is.
You always resort to talking to making basically social commentary on us and what we think.
And disparaging our
position when you can't refute anything.
No, because you would not exist inside
because
of academia.
Keep
because
you
have no
out of your
concept
mouth,
of how to
dude.
communicate as adults.
Because you keep you out of your mouth, dude.
You can't
stop talking
carry
about us.
conversation. You only know how to exist inside of online forums.
Yeah, tell me about our confirmation bias.
I would love to talk to you. I had attempted to come in here and talk to you, but the truth is that when it comes down to carrying a conversation,
the
truth is you're drunk and you shouldn't be in here.
Yeah, if you had more of your wits about you, maybe the conversation would go over a little bit better. But because you're inebriated, it makes it a lot worse for the audience and for yourself. I might add.
You have no ability to actually converse or speak.
Yeah, here we go. Back down.
Yeah, I can't do this. I can't do that. Indio can't do this. He can't do that. But you are inebriated and cannot carry a conversation because you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, listen, I apologize, boys. Listen, we do live on a sphere. I'm sorry
Don't apologize to your parents.
In 2025, think that we live on a flat plate.
Preach it, brother. Preach it.
Thousands of years behind.
Brothers, if you just believe, raise your hand. Raise your hand.
Get that out before you laugh.
Hallelujah.
I have to virtue signal my disdain for flat
Now,
earth.
for you guys in the back, I know you didn't hear me when I say believe that the earth is a globe. I say believe that the earth is a globe.
Hey, Alpha, I've been noticing in text chat, there's a bit of an undercard fight kicking off here. Donald C versus Vax Wax. Now, we've had Vax Wax chained up for the last 40 minutes, so I reckon if we let him off, this is going to be pretty quick. So, I think we should get this undercard.
Oh, hold on. I'll moderate, man. What's the topic?
Excellent.
Yeah, Indio moderate.
India moderates. I ban anyone that talks when they bloody well shouldn't.
Let my husband moderate.
Let Indio. What's up,
I'm
Dr.
just kidding.
K?
I'm just kidding.
Let's see you in here, man.
Indio.
Okay,
I'm your husband. What? Dude, your husband's be pissed.
No, my husband just said the funniest thing that you would love. He was like, he's playing Call of Duty, and he told the person that's talking crap to him, he was like, I got all your feelings, and I won't give them back.
Oh, dude,
I
I'm
was
using
like,
that.
dude, this sounds like you should be in the Flat Earth debate.
Let's, all right. Well, Donald, are you here?
What's the topic, dude?
Yes, I am here.
Pick a
Let's
topic,
just happen
Donald,
you guys
about the
are gonna
Earth,
debate.
Earth
So
being a
the
globe.
only reason I volunteered to debate because I'm gonna try to like keep this on topic. That's gonna be my goal. Is to keep you guys, whatever you're debating, I'm gonna try and keep you guys from not jumping off of it and staying on it till we've reached its logical conclusion.
He's a referee, so
So-
that means that everybody else is gonna just be on mute. All right, so
I have no dog in this hunt other than it being coherent and on point, and that's it. I don't care one way or another.
Donald, do you have a topic for the Earth being a globe?
I mean, me and Vaxwax were having a conversation. He wanted me
you can do it verbally. That's what we're asking. What's your topic?
Sure. Is Vaxwax around?
Yeah, he's here. What's your topic, Donald?
I'd like to make sure that Vaxwax can
He's
respond.
here. Vax is here.
I'm right here, bro.
Hello,
everybody.
Just pick a
Hi, Mom.
topic.
In the red corner.
In chat, we were talking about what were we talking about in chat? You were gun shy about talking about what?
Well, you want me to ask
I
Vax?
think you're talking
Maybe he'll
about the
pick a topic.
scientific method. That's what it
Vax,
looks
do you
like.
want to
You're
pick a
talking about
topic and then
scientific
just?
method.
Oh, I have the choice? No way.
Yeah,
okay.
because Donald didn't want to do it, so you pick.
All right.
Oh no, that's not what I said. So I was just talking about. I was trying to find about what we. So Vaxwax said, "Okay, I challenge you to debate." I was just trying to figure out what it was.
Yeah, me too. That's why I'm asking the question. What is it about?
Well, I mean, if it's multiple choice, I mean, you want to talk about Coriolis, you want to talk about latitude, you want to talk about how the Earth's measured flat, you want to talk about second law of
I'd
thermodynamics.
like to talk about how the Earth measures flat. Can you
There it
show
is.
me?
Yes.
Can
Yes.
you
Yeah.
show me?
Dude, I've been wanting to talk about this
Oh
all
God,
night.
my job is cut out for me, man.
All right.
Can you
All right,
show
go ahead,
me,
Donald.
Can you show me a measurement of the Earth being flat?
It's called latitude.
Latitude shows the Earth being curved.
No, it doesn't.
It does.
Okay. Well, support your claim. I'll go on mute.
So at the North Pole and the South Pole, the latitude lines converge. That would only happen on a globe.
What's latitude based off of?
Latitude is based off of a two-dimensional coordinate system.
How is latitude derived? I guess I should rephrase my question.
From the circumference of the Earth.
God, that's like the third person who said that. Where did you guys get that? Sorry, I'm the moderator. Never mind.
Because kilometers are defined as the distance, a particular ratio of the distance from the North Pole to the South Pole of the Earth.
If you're, is it okay for me to talk? Okay.
Yeah,
if you're
I
at
mean, I'm only going to moderate if it gets out of control.
Oh no, that's fair. I just every time I can't finish a sentence for the past 2 hours without being instantly muted. So, but anyway, so if you're at 45 degrees latitude, what will your elevation angle to Polaris be?
I mean, I think it would be 45 degrees, but I'm not sure. But I don't have to know.
That's correct. No, that's correct. You were spot on. It would be 45 degrees. If you were at 78 degrees latitude, what would your elevation angle to Polaris be?
78 degrees. Wait, no, it's after the equator. Wait, is it?
No.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Well, 78 degrees is not after the equator, dude. That's
sorry.
78 degrees. That's
I'm
Helsinki.
tired.
Come on.
Yeah, I misspoke. I apologize.
No, it's fine, man. It's no big deal. I mean, dude, this all just the penny just dropped with me about this whole topic about a year ago, so it's fine.
Sure.
Okay, if you are at 51 degrees latitude, no, I think London is 53 degrees. If you're at 53 degrees latitude, what would your elevation angle to Polaris be?
I mean, we have to talk about elevation angle. You said that a couple of times. So you're just basically talking about, from the distance of the horizon to the star, right?
If you are at 1 degrees latitude, what would your elevation angle to Polaris be?
1 degree.
And what is the equator?
The equator is the center of rotation of the globe.
0 degrees.
0 degrees is different from the equator.
Citation?
The equator is 90 degrees, not 0.
So you don't
just a
think
recommendation. You might want to pick up the pace before he passes out in the middle of it.
So the equator is 0 degrees latitude. It's your minimum elevation angle to Polaris.
Wouldn't call. Okay, so I don't really care about these coordinate systems. All of these coordinate systems are made up by people. None of them demonstrate that the Earth is a globe or not a globe. We can use coordinate systems we can use a coordinate system on a flat surface equally as well as we can on a curved surface. What I'm concerned about is what is measured to be true. I can measure the surface of what I'm standing on.
Correct. No, 100%. I 100% agree with you.
So I don't care about longitude, latitude stuff.
Well, latitude's pretty important because if you're at 45 degrees latitude, if I may, if you're at 45 degrees latitude, Polaris will be at a 45 degree angle of elevation from your location. And let's just say you're in the water. It doesn't matter. Let's say you're on a lake, you're on a stream, you're on a river, you're on the ocean, because the ocean doesn't. Well, actually, I mean, the oceans do hit every single latitude. So let's just say for all these instances, we're on the water. If you're at 45 degrees latitude in the water, Polaris will be at a 45 degree elevation angle.
So?
Well, right. But see, this is where it gets important.
Sure.
Could we have a definition for an angle of elevation, aka elevation angle, aka altitude angle?
AKA.
No, so we can't. So
AKA. That's why I didn't understand what you were saying before, because you used different words.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, an angle of altitude.
I mean, AKA stands for also known as, which doesn't make any sense when we're talking about specific things.
Because it gets confusing. It does get confusing. And that's why
it's confusing when you confuse the issue with terms that don't apply.
Sure, but if you're going to go on Google or any search engine and start looking this stuff up, you might get a definition that says elevation angle, or you might get a definition that says angle of elevation, or you might get a definition that says
different things. Those are both things.
No, they are not. This is what I'm trying to clear up.
Different things.
No, they are not.
They are different things. I'd like to explain it to you, but you don't seem to be conducive.
No, that's fine. No, go ahead. I'll put myself on mute. You can explain how they're different.
I mean, you don't have to go on your mute, but okay. So an angle of elevation and an elevation angle are two different things because they have two different reference. So an angle of elevation is like a perspective from a person, while an elevation angle is like from one object to another object.
May I have citation, please, for that?
Look it up yourself. No, I don't care.
So, elephant hurling fallacy. You just said stuff, and now I have to look it up to make sure that you are actually correct.
It's not a fallacy. It's just a fact.
It's a fact that angle of elevation and an elevation angle are different?
Yes.
Maybe you could
Okay.
tell us what the distinction is.
I did.
there is no-
I did. One is from the perspective of an observer, and the other is from one object to another object.
Right.
Donald,
Now, you're
when you
making a
make
claim.
you have to provide the
Well, hold on. What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean by perspective of the observer in one object to another object.
Observer is a subject. An observer is a
Like, how would
subject.
you measure? The best thing to do is like tell us how you measure the first one, then tell us how you measure the second one. Then we can figure out what the difference is.
So an observer has agency, right? While an object to another object has no agency. So that's the difference between an observation and a measurement.
What are you talking about?
Just explain.
Okay, an angle of elevation, aka. Oh my God. Okay, so I'm just gonna this is all facts. I can back it up with citation. I will post all the citations in the side chat if need be. But an elevation angle, an angle of elevation, are the same thing.
No, they're not.
So an elevation angle is not the same thing as an angle of elevation. Okay.
Well, I mean, please post your source so we can talk about it because we disagree. So post your source. You said you could. Go ahead.
Do you speak English fluently?
39 people said you could post your source. Please post your source. That's the English I speak. Please
okay, that's
post
fine.
your
Hold on.
source. Please.
Have to hop on Google to
please
screenshot it and put it in the chat. Yes.
Excellent. As soon as you post your source, we'll talk about that. Otherwise, I don't care.
Well, real quick, you're saying they're not the same.
No, they're not. One is subjective, one is objective. They are not the same.
You said one requires sentience and the other one doesn't require sentience.
I never said sentience. I never said that word.
Yeah, but you said one can't happen like on its own, whereas one is dependent on somebody doing it, which implies sentience on one hand versus non-sentience on the other hand.
It does not imply that. What it implies is subjective and objective. That's what I was trying to distinguish between, was subjective and objective. Subjective is the perception of something. Objective is the absence of mind. All mind.
Yeah, is a altitude angle and an elevation angle different?
Altitude angle and elevation angle. Please define altitude angle.
Okay. Hold on. I have to go on Google. I just need to get it word for word. That way no one can say that I'm lying, right? So just give me a second. Hold on, because I don't have the actual definition memorized. Word for word.
God.
Sure.
This is painful. Sorry.
I got it here. Yeah, AV. We'd much rather talk about eclipses and shadows and how the Earth casts. Yeah, okay.
No, this isn't a reflection of you, Vex. It's him. It's not you, Vex. It's him, dude. He's like, he's not being crystal clear in his verbiations.
Why are we not talking about the thing that you want?
He's about to fall asleep, dude.
No,
he's about to fall asleep.
I have it right here.
Hey, why don't you just take a nap or something, man? Wake up tomorrow and come back in again when you're full of energy. Cause, dude, this ain't working.
Yeah, we're getting a rate delay right now. Okay.
I'm fine. You guys.
Hell no, dude. You are. I don't know what you are right now. You're not who you always are.
Yeah,
you're the opposite of what you always are when you come in here.
John, you're not on your best. You're not at your best, man. Like, take a sick day.
I'm fine.
Are you guys implying that he's intoxicated or something?
I don't know what it is, dude.
I mean,
Like you don't want me to say what I really think he's on, dude. Like, you know.
Even if I were
everybody
intoxicated,
has their vices. That's fine.
Donald, you're fine. Don't let them gaslight you, mate. You're all right.
even if I were intoxicated, I could still defeat every argument you have.
Ooh.
Dude, I'm intoxicated right now, and you're not defeating shit because you don't know the difference between an angle of elevation and an angle of altitude. Like, they're literally the same thing.
So just define angle of altitude.
Okay.
I mean, it took like 10 minutes to say that one word.
Well, first off, just because I have it in front of me, I have the angle of elevation definition right in front of me, and it's Merriam-Webster.
Sure. So just define angle of altitude.
All right. Well, okay. Hold on. Let's see. Angle of altitude definition.
Just gonna say this, man.
Google. Good job, buddy. You can type. I'm
Yeah.
so impressed. You can type. Good job, buddy.
I think we should disqualify Donald on the technicality. Maybe we'll give somebody else in the chat.
What technicality?
You can't pass the drug test, buddy.
Can't pass the drug test. This guy, none of y'all. Okay,
say your,
so
say your ABCs without singing the song.
That's funny.
You can't do it, huh? All right.
So A, B, C, D,
Dude, don't literally do it. Relax.
Well, then why would you ask me to do
Do
the
it in
thing?
Spanish. Do it in Spanish.
I don't speak Spanish.
A, B, C,
Do it in Greek, Cyril.
D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, N, O.
Good for you. Speak gibberish.
All right. So, is there anybody else that's a Glober in this chat except for Dan Fessler and Rolling My Boulder? And the other
I mean, this guy wanted to have a conversation with me. So if you're going to stop, I will start a room, and this guy that wanted to have a conversation with me can come to that room.
We've got
it sounds like a great plan.
A yap with him. What we've got a problem with, it sounds like you've just come out of surgery.
Yeah. So, yeah, that room thing that you were talking about, do that. And then take him with you. You guys will have a grand old time.
Of course, AV. Yeah.
Well, he wants to take you to secret rooms, man. It's not me. It's what.
No, it's secret.
Yeah.
Y'all seem to be not conducive. Y'all seem to be not conducive with conversations happening, and this guy wants to have a conversation, so I'd like to make that happen.
Yeah.
And it seems like that cannot happen here.
Right.
So if it cannot happen here, I can make a place where it can happen. I have the ability to make a room on this server.
Excellent. Off you go. Good idea.
I would
Okay,
just
go do that, Donald. Go do that, Donald. Go do that.
Ready, set, go.
They'll just keep going.
Gemini.
And this won't stop if I don't stop it. So I'm stopping it. The match has been called. There's no winner. It's a freaking draw.
What do you mean there's no winner? You didn't even let me. Hold on, wait a second. Don't
Look, dude. Listen. Look,
what?
Your opponent is I guess
he's disqualified due to his inability to continue.
For medical reasons, man.
Yeah, medical reasons.
We'll give you the W if you want, dude, but you really want a freaking W against the cripple?
Yeah. Do you want it like that?
So anyway, yes, the angle of altitude and the angle of elevation are essentially the same thing.
Hey, easy
oh my
with
God,
the
I can't read the
speech.
I can't read the definitions.
Dude.
Okay.
Easy with the hate speech, India.
I'm not reading the definitions for him. I'm reading the definitions for the flat earthers in the room. Just in case they ever
you're
come
not
across
crippled from the
this.
neck up, man. So
For the flat earthers in the room.
Yes, for the flat earthers in the room. I'm talking about everyone needs
you better get on with that. For the flat earthers, you're nobody's teacher, dude. You're the one that needs to be taught lessons.
I'm not trying to be a teacher. I'm not trying to be a teacher.
For the flat earthers in the room, let me tell you what's what. Nah, dude, go take your lesson. Go take your lesson to what's his name's little secret room. You go over there and go chat with him.
Maybe I do want him to give us something though. So you mentioned all these elevation angles. I'm just curious how you were going to tie those into the measuring of flat Earth. Like, how are you going to tie that together?
Well, I mean, you guys do realize that an elevation angle is different from all other angles. They're literally special. There's a certain.
Can you elaborate on that? Like, how are they special?
Well, for an elevation angle to exist, there's a necessary antecedent for that elevation angle. If you don't have this necessary antecedent, then the elevation angle is not an elevation angle. You can have a 90-degree angle.
You can't get an angle from a curve.
Go on.
Is that antecedent a flat baseline?
Yeah, it's basically the argument.
You can call it a flat baseline. You can call it a flat horizontal plane. You can call it a plane of reference. But yes, there is.
I want to know how you're going to call it, dude. I'm trying to help you, dude, because, like, seriously, like, listen, you kind of, like, weren't getting to the point. And if you're going to, like, if you come up against somebody that's aggressive, even Donald's typically more aggressive than that.
Oh,
you're going to have a problem if you can't, like, you know,
let's
get to your point, right? And lock on to the connection between the elevation angle and the like, whatever you want to call it. I'm not going to tell you how to describe it. Flat baseline, tangent, fucking whatever.
A tangent.
Well, I mean, even a tangent's a flat baseline.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, for an elevation angle to exist, yeah, okay, sure. We can call it a tangent. Okay. Let's say someone's taking a tangent in England. Is that tangent in Bangladesh going to line up with the tangent in England? No. Why? Because they're at the ball. But the thing is, the GP for the elevation angle that you're taking could be thousands of miles away. But the thing is that baseline does not curve. You cannot take an elevation angle from a curved surface. And spheres do not have curved surfaces. There are 0 horizontal planes on a sphere because a sphere is a continuously rotating face. It's the only shape that we have that doesn't have a face on it. Well, no, it has one face, but it's continuous. If you have a trapezoid, if you have an octagon in 3D shape, if you have a square, there's all individual faces. But the sphere has a continuous face with no corners.
Correct.
If you were to take, in other words, if I was to take an elevation angle in London at 53 degrees or 51 degrees or whatever, and then I go to Montgomery, Alabama, and I take an elevation angle of 32 degrees, and then let's say I go to Helsinki in Finland and take an elevation angle of 80 whatever degrees. All those elevation angles and all those circles at equal altitude will be on the same horizontal plane. So if it's all on the same horizontal plane, tell me how that works on a sphere. It doesn't. So therefore, all your tangents will be heading off in different directions.
You're taking those at all different heights.
Snake,
You're
do
starting
not interrupt. Hello?
No, I'm literally not.
I was not interrupting. I don't think you were listening.
We got a new contender.
In
we got a new
Helsinki?
contender.
In Helsinki?
So nighttime changes the geometry of the Earth, Snake? Is that what you're saying?
No, it doesn't.
Hold on,
no,
Vax.
I'm not asking you, Vax.
Not you, Vax. Pay attention to what's going on. Hold on, Indio. Vax, you gotta listen to what's going on. Hold on, Indio. You gotta listen to what's going on in the conversation, Vax. You're not. There's no situational awareness with you, man. You have to listen to the conversation. If somebody else speaks, you gotta look at who's talking, because you think you're talking to you. We're talking to Snake, and Indio was addressing him, not you.
Well,
pay attention, dude.
Because you guys are just because Vax, you said I'm going to do measurements at these 3 locations are on the same horizontal plane, and Snake said no, they're not, because you're going to do them on different nights. I want to know how different nights change the horizontal.
He's talking to Snake, dude.
Talking to Snake, Vax.
He doesn't, dude.
Well,
there's no situational awareness. All right, I'm going to mute him. No, go ahead, Indio. You were making your point.
I just want to know, dude, how nighttime changes the horizontal plane.
I
swear to God, you guys don't think before you talk.
On Snake.
India, I'm new in here. India, are you a flat earther or no?
Yeah.
You're the anti-flat. Oh, you are a flat earther?
That's irrelevant.
And you just said that other people don't think before they speak.
Yeah, you're gonna answer my question.
I do want to say before there's so many people mute in here. I do want to say.
Look, you know what a genetic fallacy is?
Wait,
Is
I
that
do want to
something
say
is right or
before-
wrong based upon the source of the information. So saying the source of the information is a flat earther is not actually an argument. So
I do.
Are you going to address what I said?
Yeah, well, I was still talking before you started there, but I'm just going to say, like, despite what I say in here, and I'll be in here for a little bit. This is going to be fun. There's a lot of people in here, and this is going to be fun. But
For us,
despite
probably.
anything I say, I want to just say this first. I love flat earthers.
I bet you do.
You're not gonna.
Yeah, not
It
after
is-
this conversation. You won't.
No, I swear to God, I love flat earthers. I love you guys.
Are we
It's
some zoo
so-
animals or something? You go visit or something?
Hold on. I want to ask Snake. Where have you interacted with flat earthers before, Snake? Like what platform?
Online, real life, and the third option.
Well, you haven't got a load of us, so wait till this
In
conversation's
space?
over.
No, like where? On TikTok? X? Like where?
Oh, you don't know what the third thing is? Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you maybe at the end.
Just tell us now, man. It ain't some secret knowledge you got to withhold. Just tell us.
Alpha, are you a flat earther too?
Jesus,
Dude.
dude. Like, what is it with you and trying to like probe and just give us the goods?
Your social. Listen, this social shit ain't gonna fly. Okay.
Yeah, just give us the goods.
I'm just vibing over here. And listen.
So are we.
Yeah,
so
like-
are we.
Yeah, and you ain't feeling our vibe right now because it's irritation.
I have a question
Listen,
for the Globers.
You can get mad all you want, buddy.
No, I'm
love you.
irritated. I'm not mad. I'm irritated.
Oh, irritated, not mad. You're disappointed. You're disappointed in me.
Snake.
I understand.
Snake. All right, let's.
Because like we're serious people here, and you're being a clown.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've
Snake,
met
can
a
we
lot of
can we
flat
just cut the
earthers,
meta?
and they were
Snake,
all
let's cut the meta.
veterans.
Snake,
Yeah, like
Snake,
where?
dude,
Like,
cut
why
the
can't you
meta,
just-
dude.
Hold on, Alpha. Snake,
Go
you
ahead.
can't substantiate where you talk to any flat earthers, which means you're probably lying.
I talk to them in real life. I talk to them online, and I talk to them in the third place.
Okay.
Well, where
Whatever
did
that-
you talk to them in the second place, specifically?
Online?
Yeah.
What platform?
Discord, Reddit, and the other
Reddit.
places that go online.
Reddit.
Yeah.
Reddit's
Reddit.
trash, bro.
Serious.
Discord, where we're talking,
Anyone
which is
that's on
also
Reddit,
trash.
dude, is
Which
crazy.
is also trash. Which is
Okay,
also
Snake.
trash.
Now, Steelman, one flatter argument. Go ahead.
Yep. What did we say?
Can I
That's
ask
good,
Snake a
Jebsy.
question? Is he a
Dude,
Glober?
that was perfect.
Can I
Jebsy's a
ask for-
fucking genius. That was the best thing. Since you interact with
Can I
flat
ask
earthers,
for-
you should be able to steel man at least one flat earth argument that you heard.
I'm with
Yeah,
Jim.
yeah. Can I ask for one? Can you guys talk about when you talk about planes?
Don't
I
ask us
love
a question.
when
We
you talk
ask you a
about-
question.
No, I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want.
Okay.
So
Not for
you can
long.
shut the fuck up.
You'll be doing it somewhere else, Snake.
Yep. Oh, you can't steal, man. One argument we have, it sounds like. So
I
you
think
just
you're getting
use this.
exposed as a liar, Snake. That's what I think.
You just use this very obscure way of dodging what we're saying, which is what Jemsy was asking you. And I do agree. If you think that we say anything that's interesting, can you steal, man, any one of the arguments that we give?
Can you guys just please talk about planes?
Okay, here we go. Duck and dodge, right? Never answer.
No. Honestly, I will answer. But
Then answer it. Then answer it.
Listen, you guys-
Answer it. Answer it.
You gotta
Steal,
understand.
man, one argument. Jemsy asked the question.
I
Just
mean,
respond.
you're just talking over me.
Answer
now.
it.
You're just talking over me now.
No, steal, man.
No, we want
as soon as I talk, you talk over me.
Yeah, because you're not steal, man.
Okay, so you're
Any
gonna-
argument.
So, Snake, you're going to steal man the
That's what you're
argument.
trying to do.
Yeah. The Victor
Yeah, they're
Olympics
trying
ain't
to
gonna work
get you
well.
to represent. They're trying to get you to represent our side of this argument correctly. So if you can't represent the opposing side's argument correctly, then you don't really have a fight in this game.
Go ahead, Jemsy.
No, I mean,
Hold on, man. Snake, wait. Just let Jemsy come through.
I was gonna say just that since you mentioned the airplane argument, go ahead and steelman the airplane argument from the flat earther view. Go ahead.
Show that you're good faith.
When you cut the grass, the snakes will show. When you cut snake, the conversation will flow.
Wait, are you guys going to talk about planes or not?
You were the one that was going to steelman. Yeah, steelman the argument that we have.
I'm not the one. I'm asking you guys to talk about planes.
Okay, wait a minute. Snake, you said
for what Snake, you had an experience with flat earthers. You claimed. We want to know what that experience was. So we're trying to get out of you what they claimed about planes.
First of all, I'm not talking over anybody. If you want to mute me because of for whatever reason, I'm not trying to talk over.
It's always meta, Indio. Always.
That's nice, Snake. Why won't you address what's said? Do you have ADHD?
Oh my God, dude. I do have ADHD, but I'm just saying, I keep getting muted, and I talked over 0 people. Like, all I'm asking for you guys to do...
No, because you're talking nonsense. You're getting muted for talking nonsense, dude. Focus. We asked you a very specific question.
I'm asking you guys to focus.
You just talked over me just then. You just talked over me just then,
All right,
Snake.
I'm going to focus this for you, Snake. You don't drop in here and tell people what to talk about. If you'd like to discuss the nature of the shape of the Earth, you're more than welcome to do so, or kick rocks.
Steelman the argument for using planes.
So now that I'm unmuted, I will respond.
I don't think you're listening, right? I was talking. You just started talking. Snake.
Well, no, I was just unmuted.
I know you're unmuted for a reason, dude. The reason why you're unmuted. The reason why you're unmuted, so that you can just give the conversation of what you've been hearing on the internet. Everywhere you go, you hear flat earthers say this and say that. That's fine. And Gemzy was asking a very important question. If you've been hearing flat earthers talk, then you would be able to steelman the questions. Like anything. It doesn't matter what. And the example was using an airplane, which was what maybe something you were saying earlier. Just steelman an argument if you think that we have one. If you know it.
Oh, finally. Okay, cool. So, can you, Alpha?
Yeah, we're going to get to that question that we've been asking you. It's not going to stop, Snake. You think that we've been persistent for no reason, and then we're going to be like, okay, now I changed my mind. I'll let you ask some questions now. I think it's now time for you to ask.
Let me ease it up for him. Snake, just say that you weren't being honest, and you don't know any arguments, and just concede to that, and we can probably move on. Just say, no, I don't know any arguments.
I would like Alpha, because I don't think he knows anything, to talk about planes. Can you
just say you don't know any of the arguments.
Do you have that ability, Alpha, or am I just going to get muted and people are going to talk over me and I'll just get muted?
Say that when you spoke to the flat earthers, you weren't paying attention.
Can you talk about?
No, Snake, we're trying to figure out if you're an honest person. You said that you interact with flat earthers in real life, on the internet, and in the Nazi Zombies mystery box. Okay? Because nobody knows where it's a mystery. Okay, so the third place. We want to know if you actually have talked to flat earthers. So, because why would you want to interact with liars? If you haven't and you were just LARPing, that's fine. We'll give you a mulligan as far as your intellectual honesty goes. And you can start over. Either you've interacted with flat earthers or you haven't. Don't ask another question about planes. You're going to answer the question. You are going to answer the question.
All right, wait, sorry, I got to mute my show. When I'm muted, I'm not going to listen to you. Guys, I'm here.
Then you're going to leave.
Oh my
You only got 30 seconds to fucking respond.
He's being a snake.
Bye.
Snake, you're going to get one more chance or I'm going to ban you.
Listen, I am being intellectually honest, but if you guys keep muting me and you don't want to engage in a conversation with...
What do you mean like this?
We do. You won't respond. For the last fucking time. What is a flat earther argument that you heard on the internet or in real life or in your mystery box?
Or at me, you don't know any.
Yeah, or just admit you don't know.
Oh, sorry, sorry, guys. I had to mute my show. I will engage with you guys, but if I get muted in
we don't care.
between,
Goodbye, goodbye, Snake. Have a nice day, Snake. Have a nice day. Me and Matrix from the
That was Matrix.
Oh my God, man!
I bet you that was Matrix. I bet
Three
dollars of
Globers in a
donuts
row
that
that just can't have a conversation. It bothers the shit out of me.
Yeah, well, I mean, what do
I
you
know,
expect?
man. Like Dan's like, fuck, dude, you guys ain't representing, man.
Just looking for.
Look, we have some fucking clowns on our side too, man. Don't feel bad.
Just looking for that guy.
Motherfuckers are coming saying, Dirt the Sweat because my crystals and my fucking tarot cards told me.
Oh yeah, well, you got the esoteric flat earthers. Yeah, it's a whole other topic. They've been growing in numbers lately. That's for sure. They've been turning on some of.
There's a bunch with Cogdis from the final experiment.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're turning on their leaders now.
Yeah, because they're already esoteric flat earthers following those, those two already, and now they've just gone like, I'm just gonna go all way off the deep end.
Yep.
Because if I can't trust them, I can't trust, whatever. Yep. Yeah, no, you can't trust them. You shouldn't have been doing it that way anyway.
Now there's a witch hunt going on with those guys, trying to get those guys. They got the pitchforks and torches, and yeah, they're going after them.
Remember one of the first things that Snake said? I love flat earthers. Oh, can you talk about what you love about flat earthers? I don't know.
That's funny. It's good to pin him on that too, man. Because he's been everywhere. He's heard flat earthers over here and over there. Like Dr. Seuss, right? And everywhere.
Like, who does that for, though? Like, when they come in and they do that, like, I don't know. I don't even know if it's technically a LARP. It's something, right? They come in, like, with their, like, narrative spin or whatever hell you call it. Like, who's that for? Is that for us? Is that for himself? Is that for, like, because he probably didn't know this is going on YouTube. Like,
he's trying
I just don't know who that's for.
I don't know if it's more of a just. It's always trying to disparage what we do as intellectuals in here. Oh, I've heard of it. It was on Reddit, and it was like in this weird place over here on Facebook, and everybody's like, "Oh, those other places, like those trash can like forums." Like he wants to make it.
When you say you're on Reddit, dude, you automatically lose 20 points instantly. Look, I got a Reddit account, and it's like 16 years old. I like made it when Reddit started. But it hasn't been good since like the first year. I just don't use it. Like, it's trash, man.
Yep. But he was trying to make it sound like, oh, this is like that over there. Like, yeah, I know what it's all about. And then even when Jemsy's like, oh yeah, what's it all about? I just want to talk to Alpha about airplanes. Like, really?
I know, but if you think X is low tier, holy shit, go to Reddit, man. That's like lower tier than TikTok. You can't like get any lower than Reddit. Like there's no below that. As far as the quality of the arguments are, dude, it's so bad.
I've always been surprised by that. I always assumed that Reddit would be a great place for Flat Earth to hang out, but every time I look, there's nothing there.
Well, I mean, if there is any conversations, man, it's just like low hanging fruit. I mean, anybody can.
Yeah,
they're mainly esoteric flat earthers over there.
Yeah, we actually have a Reddit subreddit, but like I don't update it because when I first started doing it, it's so low tier. Like I'm not wasting any time over here, dude. It's just like it's a bunch
it's
of
probably a self-fulfilling prophecy. Then, if you don't tend to it, then you're just going to get all the people that just mock it, going there.
Yeah, and like most of the other Reddits, like the subreddits, the Flat Earth subreddits, they're actually not. Because I would go in there and try to like debate people in the threads, and like the people that own the Flat Earth subreddit will ban me. So they're actually like run by Glovers. It's pretty. You'll have that. It's just something they do.
We got some new people in here, like Nobody TM. If you're brand new to the topic, you just came in here. Tell us your stance for the Earth being a globe. Perhaps you can substantiate it. Others couldn't, so maybe today's the day.
I don't know. I've been around before. Just sort of rejoined Discord after a few years. I'm not a Glober, so don't worry. Just here to try to hear some good arguments tonight.
Well, I mean, if there is, I don't think much more of these Globers nowadays, man. They don't. I mean, starting from even this year, right, 2025, they come in here, no evidence whatsoever. It's almost like they're agnostic for the position of what the Earth is. I don't know. Look, I'm agnostic. It's like, dudes, Nobody stands on the position that it is a globe anymore. Like they used to, right? They were 10 toes down every time. You're always about business. We're talking about the geometric shape of the Earth and all that kind of stuff. Now, they run from it quickly. And even this academics that come in here, like Vernon, that was in here earlier, he's from academia, but he doesn't even, he couldn't hold an argument for the Earth being a globe. He told you himself there's no way to do it. So, I mean, if that's an indication that we don't have people in academia able to provide the evidence, then I don't know what is. That's why we're making the all call, right? Anybody out there? Do we got academics in the house? Come on in. I mean, it's a challenge. Challenge you guys. Because I think more like these Globers that come in here, they're just regular dudes, on the internet. They heard some arguments from McToon or, they're all hyped up on like these arguments that Professor Dave's talking about. But that's it. We don't got like people from academia, except for the ones who self-purportedly say they are, like Robert, who's a scientist, that guy, and then, some others who say they are from academia, but there's no real, like, scientist, quote unquote, that comes in here.
He wasn't from academia. His last comment before he rage quit was declare the whole room as schizoaffective disorder.
He actually left for good? Really?
Well, no, he didn't leave for good, at least tonight anyway.
Oh.
His last little squawk. Anyone with any level of education wouldn't do that. There are people, when you go to the college campus, even like, master's degrees and doctorate degrees, there are people with schizoaffective disorder. And if you were to blurt out that person's wrong or an idiot because they're schizoaffective, that would be like, you'd be sent to like they tell you that's an academic break with safety. I'm trying to think of the name of that, where they say
people. You'd get fired because like the American with Disabilities Act, dude. You'd be shit canned instantly. You wouldn't have a job the next day if you blurted out that somebody had a schizoaffective disorder and you were in academia. You'd be gone.
Man, he thought he was like a fucking golden god. He had no clothes on. He wasn't wearing proper PPE. Like, fucking, of course he's got a schizoaffective disorder, and I'm in trouble? Fuck that
I'm
shit.
trying to think of, what do they call that if it's not morality, but it's like code of conduct? It's like if a student does something.
Ethics.
No, it's not ethics.
He's thinking of, it is called conduct unbecoming, right? Oh, come on, that's got to be it. Conduct unbecoming.
It's an integrity violation.
Let's give it.
Is that not what you're thinking of?
No, there's a name for it. I'm just can't. It's on the tip of my
That's the
tongue.
formal
It's like
name. It's called
misconduct.
No, it's something. It's like yeah. Once I stop thinking of it, it'll come to me. But if students break these things, like if they were to put bubble gum like under the desk or something, or like whatever, if you get caught doing that stuff, they'll put you on academic hold. So he's
Big
no
deal.
way he's going to be out there acting this way, or at least if he's unprofessional. If he's unprofessional, then he is able to break out how he acts in different spaces, which is quite odd too.
Are you talking about hazing?
No, not hazing. It's like, okay, so if
It's academic misconduct.
Is it? Oh, okay, there we go. Maybe that's
disorderly.
Yeah.
So then, like, if you're in the classroom and you're having like a classroom debate, and one student calls the other student a name, or like, oh, that's because you're schizoaffective, or it's because whatever reason, and they attack the person's identities or disability, the teacher has to report that. That's like a mandatory reporting. Hey, I was in class, student A called student B X.
That happened the other day. Do you remember? It was just like a couple of weeks ago. The professor that was videotaped calling people names because of what they believe in. That was just recent there.
Awesome.
I think it might even have been flat earthers he called idiots or something, and he was straight away.
Where the Globers at?
Yeah, that was only 3-4 weeks ago. Nobody remember that? No.
Globers. Who thinks the Earth's a ball in 2025?
Hey guys, Happy New Year.
What up, Godric?
Alpha, are you still fishing for glopers?
Why?
Literally
It's an everyday, it's an everyday thing. Yeah.
Why are we in here and not 24/7?
What?
Why are we in here
This
and
is
not 24/7?
This is our away
Yes,
station. The away station is held within a server that has 92,000 people, and we can
I
always
can't get
talk
into
about
that.
our home server from this place. That's good advertisement.
Did something happen
So,
to the
Alpha,
home?
you were
conversation?
postponing to me
No,
because
well, we go
other
back and
glopers.
forth.
All right, cool.
Are there more
Yeah.
glopers here right now?
I don't know. They haven't chimed in. Other than you being in the room almost every day. Probably in and out.
day.
They come in and out.
They come in and out.
But the other server is actually used though, right? It's like still in use.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I can't get in. I don't know why I can't get in. I had that phone number glitched for like a year, and fucking never been able to get in since.
Maybe it's your old
'Cause
account.
I think it assumes that it's like some fucking you got multiple accounts or something. But I had to like Discord kept deleting them, so I was in there every day. I'm stupid.
Yeah.
It's used,
that
but it's
usually
like
happens
binary.
with the glopers. So
Sorry, I
Just-
talked over somebody.
It's okay. It's just
No, it's
rolling.
cool. Yeah, just rolling.
But I was just, I'm always curious. Like, it seems like just randomly, depending on the day, everybody decides to use 24/7 Discord, and then randomly not use it. It's never like half and half. So,
Yeah, it's weird.
do you guys
right?
have like a meeting in the morning to decide which one to use?
Nah,
It's like particle of physics or something.
it's called syzygy, man. You know,
like
the
gravity, you know?
the planets align. You know, there's cyclical.
Can I get schooled? Because right now I'm just trying to get
Why? But why? We've already schooled you like
because
too many
there's always a
times.
chance I would change my mind.
Nah, I
I
don't think
reserve
so.
the right to change my mind. I don't think so either.
You're in a state of perpetual confusion, my friend.
You
There's
slide
no
your foot
changing your
in,
mind.
and then you
It's like
grab
I
it
got
down,
gaslight myself.
fall it over.
Help me
can't
out.
do that. We
What
can't do
is
that.
the highest?
There ain't no.
You turn yourself around.
Give him an argument that will change his mind. How about that?
No, there's no ladder
No.
that goes all the way down that well. There's no end to it. It's an abyss.
Just answer the question, and let's go from there. What
Answer
is
what?
the
I'll tell you
something about
Roland, right? He gets off
No,
on it.
current? What is the
rolling
current record?
rolling the shoulder will roll his shoulder for everything. You reply to him. He will be just like
Rolling his
Mayweather.
shoulder.
Yeah, he's gonna roll his shoulder for everything you say.
What's
That's
the
true.
current highest a human has got to so far? I got Felix Baumgartner as one.
5
Oh,
feet.
come on, man.
5 feet.
I don't know.
Is
I mean,
is
come
there
on.
any
I mean,
thing
a
higher
friend
than
of
that?
mine ate half a sheet of acid thinking they were weak, but they weren't. So
Well, if
it's
you
probably
could-
the highest.
I-
No,
can we-
I'm asking for documented. I'm asking
Well, can
for
we
documented.
document it? Yeah, can we add astral projection to that?
That's a,
know what
like
that
a bad word, technically. Like,
Well,
you
he
should be using
mentioned
that one.
Felix Baumgartner. That should be like.
No.
He
Because you
wants
know what I've
to go
heard.
on to the Coriolis argument.
You know what I've heard is that there was a guy in here who was supporting. Hold on, rolling. There was a guy in here who was supporting that the Earth is a globe, and he said that people can metaphysically and physically understand that the Earth could be what it is if they would astral project out of their bodies.
What do you mean the Earth could? What do you mean?
Because they could see it at a vantage point instead of getting on a rocket. You know,
Alpha,
like
Oh yeah,
the cheapest
yeah.
way.
That is been
Alpha.
See,
Alpha.
who said that? No, I'm
What is
seriously.
the
Did you hear the guy that
highest?
just said that?
What's the high? I don't know.
Hold on,
Well,
dude.
it's like the-
I'm going somewhere with this.
Oh,
Go ahead,
going
Claw.
somewhere. What, are you going to
Well,
where
yeah.
is the highest?
No, Boulder. You're gonna have to go to the Snoop Dogg server, and maybe you can ask that question there. Who's been the highest?
I mean altitude.
Just go to the Snoop
I
Dogg
mean altitude wise. I
server.
mean number of.
It's crazy when you hit something
over mean sea
profound.
level.
Nobody wants to take it.
Well, I was trying to give you the floor, but
Number of
rolling.
feet
You know,
over mean sea level. Who has?
I guess
got
he's
the
not going to
record?
tell you.
Control
It's
your
funny.
mic, dude. Like, help us trying to interact
How
with
many
somebody.
people are talking?
Can we let him? Can we let
Yes.
Alpha?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Too many people are talking.
Oh.
So I stopped.
Yeah.
I guess not. All right, Claw. So go ahead, man, because I think you were going to answer, and Rolling didn't want to hear. He's plugging his ears, dude, when you're going to talk. So go ahead.
I'm listening. I'm just not talking.
Go ahead, Claw.
We're on the astral projection.
Claw.
Go ahead, Claw. Come on.
Oh,
Hold on,
Claw.
He's going to take a minute to come back to his body.
Okay, so Alpha Claw flaked out. What is the
I'm right here.
highest, Alpha? How high did we go?
I'm right here.
Go ahead and answer. Yeah, he had to close the door because this conversation is a bit deep, man. We don't want other ears to listen. Go ahead.
Three knuckles deep, yeah. What do you need to know?
Go ahead and tell, because they were wondering astral projection can be actually done.
Well, that's a dirty word, because like true astral projection takes like multiple lifetimes worth of mental refinement, right? We can kind of dip our toes into the water, like, you know, with lucid dreaming, DMT experiences and such like that. Like true astral projection would take a lot of work to get to that point. Basically, like your lucid dreaming basically is practice for the afterlife. You can literally, like older dynastic societies like Egyptians and Tibetan Buddhists were actually trying to hack, quote unquote, the afterlife.
Any success stories?
What's up?
That's funny.
Any success stories?
Yeah, actually. Anybody whose mummy is still around and they were practicing that, like as soon as your mummy, like your body turns to dust and completely, like, you know, disintegrates. If it's subject to just geological time and like lasts forever, you're still kind of tethered to it. Like if you ever had that experience where you're dreaming and kind of you slingshot back into your body, like you're all of a sudden awake, you're still tethered to your body.
All right. So in a state of astral projection, could you see how high you can get above the Earth's surface?
Apparently, yes. To a certain point, and then you kind of get slingshotted back.
What?
Almost like it's a barrier.
What do you think the extent of that limit would be?
Let me look this up 1 second. I'll get you an exact thing here. One minute.
Now, this is all on board, right? Like it's above board, all this information?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it's backed by studies and like people can...
Oh, yeah, totally. You know full well it is. Yeah, come on now. Men who stare at goats and stuff.
Well, for the doubters, right, in the room?
Did the Egyptians think they could astral project to Mars?
I don't think that was their in their purview.
I don't think they're
Mars is
ambitious. They were that ambitious, Indio. But I mean, for the sake of, you know, the ones who were.
I just like I'm like curious, like rolling the boulder, like how high has a human astral projection ever gotten?
Like drone or like, you know, limited that you can go up and you can blast off and keep going. You know.
Really?
After a while, you got to practice lots though.
So, in a state of that, could you actually take a look at what the Earth is from that?
Probably.
Huh.
Yeah.
So, no rockets needed. I mean, you don't need to jump on a NASA rocket to go and... Okay.
You can just boogie on with your little astral form, you know, provided that you've, you know, become free of your constraints.
I didn't catch what you said.
So would you say that somebody who astral projects and somebody that gets on a rocket and then comes back, let's say I got on a rocket and I saw the Earth and I came back down from a rocket ride and I say, hey guys, check this out. The Earth is a globe. Now, if you astral projected and then looked at the Earth and said, hey man, it looks like a globe. You came back to your body and told everybody, hey man, the Earth is a globe.
See, that's the thing though. It's like an acid trip or something like that. You know, those experiences are for you and you alone, right? And having to like delineate those to other people is very taxing, you know.
So would you say that would be the same thing, Claw, as somebody riding a rocket coming back to Earth and telling us that it looks like a globe?
Yeah.
Could we say
it's kind of the similar thing? That's neat.
Okay.
Like, what if you went to space in a rocket to ISS and you went into a state of meditation? Could you astral project back to Earth?
I don't know if you'd be able to.
You're playing 4D chess over here,
Indio. How high has any human gone?
Nobody knows. Fucking rolling my boulder. How the fuck would I know that?
Is there like a sense of up and down, like height?
Well, hold on, Indio.
Hold on. Come on, do it. Roll my boulder.
Indio, what is? Yeah, fine. What is the?
How would anybody know that?
Altitude that you know for sure? How high?
That I know for sure.
Gone that you know for sure. Yeah.
Me.
How high have you gone?
Like 42,000 feet.
So, as far as you know, 42,000 feet is the highest anyone could go.
No, that's a different
As far
question.
as I know, yes. I believe people have gone higher than that, though.
Yeah.
You believe.
Yeah.
How high
Yeah,
do you believe they went?
I would guess probably like the Blue Origin, like what, 120 miles maybe.
That's fair. Anything else, Rolling?
No.
Something else on your
120
mind?
Miles, 120 miles is.
How high do you think the highest for how far someone's gone? Do you think they went 300,000 miles away?
I would walk 3,000 miles. No.
Well, if they
My
went to the
thoughts
moon, they
are
had to,
irrelevant.
they went
My
300,000
thoughts are
miles above the
irrelevant.
Earth.
He's not even saying anything. He's just sitting there. Rolling, come on, man. It's your turn. Come on. Give us some
you
answers.
hear me?
No. That's why I'm asking.
I've been talking. Sorry.
How many miles is the moon above sea level?
Probably like the fucking extent. Where did the wow, what is that called? The Van Allen belt start.
Hold on, Claude. We're trying to wait for Rolling, but he's sounding like he had answers. Now he's just like being shady.
He's like, oh, never mind, you know.
Well, that's what I'm feeling, but I don't know.
He passed
not
out.
Well, he wants me to speculate.
Yeah.
He passed the
And
astral.
so, you know, I'm just returning the favor, dude.
He's probably got his microphone the wrong way around. He probably thinks he's talking now, and he's sitting there yelling at his microphone, going, "But I'm talking to you guys."
Yeah, he's talking into his toaster, dude. You have to talk into the mic. Toaster doesn't work.
My tin can is not working.
If you remember, too, there's a lot of chemical dependency problems on the globe side. So he could have just passed out.
Definitely, I'm the chairman.
Maybe.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, here we go.
Meow.
Enough time has passed, Indio, to where he doesn't have to address your question because everybody forgot what you said.
I'm trying to talk
Statute
to
of limitations.
I'm trying to talk to. Can anybody hear me?
Yes,
We
we
can
can hear
now.
you.
We can hear
You
you.
are lagging like a bastard. Drop out, come back in.
Drop out, come back in. All right, hold on.
Third grade, repeat.
Yeah, so when enough time passes, then the person will attempt to use it as a gimmick to forget the
Again,
person's question.
Matrix, can you hear me?
Let's
God
see.
damn it.
Yes, I can hear you, Roland.
Am I lagging? Whatever. Bullshit mic.
No.
Okay. Is Indio gone?
No.
No, I'm still here, dude.
Okay. You said.
You forgot, didn't
I
you?
got so distracted with
Yeah,
all
I
the
know.
things to
See?
fix the mic.
Boom!
did you
I
say,
knew it.
Indio?
I freaking knew it.
I just want Indio to back up so that I can get. Indio said.
42,000 feet, Roland.
Indio said something.
Oh my god, dude. Look at
Something.
Indio like
Indio, please refresh my memory.
Can you be more specific than something?
You just replay what you said like 4 minutes ago. I've been
Okay,
fucking
I
around
said
with
I've
my
been at
headset.
42. I said I've been at 42,000 feet, but I think, I believe, people been to 110 miles. I think it was 110
right.
miles.
Blue Origin or something, I think you said. Is that right?
Yeah, with a freaking giant penis they threw in
Yeah.
the air.
Now it's your turn. How high do you think people have gone?
I'm Alpha. You're not Indio. Just chill, boss.
He's
Cry me a
asking the
river.
question
You
I
said-
asked you.
Cry me a river.
He's asking the same question I asked. Do you want me to say it to make it
Yeah,
official?
he wants you to
how
say
high,
it.
how high is somebody?
Okay,
Roland.
talk.
Yeah, so I just make it official. How high do you think somebody's gone?
I'm a glober, and I think that somebody went to the moon. So
300,000 miles.
Yeah, it doesn't even compare, right? But I'm trying to think maybe I'm wrong. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to learn.
He's been
Well,
saying
why-
that for
well, let's cover
and
this,
I want to
Roland.
know, and I want to know who
He's been
is
saying that
the
for years.
record holder.
Greg can back me up on this.
We don't know, dude.
I have been
I don't know.
trying
Do they
to
have
learn
it?
for more
Is it
years
in
than
the
I've been
Guinness
here.
Book of World Records?
I know for a fact we didn't go to the moon. It's obvious.
Indio,
Come on now.
Indio,
Is
it's
it?
not
Is
in
it?
the.
Can you not
Yes,
hear
it
me?
is
Indio,
obvious.
who
It violates the
holds
second
the
law of
highest record right now?
thermodynamics.
Like
I'm
the
gonna buy
highest
you like a
or
computer
short?
or speakers. I don't know.
Okay.
That's why we don't talk to Rolling, by the way, because this mess.
How would I know that? Is it in the Guinness book? Do you want me to look it up?
I don't know.
You know what? I don't.
I don't know.
Here's some other
I
things
don't
I don't know. Here's some other things I don't know. I don't know how far the deepest scuba diver's ever been. I don't know how deep the deepest someone's been in a bathyscaphe. I don't know how the tallest tree that somebody's ever climbed. There's a lot of shit I don't know.
He probably doesn't know how many bricks are on the Great Wall of China. So, I mean, but
Definitely don't. I know it's more than one.
yeah. All right,
Indio.
But Rolling, for future
is-
reference,
hold
man,
on.
this is why
One
we don't.
question- one
That's why
last
we don't
question,
pick on you to talk, man, because of this.
It's cool. Indio, one
I
last
don't
question.
think so.
Do you know the name of the glober that has been the farthest from Earth?
It would probably be maybe one of the Apollo 10 dudes. But I don't know who those were. I don't know.
Wasn't it the ones that were ramping dunes on the moon?
Well, it depends on like when they went to the moon, right? So if you got the lunar distance, I think Apollo 10 was when they were further. The moon was furthest away. But I mean, don't quote me on that. I don't know for sure.
Yeah, no, I'm just acknowledging that you know far more about the globe and the moon and the people than you know about flat Earth. That's it.
What?
You don't know who
Are you high?
who went the highest.
Yeah, I think so.
That's it. No, am I high? Yeah, very.
Let me ask you a question. What does going high off the surface of the Earth? How does that correlate to knowing something about the globe or flat Earth?
I didn't say that.
That's a non sequitur. You just did.
It's kind of like knowing who
you
is.
just said I know more about the globe than the flat Earth. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, it's kind
and
of
your
like
evidence was how high somebody went in something.
It's kind of like saying you like cars, and do you know the fastest Formula One or NASCAR?
Oh, for God's sakes, man!
Dude, your wires are crossed, bro.
No, it's not crossed. It's do you know?
You know your
the
wires in
domain
your
that
head
you're
are
talking
crossed,
about?
dude.
I'm sure, but
someone
you
needs to
don't
go in
know
and do
how
some work, man.
Yeah,
serious.
I like this thing. I like how flat Earth doesn't try to go high. They don't try to.
Because that would do what? Touch the dome. What dome?
I don't know.
Who
what
said I
dome.
believe in any fucking dome?
Why would flat Earth try to go high? Because that's what humans do. Humans.
Dude, sometimes I just want to freaking server mute him like that.
Dude, why is it so hard to communicate with him, dude?
Hey, he's been that way for years.
Look, I've dealt with toddlers, children, dude. Like, I can communicate with 2-year-olds, but I can't communicate with that guy for some reason.
Because he's wrecked. That's why.
He's a broken toy.
Is he always wrecked?
Yes.
Yeah. Even when he's not wrecked, he's wrecked, dude. Like it's
because I don't think he's wrecked, man. I mean,
the only time he comes in is when he's wrecked. That's why he comes in.
Yeah.
I mean, he just doesn't seem like he's fucked up to me. He just seems like he's just fucking mentally handicapped.
Something.
I could be wrong. I mean, they're not too far apart from each other.
Smug.
Yeah, something ain't right. You know what I mean? Just ain't right.
That boy ain't right.
We got
Donald C. sounded like he was freaking shot up a bunch of smack, dude. He was all fucked up.
Dude, that's what I had in mind. I was putting in the text chat. I was like, man, he hit like 20 cc's of Adderall or something. Like he's on that.
No, dude, painkillers like a fistful, dude. Like that's why I said you don't drink and take painkillers, dude. He sounds like he was on fucking some opiate or something.
He's got them Xannies
or benzos or something. Yeah, it could be Xanax, something like that.
Got some Xanax.
Tramadol and Targan mixed together.
Oh damn. Yeah, he was talking like that. You seen that Zootopia cartoon? That sloth that's in the DMV. Like he's like moving. He was talking like that sloth. Like looks moving around.
When I had me gallbladder out, they loaded me up on Tramadol and Targan, and that's how I felt the world was moving around me, the same speed that Donnie was talking.
Yeah, man.
I don't think he was on Xanax because his memory wasn't that bad. People that are on benzos, they're freaking super forgetful. That's why I think it was opiates or painkillers or something. It wasn't just alcohol.
Was it the pain of the Earth not being a globe? Because I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
He's got to take something for the pain.
Because, I mean, I wouldn't normally say that, but, like, I've seen Donald C. in regular action. Okay? We got audio, right? We got clips of him. He's awfully pretty worked up. Needless to say.
He's always like he's down like a couple of Red Bulls, dude. He's in here like
that's what I'm
saying,
dude.
bouncing off
Like,
the walls.
Yep. Yeah, normally he's complete polar opposite of what he was today. Like it's like he
Yep.
was on the nod.
Maybe he just didn't have his 10 Red Bulls, and he ran out or something.
Who else is in here with us? Just us? Hello, hello, hello.
Vax, why are you saying we haven't proved how the Earth is flat? What are you talking about, man?
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder about Vax sometimes, man. Like, I don't know if you guys. I don't know him from Adam, to be honest, man. I just seen him in chat.
That's
Some
why I was
people
trying
say
to
he's a
get like
flat
a
earther.
coherent argument out of him earlier, right? I was like trying to get him to like, how are you going to tie in the elevation? Because it sounded just like he was parroting some shit. Because he had to look up what an elevation angle is.
What I have noticed
Did you
from
already
him,
know?
what I have noticed from him is that he doesn't have situational awareness when it comes to like arguments, like people that are talking to people in here. He doesn't know who's talking to who. He's very like he doesn't have that. I don't know. He doesn't know, and then his arguments are kind of obscure. I mean, they're still geared towards flat Earth, but it's a little bit obscure. You have to kind of listen to him a little longer. I don't know. He takes a long way around, really.
You know, Max, you're taking. How come you listen to us now, but when you're in the chat, you don't hear what we say?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Weird. Betty waited. Betty strange. Yeah, he didn't listen to the conversation I was having with the other guy, because the guy was saying that the eclipse was proving that the Earth is a globe. But what I gave him was the floor to show that he doesn't understand what he's doing when he's talking about that. And Vax was all over the place saying, "Where are we talking about the lunar eclipse?" I'm like, dude, you know that he's trying to say that the Earth is a globe because of it? And I'm going to show that it's not because it's an assumption. And so Vax was just making it sound like he was like, we need to talk about the curvature of the Earth. I'm like, dude, there's many ways to shellac these globers. And one of them is to expose how their thinking is incorrect. So I don't need to go the way that you say I need to go. I can just expose them any other way. There's so many ways.
Yeah, man, you got to play the hand you're dealt, not the hand you wish you were dealt.
Yeah, it's just, and you know, sometimes it's fun to hear them like not give answers to the thing they think are foregone conclusions. So we don't need to do it in any specific way. Just do it a way that's effective. That's all.
Vax, so let me give you a little like style advice. Okay.
Sure.
You got to meet people where they're at. Okay.
That's fine.
You can't force it down their throat, right? So we're trying to meet them where they're at. Someone that comes in and says, "Hey, eclipse has proved the globe." That tells you a little bit about their mindset, what they think. Hey, this is my best evidence. Look up at the moon, see a black shit go across it. Earth has to be a globe because I see a rounding. Tells us though they don't really know anything. They never really thought about it because they're really making like a lot of assumptions to come to that conclusion. But they read it somewhere and they think, yes, there's eclipses. They model a bunch of space balls to predict when they happen, right? And all this crap that goes on in their head. So they have this narrative story. You're not going to just go, let's talk about curvature. That it isn't going to make all that go away. They'll just go,
I don't talk
you
about
never explained
curvature.
eclipses, and they'll just dig into that shit. They'll just dig in. If you can't explain eclipses, there's no way the Earth can be flat, even if you measure it flat.
Yeah, that's
right?
a
They
burden of
don't
proof
have the
reversal
logical
fallacy.
capability to. Say that again.
That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. If we never make claims about eclipses,
No, you're
why
not
do we
getting-
have to
you're not
explain
getting
them?
what- You're not catching my drift. Okay, they have fallacious reasoning. Okay, in the beginning, so right from the go. So you have to show them their fallacious reason. Like you can't cast pearls before swine. How are you going to go and yes, you directly measure the Earth curve, right? So that's a deductive proof that the Earth is flat. They don't understand any of that. They don't you have to bring them to that. You're not going to just go forget it. Forget your eclipses. They don't prove anything. But the Earth measures flat. They're never even gonna jump over that hurdle to even hear that shit. And I'm just telling you from experience, man.
Yeah.
Talk to hundreds, if not thousands, of people, and certain people bring certain types of evidence, right? And typically, what people do, what they bring the first is, this is what I think is the strongest evidence, and that'll be usually the first thing out of their mouth.
Right.
What does it tell me about that person if eclipses are their strongest evidence in their mind?
Right.
In their mind, it's their strongest evidence. You
that's
can't
why you
just
have to
think
take
about,
baby
I'm going to tell them
steps.
what I want.
No, you have to take baby
You can't
steps
just
with
be
them.
I'm going to tell them what I want, dude. You're trying to communicate.
Right.
You have to
exactly.
understand them, dude, from their point of view. Empathy, man.
No, I do. Now they're
I don't mean the emotional empathy part. I mean the understanding of looking at it from their point of view.
So, in other words, when I was having the conversation with that guy, and you were, aping out in the chat when I didn't let you speak through what we were saying because you were like, "Oh God, this is boring. Like, why are we gotta listen to this?" And you were just saying all kinds of dumb things, dude. I'm like, you didn't understand what was happening to the guy who was actually asserting this information that the eclipses are proving that the Earth is a globe. So you don't know because you probably haven't been around the culture here. So what we do is expose their argument. Every argument that they bring forward is fallacious reasoning. But they don't know that until we take them through the ringer and show them why it's that way. And that's what I was doing.
You guys never pointed out why it was fallacious.
Dude, I pointed it out to him during the course of that conversation. Is there any evidence that shows that because he referred back to those ancient thinkers were saying that the Earth is a globe that was covering the surface of the moon during an eclipse. And I said, how do they know that? What do you mean I didn't point it out to him? You're not listening. Once again, I said it 3 or 4 times already. You don't listen, dude.
No,
or either that, or if you do listen, you don't comprehend. You have comprehension. Your lack of comprehension is the reason why you run your mouth.
That's an ad-hom fallacy.
Ad-hom fallacy. No, that's an assessment of you not understanding what's happening. When somebody's speaking and they're taking someone through the ringer, you're just like, well, it's not what I would have said. I'd rather take them to this other argument. Like, dude, you don't understand what's happening at the current situation with the guy that I was speaking to. So if you did, you would have been like, oh yeah, he doesn't have any evidence for the Earth determining whether it's a globe or not via a lunar eclipse. So if you understood that point, then you would have been like, oh yeah, he didn't demonstrate the Earth was a globe through that. I see what Alpha's doing now. You didn't acknowledge that.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
dude, some of these dudes are mules. You're not going to get them to move by just ripping at their reins. You're just going to be pulling forever. You need to carrot. You need to make them move on their own.
It doesn't matter what direction they go. In every point that they think that the Earth is a globe or justified as one, then you're going to show them that it's not. Because they have to, in some way, empirically have the evidence that it is. And you're always going to get back to assumptions, you're going to get back to speculations or ideas or constructs of mathematics or whatever. It doesn't matter. But they're never going to come back to they derive this from any empirical means.
They're not having.
Look, it's kind of like Yeah, go
Vax,
for it.
they're
Go
not having
ahead,
a crack
Matrix.
at you, mate. They're just trying to get you to realise situational awareness. Every time a Glober comes in here, we all, myself included, want to jump in and have a bite. But if you've ever sat back and listened to this on YouTube or Rumble, it sounds like shit with 8 people all trying to scream at one person. It sounds disgusting. So just sit back and relax, mate. If someone else is kicking a Glober around, just let it happen. You might learn some new arguments. Anyways, India, yours, man.
Yeah. So what I was going to say, you gotta
Wait
think
a
about
second.
this.
Hold
These
on.
people come in here.
I'm not going to
to try
learn new
defend-
arguments. I'm not going to learn new arguments when I start going into the special theory of relativity or dark
This isn't
matter
about an
or dark
argument.
energy.
We're not trying to.
No, you guys went on for like 30 minutes about dark energy. Like you guys literally you handed him on a silver platter their entire paradigm.
He doesn't get it, India.
Okay,
See.
in that case, then,
No,
Vax.
Vax, you don't understand. There's something called an internal critique. Okay, so you can internally critique someone's worldview without accepting it.
Yeah, that's fine. But
That's
the thing
No,
is,
it's not. You can't say it's fine. You can't say it's fine when you just disagreed that it wasn't fine. I don't understand. How do you make that make sense to anybody? You're like, it's fine. No, it's not. It wasn't fine just 5 seconds ago when you disagree with it.
Sure. Okay, if I can get a sentence out.
Okay, can I
If
get
I
to
can
my
get a
point?
sentence out. Hold on. No. Let me get the sentence out real quick. If you can take the Glober by the hand, grab him by the hand, pat him on top of the hand once you grab their hand, and say, listen, I have to explain to you why your paradigm violates natural law. You go very simply through it. I'm not getting it.
No, you're not.
You got to. They're claiming that there's a moon in a vacuum. They're claiming that
he's not getting
when
it.
a Glober talks about the
You're
moon,
missing the psychological. You're missing the psychological impediments, dude. Okay, when these people come in here to defend the globe, they're dug in like a tick. You have to get their mind to move so they even question their paradigm in the first place. They don't just move on their own. You have to get them to move themselves.
How do you get them to question the paradigm?
By walking it through them logically so that they can see for themselves. They've reached conclusions irrationally. But the thing is that thinking, right, their rationale, like how they arrive to the conclusion of what the truth is, right? So they have a way of evaluating truth. Everyone does. So they have theirs, right? And they come in, they think they have the truth, and they're not going to move off that. They're standing on that square, and they're not coming off the square. But once they realize, you have to show them that, hey, that square is not tenable. You gotta move a little bit. You gotta move over to this new square. And they think they're safe on that new square with some other fallacious reasoning. And then you say, okay, no, that's fallacious reasoning. So they try to jump to another square. Oh, no, that's fallacious. And then eventually they realize that they have nothing really to stand on. Now you've opened their mind to like, hey, like maybe it could take a couple ways. Some people are so dug in, they'll cognitive spiral out of here, start swearing at you. You've seen all the shit, right? All the antics. But if you actually try to communicate an idea and get them to actually honestly reflect on it, mentally, cognitively, rationally, you need to lay the groundwork for them to actually do that. And it's not simply force feeding them. Yeah, there's no measurable curvature, and just trying to jack it down their throat.
Yeah. When
there is no measurable curvature, and it's very easy to explain why there's no measurable curvature.
No,
No, it's not. No, for these guys, it's not.
No,
it's really not.
It's very simple.
They don't even know what the fucking horizon is half the time, Bax. They don't even know what the fucking horizon is half the time.
That's why you have to walk them through it. It's not about. It's not about lopping off a Glober's head.
Vax, why did you not do it with Donnie if it's so easy to walk him through it? He was walking all over you. He called you out for an elephant hurling fallacy, and then 2 minutes later, he did it to you.
I called him out.
And what? He said, nah, sorry. And then all of a sudden, when he reversed it to you, you went off looking for the information.
Yeah, which is a bad look, actually.
First off, I called him out for the elephant hurling fallacy. I'm the one that even mentioned elephant hurling fallacy.
Yeah, and then he fobbed it off and then threw it back in your face.
No, because when he asked me for the definition, I said, hold on. Let me get the definition off the internet. I will read it word for word and then post a citation where I read it word for word.
So why
that way
did
I
you
can't be
not,
called
Vax?
being a liar.
You're missing the point. When you called him for the elephant hurling fallacy, instead of sitting back and going, oh no, that's all right, mate, you should have stuck your grounds and hammered it into him. Get the bloody information.
What was the elephant hurling fallacy?
It doesn't matter. You're missing the point. You let him walk all over you. Like you should have been holding his hand, walking him.
Vax, you asked him for a citation, and he said Google it or some shit.
Right. Therefore,
and you
he
said
just
that's an
lost when he
elephant
said
hurling
that.
fallacy. You should have had him stick to his shit, dude, and been like, no, I'm not Googling it. Go get your frickin' evidence.
That's one. No, when he said for me to Google something, I said that was an elephant hurling fallacy.
I
That
agree
was
with you, it
literally
is.
me.
But
Right.
you let him off the hook.
How did I let him off the hook?
Because you didn't say that's an elephant hurling fallacy. Go get the specific information.
I did say it was an elephant hurling fallacy. Literally told him,
but you didn't.
Dude, you telling
but
me
you
to Google
didn't-
something.
Yeah, but you didn't hold him to his initial claim from which he said to Google it. You should have been like, hey, I'm not going to go look for it for you. That's an elephant hurling fallacy. I'm not going to comb the entire
Literally
internet
what
for
I
your
said.
evidence. Donald,
That's
go find
literally
your
what I
own
said.
evidence and come back with it.
But you went to look for
literally what I said.
Yes, but you went to look for the definition instead of he goes to look for
I went
it.
to look for my definitions for elevation angles and angles of elevation.
Vax,
and
Vax, shut up for a second. Vax, shut up.
Yeah.
See how you went looking for your information.
Well, yeah, I don't have it written on a piece of paper on a table in front of me.
Vax. You went looking for your information when you got called out. True or false? Yes
No,
or no?
not true. Yeah, I'll call it true.
Excellent.
Because
Vax,
I wanted...
Vax. We don't need an essay. I just wanted a yes or no, mate. You got called out. You went looking for your information. True or false?
To get it word for word from the source,
Excellent.
yes.
That's a yes. Right. See how you got Jedi mind tricked into fetching your information? You should have done that to him. That's what we're trying to tell you.
He didn't have any information to give me. He literally had zero
information. You should have forced him into
all I was doing. No, all I was doing was to make sure I was.
Vax, you called him out on the fallacy, and it was sort of like, yeah, no, let's change subject. That was it.
He said some nonsensical red herring shit, and he even got Indio with it too. You know, he held his ground with Indio as well, saying like this agency, objective, subjective stuff. He was just saying nonsense.
Yeah, I was
wait a second.
I was supposed to be the moderator. That's why I didn't challenge him on it. I probably shouldn't have said anything
wait a
anyway.
second. No, you guys are throwing shit at me because I
It's
wanted
just
to
optics,
have
dude.
my
It's optics.
definition word for word from
Vax, you're missing the point, brother. Vax, we're not attacking
all I
you.
was
We're
doing was
critiquing
covering
what
all my
happened.
ducks.
Vax, number one, you called him out for an elephant hurling fallacy. You then went to converse with other shit. You should have stuck to your guns and demanded the information from him. That's it. You chose not to.
He had no
then
information to
You got
give.
called out for an elephant hurling fallacy, and then like a good little boy, you went off and got the information.
No, I went and got the information correctly to make sure it was word for word.
Out. You threw it back in his
I did not want to be called a liar.
You're missing the point, mate.
No, I went.
Look, you're getting caught in the details, Vax.
You guys. When he asked me what the definition for an elevation angle or angle of altitude or whatever it was, I wanted to make sure I had every.
You're missing the point.
You took the bait. I was being
thorough. I was being thorough. I was making sure that he couldn't say, you didn't.
Vax, we
you
get
didn't
that.
dot your I and cross your T's.
We understand that, Vax. You're missing
That's all
the
I
point.
was doing.
The point is, Vax, you should have stood your ground. It shouldn't have even got that far. You should have railed him, nailed his bitchy little feet to the floor, and said, go and get the information, or it's just a straight up end of line. and he would have had a cry like normal because Donnie never
Go and
brings
get the information on what? Go and get the information on what?
He's not getting it. Every time when he's asking these questions,
What information was I supposed to ask him to get?
You see, this is why this is what I'm telling you, Vax. This is why you're not equipped to have You say you're the best flat earther and all that. I saw you putting that in the text channel earlier.
Yeah,
but
no,
this is the reason why.
What?
This is the reason why you.
Absolutely.
See, he's affirming it. But I'm saying though, this is the reason why.
I am affirming it.
I know. This is the reason why you're not equipped.
You're a fucking train wreck.
Yeah. So this is the reason why you can't have these conversations, man.
Yeah, you guys want to talk about Apollo moon landings and the moon, but don't even ask where the location of this moon is?
Oh, dude.
Where did the Globers claim the moon's at? Huh?
Hold on. Graveyard to me left-hand side.
The Globers claim the moon is 240,000 miles out there.
Which is in the what?
Dude,
the vacuum of space.
Like the whole
Awesome. He didn't mention the moon the whole time.
The whole spiel about internal critique that Indio gave
Not
you
with
just
me,
went in
didn't.
one ear and out the other, didn't it?
Oh my God.
It did.
So I'm being criticized for having accurate definitions.
No,
and I
dude.
said, hey, I told the guy, I said, hey, let me go.
No.
You have comprehension
You're not
issues,
being
dude.
criticised
I
for
told you, Indio.
attention to detail. You're being criticised because you didn't rail him when you had the opportunity. You bowed down and went fetching for information. You should not have. You should have stood your ground. You called out the elephant hurling fallacy. You did the right thing. And then when Donnie went, oh, well, yeah, I don't really feel like fetching information, you should have said, fucking bullshit. Start stepping. That's what you're missing, Vax. You were a good little bitch and went and got the information. He was not. He should have been. That's what you're missing.
What was he going to
Yeah,
go get
Donald was sitting there
information on?
nodding out with his feet up on the desk.
What was
dude,
he
you're
going
running
to get
around
information
combing
on?
Google.
Yep.
What was he going to get information on?
What you asked him for.
What did
Okay,
I ask
what
him
was
for?
it? What did you say the elephant hurling fallacy? What was that in relation to?
I don't even remember at this point. It's been a few
He made
minutes.
some claim, right?
my
And you
God,
said,
What was his
can I have the
claim? Okay,
citation?
so what was his
I didn't
claim?
hear. Listen, I didn't hear that part. I only heard the part where you were like, "Can I have a citation for that?"
Yes,
he was like,
elevation
What did
and he
I
said,
ask
"Go
for a
Google it."
citation
And then you
for?
said that's an elephant hurling fallacy.
Right, what did I ask a citation for?
the elevation
Whatever
angle.
he said, dude, I didn't hear it.
I asked for a citation for an elevation angle?
Elevation angle. He said elevation angle and altitude angle, they are different. And you said,
No, they're
can
not.
you?
They're absolutely the same thing.
That's what you asked him to
He
cite.
said, can you cite it? And he said, and he explained it. He didn't cite it. And he said,
Right.
no, you went, and he told you to Google it, and you went to.
And then that's when I said, hold on, wait a second. You're claiming elevation
Okay,
angles.
and that's the problem. And that's the problem. That's the problem,
No.
Vax. He made the claim, but you're the one going to find the definition.
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, because he made the claim that elevation angles and angles of altitude are different.
Excellent.
So why are you you're reversing? He reversed the burden of proof on you, and you played along with it.
No, I went and got the
Yes, dude. That's what happened.
No, I went and got the definition
Vax,
for an
that's what
elevation
happened.
angle.
Everybody heard you.
I went and got
Bro,
the definition
no,
for an
that's not what
elevation
happened.
angle.
Yeah, and
I went and got the
Vax,
definition
stop and
for an
listen.
angle
Vax,
of altitude
Oh,
and showed how they were the same thing.
Vax, we understand you went and got it. It was not your claim. Who makes the claim fetches the data.
Angles of elevation and angles of altitude are all the same thing.
And he's
that
still
was my
talking
claim.
that whole way.
It was literally my claim that an angle of elevation and an angle of altitude are the same.
Yep, I get that.
So I supported my claim by providing the fucking definitions.
Yeah.
Hello?
But you made a claim, dude.
I made a claim that angles of
They're
altitude
obviously the
and
same
angles
thing.
of elevation angles are synonymous.
Yeah, we know that.
Yeah. And then I went and got my definitions, which you guys are giving me shit for.
He said it's not. They are not the same. Why you didn't force
I
him?
got the definitions that showed they were the same.
Dude, you're too worried about the fucking details. Like you're not. You're not. Like
I'm
you're
too
not
worried about
getting it, dude.
details now.
You
Now
keep
I'm too worried about details.
no. You keep trying to defend what the elevation angle is when that's not what we're talking about.
What's the difference between an elevation angle and an altitude angle?
This is a meta
What's the
conversation
difference
about the
between an
conversation.
elevation?
You're legit retarded or something. This is a meta conversation about the way the conversation happened. It isn't about what elevation angles are. Okay? He left.
Which is good because he needed to leave. There's something about that guy. I don't know what he does here in 24/7, but he's been hanging around a bit, and it's not working out, man. His situational awareness is like zero. When you're having a conversation with somebody else, and he jumps in, and then you direct it to the Glober, he thinks you're talking to him. It's weird, dude.
Yeah, I noticed he did that a couple times. With
it's weird.
Fuck, dude, that is weird.
Well, I mean, I'm just pointing it out because it gets a little bit, hard for us to kind of manage people who say they're flat earthers and also the Globers at the same time. And, we're trying to get the people on the flat earth side who come in here and, like, listen, man, I mean, people that have the floor for flat earthers in here, like, we kind of hold to our own, like, make sure that everybody's got their arguments tidy. They're not sloppy, like, they're not going to fetch people's, like, the data that the Glober's telling. Like, that's ridiculous, dude. That's just it's optics. It's a bad look, But hey, I mean, what up? Will?
Yeah, I agree. It is a bad look. But I mean, this one size fits all idea. I mean, I'll give him I'll forgive him for it because a lot of people take that one size fits all, right? They have their best argument and they just try to use that over and over again.
Yeah.
But it doesn't, like, everybody is different, right? So like you like one size doesn't fit all. Not everybody comes to the truth. Like there's lots of roads to get to the truth, but there's only one. But like I don't know how to describe it, dude. There's lots of roads to get there, but it's not like it's. But there's only one methodology to get there, right? So you have to use rationality and reason to get there. Now, how you use that rationality and reason to get to the truth, that can take many ways. But if the people you're talking to don't even know how to evaluate things to get to the truth, there's no point in having a rational conversation with them until you guys get on the same page of how to determine the truth in the first place. Right? Yep. They think, right? Ask a scientist. That's how you find the truth. Or the other dude, read a peer-reviewed paper. That's how you find out what's the truth. Right? Like, no, you have to show them that no, that's fallacious. Like those side things don't determine like what the truth is. You got the claim and the evidence for the claim. All the extemporaneous shit, they don't tell you the truth of the claim. If they don't see that, right, then like you're not going to go anywhere. You know that. I know all of us in here know that, but I don't know why he can't see that. Like I don't.
Well, it's just been a thing, man, that I've been noticing with that guy.
I've talked to him one-on-one, and he didn't get it. Like I said, dude, you gotta find the flat smack. Every single person has something that's going to snap them out of it. And he said, you got to learn who they are, what they value, what they care about, what they think would make the globe falsifiable by getting to know who they are. He said, I don't give a fuck who they are. I'm like, oh man. I'm paraphrasing, but he said, yeah, fuck them. They're globalists, they're stupid, they're a waste of time. And I'm like, geez, dude, like, how do you square that? So you don't want to talk to them, and you want to talk to them, and you want to tell them about space is in the moon and shit is not real, but you didn't give them a reason to challenge that. What you did is you gave them a reason to not challenge it. Like, you sound like an idiot, and they don't want to sound like you.
I mean, it's real simple. Why does one person come in and they say, Eratosthenes, another person says, flight routes, and another person comes in and says Coriolis, and another person comes in and says some other thing, right? They're presenting what they think is the best evidence. And the one they fixate on, right, the one they presented is a window into their mind, right? So if you say, they say, pictures of the Earth from ISS, how did they determine the truth? Well, they watch TV and they listen to what people say on the television, and imagery is what affects them, right? How many times have we heard it? How would you prove the Earth is a globe or the Earth? Oh, I'd have to get up in a rocket and look at it. How many people have said that? That tells them, like, that's how they determine what, like, at this topic, this particular thing. They need to see it because that's how they've been presented with. So to overcome what they've been presented with already, they need some flashy pictures and some imagery. And you have to show them why that standard of evidence is crap. And you can use examples why it's absurd, right? There's lots of pictures of Santa Claus. And for me to conclude, like, if there's lots of pictures of Santa Claus, he has to be real, that's absurd. So, but that's the same argument they're making. There's lots of pictures of the globe. How can they all be fake? It's the same argument, but you have to show them that, right? You can't just be like, okay, I'm going to talk about curvature. You think they're going to just snap out of it because you start talking about the globe geometry that they don't understand? And then you're trying to describe it, but because we've been talking about it for freaking years, right? It's easy for us to talk about the geometry and visualize it and all those things, whereas this is completely foreign. When you say, hey, drop over distance, how many times has Miggy had to talk about drop over distance and fucking explain something that's very simple?
Yeah, it gets difficult because like some of the people don't really understand any of the concepts or why they think the Earth's a globe. They're all in full belief mode. So if you start talking about the second law of thermodynamics and expect to get somewhere with a guy who's like, left high school and just, first years of college or something, you're not really going to get anywhere because they don't look into this topic. So everything they're thinking is a, foregone conclusion, and their information that they're going to be arguing you with, they're thinking you're making words up. They're like, what are you talking about, man? You don't know anything. So you kind of have to, you can't go too in depth with them about any of the arguments. You have to meet them like where they're at. Hopefully you can come out with some semblance of like something they can really identify with as an argument. But if you don't, I mean, it's just some pretty basic stuff you got to stick to.
It looks like he left, Wax.
Dude, most people don't understand when you describe what the problem is. They don't understand it. They can't visualize it. They can't, like, a tangent line to a ball is the horizon. They have no idea what the fuck that means.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people struggling with that,
dude. A lot of people
are struggling. They were struggling in the chat with that, and I'm like, dude, it's not, in my head anyway, it's not that hard to understand, but they don't know what it means, like the value of it being like working over the surface of a globe. And so, I mean,
well, the thing is, because, if they learned it in school, right, you'd have a chalkboard, right, and the professor would get up and he'd draw a tangent line on a circle, right, and then they'd understand it. But we're just trying to do it purely in voice. We're talking about like geometric figures purely in voice. Yeah. So they have to have some concept already to visualize it in their mind. And like, they're literally like starting from scratch if they've never done that before. They never heard these terms before. They literally have to take it. Like, people are visual learners to like some degree. Like, where sometimes just words alone aren't enough.
Yeah, but I'm saying though,
imagine space picks, right? Like, show me a space pick. That's all I need.
Not having to critically think about things in this world and just take expert advice and rely on other people. That's what most of the general population has been doing, and they don't really like contemplate things like what we're talking about in here. None of that's ever going on. So of course to them it's laughable, because how can we think that the Earth is flat when experts figured it out? Like, we're over here on the internet like some fools, like memeing on the internet, talking about the Earth is flat. So yeah, you got a lot of that going on. So they have never really critically thought about any of the things that we talk about in here. So jumping down their throats with some arguments, it's not going to help the situation, man. It really isn't. You got to meet them right where they're at. What do they think? Examine, critique. I don't know. I think we'd probably beating a dead horse. Anyway.
I mean, yeah, we kind of are because Vax isn't even in here, is he? Oh, yeah, he is.
Who Vax?
We probably just like he's not like probably even really listening to what we're saying. Dude, he thinks you go in a shoe store. There's just one shoe for everybody, dude. There's not one shoe for everybody, Vax. Sorry.
And he was just moaning and groaning when I was talking to the guy about the subject.
Vax, we'll unmute you if you're gonna focus, dude. Focus.
I'm with that. Oh.
You want to unmute him? Do you want me to unmute?
Yeah, I unmuted.
Yeah, you can just unmute him.
And he took off as soon as you unmuted him.
I don't. Yeah.
My
This is
bad.
what, like you didn't
I
even
didn't mean
listen,
to do
dude.
that. I'm sorry.
Dude, you're like whack-a-mole.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was trying to. The thing is, like, you guys don't understand how the Earth is measured flat.
Huh?
Oh, really?
Do you guys comprehend what latitude
Who is this character, man? Like, I'm got a
Do
good
you?
mind just to like remove him for good.
Okay, Vax, I need you to understand something. You've come from FED. There's another group called 24/7, which do some fucking good flat smacking. So maybe just mic up, sit back, and have a listen. You'll be surprised what you'll learn, mate.
The idea is to find some sort of human connection with a person when they come in here. Because a lot of them are coming in with this concept that flat earthers are subhuman mongrels. Like, they're barely alive. Like, they barely recognize your humanity. So if you start just barking at them and talking down to them...
I don't.
Let me ask you, Vax. I'm gonna play Glober because if I was a Glober, I would cook you. So let me do this.
Yeah,
I'm in Johannesburg, South Africa. What's my latitude? I'm going to measure my elevation angle to Polaris. What's my latitude?
Did you see Polaris from Johannesburg, South Africa?
No.
So how would you measure elevation angle to Polaris then?
I'm asking you. You're the one who claims the elevation angles of the elevation angle to Polaris. So how do I measure it? How do I know my latitude now?
Oh, yeah, you're beyond the equator.
Yeah, so
what is the equator, buddy?
The equator don't exist in reality, dude.
The equator. So the equator is not real.
No, it's not.
The equator is your minimum elevation angle to Polaris.
Okay, so am I at the equator? So if I'm in Johannesburg, South Africa, I'm at the equator.
Is Johannesburg, South Africa, at the equator?
I don't know. How would I find the equator?
It's not.
How would I find the equator?
Because the equator is your minimum angle of elevation to Polaris.
Okay, minimum meaning 0, right?
Right.
Okay, so at Johannesburg,
if you're at
I'm not going to see Polaris because it's going to be right on the horizon. It's going to be 0.
No, it's going to be exactly. You'll be able to see it, but it'll be kissing the top of the horizon.
Make up your mind. Is it 0 or not 0?
No, it's literally 0. But the thing is, if you go to 1 degree above the equator, Polaris will be at a 1 degree elevation angle. Think about how small that angle is. If you were at 15 degrees beyond the equator, oh my God, you guys don't let me finish.
Well, 1 degree isn't small, dude.
It is
really not.
When you're talking about between 1 degree and 0 degree, it's very small.
The sun is half a degree, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so 1 degree is not small. You can easily see the sun. You can easily see the moon. That's also half a degree. So say I'm at your equator. Wait, okay. So say I'm at the equator and I go south 100 miles. What latitude am I at? How do I find that with
100 miles? 100 miles south of the equator?
Yeah. What was my latitude?
Your latitude, it's just copying and pasting what happens in the north.
To where?
From Polaris.
From Polaris. I can't see
Yes.
Polaris. But I can't see
Exactly.
Polaris.
That's the whole point.
So
It's
is there
just
one
copying and
latitude from
pasting.
everywhere on Earth that you can't see Polaris? It's just one latitude?
So this sounds like, why can't I see the Statue of Liberty from China?
No, so, so my point of I'm doing this is because I'm knocking you off your script.
What script?
The elevation angles to Polaris script. Okay?
Yeah, as you move away from Polaris, Polaris becomes lower in your horizon.
Great, that's awesome, but when you go past the equator, all that shit falls apart because that whole coordinate system is not based upon Polaris.
No,
That's
it
only
literally
applies
is. It's
to the
literally
north.
copying and pasting what happens in the north to the south.
Yeah, using what? You don't have a Polaris in the south.
Yeah.
The Polaris in the south is a southern Polaris?
No, if you're at 90 degrees at Polaris and Polaris is at your zenith, you're going to flip that over and make a ball. That's the whole trick.
Okay, dude. If I am south of your so-called equator, how do I find my latitude? I have a sextant. I'm going to measure my elevation angle to what?
Are you measuring your elevation angle to Polaris?
Yeah, in the south. No, I'm not because I can't see Polaris.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point.
Then what do I use?
It's perspective. They're hijacking.
Then what do I use? Then what do I use?
To what?
To measure the elevation angle past the equator.
To what? To measure the elevation angle to what?
Dude, in the south, right, south of the equator, you said it's all just reversed. Okay?
Right.
Cool. So I can take a sextant and use whatever the reverse thing is for Polaris in the south. What is
What's
that?
the reverse? What's the reverse thing?
I'm asking
Polaris?
you.
That's a good question. No, I'm asking you. What is it? What would you be doing?
I'm asking you, dude. It's your claim, dude. Like,
is there an equivalent to Polaris in the south? Yes or no?
No.
Exactly. Exactly.
So there's no latitudes in the south?
There's latitudes in the south, but they're just
how do you find them
from the north?
Okay, there's latitudes in the south. How do I find them?
That's the whole mystery, isn't it?
What is the
Isn't that why there's all these
procedure?
discrepancies? That's why there's all these discrepancies because Polaris isn't
You're the best flat earther, huh? This is the best flat earther. This guy. Are you shitting me, bro?
This is the reason why flat
Dude, you wouldn't even make it on TikTok.
Understand the difference between elevation angles and altitude.
Okay, so what's the difference between an elevation angle and an altitude angle?
I told you in the chat.
Tell me now in chat. Now that we're talking.
But you don't care.
What's the difference between an elevation angle and an altitude angle?
I told you several times
tell me
in
again.
the chat.
Yeah, tell me now that we're talking.
Really detracting from.
I just get muted again, really?
No, you're not.
You didn't get muted, dude. Calm down.
No, I thought I did. What's the difference between an altitude angle and an angle of elevation? I'll wait.
So Heretic cuts out because he loses connection and you think that you're muted. How does that work?
I get muted literally when I speak. Like, I get muted in between all my sentences.
Yeah, but it doesn't make you not be able to hear.
Well, I can't hear the guy if he's cutting out, right?
Listen, Vax. Listen, okay? One time, listen, okay?
Okay. I'm listening.
An elevation angle is taken from the surface of the Earth in respect to sea level, right? So the surface of the Earth in respect to sea level. And altitude is taken from the distance above sea level, right? This is the difference.
And again, I say, when you're in an airplane or a blimp or a hot air balloon, are you not taking an angle of elevation?
Why are you doing that? Why are you acting like it's the same thing instead of
It
different
literally
things?
is. What's the difference between an altitude angle and an elevation
I
angle?
just told you, buddy.
No, you didn't. You
Yes,
said they're
I
taken
did.
from the surface of Earth.
We got flat earther on
I
flat earther
told you
action
the
in here, baby.
difference, and you don't accept the difference.
No.
Because you're not telling me that how they're different. Does an elevation angle require a horizontal?
Yes.
Does an angle of altitude require a horizontal?
Yes.
Are the horizontals parallel?
It's not.
No, they are
Are the
not.
horizontals?
They,
So, wait,
they are not parallel.
So the horizontals are not parallel.
No, they are not.
Go on.
Horizontals are parallel to the horizon, like
right.
the plane of the horizon. Yes.
You guys don't know. Okay, so
Yes,
thank
I
you,
do
Flassy.
know.
No. I was going to say.
But this
I
guy,
was saying-
whoever is talking with me, you stop acting like you don't have some sort of situational awareness.
So
Okay.
that's the new thing. So situational awareness is the new that's the new thing to attack me with now.
That means you're actually listening. Okay, really, we could just say you're not listening. Do you prefer that?
Well, no, I don't have my fucking phone screen on because I'm at 13%.
So if you're at elevation, so let me get this right. If you're on top of a mountain versus at sea level, do you have to correct for your elevation?
On a mountain? No.
Yeah, if I'm on a mountain versus I'm at sea level, do I have to correct for elevation?
What kind of sextant would you be using on top of a mountain?
Whatever one I want. Do you have to correct for elevation?
No, it's not whatever one you want. You wouldn't. So you would be using a mariner sextant on top of a mountain?
Yeah, that's right. How do you think Lewis and Clark?
So you then you would need to know your height above sea level.
Zach,
If you're going to use a mariner sextant on
shut your hole, dude. Lewis and Clark used the sextant to cross America.
if you're going to be
Lewis
using
and Clark used the sextant to go across America. They used the sextant to go across America. That's right, dude.
What kind of a sextant? What kind of a sextant?
A mariner sextant, dumb fuck.
And what were they doing to go across America? Were they going down the Mississippi?
Look, listen. To find the elevation angle of the sun, they would take a bowl of mercury, and they would reflect. The sun will reflect off the mercury.
So they would use an artificial horizon.
That's right.
What's your dip correction from an artificial horizon?
What dip correction? That's why I asked you.
Exactly.
That's what I asked you. I said, do you make a reduction? Do you have to reduce the mountain elevation to sea level? Yes or no?
Well, I didn't realize you had a mercury table on top of a mountain.
Why, dude?
I didn't realize you were using a mariner sextant with a mercury table on top of a mountain.
There's no reason to talk to you because he won't actually see the difference in the argument that we're. Look, there's a difference between elevation and.
Nah, he's done, dude. There's no more of that.
Damn, bro, got cooked.
There's no more of that, dude. Fake ass flat earther, dude. Trying to he don't understand the arguments. And when he said dip angle, he revealed himself to be a Glober.
Ooh.
Because he had previously argued with me that it wasn't a tangent. He's been LARPing the whole time. You hear that, Alpha?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're still on here, Alpha. I caught that motherfucker.
Got him, bro.
The way he was saying, you're gonna reflect the north to the south. You want to copy it, and then he's saying, "Oh, then you have a globe."
Yeah, he almost fucked up and said, "Then you have a globe, right?"
Yeah, and I was going to jump in, but the conversation was a little bit hot, and I go like, "Okay, I wait." But you got it in the end.
It is interesting, that phenomenon of where globalists try to LARP as a flat earther, because they get a kick out of triggering other globalists, but also presenting flat Earth as kind of like this dumb shit that is incoherent.
Dude, he's a horrible flat earther.
Damn, bro.
Dude, I said to him, CB, that he wouldn't even make it on TikTok, bro, as a flat earther. Like, I would be cooking his ass there.
And also, he probably doesn't have to worry about that anymore because TikTok is banned.
Yeah,
in America.
What the fuck?
Dude, it's so sad, man, because I just found someone just coined like a new phrase for it. It's called TikTok instead of TikTok.
Oh,
Yeah,
please no.
Tonight.
No more TikTok for America. Good night.
I was
TikTok.
really.
Trump's going to turn it back on.
I was hoping the guy or gal, the person who's going to pull the lever, would say, "I can't do it. It's immoral. This law is illegal. It's unconstitutional."
So the thing about TikTok is that this is what so shocks me about it is that TikTok is a social media platform with the most percentage of females, like more than Facebook. Like the female to male ratio is the majority of users in TikTok are women. Why aren't they out in arms saying this is sexist patriarchy, fucking trying to shut us down?
Ooh, hey, listen, they fought for their equality, man. Hey, it's too late. Sorry.
And now they're killing the female platform, right? And now they're killing the female preferred platform.
That's a really good point, India.
They might not even know yet. It's like maybe they're not following the news. And all of a sudden they try to log into TikTok. They're like, what the fuck? Why can't they get on?
You're probably right. They're going to find out the hard way. Then they're going to be up in arms.
It's because women aren't leaders, so they're going to just sit down.
Well, I will say one thing that is going to decrease: the amount of women screaming at their phones in their car.
All right, W.
And a lot of women are gonna get broken up just because fucking TikTok doesn't exist. They're just gonna blame their boyfriend somehow.
Good.
No,
Hey,
it's man's fault.
I'd save that man's life.
Where are they going to migrate to?
Hey, India, check this out. Just a quick shout out. We'll see you back in here tomorrow, Lo-Fi Guy.
Yeah. That's funny, man. Well, where are they going to go? Where do you think the chicks are going to migrate to now? Are they going to go to like YouTube Shorts? Or are they going to like?
No, they're going back to IG, fam.
Yeah, I was gonna say IG.
There was some kind of other program like Red Carpet or something like that.
They need a platform they can have 8 people come up and start yelling at each other. IG doesn't do that.
Oh yeah, you can still TikTok on IG or on
Meet
VPN,
Me,
dude. I gotta listen, dude. I need to start a fucking company like ASAP of a female VPN that advertises geared to females, dude. You can
I'll
still
just
use
bring
TikTok
back
with VPN.
Vine. Bring back Vine.
Musk
Be a
was
good
talking
time.
about doing that.
That'd be a Giga Chat move.
Oh yeah, here Red Note.
Dude, no one's going to Red Note, dude. They got the Chinese all hating the Jews.
I mean, cha-ching.
Dude, because Red Note don't censor because in China they don't care about any of that crap. So people have gone there and just gone to freaking, full board anti-Semitic, man, and like they're turning the Chinese into freaking anti-Semites.
Anybody here watch UFC?
Don't no spoilers. No spoilers.
Okay, I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, you're gonna hold off because I'm the one guy. No one else really. None of these flat earthers give a fuck about that. Loki.
You didn't watch any matches today?
Brother, I'm literally working. Well, almost done working, so I didn't have time to watch it. I'm gonna go back and watch them, and then I'll connect. I'm gonna send you a message. We can talk.
And we can talk about it.
I can't get into the UFC, dude. I mean, I liked it in the beginning, dude, but just like the fighters don't have shelf life anymore.
Hey, man, don't be.
No, just one personal preference.
Just watch tonight. Just watch tonight.
I saw a fight last. I don't want to say anything because CB hasn't seen it.
Don't. Let's be nice.
We'll wait for CB.
It was good when they put the fighters on mic and they would talk and say like ridiculous shit. Like Ken.
They still do that.
They still do that, Crit.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen.
It's just that some of the fighters are not really good at shit talking. That's the problem. It's mainly people from Dagestan that English is not their first language. So
Smash everybody, brother.
It's like the yellow pages, let your hands do the talking.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I like that.
All right, bro. So we got some flat earther on flat earther, big flat earther crime. Is there an actual glober in here? Who is Ice Scoob? So they were chiming in earlier. Is he with us or no?
Yeah, Ice Cube. I'm here. Good morning, evening, wherever you are.
Okay, that's a nice little entendre there, Ice Cube. Okay, so it's not like Zoink Scoob. All right, cool. Got you. You a flat earther, or what is that?
You straight out of Compton, bro?
Yeah, I actually had a question about the nautical sky miles formula. Is anyone familiar with that?
I mean, I only fly Delta, so I've got a lot of sky miles. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know, bro. It's not me. Anybody else?
The North Pole Sky Miles formula. No, never heard of it.
The nautical sky miles formula.
Oh, the nautical sky. No, never heard of that.
So that is something that was pushed on Flat Earth images, where you multiply the zenith distance by 54 degrees, by 60 degrees. Sorry, I just woke up. No, you multiply the zenith distance by 60 nautical miles per degree to find the distance to a substellar point. That's commonly understood to work that way. It's fundamental to navigation. And I had a question about that.
I have literally never heard what you're talking about.
Okay, well, it is a formula that Oakley, for instance, had on his images a lot.
Navigation.
Well, none of us here are Nathan Oakley, so I mean...
Friday.
If you wait around, he might be here. I don't know, what day is it? Does he do a show tomorrow? Today?
No, it's Friday. You just missed it.
I'm talking about celestial navigation.
Are you talking about the 21,600 nautical miles in relation to 1/60th of a degree? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, if you multiply that 60 by 360, in other words, if you use 360 degrees for zenith distance and then divide by 2 pi, you get R. So what's up with that?
Because you're assuming first that there's an arc distance that makes up your 1/60th of a degree, whereas in fact the azimuth angle that you're measuring, 1 degree, is a linear distance in nautical miles. That's what we're doing here. We're not assuming an arc.
No, I mean, if you take the nautical sky miles formula, so if you plug in 360 degrees for zenith distance, you get 60 times 360. If you convert it to meters, you do times 1,852, you get 40 million meters. Divide by 1,000 to get 40,000 kilometers. Divide by 2 pi to get R. So the evidence for the radius is in the nautical sky miles formula that is fundamental to navigation. How does that happen?
Beautiful.
Oh, it's someone mute Jada.
Oh, is he talking? I thought he was hot micing the whole time.
No. I'll unmute him. I got him. Go ahead, Jada.
Why are we inserting sky? Why are we inserting sky? The reason why we insert sky is because we're calculating from a celestial sphere from a horizontal flat plane to get our arc. But in real life, the horizontal flat plane makes up our nautical straight line linear distance. It's only the arc measurement which you're hijacking to create a 1/60th, i.e. 21,600 divided by 360 to get your arc distance for a sphere. That's only because you're using the celestial sphere as an arc distance, not the linear distance of a nautical mile, which we actually use for navigation.
So if I could show you 12 screenshots on my Nautical Almanac app that show six distances between 4 points that are all the same, then that's not a problem for you?
No, it's not a problem for me at all because each of those azimuth angles.
If it works for you, keep it flat. Good for you, man. Good for you.
I was just answering her question. No, it's not a problem for me because each one of your azimuth angles to get those particular 6 GPs is all taken from a flat horizontal plane in linear distance. So we're not really concerned about the celestial sphere arc distance, which is placed in almanacs recently in the last 30 to 40 years.
I think he doesn't understand that, like, say the Earth had a different size, right, and we used the celestial sphere for that. It would just spit out a different radius value if you say, hey, there's an Earth sphere under the celestial sphere. How big would that Earth sphere be? Right? He doesn't get that. He thinks he's not getting the linear distance part, and that it's just an arbitrary conversion. And saying, hey, we're measuring a linear distance on a flat surface. What sphere has the same linear distance relationship? And he's going, hooray, a sphere with this radius would, which is just affirms the consequence.
I have a question in good faith, but after y'all are done.
Oh God, that scares me. Whenever someone has to caveat their shit, and this time I'm really gonna be on.
This time is really in good faith. Who is that?
No, it was me. Like I really wanted to hear the argument from the flat earthers. Like when they hear this,
what
this question always asked. I'm just curious.
What question?
All right.
So like when people that are trying to contradict you and stuff like that, they always say, okay, well, if you believe the Earth is flat, why haven't the flat earthers made an argument or presented these types of evidences to the scientists that are strawmanning your argument? I'm really genuinely curious. Like, what would your response be?
Hold on, wait. What forum would we do that in?
That's a good question. I wouldn't know. That's why I was curious if maybe some people would come down and use that as a straw man or a steel man against your claims.
Well,
I'm just curious. What would you say?
You got to think about the premise, Waste. The premise is that the Earth is a globe already as a foregone conclusion. It's already established as such, according to just like academia. That's the way they look at it, right?
Right.
So something that's, for lack of better words, a settled science, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something that nobody wants to dispute because we've already understood. That's just the case.
Right.
So if we were to put something against that, which means that in the cosmological aspect, it's not the case. How would we go about demonstrating that to somebody who has already a paradigm put in place with, orbiting planets and galaxies and all that other good stuff? So essentially, you'd be undermining everything that their pseudoscience is built on.
Right.
So how could you submit something that would be academically approached as a viable explanation for something other than what the current paradigm is?
Is there a simpler way to explain that to me? I'm so dumb.
Oh, okay. No. Like if I was to take a paper as a flat earther to these, these academics, and they would be like, okay, we'll accept it, but if it has something to do with other than what we've already demonstrated to be true, then we'll go ahead and take a look. If it's something else other than that, then probably not.
Okay, because so no, continue. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, but because it's like it's already known as something, so it's like within somebody that challenges the paradigm, they do it within the framework. So they're not saying that the Earth isn't a globe in the vacuum of space. They're arguing internal components. So whether or not gravity's working in this specific way or not, those are the arguments that can be had and papers can be submitted. But if you're trying to do something where you're saying the whole cosmological aspect is incorrect, that's not gonna fly, dude. They're gonna be like, dude, what are you, some tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist? You follow?
Right. Yeah. That makes sense.
It's not looked at as like, oh, welcome in. Come on, let's see what you got, sir. That's not how it goes, dude. It's like a club, and that club only allows for, within the framework, within certain parameters, you to be able to say, whoa, let me think about this way. I can think about this specific thing, and I'll challenge talk about
like they're not being fair. Innately, if you try to dispute that, they will not be fair because there's already a lot of people that are the majority that believe this blindly.
Yes.
And if you come in and you dispute that, it's like, for example, somebody that is an atheist and they dispute Christianity. Well, there's a lot of Christians. There's not a lot of atheists. So they just look at the atheist as a dumb person and they just write them off. They're like, forget him,
Right. They're not allowing for fair discussion to be had in order for there to be at least an entertaining conversation about it.
And you shouldn't. I should say, and you shouldn't expect that. Okay? Because science, these peer-reviewed papers, and all this shit it's not like they're different than any other human grouping, right? They're not different than like some pro-choice group or someone that wants to feed the children or something. They're not going to let you come in and be like, no, we don't want to feed the fucking children. Like they're going to get the fuck out of here, right? So you can't go in there and be like, yeah, I'm going to go to the Astronomical Journal and tell them space is fake. They're like, no, dude, this is the Astronomical Journal where we think space is real. You have no place here.
Right.
Do you follow Waste? Why it would be?
And that's why I asked the question, because I know that would be a talking point for people that believe the Earth is round and stuff like that. Yeah. And it's kind of like I'm curious because there's so many approaches of how you would answer that. That's why I was curious.
Well, it's an exercise in futility, man. People aren't just gonna go, let's throw away the cosmology, all of it, and let's redo it. Like that's not gonna happen.
Right.
They might challenge things within the paradigm, but not completely, kiboshing it all.
All right. But thank you for answering my question. Thank you, guys.
Imagine if we did throw it all away, though, and we started over from scratch. Seems like Flat Earth should have had something in the last 7 years to go off of by now.
We do. I mean, why would you say we don't, man? Because I think that's being dishonest of you. To say that statement right there is as dishonest as you can possibly be if you've been in this discussion for as long as we have.
Yeah, so the Walter Bislin model isn't really good evidence since it doesn't point to your conclusion. What evidence do you have for those being flat?
Straw man. That's a straw man.
I'm just asking for evidence here.
Yeah, that's a straw man, though. You just built a straw man and you beat it up and you're like, okay, I defeated Walter Bislin's model. Okay. Did anybody here claim that?
No, when I was asking what evidence, I get I was flippantly throwing it out there just because it's kind of like what, but right.
No
so
doubt.
What evidence would you have to prove your position is true?
That the fact that
evidence.
I'll let one of you guys go. I can't listen to two.
Empirical evidence is what we got, not models.
Where? Yeah, where? What evidence of what? Where can I find it?
Long distance observations, infrared, radio waves. I mean, reflections off of the Bolivian salt flats. Like, name it.
I'm asking you to name it.
Okay, so if you go to the Bolivian salt flats, which are in Bolivia, they're salt flats, but they fill up. It'll rain there, and they'll fill up with like 2 inches of water, and it'll form a giant perfect mirror. Now, the important part is that the reflection of the sky and the sky are a perfectly symmetrical reflection. Now, if the surface of the Earth was convex, this would be impossible.
Sounds like you just made a straw man that you beat up. But the truth is, you can't go to Bolivia.
It's not a straw man. What's the straw man part? Don't make a baseless accusation.
So you've never been there. You can't actually do that, and everything you see from their fake CG.
No, you're straw manning our position now. Oh, he's fucking bounced, dude. What a pussy.
He came in all anxious and hyped up and stuff right away. You could tell that he was just ready to fight and then to run like a coward as soon as he had to.
Can you re-explain what you just said about the saltwater thing?
The salt flats. So it's like it's a salt flat. So the water fills it up and it evaporates and it leaves a deposit of salt. So most of the time it's just a big salt flat. It's something like I don't know. It's 43,000 square miles or something. Puts it 60 something miles across at its longest part. Yeah. So Bill G posted in the chat. I can't call you Bill G. So if you look in the side chat, there's pictures. So what'll happen is it'll rain and it'll rain and it'll fill up with water, and it'll make this giant mirrored surface.
Mm-hmm.
Now you've been like, I'm sure you have a car and you have a side mirror, right? The side mirror is convex, right? And it distorts the image of what you're seeing. Like in a store in the corners to stop shoplifters, right? You have a convex mirror and it distorts the image.
Mm-hmm.
The surface of the Earth was curving, it would distort the image because there's something called the law of reflection. So whatever angle a ray of light hits something, it bounces off at that angle. So if it hits it at 45 degrees, it bounces off at 45 degrees. If it hits it at 30 degrees, it bounces off at 30 degrees. So when you have a perfectly symmetrical reflection, that means that surface has to be flat because the light rays that are hitting it, they're not spreading out. Because if the surface was curved, a light ray would hit it at 43 degrees, and then if you move to like up a little bit, then it'll hit it at another angle because the surface curves. Right? So that the angle that the light's hitting is constantly changing. So you'll get a distortion. But we don't see any distortion. Like if you look at this image, it's perfectly symmetrical.
Yes.
Like you can actually measure this because I've actually done it. I've taken images from the salt flats and actually measured like the dividing line. So how many pixels is it like the top of this cloud from the horizon? How many pixels below it is from the horizon? And they're all perfectly symmetrical. Now what you would see is if the Earth was curved, the further away like from you it got, the more the surface of the Earth would curve down away from you and the more distorted it would look.
Right.
So
all right. Thanks for explaining. That's really cool. These are really cool. These are really cool images, actually.
There's videos of it. It's like almost mind blowing. It's surreal, like these salt flats.
Yeah.
Because people like drive around in cars and shit, dude, and like the sun will set, and it's like it looks like the sun is setting into the sun. It's really fucked up.
Oh, there you go. That's cool. Thank you.
So yeah, this is just one piece of evidence. I mean, so when people come in and say, "Oh, you guys haven't come up with any evidence in 7 years," it's just like, man, you ain't paying attention.
That annoys me when they do that.
Well, what annoys me is that, like the other guy, right? And I was saying it like when they come in and they try to set the groundwork, a narrative framework. They're going to come in, poison the well, and then try to start talking. That shit annoys me.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, bro, who hurt you? But I think we already know that answer. One of you flat earthers always hurting these people, man.
Some Becky.
Don't blame me.
It wasn't me.
No, not you. Becky is just like a generic name for white chicks.
Okay, well that happens
Have you
to
ever
it,
had
'cause I'm
a
white.
person that came here that gave you a decent challenge?
You gave a decent challenge?
Yeah, like honestly, like someone
we had any
came in.
decent opponents.
Yeah, like you had a decent opponent.
We haven't had a decent opponent since never.
Well, he's like,
I mean, because we can always ask them one question: how do you know the Earth's a globe? And it falls apart from there for them. Because fundamentally, for most people, it's a belief.
Yep.
And the only people that claim they know are the Apollo astronauts, right? They're the only people that say, seen the Earth in its full glory and it's a ball. But apart from them, everybody else, they just believe it. They're relying on images, the words of strangers, shit like that. So they don't have any knowledge themselves. They have to rely on other people's knowledge at best. So if you say, how do you know that, like they'll say something like, okay, how do you know that? And then it just all falls apart. Like we call it the magic science guy fallacy. So what they'll say is, well, I'm not a scientist, I don't know, but I'm sure the information is out there somewhere. Some scientist must have done it. Okay, what scientist? What did they do? They don't fucking know. They don't know anything.
Does the scientist have a name?
Also known as phantom expert syndrome.
They'll tell you they've debunked flat Earth. You're like, well, certainly. You're like, what is it? Well, I don't know. Or they disagree. I disagree with your position. What's my position?
Or they'll Google it. We got to Google it for them. We got to go find the evidence for them. They're like, I don't know. Google it. It's all over the internet. Like, okay. So we got to go find the evidence that you said you have. Since you know it already. Since you just be able to tell us.
That's how to go find the edge and show it to them.
So no one has came here with like everything that they need, like everything already.
Hell no.
Not like,
one time.
Not even prepared. Not one time. Oh, okay.
Nope.
I'm just curious.
We would have already had whatever they could bring.
I would invite you, Waste, to come in here day in and day out and just be as a lurker in here. You're gonna find out for yourself, man. There isn't.
Yeah, I already do that. Yeah, I like every day I come in here and then like at least an hour, and you guys are usually arguing with somebody.
Have you heard
or discussing.
debate? You know, if you want a visual, the way I look at it, it's like blindfolded people walking, and they don't know there's a set of stairs there, and it's just person after person falling down the fucking stairs, dude. That's the way I look at it. Because they come in right, like they're all with their chest bust out, and then within 5 or 6 minutes, they're fucking just head over heels, breaking their neck.
Yep, deflated.
Like
Scrambling.
They'll come in here and say flat earthers are uniquely extreme religious cult that has all these crazy Christian beliefs. And you're like, okay, so that makes them wrong, right? And they're like, yep. And you tell them the current director of NASA said he has personally spoken to God, who told him to come out of retirement because he's the only person who can return America back to the moon. And all of a sudden they're like, oh, that's fake. He didn't say that. And you just start dropping all the different quotes at press conferences. I talked to God. And they're like, oh, that's fake. That's not the real director. Just one excuse after another. You're like, dude, do you not realize like how religious people at NASA are? So if your hang up is that religious people are wrong, go talk to NASA. Don't worry about flat Earth.
Yeah.
It's stuff like that. They attribute some kind of thing like flat. They're against uneducated people. I'm like, okay, well, there's a lot of uneducated people in your globe, so go talk to them. Or moon deniers, like flat earthers.
I mean, Newton was a religious zealot, even by today's standards. Like he could go to the Bible Belt South, and they would be like, "Dude, you're fucking a religious nut."
Yeah, that's the best part. It's like they think somehow they've attributed things they don't like. Like they'll be like, flat earthers are homophobic. I'm like, do you know that they say that coming out as an astronaut is, like, I quote, a career killer? Why there are no openly gay LGBTQ astronauts. So if you got a problem against flat earthers being bigoted or homophobic for whatever reason that you can't explain or take questions on, you just took a homophobic sticker and slapped it on flat earth for some reason, why are you not talking about, like, NASA, the astronaut corps?
So for most of you here, how long have you been a flat earther? Like when did you start looking into this more seriously?
Class of 2016 stand up. Sorry, I might have jumped over.
10 years.
Yeah.
Shout out to my day one 2015ers.
All right, bro. You don't gotta one up all of us, dude. Just chill.
December 7th, 2018.
10
Those are
minutes ago.
my day oneers, 2015s.
Yeah, I'm not joking. I was a flat earther in 2005 or something when I was like 12.
Really?
No. I'm not even joking. I mean, I wasn't probably a full-on flat earther, but I was like, there's no fucking with the Earth's a globe. And my aunt was like, yep, it's a globe. Because, like,
I'm 10 years
because of
sober.
gravity. I was like, what?
Everyone's born a flat earther. They just get lied to.
Nah, man. Long story short, we're in season 9, bro. I mean, I don't know. We might have moved on past season 9 with this 2025 now, but yeah. There's no way, bro. That's cap, bro. You're not a flat earther. That was never a thing, dude.
I did question the globe.
That's not the same as being a flat earther, to be fair. No one, dude. It's like, listen, man. You take a glass of white milk and you put a little chocolate sauce in it. It's not white milk anymore, period. It just doesn't go back to being regular white milk. So flat earth is really no different, dude. Once
Come
you
on,
go,
man. You gotta throw over some bone. Like,
man, there's no going back, dog. So that's not true, man. It's not true, dude.
you guys win here all the time. Let Glovers have something, 1W for the G boys.
Nah, no dubs for the G boys, bro. Sorry, dude.
They got come up with fake shit. Like they do fake mod mails and they clip things out of context. They try to drop TOS claims. They play, copyrighted music. That's a game. That's how they're trying to get W's. They're not coming in here trying to debate or have a conversation, go point by point. Their goal, their idea of winning is either you shut up or you die.
Yeah,
That's
trigonometry. I had trigonometry man come in here and made a clip out of me saying that I said there was gas pressure without a container, and he was like, "I got you on clip. I have it. It's recorded." And I was like, "Dude, what?" I never would say something like that. He's like, "Yeah, you said it." I was like, "Well, if I did say it, it was in context to something that I was speaking of. It was probably like the remember the argument they were having with that machine that has plasma inside of it, and with the magnetic field that it holds."
Tokamak reactor.
Yeah, that thing. So he's basically saying that was his argument, and I was saying that, well, inside of the container, yeah, I could see how that would be possible, that you can have that gas pressure without containment inside of it. But it's got to be in a container, it's a contained environment, but inside of that. And then so they were like, heard me say that. They were like, "Oh, you said you can have gas pressure without container. You said it, clip it. So, and they just kept putting it forward saying that I said that. That's the case for the air outside. And I was like, no, dude. Nope. Didn't say that.
Are any of you open to be proven wrong with concrete evidence?
Yeah,
there isn't any. There isn't any waste.
Let's go.
Check this out.
When ready.
Check this out, man. If there was concrete evidence, there would be none of us in here right now.
Yeah, facts.
Let's put it that way. So if the Earth, let's see. I know you're kind of like, I don't know, tippy-toeing around, dancing around or whatever, but let's just cut right to it. Do you think there is any evidence for the Earth being a globe? Waste.
I'm just here like, yeah.
I know. You're agnostic Earther. You have no part to play. You're just an observer. We've heard the whole spiel, bro. But more of this is psychological for the person coming in there because they want to take part in the conversation without taking part in the conversation being held accountable. That's what we know. This is not something new, Waste. So it's more of like, don't be afraid to get some skin in the game. I mean, jump right in, ask the question, and be truthful about it. Perhaps you can challenge your own worldview by being honest. Now, when you're not honest, then you're never going to get anywhere. So just be unafraid, ask the question, and see what happens. Or answer the questions that we have to give you, and then maybe see where we go from there.
My level of proof is very easy. Just explain to me why the globe model can't handle any disagreement or use any explanation that they have baked into their model on how to handle disagreement. Just simply saying I disagree causes them to flip the fuck out and just completely deny their own model, all their science.
That is true.
XO.
Let me ask.
Remember
Waste real quick.
XO used to hold on a second, Alpha. Remember XO, MG42 pillbox? He'd come in and he'd go, "I'm gonna have you denying the globe in 1 minute," and he would, because they would deny that there's curvature. They would deny that you can feel motion. They would just start denying all this shit when he would press them. They actually end up denying the globe inadvertently. They'll claim the opposite of what they're claiming is happening is the observation, and that the opposite of observation, what they're claiming is happening, is evidence for the thing happening.
Yeah, I got a few tools in the tool bag. So, Waste, we can go any number of directions with what you might want to consider as what you think evidence is, right? So, I'm going to let you kind of take us in any direction you want to take us. Is there any evidence for the Earth to be a globe, an oblate spheroid?
No.
Damn.
That'll be all.
Back up.
That'll be all, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think that's it here, boys.
Do you think anybody else has that evidence? That there's somebody out there that they know?
This is going to be the
You think
American.
there's somebody in this world that knows the Earth is a globe, like knows it for certain.
The American.
I would have to trust the person first, and I don't trust people too often.
Well, what do you want us to do with that, Waste?
Is it just a belief then? You just say it's a belief system that they 51%.
It's just repeated over and over and through the system, and it's just like I never had a chance to challenge it to begin with.
Safe and effective.
I just kind of I hate it.
Safe and effective, too.
You gotta be careful with repeated news. It doesn't mean it's like a good idea all the time.
See, the main thing, too, if the globalists want the flat earthers to believe, say, I want to get the flat earther to 51%, so they believe, too. What they should do is offer something worth believing in.
Give me something to believe in. But check this out, man. But if you're already agreeing with our points, Waste, wouldn't that be like a great way for you to kind of critique the reason why people think it's a globe? Because you already think that way. Why would you at least help the person understand, hey, maybe there's things you could get wrong? Because the glober would even say they don't know the Earth to be a globe 100%. Now, if they do, they're lying. They're lying if they say that. Because if we can call them honest globers, the ones who would admit that if there's any evidence for the globe, they would only know it to a certain percentage. They wouldn't know it like 100%. You know, it's not like absolute truth, at least not from them saying it.
I want to talk about like what he said about repetition. So I'm gonna read you something real quick. So this is from Scientists' Responses to Anomalous Data, Evidence from Psychology, History, Philosophy of Science, published by the University of Illinois. Okay, so you said it's like repeated over and over again. Well, prior to being exposed to this repetition, children think the Earth is flat, and so I'll just read this. So Vatnsdal and Brewer have provided evidence for peripheral theory change in children's belief about the shape of the Earth. They discovered that young children, ages 4 to 6 years old, tend to have a flat Earth theory of the shape of the Earth. Then, when young children are told by adults that the Earth is round, they are faced with anomalous information. Many of the children account for this anomalous information by making peripheral changes to their flat Earth view. Some of the children integrate the data from the adults to indicate the Earth is a flat disk, while other children adopt a two-Earth theory in which there's a flat Earth on which they live and a round Earth up in space. Okay? The point is that nobody thinks the Earth is a ball until it's beaten into their fucking head over and over, and they're told, people used to think the Earth was flat. This is like one of the very first things they teach you in school. They teach you that the Earth is a globe. They say, hey, there's a globe in the classroom. We live on a ball. A dumbass freaking caveman from the past used to think it was flat, but we're super smart now. And this guy named Columbus, he proved the Earth was round. That's literally how they teach in the school. That's how I was taught in kindergarten.
Bro,
Columbus proved the Earth is round.
They never brought up anything flat Earth related at all. Honestly, I never even heard those words put together, flat Earth, until
Yeah.
2017. That was never really part of my childhood.
They never talked about how people in the like sailors thought they would sail off the edge. You never heard any of that crap?
No,
Yeah, I heard
never.
that one.
Not once. Everything else, yes, where they were like ball and da da da. But dude, yeah, they never were like. And then here's another idea. Like they just, it's kind of like with Santa Claus. They weren't like, here's one option and here's another option. That was the only option.
I mean, I was in kindergarten in like 1976, so maybe it was different.
All right, OG.
Yeah, I was in 1980s, and I would have the same instructions with what Indio said. That everybody thought the Earth was flat, and Columbus went to prove that wrong by not sailing over the edge.
That's why they took 3 boats, because if one fell off the edge, the other 2 could turn around.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes 2 boats to tow the other boat back off the edge, right? So you catch them. Were they all like roped together? So if one fell, like.
Right.
Come on, that's funny.
Like mountain climbers, right? You just rope each other together, so if one falls, the other 2 can hold them from falling and dying.
Damn, I'm just having major deja vu right now. I feel like I've heard you say that already. It's weird.
I don't think I have, but whatever.
Hey. What is deja vu?
I like Menage a Trois.
Hey.
Is waste of flat?
No.
You're a flat earther. But you don't have any evidence for the globe?
No, I don't. But that's why I come in here and I listen. So I'm always open to any idea to be proven wrong. I'm open-minded.
Would you say that we do have evidence for a flat Earth, right? Would you agree?
With the demonstrations that you showed in the chat with the reflection and how it is true that when a person that believes that the Earth is a globe, they tend to just tell you and straw man like, well, I don't have to prove it's already out there in the world. You have to prove your model, which is, I don't think that's fair or not even a good argument, you know?
Okay, so you're like, you believe that that a flat surface is actually that a ball, if it's big enough, it'll look flat. Do you believe that?
Hey, Bong, is your mic plugged in all the way? It's just
yeah, it's very staticky.
It's a little scratchy.
I will answer this. I'm open to be proven wrong. If it all checks out, I could change my mind, you know, and that's me being honest, you know.
Well, let me ask you this, and this is usually where it falls apart for Glovers, and I only use this on like people that are dug in. So usually, I'm gonna bring it up to you. If nobody told you the Earth has evolved, do you think you would have came to that conclusion yourself?
No.
Okay. And typically, I've never had anybody say yes. That if left to their own devices, no one ever said the Earth was a ball. That they would have like walked out their door one day and like maybe this is a giant ball. No one would have ever thought that. Right. Some fucking Greek dipshit, fucking Plato, thousands of years ago came up with the idea, and it's contaminated the fucking world like a virus. Now, if you know that the theory of how ideas spread, ideas, it's like the evolutionary theory of ideas. It's called like the mind virus or memes. Technically, memes are mind viruses. That's how the term was originally used back when the term was invented, back in the early days of the internet. So ideas don't spread because they're true. Ideas spread because they're good at spreading.
And they get repeated.
Yeah, so the idea itself, it's very easy to transfer that idea from one person to another. And that person is good at, like, it's easy to remember for that person. And then when that person, it's easy for him to push that idea on somebody else. And the information of the ideas is retained and it spreads easy. So the idea, right, that Earth is a big ball and that everything in the sky is balls and that everything is just a bunch of balls, people are fascinated by balls because it's not a form that appears in nature, right? You don't walk around the world, and like if you see a rock that's like almost a perfect sphere, people get fascinated by it. It's like, oh my God, look, that fucking rock is super smooth. It's almost a perfect sphere. It's something innately in human beings to like be fascinated by this form. And this is when they came up with the idea of Earth being a ball. These are the arguments they actually used, like Plato and Pythagoras and Copernicus. Even though they're separated by thousands of years, their argument was, well, a sphere is the most perfect shape, and that the universe is perfection, and that the Earth must be a sphere. This was their reasoning. They didn't have any like scientific reasoning behind it. It was philosophical, aesthetic. Like that wasn't a problem for them then. It wasn't like they didn't think about the world the way we do now, right? That everything has to be some rational, scientific, empirically proven shit. They didn't think about that. They were like they thought metaphysical and logical arguments, especially Plato, were stronger than the empirical evidence because to them, like Plato, I'm not sure if you're familiar with what Plato thought. Plato thought everything in reality was a bunch of forms. When I say forms, is like if you have chairs, right? Each individual chair is different, but the abstract chair, the idea of a chair, that exists in some other place as a perfect form of a chair, right? So you got your lazy boy, you got your kitchen stool, you got your wicker chair, like we got like lots of different chairs, but none of those are the true form of the chair. The true form of the chair is this abstract chair that exists in some other realm, and this is called the Platonic philosophical viewpoint. So that's how they thought about the world. So when they get like when you say what's the Earth, well, it's this abstract perfect form, this perfect sphere doesn't exist. Like the Earth we see, like it's a representation of a sphere, but it's not actually the perfect sphere. And this is how they thought about it: is like there has to be a perfect representation of this form. And to them, the Earth and the universe were spheres because they were perfect. To them, they were like, this is a perfect representation of this Platonic abstract idea that exists in some realm, right? And like we've taken that and we've taken it too far. Okay, it's been just taken too far. They didn't come to this idea through like people think, oh, this is scientific. They come up with the idea that Earth's a sphere. They didn't come up with it scientifically. That idea of outer space, that was also not scientifically come up with. That was also come up with during the same time period, the Greeks of 300 BC, right? So like nobody discovered space. It wasn't like someone was like, I'm gonna search around. Oh my God, I found the vacuum of space. Build a statue to that man. It wasn't like that. They thought of it in their head and said, there must be this thing called space. This fucking I don't know if they conceived of a vacuum at that time, but Newton conceived of the vacuum because he had to make the fucking orbit shit work. Anyway, the point is that if you talk to the average person, they think the globe is unproven. It like the whole thing is like some basis. It's based on science. No, it's way more complex than that. And like the idea was good at spreading. And that's all it is. It's like it's a Western tradition. It's good at spreading. Everybody passes it on. Yeah, we live on a ball, and that's it.
Right.
So the point is, well, I wouldn't call it, maybe it's not the point, but the thing is, in our experience, how we experience reality, the world, we experience the Earth as flat and motionless. At some point in time in our childhood, someone comes along and says, that this experience is flawed, that there is a greater reality, that we're just ants on a big ball, and you can't perceive the Earth, this ball, and that you just see it as flat. But that is a naive perception because you're a child. But there's some people over here, and these people are super fucking smart, and they figured out that it's actually a ball. And you're told if you don't believe it, you're stupid.
Right.
Right. So this is not a purely scientific endeavor. It's more of a social fucking thing, and people don't want to like admit that it's like this is actually a social construct in a way because it's not experiential. No matter what anybody thinks, they can think they're going to space. They can think whatever. All those people that are NASA fanboys and think there's rocket ships and satellites in space taking pictures of the Earth, they can think that, but they're never going to experience that.
Right.
They will never, ever experience a ball Earth, ever. They're never going to go to space and look at the Earth and see a ball. They're never going to go up high enough and see a ball. Never. They're going to live and die thinking the Earth's a ball and never experience it. It's always going to be something out of reach.
Right. Well, thank you for nicely explaining stuff. I'll continue to peek in here. I'm going to go to bed. But have a good night, everyone.
All right, W's in the
man.
chat.
Thanks for being cool, man.
Yeah, of course.
All right, next person has to bring the smoke.
He wants UFE.
Hey, as Miggy would say, I need my pound of flesh. Pause. Did he leave?
It was too much for him. India blew him away. He had to go to bed.
He's gonna be tossing and turning.
Those wretched flat earthers. All right, bro. Who's next?
You know, people say we're fucking rude or we got bad attitudes. So, like, you know, like we're just a mirror, man. Whatever you are is what I'm gonna be.
Can I respond to something that was said earlier?
Yes, brother.
Yeah, because the previous guy was talking about Plato and the Platonic idea. And I just want to also add that I do think Aristotle at the time did also use, empirical arguments from science to motivate the idea of the Earth being a sphere. For instance, he pointed out, and whether you agree or not, but he did point out to things, that are empirical. For instance, the lunar eclipse he used as an example, the shape of the shadow on the moon. He also pointed that star trails in the northern and southern hemisphere. He used that as an argument, and mountains disappearing as you sail away from them. Those were, I believe, three main arguments that he used as motivation. And so whether you agree with that or not, it was not just pure philosophical. That's kind of what I want to point out.
Yeah, I know, but Aristotle's after Plato, right? So what I'm saying is the foundation. If you look at the historical record, what's the earliest that anybody mentions a sphere, Earth being a sphere? It's in the Dialogues of Timaeus by Plato. And his rationale is that a sphere is the most perfect form. That's the rationale.
You know that Aristotle learned from Plato, right? Plato was his mentor.
Right.
But people just one more thing. What people use, so they had their metaphysics, and physics was used to prove the metaphysics, right? That like they like, so that the empirical observations, those were used as a method of proving the metaphysical idea.
Right, and so what I also wanted to add about Plato, the article that I wrote on metabunk.org that I've been sharing in the chat, it uses an old idea from Plato, namely tetrahedral points, tetrahedra on a sphere. I show in using 12 screenshots of the Nautical Almanac app that I can do that on the Earth's surface. I can find those points and measure the distances. And that's not something that I would be able to do on a flat surface. So that's also an ancient idea that I'm trying to use to help people understand the geometry of the situation.
You say metabolic? The heck?
Did you? Do you mean calculate the distances?
Yes, I calculated distances by using celestial
you said
navigation,
measure,
and the
dude.
formula for distances that Oakley pushes on his images by multiplying zenith distance by 60 nautical miles per degree. I've used that formula 12 times to show the contradiction and that it's not based on anything flat. And it's using an ancient idea from Plato. I hope you appreciate it.
Okay, that's all fine. I don't agree with that anyway. So I don't know why you keep bringing up Nathan. We're not Nathan. I'm certainly not Nathan.
Is there 12 flat spots then in the ball of Earth?
I have a bunch of slots of like I got this bread, I've got this amount of clothes, something like that would require me to do something different in my everyday life that wouldn't involve Nathan, but also deals with, density and relative density, whatever.
I didn't get that. What were you getting at, Flashy? I did not get that at all.
Yeah, you lost me there, Fly. I was trying to, yeah.
I thought she was hot mic. She started talking
I
about her
started to
clothes.
say bread, and I'm like, okay, she's making sandwiches. So, yeah.
I'm making sandwiches and I'm saying, hey, by the way, relative density doesn't apply to everybody. You got like people that have their own source of whatever.
Yeah, I don't even buy the fucking 60 nautical miles. I don't even buy that shit. Y'all don't have any measured distances.
Yeah.
Well, that is the formula that is used in navigation. It's fundamental to navigation.
So what?
I guess that's why they push it on the images on flat Earth channels as well, because it's kind of hard to deny that this is what's used in navigation for distance calculations.
So what?
So I can use my nautical algorithm to figure out the underlying geometry of the system by putting in numbers and checking the output.
Hey, real quick.
It's the underlying geometry of a model. So it's the underlying geometry of a model. Okay, you're reifying the model.
I'm figuring out the geometry of the model.
Okay, cool. So let's take that. Let's see. So if the model works, the underlying geometry of a model works, and that means that model has to represent the physical world.
Well, it's a pragmatic argument that is often used about navigation. It works, therefore there must be some truth in it.
I have no problem with a pragmatic argument. Yeah, it works. You go have at it. I don't care.
So I would say, let's figure out then how it works by using it. That's what I would suggest.
Yeah, that would be a pragmatic fallacy. So you need to be careful about how you would use such quote unquote model.
Yo, chat, real quick. I'm just trying to tell Indio, if you got some headphones or something, bro, your audio is just looping. Is all. So, but keep cooking.
Yeah, I'll take care of it. All
right, W. Thank you. All right, so Latsy, what was that about sandwiches or something? I'm sorry.
You shithead.
Yeah, you know we love you.
I was just saying.
Is that better?
Yeah, no, I was okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's fine now. Mic check, mic check. Okay. Yeah, you're good.
Well, I was just going to say, before you go making a round of sandwiches, Flatsy, no thanks, because I'm just about to go to bed.
All right, I'll take two. I'll have Matrix.
No, of his, man. We'll have Matrix.
Yeah, facts. Don't make less. All right, we'll keep cooking, guys.
Alrighty, guys.
Make more, and not less.
I'll catch you all tomorrow. So you have yourselves a great morning, afternoon, evening, or good night. And I'll catch you around. Peace, guys.
All right, Matrix. Yeah, guys, spam W's in the chat for Matrix, guys. Yeah.
Later, dude.
All right, peace, bro. All right, are we live? Oh, wait.
Is it live or is it Memorex?
Okay, we are live.
Like 3 people in the chat know what I'm even talking about.
Yes, someone was trying to explain to me that I have to be careful about using a model, and well, what I use is my Nautical Almanac app, which is known to work as far as I know. So, what? How do I have to be?
I have no problem with there's no problem with models per se. It's the reification of models. You know, if that,
Right. So
I
it's
don't know.
like all
Like, you
models
know,
are wrong. All models are wrong.
No.
Some are useful, right? It's
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, some are useful to some degree, depending on what you're doing it for. And I'll give you an example. Like, I have specific examples. It's not like so Maxwell's equations of right of electricity and magnetism. They're a mechanical model of the ether. Now they work, but nobody believes that the ether exists anymore. But if I was to reify it, I'd say yes, the ether has to exist because Maxwell's equations work, and they use a mechanical model of the ether. So there has to be an ether that is physically mechanical with little spheres that are incompressible spheres that are rolling against each other.
Yeah, and I
Now
can
that would
rebut
be
that.
a silly argument, right? And no one
Yeah,
would
I
buy
can
that.
rebut that.
But when go ahead, Classy. Sorry.
Oh, I would say that as a flat earther against a flat earther, I could rebut that. And I could say that you cannot actually give me any evidence for some, a substantial measurement of curvature beyond a certain point, right? So we need curvature directly measured, drop over distance. That would be something that would substantially prove the globe, right? With a radius of 3,959 miles.
And we are still live.
Yo, what's good, gamers?
Oh, here we go.
Oh my gosh, it's Creation Bear. It's Care Bear.
What up, Riri?
Do you play Fortnite?
Nah, fam.
You know the
I don't
Fortnite
really be
map is
gaming.
flat, right?
Hey, show me a map that's not flat, gang.
There's this game I play. It's called No Man's Sky.
Okay.
It has very curvaceous planets, I might say.
Yeah, I used
it's
to
super
play.
realistic. It's a very realistic game.
Planets aren't maps, dude. He asked you for a map that's not.
Oh, Mario Kart 8 for the Wii U has a three-dimensional map.
I mean, there's Super Mario Galaxy. Okay, I see.
Yeah, Mario Galaxy. That's a good game. I 100% of that game.
W.
With Luigi, too.
So what are we cooking on today, Ree?
Oh, I'm just playing Fortnite here to listen to the flat chat.
Ooh.
I mean, I'm playing a flat Earth game, so it's like only suitable.
I mean, what do you think is what's the craziest thing you've heard this panel of flat earthers say, you think?
Sometimes people say too much and they accidentally prove the globe, which is funny.
Oh, how?
The other day, someone said you could have cyclic north-south, concurrent with a cyclic east-west, but that gives you a topological sphere, which necessitates curvature just mathematically, and so that was a complete L.
You say cyclical east-west?
Yeah, topologically speaking. like if you imagine the topological map that would describe the surface, you have like a square, right? And the top and bottom surfaces are colored like red, and the left and right edges are colored like blue. And
Can you post a visual in the chat?
No, I can't. I'm playing a video game, but if you can imagine that, in the sense that if you walk to the right, and hit like the red barrier, you'd be like teleported to the left side of the square. Likewise, if you went up or if you went down. But that actually is like the topological map that uniquely describes a topological sphere or another surface diffeomorphic or homomorphic to it. And the interesting thing is that all topological spheres necessarily have pointwise curvature. So you're kind of cooked.
It sounds like you could probably put this in it sounds like you probably put this in the chat, bro.
Well, right now I'm playing a competitive video game, so maybe after.
All right, man.
Just pause.
It's an online game. What the hell?
Does anybody else want to address? Does anyone want to address this, or
they can't?
It's not worth addressing.
They can't because it's mathematical. They hate
it
math
might not be worth addressing, bro. Honestly, just be honest with you.
I drew it in the whiteboard. If you want a demonstration, by the way, it's probably still there. I doubt they erase it.
So they said there was a cyclical east and west, and you're like, it's it.
If you have
concurrent with the north and south, and these two ranges of freedom that are cyclic give you a topological sphere definitionally.
If you have a dinner plate, it's circular. So
yeah, dinner plate is a topological sphere.
It's
impossible to have a topological sphere that doesn't have curvature pointwise.
So then I guess you don't have a topological sphere.
Have you ever had dinner? Ever.
So, I mean, he just said.
You understand that a dinner plate has curvature, right?
I think Heretic's trying to get through, guys.
I'm sorry, Heretic. What's up?
He just said that it would be impossible to have a topological sphere without curvature. Well, the Earth outside has no curvature, so no topological sphere then.
Well, that's the contradiction, right? Because the person claims the Earth is flat, simultaneous to claiming that the Earth has this like topological sphere-like thing. Those are in contradiction.
Topological sphere-like thing, which is what?
Topological sphere-like nature or constraint.
Yeah, cool story. It's got a topological sphere-like thing going on, except for that curvature, which is a crucial aspect of it.
I don't know, man. You get upset at me when I use like the technical jargon, so I try to like keep it casual here.
That curvature, like you just said, it would be impossible for it not to. Yet it doesn't. So then you had to downgrade your stupid.
Well, no. The interesting observation is that there's a contradiction in the mind of the flat earther.
You're gonna talk.
Damn, Reed, just let him cook, bro. Reed,
I'm sorry. You can cook, chef.
Yeah, downgrade your claim to topological sphere-like. That was a quick backpedal. Anyway.
Respelled his name wrong.
That's true.
It's Reed.
It's not topological sphere-like. It's just a topological sphere. Because the
just said topological sphere-like. Which one is it?
Well, topological sphere isn't a particular figure. It's a topological map, and so it describes any number of figures or any number of shapes. But all of them have curvature, so you're equally cooked.
Does that topological sphere use a Cartesian coordinate?
Maps, to claim that the map would be the terrain would be reification, so you're cooked there, and you also cooked yourself.
So when I say topological map, I don't mean like geographic map. Those are different.
Impossible for it to not have curvature, which it doesn't. It doesn't have curvature outside the actual Earth. So
right, but that's why the flat earther cried about it, right? Because they had a contradiction, because they said the Earth is flat, but then they said something else that until the Earth wasn't flat, and both of those can't be true. That's the law of excluded middle.
Yeah, cool, but that shit that never happened.
It's on recording. This was like 2 days ago.
Yeah, who claimed the Earth was a topological sphere?
Oh, they claimed that you could do that like east-west cycling while also doing the north-south cycling, which would uniquely characterize the topological sphere, which I pointed out aptly.
What do you mean cycling?
What I mean is that if you go north enough, you inevitably go south. But it works for any direction, right? If you go in a particular direction enough along a geodesic, you'll loop back. And this works for two orthogonal directions.
He's so excited, Indio.
We're talking about a polar coordinate system on a plane, dude.
Yeah, this doesn't work on a plane. No, it doesn't work on a plane.
A polar coordinate system doesn't work on a plane. Well,
no, because the planar polar coordinates gives you 1 degree of cyclic freedom. It doesn't give you 2. because the polar coordinates on a plane is like isomorphic to what do you call it? A cone. It's like the topology of a cone, but the topology of a cone doesn't allow for 2 degrees of cyclic freedom, so it fails.
What are you talking about?
Can I ask a question about this topological
Hold
sphere?
on. No. Just letting you.
I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about.
I mean, he's doing the big words thing.
He's talking about nonsense. So
He's
you have
talking
to
absolute
connect
trash.
the
He's trying to make it obscure with a bunch of jargon that he thinks nobody will comprehend.
He's saying if you start at one place, you get to the same
I want to know if bullseyes
Gotta
exist.
be a sphere.
Oh, do bullseyes
So
exist?
a bullseye, you keep score with a polar coordinate system. You're
Yeah,
saying
sure.
they don't exist?
They exist, but they only exist with 1 degree of cyclic freedom. The Earth model presented by the guy in chat had 2 degrees of freedom, which necessitates a topological
Who was
sphere.
the guy in chat?
His name was like he's an Australian dude.
So
like,
somebody
what
nobody
was it?
heard of, probably not even in this channel, probably doesn't exist. You probably made up.
No, T-Dub will remember. Hold on. But no, I was thinking of uploading it to YouTube, but it was a bit
So
like.
go find that guy and go debunk him because nobody knows who he is.
Well, I said this because it happened 2 days ago, and there was overlap.
Yeah,
Between
like,
this
we
chat
don't
and people in that
represent him.
chat.
He don't represent us. We have nothing to do with each other. We don't even know who that guy is.
Well,
I mean, unless you have a name, bro. Unless you have a name. You got a name?
So you've gone beyond straw manning into just like straw person, straw flat earther.
No, I don't think that's quite right. But give me 5 seconds.
All right,
What's his name with it?
It might have been. Give me 5 seconds. I have a clip of it.
Was it Witsit or Jaron Campanella?
He said Australian, so you know.
It was most definitely Australian, but.
Wait, what are we talking about? Who was it? I heard my name.
T-Dub, is that you?
I know all the
Yeah, what are you
Australians
talking
in here.
about?
So
Who was the guy 2 days ago that I talked about topological spheres to? Do you remember his name?
About what?
Topological spheres?
No, it was I don't know, AJ? Matrix?
Are you
I don't
blowing
know.
smoke up RS3 because your story seems to be falling apart?
Ooh.
Wait, like,
It was. I found it. It was the. I found it. It was the upside down Australian new flat earther. He was completely embarrassed back into the global view. It was quite something. An anti-conversion.
Yeah, don't.
That's
Not
cat,
really.
bro.
Like he was just talking about automatic drifts, but obviously you don't understand.
So a person, an imaginary person.
No, I just pinged him in side chat. He's a bona fide flat earther. You can ask T-Dub. I think he's even in the Flat Earth Discord server. He was pretty adamant about it, but he like completely fell on his face, and he had curvature proven to him, and he was just like aghast at the miracle.
Yeah,
I mean, sure you did. Just go back to the live stream 2 days ago. What the hell?
I know the name, but
Well, you
I doubt
find
that
it.
happened.
You will find it.
Wait, T-Dub can't even attest. T-Dub even attested to this happening. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, we don't have any tests. All we have is your baseless claim.
T-Dub, you can attest that this conversation did happen between me and this person, and we did talk about topological spheres.
Yeah,
right?
your word is good for nothing, dude.
Yes? No, I'm asking T-Dubs. Is T-Dub, T-Dub will, attest.
Dinner plate is a sphere. He claimed the dinner plate.
I do not remember if I was in the chat. I may have been AFK. So
Matrix was there. Daz was there.
Yeah, man. This panel right now.
Flat Earth Ranger was there. Let's see.
Were you there?
No shit, I was there, gamer. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Something about this topological sphere.
So ask Matrix, ask Ranger, etc.
Imagine your life was so pathetic. You have to.
Dude, I pinged the dude in side chat. You can ask him yourself. Holy shit.
Can you tell us in 2 minutes how you prove curvature, please? Go.
Sure, I just did it. The topological map given uniquely characterizes the topological sphere.
Outside though, bro. Yeah, outside.
Read. Curvature of the Earth, not curvature of your abstraction.
I mean, curvature is an abstraction, gamer.
No, it's not.
Yes.
Where's this topological sphere?
Wouldn't it be a physical feature
in real life? In real life,
Physical features are also abstractions, yeah.
He doesn't believe in real life.
The world is just raw sense data that we interpret in meaningful ways. That's how humans do things.
You're, man.
Well, listen, I try not to make it philosophical, but like...
No, you're a retard because I already did this yesterday. If you're brain dead and can't reason, and you can still sense things. So it doesn't require interpretation.
Can you repeat that? If you brain dead and you can't...
Yes, you can be cognitively brain dead where you cannot make rational thoughts.
Yeah, but can you speak about
it? You can still Are you gonna? This is what you always. This is what you did yesterday too.
I'm
Just
sorry.
interrupt
I'm
because
sorry.
you know you're wrong.
I'm
So
sorry.
give me
You're
an
right.
example of how you're wrong. People get in accidents and they end up where they can't rationalize anything. They don't have any rational thoughts, but they still respond to external stimuli of their senses. That means the senses don't require a rational faculty.
I don't even disagree, but like I would think that speaking about them, communicating
So
about
they
them,
don't need to be
using
interpreted
language
because the
would.
rational faculty does the interpretation.
No, when you say interpretation, it doesn't mean rational. It just means like second order. But I think even more
Yeah, there is
interestingly,
no second
someone who's
order.
brain dead can't communicate in English, surely. Right?
You're brain dead and you can barely communicate in English.
Well, I mean, if I'm the standard of brain dead, I mean, I don't know what that says about this chat. Not good things.
What do you mean if?
What I mean is hypothetical.
Can you show us the curvature?
Can you show us the curvatures? That's a good point. I did it. Yes, I did it 2 days ago in front of Matrix, in front of Flat Ranger.
Do you have anything empirical?
I
there?
did it
Like,
twice
seriously.
now.
Do you have anything empirical? We don't care about your stories, dude. We want something empirical.
Oh, like a direct measurement? I don't even think that's
direct measurement,
possible.
that is
I don't think that's possible. One, because curvature is like a second order phenomenon. It's like acceleration.
What?
Because slope is the first derivative, second derivative.
You're a retard. Bye.
I mean, dude, I wish I had the soundboard out right now because there's a
Curvature is a
perfect
phenomenon,
freaking clip of this guy right now, right? You guys have probably
Curvature is
heard
a
this.
second phenomenon, guys. This is
All
good,
right.
good shit.
Can you hear me?
So, Ree, can I have 4 equidistant points on a topological sphere?
Dude, he isn't being unmuted. You're asking the wrong person. Ask him in the chat.
Yeah, thanks, bro.
Oh, he's muted. Oh, I just want to. I waited all this time. I wanted to ask him this question because it sounds like he may know something about this.
Not really.
So you never answered my question: how many flat spots are on Earth? And you said you were measured 12 or 10 of them.
Oh, that's distance calculations that I did based on 12 screenshots from my Nautical Almanac app using a formula that most flat earthers agree with and is also fundamental to navigation. So, yeah.
You got a screenshot of the survey where you determined that most flat earthers agree with it? Come on, dude, don't make shit up.
The thing is, it is fundamental to navigation. So whether you agree with it or not, I've heard many the flat earthers that I've been discussing this with, mostly, for the most part, do agree that this is fundamental to navigation and is indeed used. So maybe you don't agree, but yeah, if you want to find the distance to the substellar point, you multiply the zenith distance by 60 nautical miles per degree. And that's how it's done. So I'm thinking that maybe my Nautical Almanac app, I haven't proven to myself what it's based on, but I've proven to myself that it's not based on anything flat. So I'm wondering maybe Ree can explain, what I found, if it might be based on a sphere.
Dude, he thinks a curve is an acceleration. Didn't you hear what he said while I muted him?
Yeah, like he said, the curve is an acceleration.
And then the following statement was just as interesting.
Yeah, he likes to flex with a bunch of technical sounding gobbledygook, but it's just complete absolute nonsense that he's actually saying.
They have the perfect sound clip for this too.
Look, it's literally like he's probably in uni, and it's like whatever the current chapter is that he's learning, he comes here and tries to spew it at us.
No, dude. Honestly,
next week it's going to be a different chapter, and he'll be in here talking about fucking exponential functions.
Well, if it's such a great sound clip, why not let him talk? If it's such a great sound clip, why not let him talk?
That's not what I meant.
Because he said absurdities. He said a curved line is a fucking acceleration.
Well, maybe he can explain. I would be interested in his explanation for why he says that.
Okay, no, dude.
By Kuru,
Look at what he's posting in the chat, dude. He's doubling
can
down on
already.
stupid.
by Kuruv is
Well, listen, if you want
accelerating.
to
Now you
listen
can
to that
graph an
nonsense,
acceleration as a curve, but that doesn't make a curve an acceleration. If the person can't think, we don't want to talk to him.
yeah, if you want to listen to the nonsense, call him on a private call and fucking rattle away to each other.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
stopping
dude.
you.
You guys can fucking cup each other's balls.
You guys heard him. He proved curvature 2 days ago.
I mean that in the astronomical way, not the gay way.
He proved curvature 2 days ago, guys. Just get ready for it.
Yeah, he proved curvature to someone else against someone else's presentation of curvature. That person he can't name has no idea what his name is.
It was
The
it
witnesses
was the
never
guy.
saw him. But yeah, that guy.
It was the guy from Australia. Come on, it was real. Australia.
Did he say he had his name upside down?
So, yeah, something V upside down Australia. That's what he said.
V
Banned
upside
from the
down.
home server. Banned for LARPing and trying to get the place shut down and stuff. That's the guy that he's argued with.
Dirty bastard.
Oh, so his partner in crime. So basically, they had a plan. They're like role playing. Go in there and pretend to be a flat earther, and I'll debunk you. A
You
little
know,
WWF.
Every time, bro.
that's kind of my least favorite thing. Like, if you're going to be here and you're going to present an argument, then everyone can critique your argument, right? So it doesn't matter who you are, your argument can be critiqued.
I heard him say that he proved to the Australian flat Earth, and then he fell on his face, and you had a conversion. He's just converting people, bro. It's just like left and right.
Guys, I'm here for the long run. You better keep it going.
I just found what this idiot did. This is just going to disgust you.
Probably because I'm disgusted by these Globers.
Is the chat not deleting anymore? How'd you find it?
He just posted something to back his bullshit that a curve is an acceleration. Well, he cropped out the rest of the quote, but here it is in full.
Can you read it out for the chat?
Playing harsh
Yeah,
games, dude.
please.
Is the magnitude of the acceleration of a particle moving. So it was a thing moving that they were talking about specifically, and that's what this equation is to do with. And he's just talking about curvature in general and trying to use a quote mine like that to back his claim that just a curved line is an acceleration of some sort.
What a fucking
So
idiot, dude.
curvature.
You guys are fucking scumbag, dude.
So curvature is not the rate of change of slope to him, right?
Now he's changing. Curvature is a measure of acceleration. So he's just
What?
dancing all the way down.
Feel acceleration, so there's no curve.
Yeah, honestly, there is no acceleration. There's no accelerating, so.
Yeah, I guess you could use that. Sure.
But that's just retarded of them to say that, bro.
Hey, Indio, do you know that I used the quaternion lines earlier? Man, are you here, Indio?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. So with Roland my boulder, you know how he'll act like I don't experience the earth as flat and stationary, so I don't know why the flat earthers are telling me that I experience it this way. And I said, hey, the horizon, it's actually a quaternion line. And I gave him the you have a video on your YouTube channel that I like. I like it. I like it a lot, and people should go and watch that if you want to learn about like quaternion lines and how they're used in video game uh, programming. You can
Can you
also,
explain it like I was Booker?
yeah, I am. I feel like I'm
Yeah, it's
explaining it
just a
like
rotation in 3 dimensions. That's all it is.
yeah, exactly. So you don't need an actual rotation to explain what you're seeing in the sky. You can use quaternion lines and rotations and how you see the stars in the sky, how they'll give you some sort of apparent rotation and at the equator a translation. So you can actually use this knowledge to your benefit if you want to.
Yeah. So the thing that people miss, at least from the Glover side, is that everything. If you're saying my evidence is looking at something, you're looking. It's projective. So you're looking at a projection of what's in the outside world. Now, something happens in 3D space. It's getting projected into the 2D world. It's not what people intuitively think of with the way it should happen is not correct most of the time. And like what Klatsy was saying about quaternions, it took a long time for people to even discover how to do mathematically a 3D rotation. They actually had to create a fourth imaginary dimension to even do it. So the rotations are if you want to calculate a quaternion, there's actually 4 dimensions, not 3, that you actually have to do. So one of the dimensions isn't even seen. So when they point is when these guys come in, it's like math is reality. Yeah, so hyperspace is real. I mean, get the fuck out of here.
What is it? It's like a E-0 or something like that, or E0, like to
Oh,
the
that's the
power of zero.
geometric algebra. Yeah, like
Yeah, and it's like it's zero. What we
the square root of
experience.
this. Uh, it's just I can't remember off the top of my head. I haven't watched it in a long time.
I got you. I got you. I was just saying, like, it's like the base act or the default axiom of the plane that they use, and it's like a sphere in the sky. So, well, it's a hemisphere, I guess. So if you do the base axiom for the quaternion whatever, it will be like a sphere in the sky, right?
Look at it; it'll look like a sphere, but it's actually a plane. Like so, it's like
Yeah, exactly.
it's hard to describe to people like without like the visuals and shit. This is it's something that is especially.
I know what you're saying, and I've watched the video, so I know what he's like. He's at the end of
It's
the
easy to
video.
understand when you see it, but just like describing it verbally is nearly impossible.
Yeah, but when he gives you the visual, it's like an arc and a hemisphere of the sky and the clouds and stuff. So
Like it's like in the 1800s, geometry as like a field. There was like a fork in the road. Some people tried to simplify and generalize it, and other idiots tried to make it more complicated. And right now, we're in the more complicated shit. Is the prevailing viewpoint.
yeah, I got you.
4D, space time, Riemannian geometries, and all that shit, right? Because this guy's talking about fucking manifolds and topology and shit like that. So, like, there's people that are like deep dived into that shit. But it's
I
like,
think
it's in this like crazy abstract space, dude. There's
I
more
think it's
simplified forms of this shit.
yeah, I think it's really like more important that people understand what we see in reality that would be conforming to such a quaternion line, because we have the horizon and then we have that what they call the Milky Way. It's a line also. It's a quaternion line, right? So we don't have to like guess what these things are in reality.
You're just like saying that.
Reality?
No, quaternion. No, I'm just messing.
Quaternion.
She's amped up about it.
Hey, man, good for you, dude.
I am. I love it because you can understand what we're talking about more if you're kind of more in tune with the way that we use the world. So,
Somebody
even
asked me
even
the other day. Like, sorry, go
video
ahead.
game. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
That's
basically,
okay.
without quaternions, video games wouldn't exist. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, exactly. So I was going to say, quaternion lines are used in video games to make them more realistic. So you use things that we have in reality, like quaternion lines in reality would be the horizon and what you would consider the Milky Way line in the sky, you know? Those things aren't actually lines, but they're apparently lines. So you have to utilize those to make some sort of video game realistic, right?
Yeah. The other day, somebody asked me, it's a dichotomy, right? Either the Earth is spinning or the stuff in the sky was spinning. And at first I was like, well, yeah, it must be. But then the more I thought about it, it was like, well, actually, maybe neither are spinning. Maybe it's just an apparent thing. Nothing is actually moving.
Exactly, because the way that we see, like, I love that video that I was referencing with the quaternion lines, because the guy gave us a complete random set of dots with something like the same set of dots on a transparent sheet behind what he had given as a random set of dots. The same random set of dots he gave as a transparent sheet behind it, and he can like twist and turn or just shift the dots, and you can see some sort of, it seems like it's some sort of point of origin of rotation with those dots. It's crazy because he can shift it and it'll shift the point of rotation. And if you shift it enough, you can even see a point of translation, like we see at the equator with the translation of the stars in the sky. And that's what I think about, anyways, when I'm seeing the supposed random dots being kind of shifted against each other. They'll give you this illusion of some sort of like point of rotation or point of origin for a rotation or translation, because a translation doesn't necessarily mean rotation, but you can imagine that it is some sort of rotation around an origin just really far away from it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't necessarily have to be a dichotomy of one thing spinning or the other. It could just be all apparent.
Exactly. Yes.
There we go. Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that, Jessica. It's like, nobody knows. I mean, maybe that's a bold claim for me to say that, but I don't think anyone knows what the stars are, what the moon is, what the sun is. These are unknown phenomena, the way I see it. So to go forward and say, well, it must do this, or it has to behave this way, or these things are definitely happening, things like that. It's just something I avoid. So
Well, I haven't wanted to bring this up at all, but I found this. I don't know how I came across it, but so there's a lens type. It's called an Axicon lens, and it's shaped like a cone, but the tip of the cone is cut off so that it's flat. Right. So when you take this and you set it onto something, like say I had a sentence on a piece of paper. So it's not that's not the purpose of why they make these, but the demonstration. This person was demonstrating, like, hey, I bought this Axicon lens, and then he took it and he ran it across like a sentence on a sheet of paper, and what it ended up doing is taking that sentence, the letters and words, and when it was looking through the lens, it made two counter rotating circles, even though it was a straight line sentence that he was just going left or right across.
Exactly what I'm talking about. And also, the reason why I'm saying that, yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about, is because Indio has the video that I'm talking about on his YouTube channel.
there we go. I see you studying, Batsy.
Yeah, it's his food for thought, and he has like a revision of it or something. Like, I guess the audio wasn't good or something. I don't know. But
Oh
if
yeah,
you
the
go,
audio was bad low, so I had to
yes,
redo it.
but you go into that and you listen to that guy explain the quaternion lines. Sorry that I'm boring you.
No, who's gaming their heart out right now, bro?
Is Discord flat?
I don't know. You tell me.
You're the one whose name is Discord flat?
Yeah.
Anyways, all I was trying to lay out is that Indio has a very good video to go and look at quaternion lines and how they're utilized in video game programming, and also how we see them in reality.
Oh.
So, how about that 24-hour sun?
How about it?
Pretty
If I
neat,
live
huh?
on If I live on
Not
a chocolate-covered strawberry, I will see a 24-hour sun. I see a 24-hour sun.
maybe.
I live on a chocolate-covered strawberry.
If the strawberry is in Antarctica, then yeah.
Yo, wait. If the Earth is flat, then how did people see the SpaceX rocket ship at different locations? Why didn't everyone see
If
it?
the Earth is such a globe, then why do you speds have to spam like a bunch of disconnected arguments that never reach a conclusion?
Why is
That's
everything
not a
just said
that's
irrelevant
not a
and has
rebuttal to
nothing
his
do with
question.
What we're talking about
Yeah,
at all? And why
but you
do
guys
sound like a
spam a
genuine
bunch of
retard?
different.
Wait a minute. 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 Wait a minute.
You wait a minute. You wait a minute. First thing that was brought up was 24-hour sun. What does that prove?
Well, that guy brought up a strawberry. I don't know what that's
proves
about.
that the sun goes
Yeah.
behind the
So
moon.
what does the 24-hour sun prove?
It proves
Well, it proves that there's a sun 24 hours.
and it also proves that
Anything
you don't
else?
deny a moon. So that
So
means
shut your mouth. We're
Bro,
trying
who's
to
yapping right now, bro?
shut your fucking mouth. When somebody else is speaking, shut it. Unless you have something.
So because there's only one spot where that's true, that means that it's not flat. Because if it were flat, then you'd be able to see the sun.
That's not true.
Everywhere, always. Yeah, it is.
That's not true. No, it's not true.
Yeah, it is.
Prove it.
You're confused.
Okay, prove it. Okay, prove it.
I don't have to.
Wait a second. He just
There you
said.
go.
Just dismiss it and we'll just dismiss it.
If she
No, that's fine. I don't care
bare
if you believe me.
assertion, I don't have to prove anything. I just get to make baseless fucking claims. Earth is flat.
Yeah.
I don't have to prove it.
Well, yeah. I guess you don't.
No, I don't have to prove it. I don't have to prove
No,
it.
yeah, you're right. You don't.
Nah, but this idea when you say, well, if it's flat, then we see the sun all at the same time, that's not true, bro. Listen,
Yeah, it is.
at least, no, it's not true. Right? This is,
Sure it is.
all right, guys, real
Hold
quick.
on.
This is just
By
a
his
sloppy.
standard. Yeah, we get to win the argument by his own standard, though, because he gets to just assert something and then run away from it and say, I don't have to prove it. So Earth is flat. I don't have to prove it. I win.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you win. I lose.
This is
You win.
something I typically like to address.
I don't care.
Is
It doesn't
when
really
you
matter.
say
You know? I mean, there's just more
almost
important things.
anything you say after if it was flat and you make a claim after that, you're going to be wrong because you don't know.
No,
what
no, that's
flat
not
Earth
true.
is. Okay, why don't you put the flat Earth in the chat? Let's take a look. Let's have a
Huh?
look at
The
this
flat
flat Earth
what?
you've been discussing.
Oh, the flat Earth. Oh, I don't know anything about that.
All right,
Yeah, I didn't think so.
listen,
So you're wrong when you say we should all see the sun at the same time. That's false.
Well, yeah, because we don't see it all at the same time. Cause we're
Yeah,
not.
and you wouldn't. You never would.
Well, yeah, of course you would, but we don't because we're not.
That's not how flat Earth works.
It sure
No,
is.
Flat
no,
meat.
no, we want to know what flat Earth that doesn't
No,
happen.
no, we're on a spinning ball.
Post it in the
It
chat.
is what
We
it
want to
is.
know the flat
Let's
Earth.
take a look.
We want to know the
I didn't
flat
make the
Earth you're
rules. Don't be mad
thinking
at me.
about. No, we want to know the flat Earth you're thinking about where it can't happen. We want you to post that in the chat.
Let's take a look at this because you're saying that if it was flat, this
So,
is exactly
so if you
how it
have
works.
like
Let's
like
take
a
look.
dinner
No.
plate,
Just
if
put
you
it
set
in
a
the
dinner
chat.
plate in front of you and then you put a light above it, does the light
A dinner
light up the
plate.
whole dinner plate?
Yeah, it's
You
just
really
let me ask.
think?
Yeah.
You
And
really
like if
think
you
we're
move
gonna
the light
dinner
a little bit to the
position.
left or a little bit to the right, it still lights up the whole dinner plate, right?
Is that anyone's position in here that's how?
But you know what it doesn't do?
Now,
It doesn't light
if
up
you
the
stuck your dinner,
underside.
hold on.
You're straight yapping
What
right
the
now.
fuck, dudes? I've been trying to get through. Listen, you said if
You're
it's
low, Rabbit. Sorry.
the sun 24 hours, so they saw the sun 24 hours. That means it's flat.
Do you want to answer that, bro?
Oh, what? No, it means that it's a circle, a ball, not
Wait a
flat.
second. You said if it was flat, you would see the sun for 24 hours. They see the sun for 24 hours, then it's flat, right?
Well,
Got
yeah,
Got him.
if the Earth were
Go,
flat and the sun were above us, then it shouldn't matter where either of us are standing. We would be able to see the sun.
You'd be able to see planes for thousands of miles as well.
What? Was that
You'd also
was that
be able
really
to
your
see-
argument? Wow, that's crazy. Next guy.
I said you'd also be able to see planes for thousands of miles too. You'd also be able to see mountains from thousands of miles away from a plane too, if that were the case.
Well,
No, you wouldn't.
They're changing it up now. They gave up on the 24-hour sun.
Ridiculous. So why does my local media visibility say 10 miles?
By that Trump.
I'm looking at the weather right now. It says visibility 10 miles. Why does it say that? Is that the Earth curve calculation on the Weather Channel?
No, that's how far you'd be able to see like not things
Why?
like the sun. But you can see
Why?
the sun from farther than
why?
that because it's the sun.
Yeah, cool story. What's your evidence?
Yeah. Yeah, you know that big, huge, bright thing in the sky all the time? Yeah, it's pretty big, right?
It's
Once you-
I agree. It's not that big.
Oh, it's not in the sky? Oh, okay.
It takes up.
Bro,
No,
you're
you
straight
man what I
yapping,
said.
bro.
Listen closer. I said it takes up half a degree in my vision. It's not big.
It's not going under you as well, by the way. So yeah, it is always in the sky. Facts. And it doesn't light up the whole Earth at the same time, ding dong. At least try
So
to
let me
address
ask you,
our position. All right, guys.
Did he leave?
No, it's there.
Oh, he's muted.
No, I'm not going
gonna,
anywhere, guys.
I'm gonna ask you a question. How come if I look at the sun at noon, I'll blind myself, but I can look directly at the sun when it's at the horizon, and I do not blind myself?
Because when it's on the horizon, half of it is underneath the horizon.
No, I'm not talking about half of it underneath the horizon. I'm talking about right on the horizon. I'm
You
talking
should
about
not
right
look
on
at
the
it.
horizon. I'm talking. So I'll go blind if I look at a sunset.
If you look at it before it's setting, then yeah. Well, you might not go blind, but you'll definitely damage your eyes.
Okay,
So you've
we
never seen a
know that the
sunset, bro. Got
sun.
it.
Yeah,
No,
so,
of course I have.
Stop the cap. You have to be a.
So your eyes are
phone.
damaged then.
So
your eyes are damaged then. Yeah.
I've
We
like looked at
know-
it for a second or two. I haven't stared directly at it. That's bad.
Okay,
you should
but
not
you
do that.
can. You can when
No,
it's
no,
on
you
the
can't.
horizon. You know, on the
Well,
horizon.
yeah, when
you
it
can.
starts to dip below and get darker, then yeah.
No, not when it dips below. Before that,
No, yeah, you shouldn't stare at it before
the
that.
sun is
Bad.
23,000 times less bright on the horizon than at noon. That is more. That's more brightness cut than a solar filter does. A solar filter only cuts 10,000. So why does that happen?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Why does that happen?
I don't know. What does it have to do with whether or not the Earth is flat?
Okay. Yeah. God.
You are
You guys are
ridiculous.
so dishonest, man. It's disgusting. You make.
Well, I'm just asking what it has to do with the shape of the Earth.
Okay, it has to do. No, no, no.
Agree.
Oh, hold on. It has to do with
I
your
didn't bring up
claim.
the brightness.
It has to do with your claim that you would see the sun no matter what.
Yeah, you did bring
Well,
it up.
yeah.
Retard.
It's
Okay.
not
Why
true.
does the sun lose brightness?
I don't know. But you can still see it.
Yeah, that's right. But when it goes further away, you won't see it. Do you know why? Because the light has to go through more air. And the more air it has to go through, the darker it gets. It's really simple.
Yeah, but what does it have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Dude,
What is it? You brought up the sun. Listen, you brought up the sun. You brought up the sun and the shape.
Well, yeah, not how bright it gets at different times. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
You're saying we should all see it at the same time.
Okay, in any scenario,
no matter how
what does the
bright it
sun-
is.
in any scenario, what does the sun have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Well, if the Earth were flat, then we would be able to see it always, all the time when it's above us.
I just disproved that just now.
You
What I
didn't.
just said.
No, you didn't.
Okay, the air absorbs light, dude. If the sun's too far away, its brightness can't penetrate all that air.
Sure it can,
You
because it's
can't
huge.
see it.
No.
You're fucking looping, dude. Like he's it's like
No.
No, you're looping. You said all that shit. Each thing you said, I already debunked. You must not have listened to the answer because you're just repeating it over again.
The sun will not be visible for everyone once it gets past a certain point. And even when you're seeing the sun at the horizon, you're seeing it through the medium of a very dense amount of air. So you're not, it's like a lensing effect. And it even flattens out the sun vertically.
You'd probably think you see sunsets on cloudy days.
Exactly. I'm just saying, like, you don't see what you're claiming at
I've
all.
seen a sunset on a cloudy day.
I don't think he's this stupid, Flatsy.
I didn't say that.
You're just trolling, bro.
Can I
I'm
ask him since he's not getting the air attenuation thing? You said.
Wolfgang's gonna save your ass. Because I was about to just kick his ass off. But go ahead, Wolfgang.
Well, just quickly, because he's making these claims and he seems to be implying that he thinks he knows the size and distance of the sun. Is that true, Discord?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the size and distance?
1 sec.
Oh, so you don't.
So you don't know.
Well, I have it in my note.
You have it in your note, but you don't
Yeah.
know it.
Got notes on what he measured.
Your whole
So
argument
the
is
sun
based
in
on-
diameter is approximately 1.39 million kilometers. That's 864,000 miles, with about a 40-mile error. Give or take 40 miles.
How did you measure that?
Huh?
How was it
How did you
measured?
measure that?
Oh, looking at it with different instruments.
Looking at it with different instruments. What
Yeah,
instruments? did you look at
satellites,
it with?
telescopes. This a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Telescope. Which one did you use?
Oh, me? I used here. Do you want the exact make and model? I can post it.
Yeah, post it.
Of what?
Sure. My telescope. Yeah.
Yeah, we want to
So
see
you
his
looked at
telescope.
the
No.
sun.
How did you
Hold on,
measure it with your
hold on.
telescope?
Hold on. So you
Oh,
looked
I
at
can
the
I can
sun
tell
through
you.
your
I can show you
telescope.
that.
I thought you were just saying that you didn't look at a sunset because you were
Oh,
scared
God,
it would
make
hurt
sure
your
someone-
eyes. But now you're staring at it through a telescope.
Well, yeah, you can look at it. Do you know some telescopes, or any good telescope, you can change the lens to reduce the amount of light you're seeing, so that you can look
Okay,
at things
so
that
you
are
look-
bright.
Okay, so you looked at the sun through the telescope. Then what did you do?
Well, then you got to do a lot of math, and some telescopes like the one that I have do it for you because it has a fancy schmancy computer in it. But it's a lot of math
So you
stuff.
looked at the telescope, and so what did you do the math, or did it just come up with a number for you?
Well, I had to do the math years ago as part of a physics paper, but now it just does it for me.
Okay, so when you look at the
Dude,
sun,
you're
what
such a
math do you
pathetic
do?
liar, bro. Like,
No,
this
let's
is
just-
fucking
no,
sad.
let's hear it.
Well,
Let's
that's
hear
not
it.
an
Let's
argument,
hear his-
but okay.
Let's hear his method. Let's hear his method.
I can
So you
prove
looked
you're
at the
lying.
sun, And then what did you do? What was the maths that you did to figure out its size?
Oh, geez. So you would have to calculate the diameter based on your relationship. And well, first of all, you have to know exactly where you are standing on the Earth and the Earth's rotation at the time. Then you have to point your fancy schmancy telescope at the sun, and then you have to pretty much take like a sheet of paper and like put it up against like the so this is why the computer's better, because it does this digitally. But you
No, it
have
sounds
to
good. You take a sheet of paper and you put it up against the telescope, or what?
yeah, and you have to plot out like different points around the circumference of the object, and then using what we already know about the Earth, like the size, the shape, the distance.
You don't
these
already know
things.
that.
Well, sure we do. We had that figured out 2,000 years ago. Probably more
We'll
than
go to that in just a bit.
Yeah, we'll get back to that.
We'll go back to that, yeah.
So go
yeah,
on.
and
You take your
then you
sheet
do
of
the
paper.
calculations.
So you drew a circle
Do
around the
you
sun.
want the name of the calculations or whatever?
No, hold on. Yeah. So you drew a circle around the sun. Is that what you're saying? You drew a circle. You looked at through the paper at the sun, and you drew on the paper the circle of the sun. Right?
I mean,
Is that how you did
yeah.
it?
Kind of,
Okay.
sure, yeah.
So from that circle, right? That's how you got the size of the sun.
I mean, like, that's a very crude explanation of it, but more or less, yeah.
Okay,
I mean, it was a lot of math. It was a group project.
It's not a lot of math, dude. It's not a lot of
project.
math. Stop just saying it's a lot of math. It's not a lot of math.
It's a good amount of math.
Because there's something called linear perspective. It's a linear relationship. It's really fucking simple.
Well, so you draw your circle on your piece of paper, and it's a group project. So I guess it took a few of you to put the paper to draw the circle on the piece of paper, and then what did you do? Like, what values were you inputting into that math?
So you have to. Well, I mean, you guys aren't going to like this, but in order to calculate the diameter, you have to also, accept other things that have already also been calculated, like the mass, like the distance, like the, circumference, all these things.
Been measured?
Yeah, but hold on, dude. Hold on. This is your problem. You can't get the size without you can't get the distance without knowing the size.
Yeah, and you can't get the size without knowing the distance.
Yeah. So which one did you? So which one did you get?
Yeah. Which one would go first?
I don't know. I don't remember. What's your point?
That would be pretty. That would be pretty important, don't you think?
Well, yeah, sure, it's important, but it's. I mean,
just kind of
it's
sounds
neither
like you're
here nor there. I
lying.
mean, you do either of them.
And you didn't do.
Well, this is something that I did like 7 years ago. I don't remember which one we did first.
Oh,
So
when
when you
in
did
your
your group
basement,
project,
did it burn down and you can't find the information?
Can you hear me? So you said you did this as a group project, right?
Yeah.
So you had to submit this somewhere?
I mean, yeah, I guess, yeah, technically.
Okay. Could you show us your paper? You can redact all your names and all that kind of stuff. Show us the calculations. And the work
It wasn't a paper; it was a project that we all did outside together.
Oh, and did you handwrite the notes and then burn them after the fact? So there's no record of you ever.
I actually don't remember if I was the one who wrote anything down. All I know is that I was operating the telescope because that's what I wanted to do.
Okay. So there's no. So you've got no record of you actually doing.
I can try to pull up my Oh man,
yeah, we want to see.
I don't know. Probably not. I mean, this is years ago.
Taking a piece of paper and drawing a circle around the sun.
I mean, you guys don't got to ask me all this. You can look this stuff up on your own.
Yeah, we can. Because remember, your entire argument, you were presenting was based on your understanding of what.
Yeah, but my ability to provide a 7-year-old physics paper is irrelevant to whether or not the things that I'm saying are true.
No, it's relevant to establish whether or not you.
No, it's only relevant because you don't have an argument.
No. It's because it's your argument. Your argument was the sun cannot do this. The sun must behave in this way.
We don't need an argument until you provide evidence, dumbass.
Well, no, I mean it's just common sense. If the Earth were flat and the sun was above us, then it would be day for all of us. It's common sense. No, you didn't. You just said words that aren't true.
Yeah, that's what people do when they say things. They say
So do you guys have any evidence that the Earth is flat?
Dude, are you a retard? Are you a retard? Like seriously, when people say things, they say words.
No, I'm not a retard.
Thanks for the. Yeah. So when people say things, they say words. Are we not supposed to say words? What are you supposed to say, grunt?
Hey man, at least we're saying correct words. Because this whole "if the Earth is flat, we'd all see the sun" thing is wrong.
Okay, I'm just gonna go back to the beginning. You said that we would see the sun from everywhere, and I demonstrated that the air absorbs life.
You didn't
and
demonstrate
that
anything.
is
You
death.
asserted things that I don't believe.
He
Yeah,
demonstrated it.
No,
okay, so why is
saying
the
things
sun
is not a
brighter?
demonstration.
And why is the sun brighter at noon than on the horizon?
Yeah, again, so because of the atmosphere and the position of the sun, like I
Okay,
said.
okay,
Oh,
that's right. It has
so
to go
what he
through
said.
more air, right? So
Yeah, and
because it
also the
has,
position of the sun relative to the Earth because it's going below the horizon, therefore
Yeah,
it's less
so
bright.
what he said.
no,
Yeah,
no,
see,
stop straw manning. I said not below the horizon. I said on the horizon.
No, I'm saying
So that's
I'm
like
saying
the third
because
time
it
you've
is
been
going.
straw man. That's how weak your
No,
argument is.
I'm telling you what I believe. I'm not.
But see,
I
this
don't
is
not
care
my
about
point.
restating your
no,
position.
no,
This
no,
is
no, no,
my
no, no, no,
point.
no, no, no. You asked why it happens, dude. Okay, why? I think that you can see the sun forever. I'm telling you why you can't. You can't fucking use your own bullshit.
Yeah, and this is what
Okay,
I
I'm
was
telling
pointing
you.
out. This is what I was pointing out because you're making that argument, and when you say based on the position of the sun, what you said before was based on the size of the sun, because you are directly implying in your argument that you understand the size and distance of the sun and what the sun is, and we're just pointing out that you absolutely don't, which is why I asked you to explain how you know it, and you just made up a bunch of shit.
How's that different from me saying that you're also making up a bunch of shit?
Because we're
We're
not.
not
You
making
are.
up a bunch of shit about the sun.
Oh, yeah, I see.
You are. Yeah, that's exactly it. We're not making stupid claims about the size and distance of the sun. Only you are, which is why we're exposing it, that you don't have any clue at all. So
To
your
be fair,
argument
that's
can just be
valid.
dismissed.
Yeah, I mean, it really makes sense. When you have a light above a flat pancake, it definitely.
Yeah, dude, we've already addressed this. I don't know how many ways. You're gonna have to move on from that. 'Cause you're just point blank
Just
wrong on that
copium.
one,
It's
dude.
just copium. Anyway, we can simplify it. So if your argument was correct, Discord, then that would necessitate curvature of the surface of the Earth. So can you show us where that's been measured?
Sure.
Great. Who did that?
You gotta
Well,
let him
maybe
Google
for
it real
starters,
fast.
do you even know what the claimed curvature
Oh, yeah,
of
sorry.
the
I'm
Earth
not
is?
like an encyclopedia. I can't just answer all your questions off the top of my head, always, forever.
Well,
Yeah, I do have
you
to
don't
look
have
things
to.
up
That's fine.
sometimes.
That's
You
fine.
can buy
That's
enough time
fine.
to
But
Google
just
it. It's
say,
fine.
hold on.
I don't know.
That's
Is it
fine.
fine?
You
Because
don't
this
have
faggot
to.
keeps saying it's not.
No. Whoa.
Whoa. Yeah, go ahead. Go
Well,
ahead. Do what you gotta
listen.
do.
Bro.
If you
Do
don't,
what you gotta
can
do.
I ask you a question? No,
Yeah, we go.
Discord. I just want to ask you a question. Real simple.
I
Why
mean,
did
hey
you
man, if
say
he's gonna
yes
say it,
if
I'm
you
gonna say
don't
it too.
even
Just
know?
say it.
Why did you say yes? It has been measured, but you don't know if it's been measured because you're going to look to see. You're going to look for the information right now about the measurement, if it was or if it wasn't. What if Google returns nothing?
Yeah, but also my point was going to be, don't. It's okay not to know, but don't say yeah I know, and then I'm just going to go and look it up. Just say I don't know. I'll look it up. See, what you're trying to do is maintain this idea that you somehow know about this shit when you clearly don't. So just drop the pretense and just admit, oh, I don't know that. I'll have a look. They'll be like, yeah, I know. I'm just looking it up.
Mods, are we making a decision here? Because
Yeah, I
I
mean,
think so you guys dropped the ban hammer on people for this. So if we're gonna open up them gates, I'm
yeah.
definitely saying that shit too, bro.
I mean, I'm up for whatever. I don't know.
I think
I mean,
tomorrow we're allowed to start doing that.
Where's Heretic? Where's Heretic? That's his
Heretic,
call.
bro. You gotta make a decision, dude.
Wait, what are we doing? Sorry.
Oh, you missed it?
He spiraled out though. He spiraled out though. Like
He
his
dropped an F.
whole world.
An F
He
bomb,
lost
right?
his whole world.
Oh.
He already
He-
said that
he-
he's going to be banned. He knew that he was going to be banned.
He hit that bundle of sticks, Heretic.
I think we can just leave him on mute. I mean,
Amen.
I don't know. We got to do something. I mean, we're streaming this and stuff.
Yeah.
True.
Oh well.
Yeah, we are on YouTube,
listen,
guys. We are.
Discord. Spiraling
I
out. This
think
is
it's
what
enough of
happens.
a censure,
unfortunately.
but there's also this other clown who wanted to jump all over everything he was saying anyway. Ox Draco. He's been chat skanking, so we can have that.
He said mountains prove you live on a ball.
What are you yapping about?
All right. Well, Discord
Yap,
managed to
hooray,
pull the eject
headass.
button. Who's the new guy?
It's Ox Draco. He was all over it when the last guy piped up. Now he's got the floor to himself. He's a bit more timid, but maybe he'll get into it.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.